She turned around after taking care of her skin, looking serious. Be careful. The fiery world is the blazing flame monarch's nest. Most of the fire elementals at Morning Star and Radiant Moon are stationed here. If not for having to suppress the rebellion of the fire elemental particles and the pressure from the world, he would long since have sent these elementals to the Magus World. Leylin and the other nodded. How many morning stars and radiant moons could a world produce? If they went over to the Magus World, they could probably cause a huge ruckus. However, there was an issue with this as well. Not considering their duties as guards of Fiery World. A change of environment and the additional suppression from being inside another world were large issues. The Magus World was one of the most powerful worlds, and its suppression of foreigners would be one of the most terrifying. A drop in several ranks would be considered slight. The unlucky ones would directly be crushed by the world origin force itself, joining the boundless dust in the void. For Leylin and the rest, going from the Magus World to other worlds was like going from a high-ranked dungeon to a lower-ranked one. The suppression of the world wasn't that serious, and there wouldn't be instances of drops in rank. Things weren't as rosy for those who went from lower-ranked worlds to higher-ranked ones. For instance, if Scarlet Eye entered the Magus World, he was likely to drop to Morning Star from Radiant Moon. This would be even more serious for elemental life forms like the fire elementals. The most suitable environment for them was the fiery world. The blazing flame monarch is hiding in one of the world cracks of the fiery world. There are many maze spells as well as powerhouses of the fiery world guarding it. There are many rank 4 and 5 fire elementals, and this is a world where they get the greatest increase in strength. They'll outperform themselves. Melinda spoke slowly, and Leylin and the rest looked grim. It would be hellishly difficult to defeat large numbers of morning stars and radiant moons in a hostile environment, and then butt heads with the blazing flame monarch who was at rank 6. And yet, that was all that was required for a monarch to fall. The blazing flame monarch was currently at his weakest point anyway, something that allowed Melinda's group this opportunity. Don't worry. When the monarch massacred my people, I vowed to the astral plane that I would use his blood and wash away the humiliation. Clark brandished the large black sword in his hands, terrifying sharpness exploding. My baby is also thirsting for blood. No matter what brother does, I'll be supporting you. Joanna looked towards her brother. Morning Star and Radiant Moon Fire elementals are nothing much Kikime, having more expectations towards the blazing flame monarch's comprehension of laws. The blurry phantom of Jin snickered. Since we're already here, we're prepared for all that, Leylin chuckled, fingers brushing over his ring involuntarily. The cold surface of the ring felt smooth, giving him more confidence. Many thanks, everyone. We'll definitely win this time, and the rewards will definitely satisfy you. Please wait for a while. I'll use a technique to look for the spatial crack that the blazing flame monarch is hiding in. Melinda's eyes suddenly changed color, her pupils shrinking and disappearing to leave just the whites behind. Gazing at her eyes, even Leylin felt as if his mind was empty, all his secrets being exposed. His heart couldn't help but palpitate with fear. Found it? All of a sudden, Melinda opened her palm and a purple daffodil floated out of it. It gave off endless energy waves. Space was pulled apart like a door, revealing a pitch-black tunnel. So quickly, Leylin was slightly astonished, but he followed her in anyway. Light flashed and space rumbled, and Leylin and the rest instantly appeared outside a world crack. Within, the fiery world was like a blazing sun, filled with dazzling rays of light. A large-scaled labyrinth floated outside the world barrier, as if the highest ruler of the fiery world. Outside the black building, many eyes flickered with various lights. They were morning star elementals. Even more powerful auras were transmitted from within. Leylin even felt like he was being spied on, causing his hair to stand. Joanna sucked in a cold breath. Such a complicated labyrinth and so many fire elementals. This will be difficult. Now is the best opportunity to kill our target. Melinda did not take another glance at Joanna. This is the Elanor Labyrinth. Each Magus that enters will be sent to different areas and will only be able to meet again in the main hall. I'll be off. Melinda turned into a streak of lightning, and practically in an instant broke out of the perimeter of the fire elementals as she disappeared into the labyrinth. Ha ha, blazing flame monarch, here I come. Tremble, Repent. I want you to pay the price for all that you've done. Clark's expression was excited to the extreme as he waved his terrifying large black blade and charged in. Schlick. A three-headed giant fire elemental dog in his way was slashed into two, boiling lava blood flying everywhere. Seeing her brother this way, Joanna sighed and followed closely behind him. I hate elemental life forms the most. The lack of souls will cause my works of art lose their beauty. Jin muttered to himself, turning into a large black shadow that covered practically half the labyrinth. The black figure began to pervade through the insides. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656 Blazing Flame Monarch. They're all lunatics. Leylin could only sigh at how insane his group members were. Lunatics with power are the most troublesome lot. HSS, a tremendous chem-in appeared behind him, and a terrifying black hole formed that exerted a tremendous suction force on the fire elementals. Devour, the terrifying might of a rank 5 chem-in emperor drew everything in, be it flames, light, or even space itself. The fire elementals began to bawl miserably, looking ready to retreat. However, their bodies were constantly being pulled into the black hole, and they were eventually devoured. There was a clear path in the space when Leylin moved. The 5 radiant moons had successfully broken through the outer layer and entered the interior of the labyrinth. Powerful auras could be felt occasionally from its various parts. At the heart of the gigantic labyrinth, on a throne of pure gold, a human figure shrouded completely in flames raised their head, a translucent mirror forming in front of them. Footage flashed, showing Leylin and the others. The blazing flame monarch's eyes constantly twinkled as they scanned past Leylin, Clark, and the rest. Their eyes rested on Jin's body for a brief moment before focusing completely on Melinda. The power of fate has brought everything back to its original trajectory, the blazing flame monarch murmured, 2 red figures splitting from his form and darting in different directions. The numbers on the screen of the AI chip were in constant flux until it came up with a conclusion. Beep. Scan completed. Determined to be the first level of the Alanor labyrinth. 12,800 million ahead, high-grade energy has been detected, determined to be a rank 5 being. Possibility of it being a fire elemental, 87.18%. So I'll need to break through all the barriers ahead to reach the blazing flame monarch. Leylin was now walking along a large and wide passageway that was tens of meters high. It looked like an area made specifically for giants, and he seemed minuscule in it. It also prevents teleportation and has such scary confining runes. Leylin shook his head. Any loopholes or gaps that can be taken advantage of have been plugged. One can only move forward step by step with momentum. Why does this feel like clearing the stages of a game from my previous world? Leylin touched his chin in speechlessness. The blue light in his eyes did not weaken. The AI chip's scanning ability had been employed to its limit. This maze-like structure had completely split the 5 of them apart. Even if Leylin wanted to search for and make contact with his companions, there would be no response. If Leylin was the blazing flame monarch, he would be a fool not to take advantage of this and attack his enemies when they were divided. Hence, besides being cautious of traps and obstacles, he was very focused on the possible attacks from the flame monarch. Rumble, boiling heat waves blew towards Leylin as he walked out of the passage, and a gigantic lava lake appeared before him. White air bubbles constantly exploded in the area, giving off a very strong smell of sulfur. The lake stretched as far as the eye could see, into the boundless red horizon. Is the rank 5 creature the AI chip detected in here? Leylin's eyes focused on the lava lake, seemingly penetrating through the thick lava and into its depths. Come out, he said with a smile on his lips, as a gigantic 2-headed figure abruptly darted into the lake, splashing around at will. The lava exploded, crashing down everywhere like rain. A black figure grew in size as it suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lake, revealing terrifying mandibles similar to that of an alligator. Crack! The 2-headed snake figure was torn up by the alligator's mouth, and the large black figure continued to ascend from the lava lake. Roar! The alligator-like being in front of Leylin had flames burning all over it. Droplets of scarlet lava dripped down from its scales and cracks constantly, its thin body still enormous. Its sinister-looking teeth were set in a large mouth, above which were two scarlet soul flames. It looked like a flame alligator that had evolved vertically, possessing the arms and long legs of humans. Its fingers were like black reverse hooks and appeared very sharp. "I-chip, conduct scan," Leylin ordered without hesitation. "Beep, Flame Sovereign King, rank 5 being, it is an elemental life form. Strength, 238. Agility, 124. Vitality, 495. Spiritual force, 1523. A unique resident of the fiery world, it is a rare mutation among hundreds of Morningstar fire elementals, allowing it to be a commander. Innate abilities: 1. Fire affinity 2. Fire skin 3. Fire elemental summon 4. Unknown, the AI chip quickly projected a 3D image of a large fire sovereign king in front of him. Beside the image was also a column with data in it that presented the opponent's statistics in detail. A rank 5 fire elemental life form with such stats. The figure of a Chem-In Serpent Emperor appeared behind Leylin. If he didn't want to use his trump card, Leylin would have to make use of certain methods to deal with a radiant moon rank creature. "Roar!" the flame sovereign king snarled, and 3 dark red bundles of light separated from its body, falling into the lava lake. Dark red bundles of light constantly expanded and eventually exploded, revealing 3 fire elemental life forms that had strange forms. Each of them had energy undulations that were at least at Morningstar. Swish scarlet energy channels appeared at the flame sovereign king's legs, and the water level of the entire lava lake sank. With the absorption of a large amount of lava, the toll on it from having a few subordinates separating from it had completely disappeared. A summoning spell that allows it to split up into beings with Morningstar strength, and it even has methods to replenish its energy. Leylin stroked his chin. This guy's vitality is just too powerful in the fiery world. With just a slight misstep, I'll have to deal with an arduous battle, which is rather disadvantageous. Roar! The 3 Morningstar fire elementals charged out at this moment, accompanied by the enraged howls of the flame sovereign king, bloodline seal. Leylin spread his hands, and red bloodline force formed a ring of light, binding a Morningstar fire elemental. Icy sphere. At the same time, a sparkling giant ball of ice exploded in the air, and snowflakes fell everywhere, even causing the temperature of the lava lake to drop by a few degrees. The 2 fire elementals that were attacking were covered by a layer of frost, solidifying and fusing with the ground. They were completely frozen. Warning, warning. Energy in the opposing fire elemental's body has violent undulations, determined to be on the verge of self-detonation. Host, please take note. The AI chip's prompt caused Leylin's expression to instantly change. At this moment, the sounds of the flame sovereign king's roars were transmitted over. Ow, bang, bang. Along with terrifying sound waves, the 3 Morningstar fire elementals were filled up with a bright layer of red as they exploded, boiling hot heat waves spreading through the area. Though Leylin had gotten a warning beforehand from the AI chip and darted away in time, he still hadn't escaped completely unscathed. Roar, 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 roar. At this moment, 4 bundles of glimmering dark red balls formed 4 Morningstar fire elementals, and Leylin's expression went dark. If I don't take care of the main body, this will be endless. Demonic black flames formed around Leylin's body, devouring the waves of fire from the previous detonations. The Black Phoenix flames raged in the fiery world, their devouring ability causing the opposing elementals to retreat. Even the Sovereign King was put in fear. Obscure fireplume technique, soaring demonic phoenix. Along with a high-pitched phoenix cry, a large black phoenix appeared in the air, 2 blazing flames sweeping across the region. The 4 elementals immediately burst apart, and their flames were absorbed by the black, demonic fire. This allowed the Black Phoenix to become even more enormous as it charged towards the Flame Sovereign King. Roar! The Flame Sovereign King bellowed, a layer of flaming skin covering it as it collided with the tremendous Black Phoenix. Demonic black flames flew in all directions just as the scarlet flames did, both using up each other's strength and devouring each other. The enormous vibrations spread in all directions in the labyrinth. In another area, Melinda chose a path with extreme familiarity. She'd met almost no dangers along the way and was moving without obstruction. Her eyes were now glimmering with something brighter than light itself. "I'm here. Are you ready?" All of a sudden, the immense waves caused by Leylin traveled here, causing even this path she was taking to shake. "The helpers this time are very powerful." Melinda laughed in satisfaction, her figure disappearing into the darkness. Whoosh! A giant black blade slashed out, the sword lights instantly causing 4 attacks that each beheaded an elemental. 4 large heads fell, blazing with raging flames. "You did well, brother." The sword-wielding fighter was naturally Clark. Behind him, Joanna stared at him with an unspeakable tenderness within her eyes. These 2 rank 5 magi had somehow bypassed the limitations of the Alanor labyrinth and were working together. "Soon, Joanna, soon, brother will bring you along to take revenge," Clark chuckled. All of a sudden, his expression changed. "Be careful. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 657, The Labyrinth's Collapse. The labyrinth's collapse, void shattered, and a red figure appeared beside Joanna. Endless flames lay docile on his body, flickering with scarlet light. This was evidently a peak rank 5 Magus. He solemnly grabbed at Joanna, pure golden flames turning into sharp claws that caused Joanna's defenses to break inch by inch. "Blazing Flame Monarch?" Clark howled with fury, arriving in front of her. The sharp, flaming claws ruthlessly grabbed him, causing the steel armor to break. Even the skin underneath had been roasted a charred black, revealing bright silver, metallic bones. Within the Alanor labyrinth, there was only one person who could move freely, and that was its owner, the Blazing Flame Monarch. Clark spat out fresh blood as he and Joanna were sent flying. "Brother, brother," Joanna kept screaming, eyes instantly turning blood red. "How dare you harm him? Why, brother? I want you dead." Thin, translucent threads emerged from her hands, and even the void itself was cut through as they headed in the direction of the red figure in the air. Fierce golden flames struck the translucent threads. Under the burning of the flames, the threads gradually melted. Not far away, Joanna turned pale. "Joanna, get behind me." At this point, Clark stood up once again as if he did not have a life-threatening injury on his chest. "Blazing Flame Monarch, I've waited for this day for a long time." BZZT. Clark's hands were on his giant black sword, emanating the terrifying undulations from high-grade magic equipment. The sharp rays of light were bright and dazzling, and even the void was constantly crumbling in front of it. "Sorrow of Gaia," Clark yelled in his anger, the phantom of a vast land appearing behind him. An aura of rot converged on his body, forming terrifying sword glints. Death and decay are not something a living soul can control. The scarlet being in the air spoke slowly, a red sword with flames on it similarly appearing in its hands. "In the name of fire, your only destination shall be the stillness of an eternal death." The whole world seemed to tremble and cheer as large amounts of fire elemental particles wound automatically around the surface of the flaming sword. These 2 longswords that had surpassed the limitations of space connected in the next instant, the dark green force that represented death and wilting up against the scarlet fire. Their collision formed a storm that annihilated everything. Red sword light flashed in the roiling storm, and Clark's whole body fell backwards. To be precise, half his body fell back. Everything under Clark's lower abdomen had completely disappeared, as if he had been chopped in half at the waist. It revealed a mechanical backbone and translucent fluids. The scarlet figure of the Blazing Flame Monarch was revealed once more as the energy storm dissipated. He stared at Clark's wounds and suddenly laughed. "It's not even a mechanical modification, just the puppet of a soul servant. The true Clark should have died long ago." He turned around, staring at Joanna, who had tears in her eyes. "A pretty good soul division technique. It's no wonder the 2 of you weren't separated when you came in. You are one and the same. Clark's your courage, longing, and hatred. After removing these qualities, your main body is only left with weakness." "No, my brother isn't dead." Joanna cried out like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, tears spilling out of her eyes. "Don't cry, sister." The half-bodied Clark on the ground consoled her with a smile, but the voice grew increasingly rigid and the sound intermittent. It eventually turned robotic. "Ah, wait. I seem to remember only a little girl surviving during that massacre then. Was it you?" A strange smile appeared on the Blazing Flame Monarch's face, You actually placed all your hopes on someone else. Even if you've reached rank 5, you're still trash. Words that were as sharp as a blade caused Joanna's face to turn deathly pale. No, I'm not. She hugged her head, on the brink of a complete breakdown. The blazing flame monarch looked proud, and just as he was about to deal her another blow and upset her further, his expression suddenly changed. Joanna was still hugging her head, but streams of black gas were dispelled from her body. A dangerous aura formed around her, one that even had him considering retreat. What's going on? Wait, she's the descendant of that deceased clan. Could it be? The blazing flame monarch's eyes shrank, and large amounts of flaming shackles appeared and shot towards Joanna. He was one step too late. Joanna looked up and began to scream. An endless, terrifying undulation immediately enveloped the whole region. Thud. The terrifying rank 5 fire elemental, the alligator-human hybrid flame Sovereign King, toppled down, the flames on its body extinguishing bit by bit. The 2 bundles of soul flames gradually dimmed in its eye sockets. Soul light was constantly dispelled from the body, bringing with it dense fire elemental particles that were like fireflies. They quickly disappeared into the air. Chirp. A high-pitched cry sounded, and a large black phoenix descended from the skies. The flames withdrew to reveal Leylin, who was within. The rank 5 flame Sovereign King really was quite troublesome. I almost had to use my arcane art. Leylin stood at the edges of the lava lake. After the death of the Sovereign King, the black walls of the labyrinth at the other side of the lake pushed and pulled each other like toy building blocks, revealing a pitch-black pathway. It's hard to tell how many stages there are in the labyrinth, unless... Leylin stroked the ring on his hand. A maze set up by a rank 6 Magus was something a rank 5 like him could only solve directly. It required another rank 6 to act to break it, or other special circumstances. An ear-piercing screech was transmitted to Leylin's ears, the hatred and terrifying energy it held causing Leylin's expression to change slightly. It came from there. Did anything happen? Boom. One of the walls slowly crumbled following the explosion, and large amounts of black dust fell down. The labyrinth is already showing signs of collapsing. This power seems to be a unique type that's rumored to have existed in ancient times. Leylin's eyes glinted coldly. While he was focused on the energy undulations, space suddenly collapsed around him. A scarlet figure appeared before him like before. Flames seethed in the opponent's hands, seemingly breaking their limitations to possess a terrifying heat. They caused the other energy particles to constantly draw back. There were only flames within this domain. The origin law of fire. So you're the one who's been spying on me, Leylin snickered, his right hand unhesitatingly activating the silver ring. Streams of fog dissipated, instantly forming a world of fog. Roar. The phantom of a 4-armed cyclops with hard skin emerged from the ring. The fog space of the ancient misty fog giant. The world of fog enveloped Leylin and the person who had launched a sneak attack. The opponent's law of fire was already tangled up by the fog, using up its energy. With the blood from Bevis as the basis, and via in-depth processing by the AI chip, Leylin had successfully created a bloodline imprint of the misty fog giant and sealed it within the ring. Since it was a spell that could be activated using a bloodline, Leylin's bloodline imprint had reached a might of rank 6. Is this the law of fog? Leylin could sense a deep-seated force in this world of fog. This was the law that controlled it. Due to its connection with the bloodline imprint, he gained some rudimentary control as well. Large amounts of gray fog were like the most docile stream of water to him, allowing him to do as he liked. Crush him! With Leylin's command, great amounts of gray fog immediately turned into hardened rock, bringing with them the world will as they rained down on the red figure. This isn't your own ability, it's an ancient rank 6 spell. The tremendous force caused the scarlet figure to cry out involuntarily. He was covered by the fog immediately after. Red light constantly penetrated through the fog, yet it grew increasingly dark. This is the real ancient fog space. If Bevis had used a spell like this, I might have long since been defeated or even killed, Leylin sighed. While Bevis did have the blood of the misty fog giant, he had no AI chip, and it wasn't as if he could endlessly consume his bloodline for spells. Leylin was different. After being purified by the AI Chip, the blood of the misty fog giant, now displayed its might like in ancient times. Damn it, there's another one. Another voice sounded from within the fog, and it soon turned deathly silent. The world of fog dissipated, returning to the scene of the lava lake from before. Another one? Light flashed, and Leylin's figure emerged. Looks like it isn't the first time he's been at such a disadvantage, and Leylin stared at where the scarlet figure had been. There was now nothing there. A rank 5 clone? Looks like the blazing flame monarch has no helpers nearby and has no choice but to do this himself. Good timing. I'll make use of this. Leylin waved his arms, and the fog that had not completely dispersed spread out, completely corroding the walls of the labyrinth. Crack, crack. The labyrinth walls that had already gone through immense damage could not hold on any longer and began to break apart inch by inch. Much of the wall turned into powder, and this was still spreading further. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658, Flame Monarch. Flame Monarch. The Alanor Labyrinth was a maze pattern that a rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus had painstakingly set up. The Magi who wished to intrude would have to advance by passing through all of the stages, only then reaching the end. Now, after withstanding all this damage, as well as 2 intentional attacks on Leylin's end, the labyrinth had begun to crumble. Bit by bit, the walls split open, glowing runes turning to powder. The lava lake from before was gradually drying up, revealing a surface full of cracks. The pathways were continuously crumbling with this area as the center. The collapse of the Alanor Labyrinth is happening earlier than I expected. Melinda furrowed her beautiful brows and sank into deep thought. A dark shadow then charged towards the heart of the labyrinth at a quicker pace. Within the barriers of the boundless world crack was the fiery world. It was like the sun, the exterior of which was the imposing and serene Alanor Labyrinth. All of a sudden, the labyrinth creaked. It was like it could no longer hold its burden, and began to collapse inch by inch. Once the foundations completely crumbled, the large building began to topple with a loud rumble, and the surrounding fire elementals fled for their lives. Along with a tremendous rumbling sound, the labyrinth completely broke down, revealing a minor plane. Light flashed in the air, and Melinda took the first step onto this minor plane. This minor plane was like the Morning Star area, a world that was yet to mature. This minor plane was obviously much smaller than the Morning Star area, with only a single layer. One could even see it end to end. With just one look, Melinda could see a flaming figure sitting on a throne of pure gold at the middle of the place. At the same time, the flaming figure turned and met Melinda's gaze. Terrifying energy that reached rank 6 emanated from the opponent's body, hovering around him. This was a rank 6 Magus, a Breaking Dawn. It was a monarch. The Magus sitting on the golden throne had evidently grasped some bits of the laws of fire. This was the blazing flame monarch, the ruler of an enormous territory and the one who almost caused the extinction of the bloodline Warlocks. "You're here?" the blazing flame monarch asked, the voice androgynous. "Yes, I've returned to take back what belongs to me," Melinda muttered, her tone becoming increasingly resolute. "You were mere emotions that I intentionally dispelled so that I could advance to Breaking Dawn. You're just garbage I tossed out. What are you taking me back for?" The flames dissipated, revealing the figure of the Magus on the throne. Yet this Magus was obviously female. What's more, her face bore some semblance to Melinda's. "No, I am the consciousness of the main body. You're only a thief that took it over." "A despicable thief?" Melinda's face flushed red. "So you're making use of this opportunity and trying to steal everything back." The female Magus on the throne chuckled, as if she was watching a mischievous child making a fuss in front of her. "But I have to admit, the allies you've found are excellent Magi. They're powerful and hold the possibility of advancing further. They could very well become new monarchs in the future." "Everything's over. Return what's mine to me." Melinda took a step forward, her aura fluctuating abruptly, seemingly even exceeding the peak of rank 5. "Having lost me, you're at your weakest. And the more powerful I am, the weaker you get." Melinda took several steps forward, eyes glimmering with light. "As long as I can suppress you, I'll be able to obtain everything." Pure golden flames rose once more, and the female Magus atop the flame throne slowly got up. "You're wrong. No matter how weak a Breaking Dawn Magus is, there's still a Breaking Dawn at the core. It's already been 3,000 years. Did you think I did nothing at all in this time? It's just an issue pertaining to the soul. With the support of Fire Origin Force, as well as the amassed knowledge of the Magus World, I found a way to mend the loss of a part of my true soul. As if to verify her words, a golden sun appeared behind the female Magus. Boiling hot strength rippled out from the true soul, emanating energy waves that put Melinda on the verge of suffocation. This was a Breaking Dawn's true soul. The icy cold of moonlight had transformed into terrifying, boiling light. Its volume and power showed that it had reached the peak. "You've recovered?" Melinda abruptly halted her footsteps. "Not only have I recovered, I've even forged ahead to greater heights." The blazing flame monarch stated, an unquestionably terrifying energy held within her. "Keek, I seem to have heard something amazing." A translucent figure emerged, and Jin's hoarse voice sounded from the shadows. "So Melinda, you're my enemy as well." Joanna and Leylin hurried over around the same time. Joanna was quite different from before, and Clark hadn't appeared, as if he'd disappeared. Joanna was now glaring at Melinda with hatred. "I trusted you so much in the past, but you betrayed me." Leylin observed Joanna's state. "So it's her. I thought the first vibrations were from Jin or Melinda. This appearance, she looks quite similar to one of the 12 top-grade bodies written down in ancient records." The AI chip completely recorded down Joanna's external appearance and presented it to Leylin with a projection. The Joanna in the projection had completely dark purple hair, and a strange flower-shaped pattern appeared on her forehead like a tattoo. Yet it rippled with some sort of luster. Beep. Detected abnormal radiations from target's body. Vigorous increase in ability to attract energy particles with runes seen on the surface of the body, the AI. Chip began to present the results of its scanning. And in Leylin's eyes, Joanna's body seemed to turn into a gigantic magnet, attracting the free energy particles in the air. They formed a mysterious circuit in her body, allowing her spiritual and magic power to replenish itself continuously. It even seemed to rise, breaking through a bottleneck. "I really want to." Leylin lowered his head, eyes flickering with an intelligent glint. "I really want to study her. It's not just her physique. This ability clearly has something to do with a natural ability to increase the aptitude of the soul itself. I can increase elemental affinity, but a natural gift like this to strengthen the soul has practically gone extinct in the central continent. Whatever she did to your clan occurred after I separated from her. It's the same with the bloodline Warlocks. I am not your enemy." Melinda glanced at Joanna and Leylin, smiling wryly as she gave an explanation. "Her strength slightly exceeds my expectations. I'll need your help." "I don't care about that." Jin was the first to retort. "You promised to share the law comprehension crystals with us once we killed her. Was that all a lie?" It was only at this point that Leylin remembered that Melinda had promised to split the law comprehension crystals from the blazing flame monarch's death evenly. She didn't even seem to mind losing her own share. At that point, they had all been against the blazing flame monarch, and Leylin had assumed Melinda was like them as well, only satisfied with the monarch's death. However, by the looks of it, she had left behind a loophole that wasn't quite a loophole. She was part of the flame monarch's soul, and once Melinda returned to her main body and gained control over the blazing flame monarch, that meant the monarch was dead. Yet, as the other party had not truly died, it was impossible for there to be any law comprehension crystals, and even more impossible for there to be any distribution. This woman harbored terrible intentions from the very beginning and wanted to use us as laborers. Leylin shook his head and sighed. "Though I never did expect much from her, this is still quite upsetting." He could tell that if Melinda succeeded, their only gains from this mission would be what they got from Dew City, nothing more. On the other hand, Melinda would have become the blazing flame monarch. Even they wouldn't dare to complain about a rank 6 Magus, even if they had thoughts against it. Melinda's plan was very perfect, but she had not thought Leylin and Joanna would have strength surpassed her expectations. On top of that, the blazing flame monarch had actually eliminated the issues from the breaking up of a trucial, and was perhaps now at her peak. "All who have the audacity to violate my city are to kneel and repent before me." Boiling hot soul force was like steel that sealed the space around them. The blazing flame monarch's low voice resounded through the area, putting Leylin under immense pressure. Melinda's expression was first terrible but quickly brightened up. No, that's not it. We still have a chance. If her injuries were really completely healed, she wouldn't hide here and watch us invade and destroy Dew's City, even letting her subordinates be massacred at our hands. Leylin, Joanna, I'm depending on you now. No matter what requests you have after this is over, I'll agree to them. Before, Leylin and Joanna's strength had been too outstanding and caused there to be some changes in Melinda's calculations. However, it was these changes that gave her hope. How ridiculous! Before Leylin and the rest could reply, the female Magus in front of the throne snickered. Golden rays of light were like a world of their own, dazzling gold soul force pouring out with large amounts of flames. It led Leylin to almost believe he was watching the rebirth of the sun's child here. In the midst of this scorching first sunrise, a pitiful cry rang out. When Leylin opened his eyes once more, Jin was now raised and held in the blazing flame monarch's hand. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 659, Trump Card and Resolution. Trump Card and Resolution. Out of all these people, you were the one that I felt was the most dangerous. I didn't expect it to be an old friend. The female flame Magus stared at the faint human figure in her hands, a slight smile on her face. I don't know what you're saying. Jin's voice was hoarse and robotic. Kellard, I cannot tolerate any outsiders peeping in on my land of flames. The blazing flame monarch seemed to be confident in herself. A terrifying golden soul force entered Jin's body with her declaration, threads of gold traveling through the faint body as they burst into golden flames. The blazing flame monarch conjured an illusory scene from of Jin's body. A platinum figure seemed to be seated on a throne within a spacious place. The golden flames seemed to pierce through the void, descending in that area. A low sigh was heard from the platinum figure. A feather appeared, turning into an odd-looking longsword amidst white light. There were feather-shaped ornaments on the hilt of this sword that swung down viciously. The void surged and separated, the palace from before disappearing. Jin exploded like a balloon in the blazing flame monarch's hands. Kellard, is that the monarch of the sky's real name? I'd assume Jin was a spirit Magus, to think he was actually a puppet. It looks like it isn't just Melinda that's plotting against the blazing flame monarch. Intelligence flashed in Leylin's eyes, and he looked towards the blazing flame monarch who seemed completely fine but was silent. But a monarch's plot can't be so weak, can it? A hint of anticipation rose in Leylin's eyes. After all, this was a Breaking Dawn Magus working behind the scenes. Jin shouldn't be so easy to deal with. BZZT, BZZT. At this moment, a few pure white goose feathers fell on Leylin's shoulder like snow, causing him to freeze. Immediately after, a snow of feathers fell down on the place. The ground was covered by a thin layer of white that even shrouded the blazing flame monarch's golden soul force. Cracks began to appear on the boundary of the half-dimension, but the effects were even worse on the blazing flame monarch herself. Rumble. Golden flames burst forth from her body, immediately burning the feathers that drew close to ashes. However, there was still some white that managed to pass through her defenses. Her expression changed. Damn you, Kellard. Boom, the feathers exploded, causing her to sway a little. Immediately after, the scorching sun that was her true soul suddenly dimmed, and the temperature nearby quickly lowered. The oppressive aura in the half-dimension was reduced. Brown cracks streaked across the faint figure of the blazing flame monarch's true soul, and even the monarch's own aura weakened. So you still can't completely suppress your injuries. Melinda moved forward, an odd aura being emanated from her body as it pounced towards the monarch. Die! Joanna was even faster. Her aura had already reached the peak of radiant moon, and purple gas converged to form a trident that pierced towards the blazing flame monarch. Get out of the way! The golden flames on the monarch's body grew tenfold as exuberant with her cry, incinerating everything the monarch of the skies had arranged. After launching that attack, the blazing flame monarch staggered backwards, and cracks began to appear on the golden throne behind her. Facing the attacks of Melinda and Joanna, the monarch's expression grew solemn. It was as if she was a god when she made the declaration. I am the blazing flame monarch. The laws of fire in this world shall be controlled by I alone. Large amounts of scarlet fire particles appeared, forming something on a level higher than a domain that completely enveloped the area. You've comprehended the laws of fire? Even just a bit is already so powerful. Leylin's head hung down a little, covering his eyes that were constantly emitting light. He could feel with his senses that the moment the blazing flame monarch summoned this plane of fire that was even more powerful than a domain. The fire elemental particles that he could normally control seemed to have an aura that rejected the summons of his soul force. This was much more intense than the elemental isolation of a morning star domain. Leylin even felt that the fire element now had a life and will of its own, and was automatically rejecting his control over it. Just comprehending a tiny portion of a law gives you a huge advantage over weaker existences, Leylin sighed. At this moment, the blazing flame monarch's right hand ruthlessly grabbed forward. Law of fire? Rumble. A bundle of flames emerged in front of her, seeming neither strong nor very hot. However, it was like the most primal fire in the world, filled with a great ancient aura of leadership. The tip of the purple trident sizzled and melted the moment it came into contact with the fire. The sound caused Joanna's expression to warp. The scarlet flames seemed to have a life of their own in the blazing flame monarch's hands and immediately flickered as they turned into a fiery whip. Joanna's body was sent flying backwards, a long, luminous burn mark on her body. I am the master of the flames, one who has grasped the power of law. You can't stop me. A berserk soul force radiated from the blazing flame monarch as if to prove her point. Melinda took several steps backwards. The soul force at the breaking dawn realm had caused a backlash to her hand, and 2 streams of blood dripped from her eyes. She quickly retreated and transmitted to Leylin, "You're not going to fight back?" "I can do that, but what benefits will you give me?" Leylin's arms were bunched together as he stared at Melinda coldly. "What do you want?" Melinda was about to go crazy. At this point, Leylin was still ignorant of the big picture. Did he not know that once the blazing flame monarch killed her and Joanna, he wouldn't be able to escape either? "I want the method you used to divide your true soul and sever the soul." Leylin was very confident that he could flee, which was why he was in no hurry and was even bargaining for the best benefits. With his strength, he was confident he could escape even the blazing flame monarch at her peak, much less now when she was incomplete. He was rather interested in the technique of soul separation that she possessed. Though he wouldn't do it himself, it would be a good supplement for his database. "All right," Melinda agreed to Leylin's condition unhesitatingly. As of now, the priority was eliminating the blazing flame monarch. No matter how important the technique of severing souls was, it was just some information. There was obviously no issue at all. This was not all. Leylin instantly sensed Melinda's sincerity. Beep. Discovered spiritual force data interface. Allow transmission? The AI chip asked robotically. After Leylin chose to allow the transmission, large amounts of information instantly emerged in his mind. Though he did not go through it in detail, the AI chip's scans showed that this was the real deal. The power of laws can only be dealt with by laws. The gray ring on Leylin's right hand exploded, and a puff of fog appeared, forming a gray world that contended with the opposing monarch's flame plane. A rank 6 bloodline spell? Gray fog and scarlet flames each consumed the energy of the other, and space itself was torn apart where these 2 tremendous domains met. A cry sounded from the blazing flame monarch side. "Darned bloodline warlocks, I should have completely destroyed you long ago." These words that were filled with hatred did not cause Leylin to stop. He smiled instead. "I've always loved listening to the anguish and ire of those who want to eliminate me. It means they're completely defeated." Even if Leylin had sealed a bloodline imprint from Bevis, Misty Fog giant bloodline in the ring, he could only launch 2 attacks. One had been used on the blazing flame monarch's clone, and the other was being employed here. "I-chip, focus on collecting information," Leylin ordered. With the chip as a medium, Leylin could somewhat sense and manipulate the laws of fog. How could he not record such precious information? Beep. Beginning to record under laws of fog, the AI chip quickly intoned. At this moment, large amounts of gray fog formed a monster with 3 heads that was under Leylin's control. Toxins, lightning, and frost were being spewed out by these heads, striking the flame plane. Even stray energy from the toxins, lightning, and frost caused Melinda and Joanna to retreat in a hurry, afraid to get hit. My bloodline imprint only has one attack left. If you have any methods, use them now. I'll break through the opponent's defensive laws. Leylin stared at Melinda and Joanna without much emotion. The three-headed monster roared and tore at the flame plane, revealing the main body of the blazing flame monarch. Whoosh! A sharp gray claw descended and extinguished the flames that the blazing flame monarch had summoned and even tore apart the flame shackles. At this moment, a trace of astonishment appeared on the monarch's confident face. She had evidently never thought that Leylin's control over the power of laws would grow this quickly. "Brother, wait for me. I am about to be done with my vengeance." A deep hatred rose in Joanna's eyes for the blazing flame monarch. She pounced forward, streams of purple gas appearing from her back to form a gigantic plant that was similar to the flower on her forehead. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, Erosion of the Sun, Let's Perish Together? Joanna had on an insane smile. It was as if death was not the end for her, only a beginning. Many roots formed from her body, wrapping around her and the blazing flame monarch. The faint image of the purple plant solidified, and the roots wound tightly together as the two fell into the half-dimension. Branches and leaves spread out, the bud at the very top growing and blooming. With the blazing flame monarch's infuriated howls, a purple flower bud with unworldly beauty slowly blossomed in the half-dimension. A terrifying strength took form at the same time, forming purple light that spread in all directions. Even the world of fog was affected as it crumbled down. "This is bad," Leylin's pupils shrank. The remaining fog force immediately created a thick wall-like structure in front of him, behind which Melinda squeezed in unceremoniously. Following that, purple light spread through the skies and drowned the area. The half-dimension hidden within the labyrinth burst apart under the purple light, and many black holes appeared in the region, devouring the surroundings. The scene looked to be of the world's end. The stray energy from the explosion still bombarded the protective sphere of the fiery world, causing it to shake. Once everything calmed down again, the original world crack now looked completely different. Large amounts of irreparable spatial rifts had appeared in the place, and endless turbulence streaked past the void, causing what was now in ruins further damage. Even the nebulae around the place, what was similar to his previous world, had completely dissipated in the explosion. Bits of dimmed starlight flashed every once in a while from the edges, as if fading away and reconciling to this fact. A large bundle of fog dissipated in this shattered void, revealing the figures of Leylin and Melinda. As expected from the physique of an ancient clan, the destructive force from her self-detonation, Leylin seemed to be praising it, yet there was still some regret in his words. He was very interested in studying this sort of physique, and had never expected the other party to so resolutely detonate herself. The terrifying storm that formed as a result was enough for Leylin and Melinda to be affected even with the defense from the rank 6 energy of the misty fog giant, and they cut sorry figures. The bloodline, Leylin's eyes turned red, and a small-scale vortex formed in his hands. Some of the items in the void seemed to be attracted by some formless strength and automatically reached Leylin's hand. Large motes of light condensed to form a droplet of purple blood with bits of gold shimmering within. "So this is all that remains? What an overbearing spell," Leylin sighed, stowing the blood away. "Not yet. The blazing flame monarch isn't dead." There was glee following Melinda's gasp of surprise. This was the best situation for her, with the blazing flame monarch heavily injured and unable to resist her claim to dominance. "She's a breaking dawn Magus after all. How could she die so easily?" Leylin nodded solemnly. He'd never dared to underestimate such a high-ranking Magus. On top of that, the AI chip did not give any conclusion of sorts, and instead scanned the space for the aura of the blazing flame monarch. This made Leylin even more acutely aware of the result. Golden flames abruptly surged in the void, increasing in volume to form a giant blazing door. The blazing flame monarch walked out of this giant door, her detached eyes full of ruthlessness. Rumble. The flaming door quickly shrank to form a golden Magus robe that draped over her body. "I never thought a bug like you would interfere with the reincarnation procedure this time. It seems like ancient clans like these and the bloodline warlocks should all be exterminated." A peak rank 6 aura was being emitted from their opponent's body, and Leylin and Melinda shared a glance as they laughed bitterly. The ability to be revived by flames, Leylin stroked his chin, seems rather well-suited to the fire element. It even has a healing effect which shares some similarities to the icy world's freezing innate skill. We're already in this situation, and you still have time to think about that. Melinda didn't know whether to laugh or cry in response. Yet the blazing flame monarch had already raised her right hand, and a longsword made of raging flames appeared in it. In the name of the blazing flame monarch, I shall judge you. Immense flames surged out with sword lights. These flames were not ordinary, they were from the law of fire. Just the descent of a few wisps drew out all the fire elemental particles in the region in an instant. All the other elemental particles were tyrannically rejected and repelled. With her rebirth from the flames, not only had the blazing flame monarch managed to survive Joanna's self-detonation, but she'd also healed all her injuries. She had regained her strength as a peak rank 6 monarch. Get out of the way, Leylin pushed at Melinda, and a large amount of crimson light surged out. Bloodline shield. Rumble. The flaming sword struck the shield, emitting a frigid sound. On the other side, Melinda tossed out a piece of magic equipment similar to a statue, blocking the blazing flame monarch's attack. With Joanna's death, Melinda and Leylin were the only two invaders remaining. Leylin's rank 6 bloodline fog had left a deep impression on her, so Melinda transmitted a query to him. Do you still have another bloodline imprint? No. Do you think a rank 6 bloodline is so easily obtained? The amount of blood I had was only enough to create 2 imprints. Leylin glared at Melinda, waving his right hand. He was speaking the truth. The ring on his hand had long since disappeared. Upon hearing this, a hint of despair appeared in Melinda's beautiful eyes. I can't take this lying down. Am I really going to die with Big Brother here? She's going crazy again. Watching Melinda, whose voice had turned into that of a little girl once more, Leylin was rendered speechless. It seemed like the original blazing flame monarch had discarded more than one portion of her soul, which was why Melinda had such bizarre emotions and a split personality. Despicable Warlock bloodline and the trashes that I had disposed of before, let me purge you completely today. The blazing flame monarch that had regained her full strength took several steps closer, the peak rank 6 strength causing Leylin's expression to change. Only when face to face with her did he realize how terrifying the might of a monarch was. The opponent's true soul was like a scorching sun, tens of times larger than that of a radiant moon and of better quality. This golden soul force exceeded the strength of radiant moon soul force and made even Leylin feel suppressed. Erosion of the sun? The monarch raised her sword once more, the faint image of her true soul appearing behind her. Black light formed at the heart of the sun, converging on the tip of the flaming longsword. From the black spot, Leylin could feel a terrifying energy that could obliterate everything in its path. Opposing qualities, huh? This is incomparably close to the antimatter theory in my previous world. Purify! Along with an exclamation, the blazing flame monarch swung her sword out, pitch black light beginning to shoot towards Leylin and Melinda. Full of destructive energy, it surged like a stormy sea and roared. The world origin force of the fiery world beside them boiled and disappeared into the blazing flame monarch's body, causing this attack to grow even more powerful. An attack befitting one at the peak of rank 6, Leylin sighed, and then did not hesitate as he commanded, AI chip, begin defensive plan number 2. Beep. Mission established, beginning usage of host's energy and forming defense. The AI chip's icy voice intoned immediately. Meanwhile, a layer of black chem-in scales appeared on the surface of his body. He tossed out large numbers of potions that formed a colorful defense. At the outermost layer, the bloodline shield changed its shape with the manipulation of the AI chip, welcoming the black light headed their way. Rumble, space itself crumbled. Even a world crack could not withstand such a powerful explosion, and spatial storms were formed everywhere. Leylin emerged from the explosion, much of his Magus robes torn apart. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. So, Melinda, are you dead yet? Leylin's eyes flashed with wit as he glanced in Melinda's direction. White light flashed in the void, and Melinda's head appeared. Her body had completely severed from below the neck, and on those body parts there were signs of burns that had clotted and turned into scars. If I died, you'd definitely have died before me. Melinda's face was now as pale as a dead person, as if she had lost all blood. I can't hold this for long. Do you have any other methods to deal with her? I have one more. Melinda, who now only had a head, glanced at Leylin and seemed to have made up her mind. Yes. Leylin pretended to struggle with the decision and spoke in a low voice, but that's my life-saving trump card. Once it's used, I'm not going to bother with you. You don't need to. As long as you can successfully suppress her for a period of time, leave everything to me. All the benefits that I spoke of in the contract will be given to you. Melinda gritted her teeth. Fine, Leylin chuckled, and a few balls made of crystal appeared. Within these sparkling crystal balls was a dark red gas that was like a river. Boom, 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 many of the balls exploded, and a strange power spread outwards. It's no use, I've already grasped authority over flames. Any attacks below laws? The flame monarch stopped abruptly, her beautiful eyes suddenly showing astonishment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661, Seizing and Assist. Seizing and assist. In actuality, the blazing flame monarch was still on her guard against Melinda and Leylin. Not taking into account her opponent's secret plan before, the tens of crystal balls that Leylin had sent out and exploded made it seem as if he was about to cast some spell. That already made the flame monarch feel some unease. This was an ability similar to prophecy, and was common among high-ranked magi. However, it was extremely rare for the blazing flame monarch to get one with such a violent warning. Hence, she instantly made her move, and golden soul force swept the area as the law of fire covered the void. However, her strength strangely had no effect on the dark red fog, and no matter how hot the golden flames blazed, the dark red streams of gas still flowed in the air undisturbed. Damn it, erosion of the sun. The blazing flame monarch raised her longsword high in the air once more, the black points swelling and emitting a terrifying aura that was even more terrifying than before. This is about half of the dream force that I amassed. Leylin's heart was aching as well. There was a limit to how much dream force he could store. He needed to use vessels from Dreamscape, and for this reason he'd used up much of what he'd acquired. It could be said that in order to create this environment, he had thrown in most of his gains from Dreamscape. However, it was because he had put in these hard-earned savings that the effects were extraordinary. Leylin could sense the dense dream force spreading through the area, something that caused even Melinda's eyes to glaze over slightly. Dreamforce was no weaker than the power of laws, which was why the blazing flame monarch's fires had little effect on it. After all, she had yet to completely grasp the laws of fire anyway, or she would long since have advanced to rank 7 instead of hovering around rank 6. At this point, the results from the AI chip scans were presented before Leylin's eyes. Beep. A mission of Dreamforce complete. Meets standards of using Dreamforce. It's not as if I've never defeated a rank 6 before. Leylin's lips quirked up in a smile, and immediately a complicated and illusory spell model with colorful rays was used in that instant. Dreamforce condensed in boundless tides around his body. Radiant Moon Dreamforce spell, Destray Dream. Leylin's eyes seemed to glaze over, and formless waves enveloped the blazing flame monarch. The monarch's eyes showed her confusion as the energy undulations from her body, strangely, came to a complete stop. Destray Dream. This rank 5 Dreamforce spell targeted a Magus, Trussel, and had a 90% chance of being effective on a Radiant Magus, leading them to be unable to control themselves even if they were about to die. Even when facing a Breaking Dawn Magus, it had a success rate of over 50%. The blazing flame monarch was now in a dream, her Trussel having lost its way. She was completely unable to move, and her only defense came by instinct. Quick, I can only hold it for 3 seconds. Leylin yelled at Melinda. I never expected you to have a trump card like this. Melinda's head stared at Leylin, eyes full of meaning. Immediately after, flames began to burn and incinerate the remaining flesh and blood she had. A pure white soul figure suddenly emerged amidst the flames. Though I have a strong desire to expel the opponent's conscient and return to my body, there's no time. The soul figure suddenly broke through the boundaries of spacetime and appeared in front of the blazing flame monarch. She was now in a despondent state, and her instinctive defense had no effect towards Melinda. The soul figure disappeared into the forehead of the monarch, the entire process going through without a hitch. Damn it. Get out, the dreamforce quickly dissipated, and the blazing flame monarch had regained her senses. However, her expression kept warping and her muscles trembling. She abruptly raised her right hand, as if trying to pull something out of her forehead. Yet the left hand strangely grabbed the right. It was as if there were two people fighting in her body. As expected, in a situation with no other methods, Melinda chose to return to the main body. Watching this, a smile appeared on Leylin's lips. Melinda was merely an incomplete soul, while her opponent had the main body that had been tempered over thousands of years. Her soul force was tremendous beyond belief, and Melinda was surely no match for her. Her initial plan was to take advantage of the blazing flame monarch's strength being at a low, using Leylin and the rest to deal the monarch a serious blow. She would then destroy the soul and place her own conscient in the blazing flame monarch's body. It was a pity that the blazing flame monarch had a method of suppressing the injuries to her soul, which had caused setbacks in Melinda's plans. Thankfully, with the monarch of the skies helping from behind the scenes and the surprising strength of Joanna and Leylin, the situation had reached this stage. The situation was currently do or die. Perhaps Leylin had a chance of surviving a Breaking Dawn's hunt, but Melinda was definitely going to die. As part of the opponent's soul that had awakened its own senses and wanted to eliminate the main conscient, she would definitely be hunted down endlessly by the monarch. Hence, after weighing the pros and cons, the only thing she could do was take the risk and enter the other party's sea of consciousness and strive to achieve control over the main body. Though there was a powerful conscient in the sea of consciousness, it wasn't as if Melinda lacked any advantages. At the very least, she had an ally in Leylin. The blazing flame monarch had accumulated injuries over the various battles and the self-detonation, but she either had some secret methods or was forcefully suppressing them. This was why she was confident in her success. Though her chances weren't greater than 50%, this was a better option than dying without even a corpse remaining. Die, you unnecessary trash. An unusual scene appeared on the monarch's body. A few illusory female faces appeared on her own, like layered masks. There was malevolence, anger, even peace on some. The one similarity was that they all looked like Melinda. I am the ruler of flames. How can I lose to you? A white illusory face abruptly emerged, its appearance and tone very similar to the flame monarch. Stop struggling. You are me. In addition, my control over the law of fire isn't inferior to yours. Melinda's face appeared as well. Following that, this face switched to one that was childlike, eyes full of tears as it gazed up at Leylin. Big brother, help me. How? Leylin's expression was cold. I can temporarily suppress her defenses. You use your soul force and invade the blazing flame monarch sea of consciousness. Believe me, this will be extremely beneficial to you. The young Melinda's expression was miserable and moving, yet Leylin remained apathetic. Yes, there are definitely benefits from experiencing how energy revolves in a rank 6 Magus body, and I'll even be able to make contact with the law of fire. However, I've my own method of dealing with this. Leylin chuckled, a malicious intent gleaming in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll help you now. Crimson rings of light formed at Leylin's back, causing him to transform into a terrifying ancient Chem-In emperor, two gigantic amber pupils staring at the blazing flame monarch. You're thinking of the young Melinda showed the expression of a struggle before she went silent, and the blazing flame monarch's face got out. Damned Warlock, what are you going to do? Boundless golden shackles appeared around the monarch. I'm obviously going to help. A callous voice was transmitted from the Chem-In emperor, and petrifying light burst forth and caused the flame shackles to be covered with a layer of stone as they cracked. The Chem-In emperor's tail ruthlessly struck the blazing flame monarch, and with a flicker of black light, she flew backwards a great distance. The defensive magic equipment on her body shattered. With the monarch's wealth, she definitely had at least a piece of high-grade magic equipment on her person, but under Leylin's attack, it was as fragile as paper mache. This wasn't purely because of the frightful offensive ability of the Chem-In emperor. It had to do in part with there being nobody controlling it. You! The flame monarch suddenly stopped speaking, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard, causing the soul's face to contort with pain. The light dulled by a large extent. Very good, continue attacking her and attract her attention. Lights flashed and Melinda's face appeared. It's my pleasure to do so, Leylin laughed, and immediately after terrifying rumbling could be heard in the void. Pack, pow, pack, pow. The terrifying force from an ancient rank 5 creature caused the void to shake and the world crack. The blazing flame monarch at the center had now sustained injuries that were difficult to even imagine. If not for the support of the law of fire, as well as the durability of the body of a breaking dawn magus, far exceeding that of regular people, she would long since have become minced meat. 2 tiny worm-like souls nibbled away at the largest soul body on her face, causing the blazing flame monarch to let out cries of misery. Gradually, the soul's light dimmed and allowed Melinda to gain the upper hand. Good. That's enough, stop attacking. When I've gained complete control over the body. Melinda's face showed her glee, but that quickly turned into an enraged shriek. What are you doing? She could see the Chem-In Emperor that Leylin had turned into constantly shrinking until it turned into a python that was only tens of meters long, abruptly charging towards her. Its fangs were bared. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662, Departure and Harvests. Departure and Harvests. The Chem-In Emperor was originally over 100 kilometers long, but its figure had shrunk 1,000-fold as it became a python that was only tens of meters in length. Terrifying light burst forth from what used to be its scales. The 2 eyes of the python stared straight at Melinda, and her heart couldn't help but palpitate upon seeing the merciless expression in them. Leylin's voice came from the python. You've had enough, but that doesn't mean I have. According to our deal, I've come for my reward. Following these words, the humongous python suddenly spread its mouth wide open, and a black hole formed within. Innate ability, devour. No! In the midst of Melinda's pained cries, the Chem-In Emperor that Leylin had transformed into bit ferociously onto the arm of the blazing flame monarch. Soon after, it ripped open the space without hesitation and escaped. Buzz! Its scales flashed with a glaring brilliance and even had traces of blood. Leylin had obviously used some sort of secret method that allowed him to disappear from Melinda's senses almost instantly. Whoosh! Golden blood droplets suddenly started splashing from where the arm was broken. Blood dripped into the empty space drop by drop, forming a large ball of golden flames in the blink of an eye. It was only now that Melinda started to let out a hysterical blood-curdling screech. As a breaking dawn magus, limb damage was not even considered a severe injury to her, but what Leylin had used earlier was his own innate ability, devour. He had bitten into her flesh and devoured her bloodline. This even included a portion of her comprehension of laws and her soul. Her comprehension of laws had been stolen. The anguish of her soul being ripped apart almost made Melinda think she'd returned to the moment when she'd split her soul. It was at this time that the blazing flame monarch's conscient, which had been suppressed, appeared suddenly and unleashed a ferocious counterattack. Damn it, Melinda roared, and horrifying golden flames spread out in all directions continuously. Her other losses were still tolerable, but the disappearance of her comprehension of laws and the damage done to her bloodline could even make her drop in rank. The counterattack by the blazing flame monarch's conscient at this moment left her without any time to chase after and attack Leylin. She could only roar in depression and once again concentrate her energy on fighting the monarch. The pure gold flames gradually filled up the region, and even traces of dust were burnt until there was nothing left. Only the gigantic golden-yellow cocoon in the center was still throbbing rhythmically, as if a phoenix waiting to rise from the ashes. In a world where flames were everywhere, space was pulled apart as though it were a curtain, revealing Leylin's silhouette. He peeked at his surroundings before giving a command without hesitation. AI chip. Beep. Begin connection sequence. Activating astral gate. With the AI chip's voice sounding out, an enormous door bathed in blue flames slowly formed in front of Leylin, and he stepped into it without the slightest situation. The world began spinning with a single step, and when he ran his eyes over his surroundings once again, he had already arrived in the laboratory at Dew City. Faint roars and shrieks could still be heard from outside, Dew City having descended into chaos. Outside of the laboratory, the subordinates of Jupiter's Thunder and Joanna stood on guard, and all seemed still. In the midst of such a disorderly scene, it appeared even more eye-catching. A few civilians and such came forth to request for help from time to time, but were all rejected without mercy. The bodies on the ground still emitted a strong aura of death, effectively intimidating the few who still wanted to try their luck. As for the biological beasts, having seen the terror that Leylin could bring, they had run away as far as they could long ago. Whether they created disasters elsewhere was not of Leylin's concern. "Sir," a few of the Morning Star Magi who were standing guard saw the astral gate open. Upon seeing that only Leylin had returned, their expressions changed. Leylin nodded his head, indifferent. His entire being then transformed into a ray of black flames which dispersed. In just a few flashes, he vanished into the horizon. The Morning Star Magi from the other powers looked at each other in dismay as they gazed in the direction that Leylin vanished in. They were of Morning Star rank at most. Forcibly stopping Leylin was simply an impossible task, and having seen how cold-hearted Leylin could be, they didn't dare to do anything that would provoke him. In the air, blood was still seeping out of the corners of Leylin's mouth, yet his face was filled with excitement. "Those few Morning Star Magi are rather tactful. I didn't have to take any further action. AI. Chip, erase all the useless memories and emotions." At this moment, layers of flesh suddenly grew from Leylin's body, carrying along with dense comprehension of the laws of fire. His devour skill was still digesting the arm of the monarch. The AI chip swiftly operated per Leylin's orders, getting rid of all the useless memories and emotions in what he had obtained. The useful information was then processed into specialized folders, and the blazing flame monarch's comprehension of laws, the most important part, was carefully extracted by the AI chip into a specially established database. The most important bit, the comprehension of laws, has been obtained. Leylin was brimming with excitement. To him, no matter how plentiful the blazing flame monarch's treasury was, it was not enough. The only thing he was currently interested in was the pursuit of an even higher realm, one to which the power of laws was key. Leylin still couldn't believe himself as he recalled how he had made use of his devouring ability to absorb the comprehension of laws and memories from the blazing flame monarch's body. The exhilaration and delight almost made him break through the boundaries that he had set himself, and greedily take in everything that the blazing flame monarch had to offer. Luckily, at the final juncture, he forcibly controlled his body with an unwavering determination that was as strong as steel, and left the fiery world. He didn't deal any killing blows to the flame monarch directly, as he was afraid of her counterattack. Regardless of the differences between Melinda and the original blazing flame monarch, with their lives under serious threat, there was a definite possibility of an alliance. In fact, the AI chip's derivations revealed that if Leylin took advantage of the time when both of them were battling, there wasn't even a 10% probability that he would be able to directly take one of them out. The remaining possibility was that both parties would ally under immense pressure, which would result in Leylin returning without achieving anything, or even resulting in his fall. In such a situation, Leylin would, of course, choose the method that was in accordance with his own interests, and leave after fishing up the best gains. Although he was unable to get rid of the blazing flame monarch, making her suffer some losses was good enough. Initially, when he was extracting the blazing flame monarch's bloodline and laws, Leylin had almost lost control of himself, and the AI chips had alerted him in time. He was so close to even being a threat to the flame monarch's life, which would cause unforeseen repercussions to the situation. But fortunately, all went according to Leylin's script. Although his final blow made the blazing flame monarch suffer heavy losses, it did not exceed Melinda's tolerance. Hence, she didn't choose to reach a compromise with the original conscient, and instead continued to annihilate her greatest enemy. It was because of this that Leylin managed to escape successfully. As for what happened prior to that, Leylin had simply scoffed at how Melinda had invited Leylin to help. While his soul force was relatively powerful, it also depended on what it was being compared to. In the face of the breaking dawn soul force of the blazing flame monarchs, his soul force was so meager that it was not worth looking at. Even if he was called in to help, he would just be a mere soldier who wouldn't even have autonomy over his own soul force. His life and death would be controlled by his opponent. What annoyed him even more was that, after fighting such a tumultuous battle, The items received would depend on whether the other party would fulfill their promises and also their mood. Leylin wouldn't do such a silly thing, of course. However, I didn't think that merely the arm of the fire monarch contained such a crazy amount of energy. Furthermore, there seems to be a mystery hidden in the knowledge and memories of the laws of fire. Leylin faintly felt like his body grew bigger, but it was actually an illusion due to the excessive energy in his body. The corners of Leylin's mouth curled up in a bitter smile as he recalled the past few times where he had transformed into the Kemian Emperor. No matter what he had devoured before, nothing had possessed such terrifying energy. It's fortunate that I chose to devour only one arm. If I'd chosen to swallow her whole, I'm afraid that even if she didn't retaliate, I would have burst apart due to this force. Leylin's gaze flickered as he changed his route of travel, his silhouette turning into a phantom. This ability was brought about by Dreamforce. Not only did it strengthen his resistance towards magic, it formed an illusionary force field which was effective at concealing his tracks. The fruits of this battle were plentiful, so much so that even the almighty Leylin needed to find a spot to digest them fully. Leylin didn't expect that what he originally thought would be a simple digestion process would end up extending into a few months. The blazing flame monarch had her own imprint of power of flames, and one of its characteristics was that it was extremely concentrated. This had given him a headache. A squirrel bounded about continuously, a pine cone cupped between its paws as it nibbled on it with its buckteeth as quickly as lightning. White mist encircled the mountain range that stretched endlessly into the distance. Together with the green forest, it formed a dreamlike scene straight out of a fairy tale. Countless runners formed a natural protective screen under a humongous tree, leaving a rather big space inside. Black fog filled the air here, hiding and isolating the place. In the heart of the fog, Leylin slowly let out a breath and opened his eyes. The energy composition of a rank 6 Magus and its characteristic concentration is truly horrifying. Practically all of the blazing flame monarch's flesh was densely constructed by the most concentrated of fire laws, and merely the digestion process required vast amounts of effort on Leylin's part. He still felt traumatized at the thought of it. In actual fact, without the innate devouring ability of the Kemian Emperor, analyzing the monarch's arm would have been a huge problem. It had taken him this long to finally figure it out. Just a moment ago, Leylin had not only fully swallowed the last trace of the blazing flame monarch's bloodline energy, but he had also completely sorted out the memory fragments and made the comprehension of laws his own. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, Flame laws the structure of a rank 6 Magus blood and flesh, as well as information on the modifications to their body, gave Leylin much inspiration and sprouted fresh ideas. He had also obtained many other benefits from the blazing flame monarch's abundant life energy. He pulled up his stats with a thought, and quite a few of the information on the AI chip screen was refreshed. Beep. Discovered high-grade cell structure. Simulating, host has absorbed large amounts of life energy. Vitality increasing. Beep. Host's soul has been strengthened. Spiritual force crossed bottleneck, reached half moon. Beep. Host's stats have changed. Regathering info, it was after these messages that the AI chip showed Leylin's new stats. Leylin Farlier, rank 5 Warlock. Bloodline, Kemian Emperor complete form. Strength, 76 Agility. 62 Vitality. 176.9 Spiritual Force. 2003.5 Magic Power. 2003 Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force. 200 Half Moon. Leylin had long since expected a rise in soul force, but the huge increase in vitality gave him a great surprise. With a treasure like the Phoenix Egg, raising his soul force wasn't an issue. It was just that his body couldn't keep up. It was funny now that he thought about it. Most Warlocks' vitalities surpassed the growth of their spiritual force, but he was different. He progressed much too quickly, to the point that his spiritual force advanced by leaps and bounds and left his vitality far in the dust. A half-moon trussel and such soul force. Leylin focused on his point mass. His trussel was perfectly round as before, but the cold light of his soul force already occupied over half of it. A true soul like this is very powerful, but in comparison to a rank 6 Magus, it's quite lacking, Leylin sighed, thinking back to the true soul of the blazing flame monarch that was like a scorching sun. The soul force seemed to have solidified. A true soul like this could be said to have reached a peak and could exist for a long time even without the Magus body. Soon after, he couldn't help but burst out in laughter, finding himself too greedy. The path of a Magus was one of accumulation. Not only was the blazing flame monarch of a higher rank than he was, she had spent tens or even hundreds of times longer than he had on searching for the truth. He was confident that, once he reached breaking dawn, his true soul would not be second to hers. And this, Leylin began to check all his profits. He'd been assigned many treasures from the attack on Dew City, a portion of the holdings a rank 6 organization had amassed over time. Whether morning stars or even radiant moons, everyone would go green in envy at such wealth. And yet, these things were all additional items to Leylin, not something he paid much attention to. What he was more interested in was the information recorded in the AI chip. Soul-splitting technique? Leylin glanced through a document in the AI chip while muttering to himself. He'd gotten this terrifying technique that could split apart a Magus true soul when he'd taken advantage of Melinda earlier. This technique could separate a true soul into two parts, forming individual bodies that could think for themselves. It could also be used to discard unnecessary emotions or memories from the main body of a Magus, an extraordinary effect. Sometimes, psychological issues can be a hindrance to the advancement of a Magus. This technique is even better for Warlocks. Perhaps Afa and the others would be more than willing to take out all their wealth in exchange for this. Leylin stroked his chin. After obtaining this true soul splitting technique, they could strip off the berserk emotions from their bloodline instability by placing it in another soul. To some extent, this was a way to completely cure the Warlock's bloodline instability. A rational Warlock still retained their advantages but had no weak points. It was a terrifying thought, but it had one small issue. After the true soul was split into two, the separated soul was, in some way, an individual body of its own. It could even become like Melinda, forming a will of its own and becoming hostile towards the original Magus. However, because they had originally been one body, Magi could not just destroy this parted soul, or else their true soul would be affected. They could only choose to banish the soul or suppress it, which would leave a danger lying around. Whatever it is, this technique is very valuable. If not for that being an emergency, Melinda probably wouldn't have given this to me, Leylin thought about Melinda. The female Magus had initially been one with the blazing flame monarch, but there seemed to have been some issues when splitting the true soul, which led to her returning for revenge. She's lost part of her energy and bloodline, and is also facing issues from the cracked soul which haven't been solved yet. It'll be difficult for her to recover to her original strength? Leylin's eyes flickered. This was a situation he had intentionally created. The conscient of the original flame monarch was done for, and Melinda had to heal the wounds to her body and soul. None of these were easy tasks. It would be a miracle if she could even remain at rank 6. Leylin thus concluded that the blazing flame monarch's organization would die down for a very long time. After gaining control of the body, Melinda wouldn't be the same as the monarch was before, and it was unknown whether she would come after him in the future. He'd made the best choice in the situation. AI chip, show me the database on the blazing flame monarch, Leylin commanded. Immediately after, a large file was projected in front of Leylin, the information within an incomplete mess. Leylin hadn't just devoured his opponent's flesh and blood with his innate skill. He'd also managed to absorb her memories and her comprehension of laws. However, due to a lack of time, the memories he had were incomplete. Yet, they were good references for the AI chip. Leylin's eyes scanned through these incomplete memory fragments and came to the deepest ones. The few fragments here were like crystals that gave off a majestic aura, emitting burning hot rays of light. Given that this was how the information was being displayed within the AI chip's database, it aroused Leylin's interest. Beep. Comprehension of the laws of fire incomplete. Unable to scan and present as data, host needs to perform a soul force probe. The AI chip's explanation rendered him speechless. This was the bit on the comprehension of laws that the AI chip had separated from the remaining memories in the bloodline Leylin had forcefully obtained. However, It was currently in a strange state that even the AI chip could not decipher. This is the issue of having different power systems, Leylin sighed. In his view, the world was one complete existence that had various focuses. His previous world was one that focused on atomic studies. The Magus World, on the other hand, was a world of energy and laws. In reality, there was only one real world. Atoms, energy, and laws were all just the same thing viewed from different perspectives. These differences in perspective allowed Magi and the people of his old world to come up with different conclusions. The AI chip was a result of microscopy, and it could not decrypt things like the comprehension of laws. It was only something to be expected. However, with its continuous upgrades and the establishment of the database on the soul, the AI chip had made continuous progress. It now accepted the embodiment of energy and laws. Leylin was very confident in the learning abilities of the AI chip. Someday, it would be able to analyze anything in the universe, becoming the best tool to search for the truth with. For now, the current ability of the AI chip to store the comprehension of laws separately already left Leylin satisfied. Though it could not be sent to him, perhaps comprehending laws himself was the best way to go about it. Leylin closed his eyes. Half-moon soul force spread out from his true soul, making contact with the scarlet law comprehension crystals. Rumble, a vast current gushed forth, and Leylin felt like an ordinary being standing amidst a flash flood in the mountains. Terrifying force weighed down on him from all sides, pushing and pulling at him with immense power. Many different scenes flashed before his eyes without end, detailing the comprehension the blazing flame monarch had towards the laws of fire. The red fire elemental particles seemed to be magnified 1,000,000 times over as they appeared in front of him, their mysteries being unveiled layer by layer. Never had he felt as close to the fire element before. This feeling came and left very quickly. In a few seconds, Leylin regained his senses from this comprehension. Host's brain waves in a peculiar state. No records in database. Beep. Host's blood flow rate has increased. Increase in energy wave radiation. Beep. Host's fire elemental affinity has increased. Aptitude has been slightly strengthened. The AI chip's new prompts caused a smile to appear on Leylin's face. Comprehending the laws of fire can increase soul aptitude on top of increasing my elemental affinity. Leylin had never worried about his elemental affinity. His foundations were not half bad, and he'd never misstepped. Through the advancements in and strengthening of his bloodline, his control over darkness and fire exceeded that of most radiant moons. However, his original soul aptitude was only at grade 3. Compared to grades 4 and 5, or even special geniuses, he still had a ways to go. His few advancements had only pushed him to the peak of grade 3. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, Descendant and Discovery. Descendant and Discovery. Not only did Leylin have a lot of information on methods to increase elemental affinity, he'd also attempted some of these methods himself. There were ancient records detailing this field in the central continent, and the AI chip had recorded the information down and used it well. However, even the central continent that was touted as the cradle of the revival of the glory of Magi had very little information on soul aptitude. It had been extremely unlikely for Leylin to find a physique from an ancient dead clan, and it might have been useful to him. However, Joanna had ended up self-destructing, something Leylin found a huge pity. With what he understood, Leylin found that the power of laws could alter his soul aptitude. How could he not go crazy in excitement? The power of laws is boundless and inexhaustible, and can even modify a Magus soul aptitude. Leylin's eyes brightened. While he was a bloodline warlock, he still paid much attention to his soul aptitude. But, at the thought of what he had comprehended, a look of hesitation rose on his expression. The blazing flame monarch did not have complete authority over the law of fire, else she would long since have advanced to rank 7. Her comprehension of laws was incomplete, and what Leylin had found from her memories was pieces of a fragmented version. He'd comprehended less than 1/10 of the power of the laws of fire, and it was impossible for him to fully understand them and become a rank 7 Magus with this. With the AI chip's lack of research and information on laws, it was impractical to rely on it to simulate the complete version of the law of fire. There's no way around it, Leylin sighed. Profiting through that risk was already extremely lucky. Do I have to sneak attack another Magus that has comprehended laws and steal their comprehension? He was unwilling to go up against someone who had completely grasped the power of a law and obtained control of it. The world of gods had a special title for existences at rank 7 and above. They were called true gods. This was because once one completely understood the power of laws, even a regular human would step into the domain of divinity. The gap between the two was even wider than the gaps between ranks 1 and 6. Hence, while Leylin and Melinda dared to grievously harm a Breaking Dawn monarch, they definitely wouldn't set their sights on a rank 7. He wanted to live for a long time, hopefully peaking at and transcending to a state of immortality. Why would he intentionally seek death? Those things don't matter yet. For now, I need to break the bloodline shackles as quickly as possible and break through to Breaking Dawn. After all, only peaking the power of my soul force will give me the foundations to begin to comprehend the power of laws. At the thought of what had happened during the comprehension process, Leylin's expression turned grim. With his current soul force, analyzing and comprehending the power of laws was much too difficult. Even though he had compiled all of the information, he had only felt a bit of the aura of the law of fire, and had not even understood 105% of it. Only Breaking Dawns could comprehend laws. Even being able to achieve what he had was because Leylin was talented and had the great help of the AI chip. Whatever it is, I need to obtain the power of laws as soon as possible. Breaking the bloodline shackles will depend on it. Recalling the meeting with the wisdom tree as well as its gift, Leylin's eyes blazed as he immersed himself in understanding the law of fire. Crimson light fluctuated around Leylin under a tree in the darkness. His eyes were closed tightly, as if he was in contact with a world full of mysteries. Large amounts of this light surged around his body, the endless information forming a strange code as they hovered before his eyes. He tried to stretch out and grab those flaming words, but the action was in vain. He could sense some flaming words continuously dig into his body like earthworms, causing him to tremble slightly. The comprehension of laws had begun. BZZT, BZZT. Just as Leylin's comprehension of the law of fire was about to begin, a massive amount of crimson light interrupted him. No, what's going on? Leylin almost roared. The state he'd been in was clearly one that was hard to come by, and it had been interrupted just like that. It filled him with a near-insane bloodlust. Wah! Both his bloodline and the innate controlling ability of the Chem-In Emperor laid a scene out before his eyes. In an extravagant bedroom, the dark subterranean world, a bed sheet had blood stains on it. A woman who was sweating profusely trembled as she held onto a wrinkled baby. Goo-ga, the baby with jet-black eyes still had amniotic fluid on its body. The umbilical cord had just been cut, and as if noticing Leylin peeping, the crying baby beamed up at him, causing the woman to be shocked. My blood has been born in Twilight Zone. Leylin opened his eyes wide. All Magi had a strange sensitivity to their own blood, and given that the Chem-In Emperor was the ruler of a race, Leylin's sensitivity was even greater. Has the child I left to Selene been born? His gaze penetrated through the ground and arrived at Twilight Zone. He hadn't let the AI chip control his interactions with Selene, intentionally leaving behind his bloodline with her. It was about time for the child to have been born. Because these children were Warlocks, they would be different from regular humans. They would have some inborn talent and could cause elemental storms or leak radiation at birth. Selene was a Magus herself and had defenses against these situations. Most regular women would be done for. The younger generation would mature quickly with Leylin's rank 5 Chem-In Emperor bloodline, and they would definitely be terrifying beyond belief. With Selene's influence, what kind of changes would be brought to Twilight Zone? Leylin's eyes showed he was deep in thought, and yet he was the same detached Magus after all, and he waited for a long time after observing the law of fire. With a slight sigh, Leylin placed his attention on himself, and the AI chip's prompts popped up. Beep. Host beginning to grasp unknown force, determined to be power of the law of fire. Fire elemental affinity increased by 50%. Host's soul aptitude has been strengthened. Recalculating, determined to be upgraded to grade 4. My elemental affinity and soul aptitude have been upgraded after crossing the threshold of comprehending laws. Leylin was surprised by this. From his days as an acolyte to the current day, he'd only been able to raise his soul aptitude to the peak of his initial grade of 3. This one step he took into comprehending laws had pushed it up a grade, something with a terrifying meaning. However, that would be it for Leylin's current soul in terms of comprehension of the power of laws. He was only a radiant moon Magus after all, and his true soul was still at half moon and hadn't even reached peak full moon. It couldn't support the study of laws. In other words, Leylin himself wasn't good enough to accommodate a greater understanding. He had to upgrade himself to break through, and that had to be accomplished by reaching rank 6, Breaking Dawn. This discovery rendered Leylin speechless. Though he had stolen about 10% of the Blazing Flame Monarch's comprehension of the laws of fire, he had only understood about 1%. The rest would have to be shelved due to him not meeting the prerequisites. My injuries have completely recovered, and I've gone through pretty much all of my profits. It's time to return, Leylin suddenly sighed, figure turning into black flames and disappearing from the area. In an astral river, countless light years away from the Magus World. A star-like coiled-up snake in the Purgatory world revealed the figure of the Snake Dowager. Every strand of her hair was a different serpent, emitting different kinds of energy. Her face was extremely exquisite, and her eyes held within them the life and death of worlds themselves. Every inch of her body seemed to embody the law of darkness, and it was full of perfection and harmony. Currently, there was a rare grimness in the Dowager's eyes. The Emperor of the Chem-In has already begun to make contact with the power of laws. Its bloodline has begun to spread as well. The Snake Dowager could see the events in the faraway Magus world from across the astral river, causing her to sink deep into thought. Though the Chem-Ins were only a small branch of her bloodline, they still represented a portion of her abilities and authority. The Imperial bloodline had left her on guard. This uncontrollable variable could one day become a power that would tear apart her divinity. Through the shore of clouds and stars, my bloodline shall all return to my embrace. The Dowager's voice was faint and tender, giving one the urge to lose themselves within it. With what sounded like a prophecy, a tremendous illusory world slowly emanated from behind the Snake Dowager. And as if she was stepping through time and space, she entered the Magus World. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665 Wooden House and Meeting. Wooden House and Meeting. It was as if he had gone through a long fall. Leylin felt like he was in another world when he finally touched the ground. What is this place? Observing the dusky fog of the mountains and the black forest in the distance, he sank into deep thought. Caw, caw, caw. A crow with 3 blood-red eyes spread its wings and took off from a tree branch beside him, leaving behind a few fallen feathers. Its piercing shrieks spread far and wide. "I chip," Leylin subconsciously commanded. Beep. Beginning scan of surroundings. Scan completed. Begin. The AI chip's voice was normal at first, but near the end, it suddenly grew rough as if it was facing some strong interference. AAH, AAH, AAH. After some time, the voice changed to become piercing feminine shrieks. They grew higher and higher in pitch until they threatened to blast Leylin's eardrums apart, at which point he had no choice but to order it to halt operations. Wind probing? Leylin stretched his arms out, and light green wind elemental particles gathered around him. The slight green wind elemental particles gathering extremely slowly, causing his brows to furrow. Soul force appeared, causing a light green gust of wind to spread in all directions. This seems quite familiar, but I just can't put my finger on it. Leylin frowned, feeling as if his memories were shrouded by some fog. Yet he managed to remember a lot of things, such as his magic. Still, he seemed to have forgotten something important, and it gave him a bad premonition. Soon enough, the scattered wind gave him some results which let him know of his current location. He was outside a forest, and there was even a dark red river flowing nearby. There was a wooden house not far away, with what seemed to be a human figure inside. This range, Leylin's brows furrowed. Not only is it difficult to use spells at all, even their effects have been suppressed to a large extent. Could this be some high-ranked world? The temperature of the forest lowered with the setting sun, and the fog around him grew denser. It even turned a dark red, which sent a chill down Leylin's spine. He quickly got out of the area and arrived at the wooden house he had discovered. Golden roses were in full bloom behind the fence, and traces of gray smoke rose from within that allowed Leylin to feel some warmth. The wooden door creaked open, and a kindly woman walked out. The woman seemed rather young, around 20 years of age at best, but the intelligent glint in her eyes made Leylin feel like she was someone with abundant experience. "Little brother, you're back," the woman chuckled after seeing him, the brilliance of her smile leaving Leylin intoxicated. It was as if the flowers surrounding her bloomed with her laugh. "Who are you?" Leylin couldn't help but ask. "Me. I'm your sister. This is your home." The woman's face was beautiful, and the brilliant golden strands of hair that blew in the wind felt familiar to Leylin. "My home?" Leylin mumbled. "Yes, your home. Welcome back." His gentle sister spread her arms wide open, as if wanting to give him a warm embrace. "You're my sister?" Leylin kept repeating it over, and the beautiful woman's face gradually matched to one in his memories. "Yes. Little brother, you're finally back." There were tears in the woman's eyes. And yet, he suddenly felt immense terror as her arms approached him for an embrace. An unknown malicious intent caused him to quiver in dread. "Wait. I'm Leylin Farlier, a bloodline warlock from the Magus World. Why am I here?" A voice kept shouting out in his mind, but Leylin could no longer control his body. His limbs moved automatically, and he was only one step away from pouncing into a hug. Defiant ring of fire, shadow of quandary, dark serpent tendrils. Spell models flashed one after another in front of Leylin's eyes, but his spells that had already been suppressed to a large extent seemed to lose all their abilities. No energy was emitted at all. "Come back, come back, come back." The faint voice caused Leylin's eyes to show further perplexion, and the surroundings of the wooden house underwent a huge change. The dark red fog grew more dense, and the bright golden rose gradually wilted to reveal white skeletons below. A few small snakes slithered out of the occasional eye hole. The wooden house had changed behind the roses, becoming a coiled-up bundle of snakes. A few triangular serpent heads popped out from it, spitting out a dark red poison. In an instant, the peasant home had turned into a terrifying hell. This feeling of suppression is familiar. Streams of dark red fog automatically invaded Leylin's body, and it caused the familiarity to grow more intense. Finally, light flickered in the depths of Leylin's eyes. "It's Dreamforce. This is Dreamscape. I've been dragged into a dream." Beep, host determined to be in Dreamscape. As if the fog in his memories had been completely swept away, the AI. Chip's voice was no longer that of a shrieking woman. It grew clear once more. Feeling his elemental control and his soul force being isolated, Leylin's thoughts flashed to something. Dreamscape is a profound world that rejects all powers that are not Dreamforce. "Come back." At this moment, the fingers of the woman nearby were about to touch Leylin's face. In that case, a spell model was abruptly transferred to him by the AI chip. Rank 4 Dream Spell, Illusory Scepter. Large amounts of Dreamforce waves gathered in Leylin's hand, forming a strange ancient scepter. "Go away," Leylin pointed the scepter at the woman, and dark red demonic flames sprayed out of it. "AAHH," the woman screamed, covering her face and retreating. "Who are you?" Leylin's expression was very serious as he watched the woman who stood up once more. A large portion of her face had disappeared, but strangely enough she had no reaction to it. There wasn't even any blood at the site of the injury. "I never thought you'd have already altered yourself for Dreamscape and grasped control of Dreamforce." The woman spoke dully, but the familiar voice made Leylin's pupils shrink. "You're the snake." Rumble. The scene broke apart, revealing an astral river that stretched through the void. A star-like bundle of snakes opened up in the river, revealing the snake dowager within. "My child, return to my embrace." The snake dowager's voice held within it some bizarre attractive force, causing the blood in Leylin's body to boil, out of his control. A voice inside urged him to submit and fall at the knees of the dowager. Large numbers of giant snakes were hissing and roaring at him, the sound waves causing his expression to change. "This is not Purgatory World, but a dream. My free will shall not be controlled by anything else. Snake Dowager, your biggest mistake today was dragging me into Dreamscape." A decisive look immediately appeared in Leylin's eyes, and an even more illusory, dazzling spell model formed in his hands. Rank 5 Dream Spell, Distray Dream. Strange undulations shrouded the region, feeling wetness across his cheek. Leylin opened his eyes to find a strange, large beast looming over him with its mouth wide open. Its scarlet tongue licked at his face, and a terrible stench assaulted his nostrils. The central continent's bone-gray badger? Then this is the real world, which means I've escaped. Leylin's eyes regained their radiance as he easily chased the monster away, glee apparent on his face. He took a look around and found skid marks on the ground, greenish-yellow soil peeking through the tracks made in the grass. That's right. I was on the way back to the Warlock Union, but the snake dowager pulled me into a dream, which is why I suddenly fell. Leylin touched his chin, guessing what had happened. Darkness and dreams share a strong connection. It's no surprise that she can use the power of dreams. The only thing she didn't expect was that I'd already undergone dreamscape alteration and be able to use Dreamforce. Cold sweat streamed down Leylin's back. If not for his prior experience with Dreamscape, the consequences of being pulled into that dream would have been disastrous. There was a huge gap between the Magus World and Purgatory. With the added limitations of protective spheres, the Snake Dowager would not be able to attack Leylin so easily. Yet, Dreamscape was different. Space itself was muddled there, and everything was everywhere. An attack through dreams would be the most energy efficient. Though there were some limitations, it should have been enough for the Snake Dowager to suppress Leylin. Perhaps the only thing she hadn't considered was that Leylin had already made contact with Dreamforce, and his body was used to it. This allowed him to snap out of it automatically and even use a rank 5 dream spell. While he could do little to her, the time he had gained was enough for him to escape. Snake Dowager, Leylin muttered, his eyes flickering with light. Her attack had made it clear to him that she would not tolerate any descendant escaping her control. The more outstanding he was, and the faster he progressed, the more intense the conflict of interest would grow. I never expected that a tiny existence like me would catch the attention of the Snake Dowager. Leylin's lips quirked up in a bitter smile. He'd already felt like he was being watched when he'd evolved to become a Chem-In Emperor Warlock. He just hadn't expected this day to come so fast. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666 All Snake Curse. AI chip, conduct a full body scan, Leylin commanded. He had just escaped from the Snake Dowager's dream. The Dowager was an existence that surpassed rank 7, and her power exceeded the limitations set by worlds. She could cross world borders and attack through Dreamscape, a strength that was unimaginable for Leylin. When dealing with someone like her, it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. Hence, thorough checks were a necessary thing. Mission established. Beginning scanning procedures. Atomic microscope has been authorized. Beginning scan. Large amounts of blue light scanned every region of Leylin's body after the AI. Chip sounded, the images resolved to the cellular level. The atomic microscope scanned everything. The blue light took the form of countless threads that swept through him. Skeleton normal. Internal organs normal. Scanning bloodline and sea of consciousness. Leylin looked rather calm, but when the AI chip's rays scanned his blood and sea of consciousness, his expression changed. Tiny black runes wiggled out from the surface of his body, and after they emerged, Leylin felt the blood circulation in his body abruptly speed up tenfold. The increase in blood flow caused his face to flush, and fine blood appeared deep inside his pores. The black runes crawled to his forehead, forming the image of a little black snake. Around this snake was a ring of tiny pointed runes, resembling chains and a cage that kept the snake within. What's going on? Leylin felt the bloodline force in his body show signs of going berserk, and the rune on his forehead began to exert more strength. It was restraining him. His bloodline force was rebelling against its owner and restraining him. It sounded like a joke, but Leylin did not find it funny at all. Quiet down. Innate spell of control? Leylin exclaimed. HSS, the terrifying image of a Chem-In Emperor, appeared behind him. Currently, the phantom was encircled and bound by a circle of black chains as well. The massive Chem-In Emperor hissed and roared, but it had no effect on the bindings. There were even sharp barbs on the chains, and they pierced through his scales into his flesh. The intense pain was transmitted directly to Leylin's true soul. HSS, the Chem-In Emperor roared again, but this one seemed very feeble. Still, the will of a rank 5 ruler could somewhat control the rebellion of the bloodline force, and allowed the odd phenomenon in his body to calm down. What is this? Feeling the binding rune on his forehead, absorbing his bloodline force on top of suppressing him, Leylin's expression grew grim. He'd already guessed that this was something left behind by the Snake Dowager. She was someone who exceeded rank 7, an existence that had grasped laws. Even though she had been careless enough to let him escape, she still had enough time to leave something behind. As the source of Leylin's bloodline, manipulating his bloodline force slightly was a simple task for her. The rebellion of bloodline force, all those who walk on the path of bloodlines will eventually be shackled by the very bloodline itself. For some reason, Leylin suddenly recalled the time when he'd first obtained Chem-In's pupil, more specifically the inscription by Great Magus World. Beep, host has been struck with an unknown curse, all stats decreasing. The warning from the AI chip was bright red, showing the urgency of the situation. Show me the information. Leylin grew grim as he felt the weakening of his body. The rebellion of the bloodline force, as well as the suppression of a portion of his strength, made him feel unprecedented weakness. I was too careless before. Strength that depends on a bloodline might be very useful initially, but there are going to be some hidden dangers no matter what. If not for my bloodline having evolved to the Chem-In Emperor and having gained some degree of independence, this mark could very well have caused me to lose all my strength and become subject to the whims of the Snake Dowager. Leylin's expression was incomparably dark. Leylin Farlier, rank 5 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Chem-In Serpent, complete form. Strength, 45-76, Agility, 40-62, Vitality, 100-176.9, Spiritual Force, 1013.5, 2003.5, Magic Power, 1013, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force, 101-200. Condition, weakened by curse, stats lowering on all fronts. Currently at New Moon, future undetermined. Leylin now looked worse. These stats pulled him down to the level of one who had just stepped into Radiant Moon. Though it had only been a short period of time, the curse had lowered his strength by about half, and there was a possibility of worsening. Leylin looked at the future undetermined in his status screen, and his voice was icy as he asked, "What does future undetermined mean?" Based on evaluation of model, the curse will continuously absorb the host's bloodline and increase its capabilities. The host's stats are set to continue to decrease, and there is a possibility of a permanent drop in rank. The AI chip quickly answered him, but Leylin had nothing to rejoice over. Decrease? To what extent? Unknown. Possibility exists of a complete loss of bloodline force. The conclusion given by the AI chip caused Leylin's expression to grow even more serious. Is it the bloodline shackles or a backlash? Or is this something the Snake Dowager chains her younger generations with? In an instant, Leylin's mind came up with many possibilities. This force was evidently linked to his bloodline force, and the closeness far exceeded Leylin's expectations. In order to go further on the path of a warlock, one would need to be modified by bloodline force, which was why it equated his own power. However, when the Snake Dowager became hostile, Leylin finally knew the terror of the incomparably tame bloodline force when it rebelled. Debts had to be repaid. Bloodline warlocks relied on their bloodline force to amplify their progress, and be it in rate of advancement or battle strength, they exceeded their peers at the same rank. However, they were restricted by bloodline shackles, and once one met the source of their bloodline, there was no way to fight back against them. No, they, whose souls fused with the source of their bloodlines, would not even have thoughts of rebellion. Leylin was sure that if Gilbert or any other Chem-In warlock was in his position, they would not even resist the Snake Dowager. Their wills were all subservient to her. This control extended past their bloodlines and into their souls. This was a powerful manipulation of souls. Unless one changed the soul, it was impossible to eliminate any influences. Hee. Once I have the intention of rebelling against you, you strike me down and make me a regular human. How overbearing. Leylin stroked his chin and suddenly began to laugh coldly. But I will never let anyone take control of my freedom. Bloodline force? It's my bloodline, and even though it originates from the giant Chem-In serpent, it's been altered and refined by the AI. Chip, I even had it automatically evolve to become a Chem-In emperor. You can't control me so easily. A similar record has been found in the database, the AI chip intoned at this moment. With the accumulation of knowledge from Sky City and the Warlock Union, the AI chip could be said to be a museum of the Magus World. No matter how rare and obscure a topic was, information could be found about it. All-Snake Curse. The Snake Dowager of the Shadow World has supreme control over all of her progeny. This is a blessing and also a curse, one condensed with bloodline force. Once a descendant has thoughts of disobeying the will of the Snake Dowager, the All-Snake Curse will appear and automatically absorb as well as seal off the descendant's bloodline force, turning into the most powerful bloodline curse. Effect: continuous weakening of power of Warlock until target's death. There was also a projection of an image beside this introduction, and it was a carbon copy of the one on Leylin's forehead. Till death. I like it, Leylin snickered. AI chip, based on this rate, how much time do I have left? Beep. Based on current situation, host will fall from radiant moon in 26 hours and in 267 hours lose morning star strength. 312 hours later, bloodline force will be completely lost and host will become a regular human. The complicated calculations were completed by the AI chip in an instant, giving him a conclusion. It's too rushed. Is there any way to slow the process? With its massive calculative ability, Leylin was given an answer. Host can suppress their own bloodline force and seal off their radiant moon strength. Such a situation can easily extend the period by 3 years in tandem with the Medusa's Gaze potion. The All-Snake Curse was a curse that absorbed his bloodline force, which was why sealing his own strength would slow the effects of the curse temporarily. Leylin nodded, but suddenly froze. Sealing off my radiant moon strength means I'll be able to maintain this condition for 3 years, but I can't use any strength at rank 5. In that case, if I were to meet a powerful enemy, Leylin knew fully well that the more he used his own power, the closer he was pushing himself to death. However, his enemies would not let him off so easily, especially the Snake Dowager. With the attacks from Dreamscape, he'd been forced to run for his life constantly, and this situation would force him to use his bloodline force. He had then suffered the backlash from the All-Snake Curse, which was probably her intention. In that case, she definitely won't give up after one attack. Leylin's pupils shrank abruptly. HSS. At the moment these thoughts emerged, his trousseau was distracted as he entered Dreamscape once more. A terrifying, gigantic white snake was spitting out its tongue, its gaze of one looking at a dead man. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667, Mask of the Dreamless AI Chip, Conduct Scan, Leylin ordered, and the AI chip quickly sent a passage of information to him. Alabaster Devil Snake, rumored to be a descendant of the Snake Dowager that inherited Dreamforce, likes to torture its prey in their dreams before digesting them. Matures at rank 5. It gave him a thought. Even the Snake Dowager needs to use a large amount of energy in order to send Dreamforce to a faraway world. That's probably why she just activated the All-Snake Curse and then left the rest to her children, HSS. At this moment, the Alabaster Devil Snake was flicking its scarlet tongue as its blood-red eyes were fixed on Leylin. Its body rumbled as it moved abruptly, turning into a streak of white lightning. There's no choice but to act. Leylin laughed wryly, the energy in his body beginning to boil. Dreams spell. White lightning seemed to flicker through the void, and when things returned to normal, Leylin was back in the real world. At this moment, his face looked wretched. The All-Snake Curse on his forehead spread a lot of black veins, greedily absorbing his own bloodline force and turning the strength from his own body into a curse. It was a continuous cycle with no cure. Warning, warning, host's bloodline force has reached the threshold and is about to drop from Radiant Moon. The red warning prompt the AI chip sent out caused Leylin's heart to sink. While he'd done his best to hold back his strength, in order to escape from Dreamscape, he had no choice but to use dream spells and his bloodline force. It had provided the All-Snake Curse, WT, an opportunity to act up. "No, this can't go on. Chip, set up a maze in Dreamscape," Leylin quickly commanded. The possibility of being dragged into a dream and assaulted from all sides caused his face to turn dark. Beep. Mission established, beginning projection of guiding coordinates. Setting up Dreamscape firewall, the AI chip immediately intoned. That was the result of Leylin's studies on Dreamscape. He could try to prevent others from pulling him into a dream, and while he did not know how well it would go, it was still better than nothing. Making use of this borrowed time that would be hard to come by, Leylin immediately started on other plans. AI. Chip, begin procedure D-23, let's forge the mask of the dreamless. This command was to make the necessary preparations for the Snake Dowager attacking through Dreamscape. Mission established, beginning simulation. Materials required: 300G of luck alloy, tooth of single-eyed snake. These were all materials Leylin had found could isolate Dreamforce in his previous experiments. A black gas appeared on his body with the AI chip's report, and the materials it had mentioned floated out from a flickering light in his waist pouch. A bundle of demonic black light was formed, devouring the materials. Leylin looked calm as he watched the materials dissolve in the flames, occasionally making some seals and transferring some refining runes into the flames. Just these few casual movements were extremely fluid, exhibiting the terrifying abilities of a Grandmaster alchemist. With Leylin's powerful control, it wasn't long before a mask with only one half hovered above the flames. This mask was completely black, its fluid lines and decorative designs giving it a unique aesthetic. A strange aura was emitted from it. The mask flew out and covered Leylin's face, blocking the All-Snake Curse on his forehead. Leylin seemed to change after wearing the mask, and now seemed to have some mysterious charm. The AI chip soon listed the ingredients and all sorts of information about the mask. Unique magic item, Mask of the Dreamless. Weight, 200G material, luck alloy, tooth of single-eyed snake. Effect: prevents being spied on with Dreamforce. Protects true soul from invasions from Dreamscape. The icy cold mask covered part of Leylin's skin, making him feel at ease. Thankfully, I'd already been focusing on dealing with dream invasions and had invented the Mask of the Dreamless. His fingers stroked the mask, feeling the complicated and intricate patterns. This mask was formed from simulations based on the AI chip's database. On top of that, with Leylin's eye as a Grandmaster alchemist and his creativity allowed him to create this item. It only had a singular function in blocking dream invasions, which meant it couldn't be classified as a magic artifact or equipment. However, its ability did not lose out in value to some magical equipment either. To Leylin, who'd altered himself for Dreamscape and was sensitive to Dreamforce, the Mask of the Dreamless was something that finally allowed him to relax. Unless the mask is destroyed, my opponents can't just drag me into a dream and use up my strength. Leylin now fully comprehended the terror that was the Snake Dowager. Even while they were in different worlds, he could do nothing against her. Thankfully, with this as a buffer, he could now calm down and think through this matter. AI chip, check the database of all the simulations I authorized and find a method to solve the All-Snake Curse. Leylin's voice was low, and the AI chip quickly began to operate as large amounts of information appeared in front of him. Countless formulae were used, and a faint image of the Snake Dowager even appeared in the virtual space. With the countless calculations, the AI chip came up with a conclusion. Host has 3 options. The Snake Dowager removes the mark of her own accord. Host gets the blessing of a rank 9 existence, using their origin force to purge the host's bloodline. Host completely breaks through bloodline shackles, severing all ties with the Snake Dowager. Plans 1 and 2 are impossible. There are too many uncertain variables. I can't do anything for a high-ranked existence, so I'd have to rely on luck. Leylin touched his chin, light glinting in his pupils. The only choice is to break through the restriction on the bloodline and break away from these shackles completely. The control and curse of the Snake Dowager came from the giant Chem-En serpent's bloodline force. If Leylin could completely shatter the bloodline shackles and become an independent being, he would no longer be affected by her. As he was now, this was the most feasible plan. But I didn't expect to meet her so quickly. I'll have to find a way to break the bloodline shackles. I can't skip this, and I'll have to go to Purgatory World. Leylin looked grim. With my current state, I need to keep a low profile for a period of time. With this thought, he transformed into a bundle of black flames and disappeared. In the Morning Star area, Jeffrey wore a black swallow-tailed coat with not even a hair out of place, seeming like the most upright gentleman. Lady Freya is about to give birth. This is something worthy of celebration for our Warlock union. Yes, the rank 5 bloodline in our union now has been passed on. With the talent His Highness Leylin has shown, the future of his bloodline descendants is going to be bright. Offa laughed as he spoke. He was now waiting with Jeffrey above the castle for Leylin. Flustered maids and servants ran everywhere in the castle. A layer of crimson energy spread through the area, gradually enveloping a room and still traveling outwards. The low voice of a woman sounded within. This is a rank 5 bloodline. Is it the giant Chem-In serpent? What's going on? Does the Chem-In serpent have an ancestor or something like that? Jeffrey was rather curious about this. No. His Highness' bloodline is the purest Chem-In bloodline. There's no doubt about it. Based on my observations, the bloodline he's inherited might very well be that of the ancient Chem-In emperor, the ruler of the giant Chem-In serpents. Offa's voice was soft, as if he was revealing some huge secret. HSS, in other words, Jeffrey sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes, the royal family of the Ouroboros clan has appeared. There is no leader more proper than the Chem-In emperor. Ruling bloodlines held immense control over bloodline clans. This was the same case with the Snake Dowager over Leylin, and based on his Chem-In emperor bloodline, Leylin had authority over the lives and deaths of the Chem-In warlocks under him. His bloodline definitely ruled the Ouroboros clan. The Ouroboros clan will forever be subservient to the ruling bloodline to the day that the bloodline dies off. Unless that happens, betrayal will not occur for eternity. Offa's voice was still as low as before. We have to be even more prudent when dealing with His Highness. That I know, but Bevis. Jeffrey could only laugh wryly. No matter what organization it was, the appearance of talents like Bevis and Leylin were worthy of celebration. However, the two geniuses did not see eye to eye, which resulted in a great catastrophe. To be honest, the reason they were here was to serve as protection and as a warning. If not, Leylin would definitely not let Bevis go. If he were to do anything drastic, the consequences were not anything they wanted to see. Otherwise, even for the birth of a child with a rank 5 bloodline, there wouldn't be 2 Radiant Moon Warlocks on guard duty. At the mention of this, Jeffrey seemed to think of something and suddenly asked, "Lord Offa, did you see the news regarding the Blazing Flame Monarch? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 668, Return and Birth, Return and Birth. Of course, the Blazing Flame Monarch's lair in Dews was destroyed. Even the whereabouts of a breaking dawn like the Monarch are unknown now. How would I not know of something so big? There was a bitter smile at the corner of Offa's lips. This was the biggest news these days in the central continent. No, for the core of a rank 6 monarch's power to be struck so severely, this was something that hadn't happened in the past few thousand years. News concerning the Blazing Flame Monarch themselves being seriously injured, and their whereabouts being unknown horrified Offa and the other Radiant Moon Warlocks. This was a rank 6 Magus, a breaking dawn. It was someone who'd come into contact with the power of laws. Even with the amplification from their bloodlines, and having transformed the Morning Star area into a large fort, in front of such an existence, they could only defend themselves. In contrast, Leylin not only struck at and robbed the Blazing Flame Monarch's Dew City, but he also left his opponent missing, with no news whether they were dead or alive. Such a terrifying strength and methods caused Offa and the others to grow even more vigilant and fearful. Really, this time His Highness Leylin, even the highest authority of the Warlock Union, Offa, could not help but feel shocked at Leylin's boldness and strength. His group had originally thought Leylin wanted to launch a surprise attack on the Blazing Flame Monarch's troops for revenge. They'd never expected that he'd been targeting the Monarch themselves all the while. The most crucial thing was that he seemed to have succeeded. His courage and exemplary strength were displayed through his success, and it even left Offa incessantly frightened. Jeffrey was a little speechless as well. I've received news that the outside world not only placed Leylin's rank 5 bloodline as the Union's most powerful inheritance, it even listed him as the most powerful radiant moon. They're claiming he'll bring about the rise of bloodline warlocks. He'd thought before that he already had a deep understanding of Leylin's prowess, but he hadn't thought that his previous performance was only scratching the surface of his abilities. However, His Highness Leylin's military success will awe many people. Offa lifted his head and looked at the surroundings. A smile emerged at the corner of his lips. It seems His Highness Bevis won't be coming this time. That's great. He was happy that he could avoid internal strife. Geoffrey rolled his eyes. After learning of Leylin's feats, how would he have the guts to come here? We're just here in case anything happens. Even he had no choice but to admit a slight fear of Leylin's methods. You dare offend me? I'll show up at your doorstep to kill you. I won't bother with your soldiers or anything. I'll eliminate the mastermind directly. How many come is how many I will kill, even if the opponent is a monarch. This method that went against common sense would usually be suppressed by the masses. But if one possessed enough power to contend against the opponent, they would turn into the largest threat. At the very least, it was very clear now to Bevis that if he tried any tricks, even if he didn't act himself, if Leylin thought he did it, he would find and kill him. Be it Offa or Geoffrey, their counsel would not help. As for the other warlocks of the Union, even if the blazing flame monarch hadn't been eliminated, they'd at least sustained grievous injuries. Did Bevis believe that their help would equate to breaking Dawn's strength? Actually, this is also a good thing. Offa let out a faint smile. For now, His Highness Leylin, said to be invincible below Breaking Dawn, is the warlock with the greatest hope of advancing to rank 6, gaining a military deterrent that will greatly improve our circumstances in the central continent. Invincible below Breaking Dawn? At this moment, a figure emerged before Offa and Geoffrey. His voice was extremely familiar, but it caused their expressions to change. Your Highness Leylin? Geoffrey looked at Leylin, who suddenly appeared, fear secretly emerging in his heart. He and Offa were radiant moon warlocks, and on top of that, they were actively monitoring their surroundings. Even the flow of energy particles in the air could not escape their senses, yet Leylin had bypassed them so easily to appear behind them. Didn't this mean that, if Leylin intended it, he could mount a sneak attack on any of the warlocks here? Only now did Geoffrey truly realize how different Leylin was from before. The current him indeed was the hope of the bloodline warlocks, the warlock invincible below Breaking Dawn. Leylin was wearing a dark gold Magus robe, and it was as if the aura on his body had completely vanished. It left Geoffrey unable to measure him clearly. On top of that, Leylin currently had a strange black mark covering half his face, and it caused him to be slightly doubtful. This is... Offa took the initiative to ask. Ah, Leylin touched the mask on his face. A small injury I got a while ago. Trying to cover it up would easily arouse suspicion, so he felt like he might as well admit it. Indeed, the terror of a Breaking Dawn is hard to resist. Offa nodded, deep in thought. The opponent was indeed a monarch. No matter how powerful Leylin was, avoiding injury was impossible. Offa had formed his own picture of things with Leylin's misleading words. The wound on Leylin's face had automatically been categorized as the aftermath of his confrontation with the blazing flame monarch. Before I forget, it's been a long time, Your Highnesses. A wicked smile adorned Leylin's face as he took the initiative to make a bow. Freya and the Ouroboros clan have been in your care during my absence. This humble servant is thankful. Don't mention it. Your Highness managed to destroy Dew's city in one move, even inflicting serious damage to the blazing flame monarch. Compared to such great news for us suppressed warlocks, is this anything big? Offa and Geoffrey answered respectfully. No matter what, the friendship of a warlock invincible below Breaking Dawn would be extremely beneficial for them. Let's skip the words of thanks. May our friendship last forever. Leylin smiled. He certainly knew what these two warlocks wanted. Of course, our friendship is like a bond of brotherhood. Offa and Geoffrey were both warlocks with age and much knowledge, while Leylin, too, had a multitude of experiences. The three warlocks kept flattering each other and beat around the bush, but did not get to the point. Watching Leylin's carefree attitude, even as if he didn't care much for Freya, who was in labor downstairs, Offa could not help but secretly call him an old fox in his mind. Still, he took the lead to question him. "We're not sure what the results of your highness trip this time was." The Blazing Flame Monarch. Of course, the life and death of the Blazing Flame Monarch was their priority. And how could the news in the outside world be more accurate than the account of Leylin, who was one of the parties involved? This also was a measure of Leylin's military strength, and would have an inexpressible change in the dynamics of the central continent afterwards. They had no choice but to be concerned. "Oh, about that. I'm sorry," Leylin laughed with embarrassment. "Although I took dues down with some like-minded friends, and even attacked the fiery world and inflicted serious damage to the Blazing Flame Monarch, I still couldn't quite kill them." Although this was just a short and simple explanation, just the dangers implied by them caused Jeffrey and Offa to break into cold sweat in terror. Hearing that the Blazing Flame Monarch was seriously injured, but not dead, relief flooded Offa's heart despite his slight disappointment. If Leylin was already able to get rid of a Breaking Dawn Magus, he didn't know what sort of attitude to hold towards him anymore. However, Leylin deliberately paused, causing Offa's and Jeffrey's hearts to grow alert again. "Although we didn't manage to get rid of the Blazing Flame Monarch, we were successful in inflicting serious damage on the opponent instead. Not only would it take a long time to recuperate from such a thing, it's hard to say whether the Monarch will even be able to remain at rank 6 even after a full recovery." He then dropped another bomb before Offa and Jeffrey could digest this shocking news. "It's also worth wondering if the Blazing Flame Monarch will treat us as enemies in the future. I don't believe that will be a huge issue." The explosive news that Leylin dropped one after the other caused Offa and Jeffrey to be dazzled. They couldn't understand at all. The Blazing Flame Monarch could possibly fall in rank, and on top of that their enmity with Warlocks even in spite of such great losses. How was this even possible? However, looking at the proud Leylin, Offa and Jeffrey couldn't help but consider this possibility from all angles. Leylin smiled. The Blazing Flame Monarch had lost a part of her laws of fire, sustained serious injuries, and worst of all experienced the trauma of her true soul being split and fused back together. With so much damage being stacked on her, if Melinda was able to recover even within a few hundred years, Leylin would look up to her. Furthermore, the Blazing Flame Monarchs could thoroughly be suppressed or annihilated by Melinda before that. Whether the current Blazing Flame Monarch could still maintain her previous attitude of desiring the extinction of bloodline warlocks remained to be seen. Although Leylin was ruthless in his betrayal, they were still allies after all. With her power weakened, what she needed now was a peaceful environment to recuperate in, not an impetuous vengeance. Leylin believed that an old witch like Melinda would easily be able to think of that. Hence, it was almost certain that even the extremist portion of the Blazing Flame Monarch would choose to stay low profile and live in seclusion now. Although this was the case, the obstinate ruthlessness the Blazing Flame Monarch showed towards Warlocks was deeply seared into their minds. They wouldn't be able to react to this quickly at all. Seeing them like that, Leylin could not help but feel slightly amused, and at this moment, "Wah, wah," an infant's cries echoed from the castle. The loud and clear cries strangely reverberated through the entire castle, a hallmark to this child's remarkability. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669, Departure and Twilight, Departure and Twilight, and now my second descendant is born. Leylin didn't know himself what he was feeling exactly, but the birth of a descendant still caused a slight tenderness in his heart. "Please excuse me," he said to Offa and Jeffrey, knocking them out of their stupor. "Of course, Your Highness, go handle your own matters first," they answered with understanding. Black flames flashed as Leylin disappeared, only to arrive at a room in the castle. This luxurious room was filled with the smell of blood and amniotic fluid. A few wet nurses had already collapsed on the floor, the main culprit being the infant that was still crying out loud. These wet nurses had been carefully selected, and almost all of them were rank 1 warlocks. Still, the power from the rank 5 bloodline in the child's body surpassed the limits of what they could bear. After all, Leylin, Freya, and the rest normally suppress their vital radiations on purpose to avoid polluting the surrounding environment. A newborn couldn't possibly have such awareness. As the infant wept, darkness elemental energy particles emerged and began circling around it. Black flames burnt constantly, beginning to wreck the surrounding furniture and bed sheets. Its spiritual force and bloodline force are rebelling. Instead of frightening him, this news actually made Leylin glad. This child's innate skill is very high. This degree of rebellion did not bother him, and he easily suppressed it as he held the infant up. Seemingly due to sensing the bond of their bloodline, the infant immediately stopped crying upon seeing Leylin, and even let out an innocent smile. Being a peak rank 3 warlock whose vitality surpassed most others, Freya had managed to maintain her consciousness till now. When she saw who had arrived, she was shocked at first but then relaxed. "Dear our child." "Yes, our child is born. It's been hard on you," Leylin comforted her gently, his palms still caressing the forehead of the infant in his embrace. Black light flashed in the room, causing it to fall into a deep slumber. Just like this, Leylin embraced the child and accompanied Freya quietly. Even though she was a warlock, the fatigue due to the pregnancy and labor of a child with such a unique bloodline still caused her to fall into a deep sleep very quickly. A legacy of the bloodline, eternal from generation to generation. Leylin seemed to grow some special feelings as he looked at the soundly sleeping infant in his hands. The pursuit of eternal life was the dream of all humans, but there were almost none who succeeded in the endeavor. Hence there was another method. By producing offspring and passing down their bloodline, one could achieve a sort of immortality of genetics. Then there was a sort of spiritual immortality. By passing on one's own knowledge and perception of the world to others, teaching students of one's culture and wisdom, one could achieve an immortality of its own. Descendants would need to be nurtured. One would need to inculcate their own ideas in their blood descendants, spreading their knowledge. This, too, created an eternal life in some sense. As long as this tradition was passed from generation to generation, one could be considered as having partly accomplished the goal. Hence, be it in his previous life or in this world, humans always held feelings for their descendants. Although individuals who broke this norm did exist, they were not the mainstream. To Leylin, passing down his bloodline was not only a means to form his power. His descendants would inherit his ideas and legacy. Although true eternal life existed in the Magus World, something much more attractive than having descendants, that did not hinder him from keeping them as a last resort. The power of its bloodline is very rich, but it also conceals some dangers. Soul force swept through the infant, revealing everything about its body before his eyes. Leylin's eyebrows furrowed. At rank 5, the Kemhin Emperor bloodline would definitely be detected by the Snake Dowager. With him taking the heat, these bloodlines that were diluted with others might not be given much attention, but even small movements, combined with the infant's inability to stay on guard, would lead to complete annihilation. Hence, he had to take precautions. "I-chip, construct a dreamscape defense," Leylin commanded. The AI chip quickly responded. Beep. Mission established. Beginning to transfer runes, misty runes began to appear on Leylin's hands one after the other, forming a unique seal that merged into the infant's back before flickering and fading. The possibility of his bloodline attracting attention was already very low. With the addition of these defenses, it should be negligible. Leylin was nodding as he thought of Selene. "I still need to find the time to make a trip to the Twilight Zone." The main door was pulled open with a thud, and he walked out while carrying the child outside the door. Gilbert and Emma were waiting alongside Cobbler and his other subordinates, all of them with excitement in their expressions. "Congratulations, Master." His first subordinate warlock knelt down respectfully. Cobbler's actions were followed by the loud sounds of congratulations. Leylin nodded, raising the infant in his hands above his head. "This child shall be called Sire. Sire Farlier, son of Leylin Farlier." In the language of the Central Continent, the name Sire carried the connotation of being honorable and blessed. It was a very good name. Hearing Leylin's announcement, Cobbler and the others momentarily drowned the area with cheers. "Sire, Sire!" A grand feast was held that night in celebration. Not only did Offa, Jeffrey, and Wade attend, even Bevis had to force a smile on his face and come over to congratulate Leylin. After the grand feast ended, Leylin gathered Gilbert, Emma, Offa, and the others, announcing his decision to set out on a long journey. He told these people that he'd discovered another world, and was preparing to delve into a long-term expedition. Although Afa and others did not really understand Leylin's actions, they still consented and promised to support the Ouroboros clan as they always had. To the outside world, the Warlock invincible under Breaking Dawn was going to conduct long-term research, and he would hence stay in the Morning Star area for a very long time. Leaving aside the effect this news had on the Central Continent's current situation, Leylin had left the Morning Star area the very next day in secret. His departure this time was very low profile. By the time someone realized it, they'd already lost his tracks. Twilight Zone. The lake of lava burst apart, revealing Leylin's figure, looking expressionlessly at his cuff. There, the lava had impressively burnt a round hole, leaving a mark. Indeed, now that I'm sealed, I'm not as strong as the last time I came here. I can only be considered an ordinary morning star now. A bitter smile hung at the corner of Leylin's lips. Due to the restrictions from the All-Snake curse, he could no longer utilize power at Radiant Moon, even having taken the initiative to seal his bloodline force. Still, all that had only bought him 3 years of time. He had to use this time to break through the shackles of his bloodline, resolving the curse. If not, the consequence would be his bloodline being completely sealed by it, something that would lead to immediate death. Now that he'd taken the initiative to seal a large portion of his bloodline, the AI chip evaluated him to be no stronger than a Morning Star Magus. The best proof of this was the lava passageways. He could run amok in them before, but now it had managed to break through his defenses and even leave a mark on his clothes. This doesn't feel good, Leylin's eyebrows furrowed. Being sealed due to the All-Snake curse, he was now inferior to an ordinary Radiant Moon Magus. He had to conceal his own aura in the Morning Star area to deceive people, so how would he dare to stay there for any length of time? With his strength having suffered great losses, the Central Continent was too dangerous for him. He had to go into hiding for some time. Leylin never believed in fairness and good blood. Only the most meticulous plans would guarantee his safety as he advanced on his path. Remaining in the Morning Star area would cause unending problems. Going out instead was better for both parties. Before confirming that Leylin had thoroughly died, who would dare to harm the Ouroboros clan, Freya and her child? There was, in fact, a darker thought deep in Leylin's heart. If anyone reached out for his power, he could at most come back for revenge later on, paying them back tenfold. Those with no qualms made the most terrifying of enemies. After resolving the matters in Twilight Zone, I'm afraid I'll need to make a trip to the south coast. Making silent calculations, Leylin suddenly lifted his head to look at the gloomy rock ceiling, letting loose a quiet sigh. The current him had to leave for the Purgatory World to resolve the All-Snake curse. With the Snake Dowager's lair being there, the amount of danger could not be described. Thus, even Leylin wasn't very confident in his outing this time. Thus, settling all matters on his hands evidently became important. The Central Continent was taken care of, and next would be Twilight Zone. After that, he still wanted to return to the south coast in his heart. Be it the rank 3 Magus who inflicted serious damage on him at that time and force him to flee underground, or the matters related to the Farlier family on the Chernobyl Islands, he needed to tie up all loose ends. Even a morning star like the current him would be invincible in the south coast. Only when these matters were totally resolved would Leylin be able to abandon everything completely. He could then enter the Purgatory World, striving for his own path forward even at the cost of death. Twilight Zone's matters are easy. Only, should I leave behind a hand in the shadows? Leylin stroked his chin. His entire figure suddenly transformed into a black flame, whistling into the horizon. Celine was currently beside a cradle. Looking at the figure that suddenly emerged beside her, she exclaimed with pleasant surprise, "Leylin? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 670, Return to the South Coast. Return to the South Coast, he named his first child Daniel. After setting up some isolation spells and asking Celine to hide herself for a period of time, he reckoned everything should be fine. With his business done, he headed for the South Coast. Though the surroundings were filled with dangerous areas that even rank 3 Magi were known to be unable to escape. This North Coast that was isolated from the world seemed to Leylin like his backyard. It's been so long, I wonder how those friends and enemies are now. Leylin looked at the clouds through his window, and familiar faces appeared in his mind. George, Nissa, Damien, number 4 and 5, and the former principal who were all his friends and servants. There were also his enemies like Gargamel and Ulrich as well. Memories were dusted off one after the other, especially of him taking an airship to the south coast before he was even an acolyte. It all seemed as if it had happened yesterday. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Leylin raised his arm, glancing at his youthful and energetic palm as his mind drifted away once more. With 5th grade aptitude, Jaden should be alive and well even now. As for George and Callywere, after all, one's sole aptitude is the most important thing for a magus. Leylin sighed. If not for choosing the path of a warlock, he would likely still be stuck as a rank 1 or 2 magus, even with the help of his AI. Chip, forget Morning Star, the current him had even reached the Radiant Moon Realm, something unheard of in the South Coast. His bloodline had a large part to play in these advances. Things were always unpredictable. Besides, Leylin looked at the near volcano city and let out a sinister smile. Red light circulated around his hand, and through his bloodline he could feel the activity of other Farlier descendants in the nearby Teljo city. Descendants of Viscount Farlier? Leylin laughed. Didn't I not have any siblings before I left? Viscount John Farlier is very much like our ancestors indeed. Leylin still held some attachment towards the Farlier family. After all, his current body came from them. Even though he'd sent Damien over to protect them along with number 4 and 5, he still couldn't thoroughly cut his ties to them. Still, because it was difficult for him to face them at that time, he'd done it anyway. A few hundred years had passed since then, and all that would be left of his relatives and friends would be ash and bone. This would make things easier for him. All he needed to do was give a few benefits to his descendants, and everything would be fine. Attention to all passengers. The airship is arriving at the terminal in Teljo City. Please gather your belongings and leave the ship in order. The gentle female voice sounded again. Furthermore, the next flight will begin half a year later. The airship will circle the Eastern Line. Please make any reservations if need be. One final announcement. Traces of the primordial spirit-slaying sect have been detected in the eastern portion of the city. Please be careful. The first few announcements didn't net much of a reaction from the passengers. After all, the airships here were not comparable to those of the central continent and needed a period of maintenance after each flight. If not for the fact that Teljo City was the trade center of the South Coast, they wouldn't have set up any airship routes at all. The last announcement with regards to the primordial spirit-slaying sect, though, it wreaked havoc in the hearts of the passengers when it was made known. What do we do now, Darlie? The primordial spirit-slaying sect's disciples are all madmen. Won't it be too dangerous for us in town? A few female magi near Leylin got anxious. Rest assured. Teljo City is one of the main camps of the Light Magi, and Lord Ulrich is protecting us. Nothing will happen here. Forget that. Aren't the death soul protection and soul pollution isolation spells our forte? The girl named Darlie quickly calmed her partners down. The presence of the Light Magi and Ulrich gave them a lot of confidence, and even the rest of the airship's passengers started to quieten down afterwards. Primordial spirit-slaying sect. Ulrich, Leylin laughed. It seems like I can settle that debt quite easily this time. He hadn't taken this airship out of convenience. There was a slight sentimental value to it, but most important was that it would allow him to collect crucial information. With his current abilities, just his Dreamforce force field could force many magi to hand over a large amount of information that included their secrets. With the AI, Chip's abilities added on top, Leylin grew more or less clear on what had happened in the South Coast after he'd left. During his escape after the fight for the essence of the Wisdom Tree, the Light Magi had suffered great losses. This incident had sparked off the Third Great Magus War. With multiple rank 2 Light Magi injured or killed, the Dark Magi were stirred into action. With the additional encouragement from the incident with the Wisdom Tree, they started vying over the Eternal River Pocket Dimension and launched the war. High-level members, all previously hidden from the world's eyes, emerged in an unprecedented battle above the Thousand Soul Island. Spells of darkness and light blotted out almost half the sky, and the battle ended with the island sinking down. Both parties had suffered great losses. The Third Magus War was supposed to last for a long time, but it was halted abruptly due to the appearance of another strong party. Right after the battle at Thousand Soul Island ended, the ancient primordial spirit-slaying sect took advantage of the fact that both sides were severely damaged and rose quickly in power and position. Their leader was rumored to be the terminator of all souls, Gargamel. Members of the primordial spirit-slaying sect were demon fanatics and even wantonly collected souls in the South Coast, regardless of whether they belonged to magicians or humans. They also didn't care whether they were attacking light magicians or dark ones, all in their sights were attacked. With so many souls in hand, Gargamel's power recovered quickly. It had even advanced to the peak of rank 3 in a short period of time. With all this, both sides decided that they could not let such a thing go on, quickly ending their original war and cooperating to suppress Gargamel's rise along with her primordial spirit-slaying sect. Finally, in an intense ambush, the rank 3 magi of all three sides suffered grievous injuries or even death, and the magi used their many inherited treasures to inflict great damage to Gargamel and the sect. But Gargamel was indeed an ancient demon. It had managed to escape from the dark and light magi and recuperated in hiding, silently waiting for a chance to make a comeback. Rumors in recent times said that Gargamel's wounds were healing quickly, something that explained the increasing activity of the sect's members. They were conducting massive blood sacrifices and collecting souls. The entire South Coast was laden with anxiety. So to say, the South Coast is currently experiencing a three-way stalemate between the Dark Magi, Light Magi, and the primordial spirit-slaying sect. Leylin yawned. Even if he'd sealed the majority of his abilities, enemies of such a level were still ants to him. Let's end things here quickly and find the purgatory world. My time is far too precious. Leylin stood up and came to the entrance queue, waiting to alight. Darly and his partners were in front of him. Hey Darly, look. The hunk who sat with us before is here too. The female Magus in front tugged on Darly's sleeve. Yeah, let's go strike up a conversation. I'll count myself lucky today, none of you can fight me. You guys, Darly's voice was soft, and she looked like she was done with them. Aren't you guys afraid of offending him by speaking so loudly when we're so near? And didn't you guys try the other time as well? That sir over there hates to be disturbed. The female Magus looked at Leylin stealthily again after Darly finished her words. The elegant black robe exuded a sense of royalty, and the black mask on his face gave Leylin a few pints of mysteriousness. Though only half his face was revealed, the charm he gave off unknowingly was driving all the female magi mad. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671, Darly he had to say, with his bloodline strengthened his charm had also achieved a new peak. The current him could even charm ghosts and humans of any age. Even Darly's face flushed and she lowered her head. At this sight, Leylin couldn't help but feel a little good about himself. He smiled at Darly. Unfortunately, the action misled the female magi in front of him. Oh my God, he smiled at me. No, it was me. Frustration colored their faces as they fought over it. It's so good to be young, Leylin shook his head, sauntering out of the airship after it came to a halt. Sir, over there must be a Magus with a rich history. Darly watched as Leylin walked away, curiosity burning in her eyes. She was someone with pretty good aptitude and could be considered a talented person. On top of that, she was hardworking and had advanced to rank 1 at a young age. She'd even started on her elemental conversion already. Despite this, her past few attempts at probing Leylin failed, and she realized that Leylin was not any ordinary Magus. Sadly, her other companions did not seem to notice this. She sighed as she looked at her starry-eyed friends. Teljo City still looks the same as it did. Standing in front of the city wall, this large city built around a volcano seemed to have remained the same. The only difference was the aging of the walls. Leylin couldn't help but think of the first time he'd come here. That poor Magus, Jenna, and her meditation technique of sacred flame. He managed to enter the city quite smoothly when he revealed his power as a Magus. The place was as bustling as it used to be and had been separated into different strata. As his soul force probed through the city, he managed to find his old villa. However, it was now decked out with a whole new set of spell formations, set up by the Magus currently residing there. Leylin shook his head and dismissed all thoughts of probing further, instead moving towards a tavern. He'd gotten a general idea of the current situation, but there was still some information he needed to probe further into. This was especially true of the issues surrounding the primordial spirit slaying sect. Furthermore, since he was already here, Ulrich and the other Magi wouldn't be able to escape him. He could wait at ease. Descendants of my blood, heed my command. Head here. Leylin's eyes turned crimson as his terrifying soul force spread out. His power, however, couldn't be detected by anyone. Soul force was far too advanced to be detected by anyone in the city. Still, it was a bad omen for the Magi who'd been picked by him. A fountain pen broke apart in Ulrich's hand as he stood up clutching his chest. What is this? What's going on? Magi usually had accurate premonitions. As a rank 3, Ulrich's intuition had saved him from umpteen dangerous situations. That same sense of danger hit him again, and this time it was 10 times as strong as the previous times. How could he stay calm with that? Someone get in here, he shouted. A handful of old Magi arrived in order, standing outside the door. What may I do for you, my lord? What has the primordial spirit slaying sect been up to lately? I need to know everything about them, and I mean everything. Ulrich looked gloomy. Yes, sir, the Magi echoed, looking at Ulrich as if he were their god. A rank 3 Magus was the top of the pack in the South Coast. After the Third Magus War, the status of rank 3 Magi had even increased by a huge amount given how many had perished in it. Ulrich himself actually oversaw the entirety of Teljo City and was one of the best light Magi. Naturally, his orders spread out like wildfire. It took no time at all for everything about the primordial spirit slaying sect to cover his desk. That's all? He asked, flipping through indifferently. Whatever we could find is in here, my lord. The recent batch of sect members who came here seemed to be hunting someone down instead of collecting souls. I saw the report. For a rank 2 Magus to be leading the team, it seems like those thereafter are a force to be reckoned with. Ulrich sat back down once again and rubbed his forehead. Bothered by the look of hesitation on the aged Magus face, he asked, Is there anything else you're hiding from me? I wouldn't dare, my lord. Now intimidated, the Magus immediately knelt before him and sought forgiveness. It's just that there are a few rumors related to the Magi we caught. However, we wouldn't dare come to any sort of conclusion before verifying them. Speak. Ulrich's face grew gloomy. Of course. The old Magus shot Ulrich a look and started breaking out in a cold sweat. The rumors state that the Magus who's being hunted down by the sect members is a member of Leylin Farlier's family. All the Magi present tensed their bodies the moment the name was mentioned. That name was an absolute taboo to Ulrich. His only son had died at Leylin's hands. When he'd chased after him, he'd instead been used by Leylin, who escaped with a teleportation spell formation. Furthermore, he barely escaped the rank 2 Magus trap, something that had caused him immense humiliation. Boom! A terrifying energy ripple spread out, and all the objects in the room began to shake. A surviving member of Farlier's family? Ulrich's voice held a tinge of bitterness. In his hatred towards Leylin, Ulrich had once disregarded the unspoken rules of the South Coast and brazenly sent troops to exterminate Leylin's family clan. During that operation, the entire Farlier family seemed to have been uprooted. Only a few specific bloodlines seemed to have received the protection of some mysterious characters. My lord, I can't be too sure of this as well, but the only thing I know is that they have already infiltrated our city, the old man stuttered out. Despite being a Magus himself, he was only rank 1 while Ulrich was rank 3, the peak of the South Coast's Magi. The disparity between them was simply too huge. Go look for them now, Ulrich commanded, and all the Magi rushed out of the room while cursing at their target. Leylin, Ulrich's gritting teeth echoed throughout the room after all the Magi had left. Please come back, my lord. An elderly man accompanied Leylin to the entrance of his shop, maintaining a half-bow until Leylin's back disappeared from his sight. He ran a store that specialized in the sale of information and data. He'd met hardly any customers who were as straightforward as Leylin was in his store. Moreover, the energy coming from Leylin's body had stifled him slightly. Things seem to be the same, but the people have indeed changed. Leylin sighed in thought as he wandered the streets. The information he'd acquired on the airship only formed part of the picture, barely scraping the surface. After they touched down in the city, he obtained a lot more detailed information through the information broker he'd found from the tavern. First was the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Leylin's alma mater still seemed the same as it was before, the only difference was the dean of the academy had changed. Siley was nowhere to be found, but other than that there were no anomalies. And even though the Four Seasons Garden greatly suffered after their encounter with Leylin, they'd slowly recovered due to their strong foundation. Other than stronger groups like the Four Seasons Garden, many names which Leylin was once familiar with had all vanished into the annals of history. Leylin had even gone to the extent of intentionally revealing the names of his past friends like George and company, but that got him nothing. After all, when Leylin left he was only an acolyte, it was impossible to leave footprints. Or maybe the events in the Eternal River Pocket Dimension had discouraged all of them so greatly that they chose to hide themselves from the world. On the other hand, it was Leylin himself who caused trouble between the dark and light magi. Even now, his work was being described in detail and with much cursing. Furthermore, many magi and even the primordial spirit-slaying sect had put a bounty on Leylin's head. Learning that it hadn't been taken down till date, he was left speechless. "Sir, I really am capable. I know some things about alchemy and potioneering, and I know how to." A female magus was dragged violently out of a store, the owner a magus as well. Many of the onlookers took a step back, not interfering. The owner himself was actually a semi-converted magus, a faint halo of elemental particles surrounded him. "Sir, my lord, please give me a chance, I really need this job." The female magus grabbed onto the hem of her skirt, pleading with urgency and yearning. Still, she was rejected mercilessly. "Don't make me repeat the same thing twice." A tremendous amount of power started to bleed from the owner's body, and Darly started moving back uncontrollably. A powerful supporting force surfaced suddenly and helped Darly to her feet. "Thank you. Oh, aren't you the mister from Count Yourself Lucky?" The store owner had obvious reservations about Leylin and stomped back into his shop while shaking his head. "Are you all right?" Leylin looked at Darly, thinking this situation was a little ridiculous. Judging from Darly's current state, she was evidently in a poor predicament. "Want to go for a drink? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 672, Traveling Together and Appearance. Traveling Together and Appearance, I was too naive. No matter how lax the professor from the Enia Ivory Ring Tower could be in his requirements, a novice magus like me isn't competent enough. Leylin and Darly sat facing each other in a fruit juice shop. Leylin was watching the passers-by outside the French window as he listened to Darly narrate her experiences after they parted ways. Darly was a talented magus who had perseverance. She had a fault, however, in her youth. Knowledge was the foundation of a magus power. She was extraordinary for advancing to become a magus at her age, but compared to those old freaks who'd amassed knowledge over hundreds of years, she was nothing. Hence, she had completely failed recruitment into the Enia Ivory Ring Tower, being rejected at the start itself. Her other female companions had fared the same way, and after the setback from the huge difference between their ideals and reality, they had long since returned to their hometowns. Some had even given up completely. Only Darly had not let up, persevering and staying in Teljo City. Soon enough, however, she was faced with a serious issue: she had gone broke. Official magi might seem extremely wealthy, but those who had just advanced had used up all their resources and magic crystals while breaking through. They weren't particularly skilled in any area, and since they lacked magic crystals to purchase spell models and the like to grow in strength, it was an endless cycle. Magi were normally at their poorest after advancing, and the costs of Teljo City were too much for someone like Darly. On top of that, she still needed to obtain more magic crystals in order to purchase things like spiritual force potions and spell models. Hence, after racking her brains, she had no choice but to swallow her pride and look for a job. However, reality dealt her a ruthless blow. Darly cared little for regular jobs, but she did not meet the requirements for jobs that needed official magi. She had hit a wall many times already before bumping into Leylin today. "It's been just a few days, but you've already had so many experiences." Leylin had the urge to laugh, but he forced it down. Since he'd advanced as a warlock, he was always stronger than others of the same rank as Gim. On top of that, the AI chip was a cheat that allowed him to amass knowledge that did not lose out to those old freaks. He'd never experienced such things. In actuality, magi like Darley were the norm in this world. "Is there anything I can help with?" Leylin asked kindly. He had some magic crystals lying around, and it wasn't like they were of much use to him. They were effectively rocks to him, and he obviously wouldn't mind showing some generosity. "It's all right. I've taken on a mission to gather starlight grass, and the rewards aren't half bad. I'll be able to survive for a while," Darley said in rejection. She was a strong and prideful child, and obviously would not accept such charity. "Starlight grass, huh?" Leylin checked with the AI. "Chip, that ingredient is only produced in Ebel Town. Though it's not far from Teljos and it's easy to gather it, a wave of disciples from the primordial spirit-slaying sect fled there recently, making it more dangerous." "No wonder," Darley covered her little mouth. "I was wondering why the task was so simple, yet the rewards were so generous." Damn it, seeing her finding this difficult, Leylin could not help but laugh. "I need to go there anyway. Let's go together." "Mister," Darley grew extremely emotional, tears forming at the corner of her eyes. "I really have something to do there," Leylin emphasized. With a few days of soul and bloodline hints being transmitted, the Farlier descendant had come here and was about to reach Ebel Town as well. Leylin wasn't someone with too much time on his hands. If not for such a thing, he'd just give her some magic crystals. Why would he waste his precious time and accompany her? "Many thanks," Darley bowed deeply, a red flush appearing on her cheeks and spreading downwards. The wheels kept turning, producing creaking noises. The uneven surface of the road left the carriage constantly shaking. Within the carriage, Darley was watching Leylin's mysterious face that was covered with a black mask. She hesitated for a long time before she spoke. "Me, mister. My name is Darley. May I know?" As Leylin had kept his mask on all this while, Darley had assumed that he was hiding his identity, which was why she had not asked for his name. Now, however, the two of them were going to Ebel Town together, and it seemed too lacking in manners if she did not inquire into this properly. "Oh, I'm Leylin," Leylin told the truth plainly. In his senses, the bloodline descendant was very close to the town. However, the life aura on his body had been weakened to a maximum, and there was even an aura of death coming from him. If Leylin didn't save him, it wasn't likely for him to make it back to Teljos City. "Leylin," Darley repeated the name a few times, and her expression suddenly changed. "The name, Leylin, it's the same as a Magus who's in our history textbooks." "Oh," Leylin stroked his chin. The Third Magus War and the rise of the primordial spirit-slaying sect were very serious issues for the Magi of the South Coast, and every detail about them had been noted down. Leylin was mentioned, obviously. After all, he'd been the person who somewhat sparked all these issues. With Darley's own studiousness, she'd remembered it to this day. "Ho ho, I didn't expect Lord Leylin to have the same name as that Magus in history. How interesting." He, Darley covered her mouth, shoulders shaking slightly. Perhaps it was because she was not wary of Leylin at all, or because she was charmed by the dreamforce surrounding him. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Leylin was the same one from history. "Oh, may I ask what the books say about him?" Leylin was rather curious of how the historians of the South Coast evaluated him. "Of course," Darley nodded, closing her eyes and seemed to recall content about him. "Poison Sovereign King, Leylin Farlier of the Chernobyl Islands. A rank 2 Magus and an important figure who caused the Third Magus War. Initially a student at the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, he betrayed them and then fled to Four Seasons Garden. Countless battles allowed him to garner a reputation, with the most famous being the battle at the Eternal River Plains Pocket Dimension, as well as that at the Bramble's Iron Door. Whereabouts currently unknown, he is wanted by both dark and light magi. Evaluation, a rare Magus talent seen only once in 1,000 years in the South Coast." It was as if she was reading the textbook itself, and the words she recited left Leylin laughing at himself. "I never thought there would come a day that I'd enter a textbook." Leylin touched the glossy and cold mask on his face and couldn't help but feel incredulous. "What about your opinion of him?" Leylin asked her curiously. "That Leylin?" Darley's eyes glazed over, as if a layer of fog had gone over them. "He's a genius." There are rumors that he's even a potioneering grandmaster, but he isn't of high moral standing. I don't like him. Looks like I left behind a bad impression on the south coast. Leylin could only shake his head. Actually? Oh, by the way, Mr. Leylin, why do you keep asking me questions about that fellow? No matter how dim-witted she was, she finally reacted. Oh, it's nothing, just that we've reached Ebble Town. Leylin opened the window on the carriage and nodded. Starlight grass was a distinctive product found around Ebble Town. Irregular silver spots dotted its tender green leaves, sparkling with a charming light. It was hard to mistake it for something else. Due to the threat of the primordial spirit slaying sect, which caused Ebble Town to lose all contact with Teljo City, the mission of gathering starlight grass now yielded very generous rewards. There are so few people in the town. I can't even get people to buy from if I try. Darlie felt helpless. Since she knew how dangerous this place was, she was unwilling to stay longer. If she could purchase enough portions of starlight grass, she wouldn't be at such a loss. However, the primordial spirit slaying sect's bad reputation of going around collecting souls, not even leaving commoners, left the town practically empty. Many residents had left this area and fled, causing the town to become desolate. The potioneers and those who gathered materials had disappeared. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. Darlie lowered her head sadly and then glanced at Leylin, who was beside her. Sir Leylin, what are you here for? Leylin wore gorgeous clothing, just one of his gloves worth everything she was. Combined with his great bearing, he probably came from some ancient noble family. Why would a person like this find value in things like starlight grass? Me, Leylin chuckled. I'm waiting for someone. Oh, you agreed to meet someone outside Ebble Town? If it's convenient, could you tell me his name? I'll look out for him, she asked. Yes, he's a younger generation member in my family. As for his name, Leylin scratched his head. He had used the power of his bloodline to guide the descendant from the Farlier family over. How was he to know the child's name? Oh, there's no need for that. He's arrived. Leylin's eyebrows raised up, and he walked out. Darlie followed closely behind, her eyes showing her curiosity. The scene of a chase appeared quickly in front of Darlie as she followed him out of town. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 673, Ulrich, that's... Darlie watched the streaks of light that were pursuing someone vigorously and felt herself getting tense. In front of her were Magi from the primordial spirit slaying sect. They wore loose blood-red robes emblazoned with an inverted silver cross on the back. A white skull was at the heart of the cross, its eyes filled with an abyssal darkness. It seemed to be smirking at her. This was the standard attire of the disciples of the primordial spirit slaying sect. She could feel the traces of elemental conversion from all of these magi. They're at least semi-converted magi. And that leader, he's... Practically the very moment she turned her attention to him, the leader suddenly turned to face her, the terrifying silver light from his eyes paralyzing her. A rank 2 Magus. Someone who's materialized their spiritual force. When Darlie felt her knees go weak and was about to fall, her shoulders suddenly moved and her body was supported by a powerful force. Immediately after, Leylin's gentle words entered her ears. Don't worry, it's fine. His voice seemed to be infectious, and she managed to recover from her crippling fear. Thank you. Darlie chanced a glance at Leylin and felt immediately at ease. From her point of view, with someone as powerful as Leylin whose strength could not be fathomed beside her, she could escape successfully, even from the primordial spirit slaying sect. Mind calm, she now was able to focus on other things. These sect disciples were chasing a young man with sky-blue eyes and brown hair. The elemental particles surrounding him were near substantial, and helped him move faster and resist the attacks. Peak rank 1, with elemental conversion at least 75%. Who is he? Why is he being pursued by the primordial spirit slaying sect? Darlie's eyes flashed with puzzlement. You can't escape. The rank 2 Magus yelled in a low voice, and silver spiritual particles converged to form an incredibly fine silver whip that was tens of meters long. With an elegant flick of his wrist, the long silver whip snapped straight, pushing towards the back of the fleeing Magus. Fallen Star Pendant? With the Magus yell, a layer of dark red light formed a faint armor around his body. Thwack! Boom! A dull thud was heard from his back, and the dark red armor shattered. The young Magus flushed red. Because of that, the silver whip halted its movements. It allowed the young Magus to dart towards the entrance of Ebel Town, the same place Leylin and Darly were heading for. Don't expect a mere middle-grade magic artifact to be able to save you. Seeing his opponent escape the blow that should have taken care of him in one shot, the rank 2 Magus expression grew dark. Phantom skeletons twisted as they brought darkness and despair to the surroundings. Darly could see practically every pore on the escaping Magus face, as well as the crazed disciples whose eyes were glinting with bloodlust. She couldn't help but pull at Leylin's sleeve. "Mister, my lord, let's go." "Go, why should we?" Leylin chuckled indifferently. He had merely summoned the male with his soul and bloodline and not saved him personally. This was to gauge his strength and luck. Seeing this scene, he concluded that the little guy's strength was passable and that he had rather good luck, something that caused him to nod inwardly. The young Magus, who was currently fleeing, was naturally the Farlier family descendant who Leylin had sensed. He was likely related to a brother or sister of Leylin's, and he could see similarities to his father and even himself in the young man's features. Damien has already met with them. He's passed my fallen star pendant over too. Leylin touched his chin. The magic artifact that emitted the dark red armor was the intricate cross pendant on the youth's neck. It even had some broken gems on it. This was the middle-grade magic artifact that Leylin had created in the South Coast, the Fallen Star Pendant. Middle-grade magic artifacts had little effect past rank 1, which was why he'd handed it over to Damien in the hope that he would hand it over to the outstanding descendants of the Farlier family. It looked like Damien had completed his task well. "Mr. Leylin, is he the person you're waiting for?" Darly pointed at the fleeing Magus, something suddenly hitting her. "He's a member of your family, so you're especially here to save him." "Something like that." Leylin's eyebrows raised, and he then glanced up towards the sky, a ruminating smile on his lips. "It's quite lively today. You can't escape. When we of the primordial spirit-slaying sect want to kill someone, we've never fail." The distorted skeletal images soared out with what sounded like a prophecy from the rank 2 Magus, turning into a few bone necklaces that instantly locked around the young Magus ankles. Thud, the Magus lost his balance and fell, seeming very pitiful as blood-laden bandages were revealed on his chest. Evidently, this was a wound from his time being chased. "Weren't you running? Go on, run some more." The rank 2 Magus steeled his expression as he approached the fleeing Magus, watching him from above. "I said that there's never been a Magus who's escaped on our kill list. Consider yourself lucky. Our sect master will meet you personally and extract your soul, boiling it in fire for 100 years. Just kill me." The Magus who had fallen turned over with difficulty, spitting out the words with no hope in his eyes. The long hunt, as well as being unable to join any large organizations, had already left him weary to the bone. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Damien. I couldn't help you in your vengeance. Lock him up properly. Be careful," the rank 2 Magus instructed the disciples behind him. He then scanned Leylin and Darly, who were at the entrance of Ebel Town. The aura Darly emanated showed that she was a newbie who had recently advanced. With Leylin concealing his abilities quite well, he was treated like small fry. "Kill them all and extract the souls of the residents in the town. We finally managed to get out, so it'll be good to bring something back," the leader commanded, and the sect disciples answered loudly. Crimson appeared in their eyes as they drew closer to the two with malicious intent, as if beasts that had found their prey. "Me, Mr. Leylin, you're very powerful and can defeat them quickly, right?" Darly took multiple steps backwards. All of those disciples were semi-converted and could suppress her easily. "There's no hurry, there's someone else yet to arrive." Leylin replied without enthusiasm. "There's someone else yet to arrive. What does that mean?" Her little face had turned deathly pale. "Keek, this female Magus has pretty good meat. How tender!" A disciple pulled at his nose, displaying an evil grin. "You can do whatever you want with the body, but you have to extract her complete soul. The soul of an official Magus isn't too bad, and you can even exchange it for points." A dried-up old man him while snickering. Tears appeared in the corner of her eyes. She was a traditional light Magus, and in 4 Seasons Garden the most danger she had ever met was some accidents while taking part in some outdoor experiments. However, there had been mentors around and she had always survived, shocked but safe. She had never met with a situation like what was happening now. "Don't come over," Darlie wailed, like the last cries of a feeble lamb. It only stimulated the appetite of the ravenous wolves in front of her. "Rest in peace." Just as the disciples were about to make their move and Darlie was in despair, the air seemed to freeze. Piercing sounds echoed out from explosions in Teljo City, and a terrifying gust parted the clouds themselves. A white light in the horizon grew increasingly dazzling, finally forming a faint world of holy light. The unprecedented terrifying pressure caused Darlie to go limp and fall, feeling suffocated. The disciples surrounding her all collapsed, and the rank 2 Magus expression changed. Watching the white world of light, he turned grim, holy light domain, a rank 3 Magus. A Magus appeared out of nowhere in the hazy domain, holy light forming an illusory scene behind him. "Lord Ulrich of Teljo City, are you here to break the balance in the south coast?" The Magus yelled, though everyone could hear that he was only putting on a brave front. This was a rank 3 Magus, a peak existence in the south coast. Ulrich's strength was well known even among rank 3 Magi, and he was in charge of Teljo City, which was a large base of the Light Magi. He was in the top stratum of Light Magi. Someone like that could kill a mere rank Magus like him easily, especially with how tense the relationship between their opposing factions was. Ulrich coldly answered the rank 2 Magus question with a word. "Scram, you!" The rank 2 Magus flushed red and finally gritted his teeth. "Take him. We'll be off." "You can go, but you'll have to leave him behind." Ulrich pointed at the Magus on the ground. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 674 Recognition and Ease. No, he's my assignment." The rank 2 Magus of the spirit-slaying sect rejected immediately. Apprehending this Magus was the very reason he'd even come here. "You've gotten this wrong. I'm not here to discuss terms with you, this is an order. Since you wish to die, let me help you." Ulrich couldn't be bothered to listen to reason, and he instead made his move. A violent, aggressive power crushed down on them, forming a domain of holy light. Rumble. The force field of a rank 3 Magus left no way out for any Magi below that rank. The disciples of the primordial spirit-slaying sect melted down in the holy light, their blood and flesh just dissipating away. Piercing screams sounded out. "Lord Gargimmel won't let you off." The silver spiritual force surrounding the rank 2 Magus flashed, abruptly forming a cloud of black fog as he planned to flee into the distance. "What a bunch of noisy flies. Let Gargimmel look for me." Ulrich's brows furrowed as his right hand began to grab towards the black fog. Boundless holy light converged to form a giant blazing claw of platinum. The cries of the rank 2 Magus sounded out as well. With the flames burning it up, the black gas seeped out from the gaps between the fingers. Silver spiritual force light gradually dimmed and eventually was extinguished completely. In mere seconds, that arrogant sect disciple who left Darlie with no way out was annihilated. The holy light vanished, turning into a gold-trimmed scholar's cloak that appeared on Ulrich's back. Meanwhile, Darlie was completely frozen on the ground. Only after some time did she manage to yell out, "It's Ulrich, Lord Ulrich, a rank 3 Magus." For the Light Magi, Ulrich was synonymous with light and justice. His sort of strength and his terrifying influence were the life goals of all Light Magi. "You're a descendant of the Farlier family?" Ulrich did not bother with Darlie, instead slowly descending as he looked at the Magus on the ground like he was looking at a corpse. His voice held the chill of millennia of winter and would cause anyone to shiver in fright. "Hee, another one." The Magus could not be bothered to move, or rather he knew that there was no hope of escape in front of a rank 3 Magus. "You're very unlucky." Ulrich's eyes were like two balls of flames. "If you were caught by the people from the primordial spirit-slaying sect, they'd at most torture your soul for a century. I'll instead torture your soul to death, extracting all your blood to prepare bloodline sensing magic, so the Farlier bloodline will be destroyed completely." It was as if he was narrating something that happened every day. The cruel words laced with bloodlust left Darlie shuddering. What's going on? Wasn't that young Magus being chased down by the spirit-slaying sect? How has he offended Lord Ulrich too? She felt giddy with confusion. Wait, the Farlier family? I seem to have read something about it. In the battle at the Bramble's Iron Door before the Third Great War, Ulric's sole son Jojin died at the hand of Leylin Farlier. Because of the modifications he'd made to himself before, Lord Ulric had lost the ability to reproduce further, and this turned into a blood feud. As a top scorer, Darly was familiar with this piece of history as well. However, the consequences of her having the time to even think of this resulted in Ulric fixing his attention on her, eyes full of a chilliness. She dropped to her knees. My apologies, Lord Ulric. I didn't mean to. Ha ha ha. The Magus on the ground began to laugh maniacally. Ulric, you'll never have a kid even till your death. It serves you right to have no blood kin. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You must all die. With salt sprinkled on his wounds, Ulric's facial muscles began to contort as flames began to emerge from around his body. Die! Light surged forth from his body, the milky white rays of death able to melt flesh and cause Magi to die an excruciatingly painful death. Clap, clap, clap. Applause sounded from within the light, interrupting Ulric's attack. He could not help but shift his attention. It was only then that he realized there was someone standing at the side, wearing a luxurious black scholar's robe and a mask on his face. He had no aura undulations, which was why Ulric had overlooked this man's existence before. This realization caused his pupils to shrink and suddenly left him with a bad premonition. A Magus that could conceal his aura so well would definitely be someone difficult to deal with. Who are you? Ulric glared at Leylin coldly, finding the face familiar the more he gazed upon it. The half of the face that could be seen seemed extremely familiar, yet there seemed to be a fog in his mind that made it hard for him to remember the name. Who am I? Ulric, you should know best. Leylin chuckled and turned to encourage Darly. You explained it well. That voice. Ulric's brows were furrowed and the fog of confusion dissipated slowly. He had the feeling he was about to find the name he was looking for, hidden in the depths in his mind. All of a sudden, Ulric's body trembled and he was instantly wide awake. Immediately after, Leylin's face lined up with the one in his memories, causing him to bellow hysterically. You're Leylin Farlier. Leylin Farlier? Two cries of alarm were heard from the sides, and the Magus on the ground's eyes were filled with emotion as he stared at Leylin's figure. Darly was completely horrified. He's the legendary toxic sovereign king, the rank 2 existence who worked behind the scenes and caused the Third Magus War. He's Leylin Farlier. Her hands covered her mouth, and her brain halted. Right, he never denied he was that Leylin. I was the one who wishfully treated him as someone with the same name. Scenes of her time with Leylin flashed in her mind, causing Darly's face to turn as red as an apple. He's very different from the legends. Darly watched his back, eyes showing her worry. Ulric is a rank 3 warlock. Can Mr. Leylin? Ha, ha, you're Leylin Farlier. That voice and that face, even if it's half covered, I won't be wrong. Ulric huffed, his body twitching like he was an epileptic. He was so excited that he was practically frothing at the mouth. You finally appeared. Great, I can finally enact my vengeance. He roared in a low voice, terrifying energy undulations exploding forth from his body that seemed to touch upon the crystal phase. Indeed, it's sensible that hatred can drive one's improvement. Ulric, you've improved so much from before. Though Ulric's improvement surprised Leylin slightly, those under Morning Star were still like ants to him. It was no big deal. The terrifying force field of a rank 3 Magus caused the Magus and Darly to lie on the ground like toads. The young Magus couldn't help but yell towards Leylin, "My lord, be careful." Any amount of cautiousness is useless. The hatred from Jojin's death, as well as the torture of the long wait, it can only be purged by all the blood in your body. Ulric roared, and holy light dazzled as it formed a gigantic cage ringed with pillars of light. He had learnt his lesson from chasing Leylin down before. He knew that Leylin was powerful and, what's more, quick. With just a slight misstep, Leylin could flee. In order to prevent such a disaster from happening again, he had to limit his opponent's range. Having set everything up, Ulric made his move. Boiling heat waves converged in his hand, the light forming a gigantic statue of a goddess, her 2 wings spread to form a bow. A holy aura emanated from the bow that had formed. A ray of light condensed to form the bowstring, and a terrifying energy undulation was released as Ulric pulled back on it. Platinum flames converged, rushing forth from his fingertips to form a blazing arrow. An explosive screech could be heard as the arrow was launched, leaving behind a glimmering white trail in the air. You're focusing on long-ranged attacks. Looks like the lesson I taught you was deeply engraved in your mind. Leylin shook his head and extended a finger, tapping on the flaming arrow. This slight motion caused Ulrich's expression to go dark, and the Magus and Darley both were filled with concern. Unfortunately, just this is far from enough. The flaming arrow struck Leylin's finger, producing a crisp sound. Immediately after, Ulrich's expression quickly changed. The flaming arrow had fallen down, split in two. It charred the surrounding land before the flames went out. If that's all you have, you're too disappointing. Leylin smiled at Ulrich, who in turn staggered back. It was only then that he realized that Leylin was no longer the rank 2 Magus who needed to keep fleeing from him. His opponent was considered the greatest genius the South Coast had produced in 1,000 years. With hundreds of years having passed, what level of strength had he reached? What rank are you at now? Ulrich slowly stepped backwards, 2 snow-white wings of light extending at his back. That question isn't important. You just need to die obediently, Leylin spoke without a care. Coupled with how he was dressed, he seemed very much like the stereotype of a huge rebel. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 675, Defeat and Curse. Defeat and Curse. At this moment, the young Magus that had collapsed to the ground immediately shouted out, "Lord Ancestor, you can't let him off so easily. He attacked our Farlier family and even indirectly caused Grandpa Damien's death." "Oh," Leylin furrowed his brows. Black flames blazed as he instantly moved to the youth's side. With just a scan, he understood the youth's body like the back of his own hand. "Did the spirit-slaying sect give you that wound on your chest?" "Yes. I got hit by the attack of a soul plague from the sect disciples and was also poisoned by a malaria spider." The youth looked defeated, but then had an excited flush on his face. "A small issue." Leylin's finger moved, and the bandages around the youth's chest automatically fell off to reveal twisted muscles and horrifying wounds. "Bear with it for a bit." Leylin dripped a crimson potion onto the youth's injuries. White gas steamed from the wounds, causing the youth to cry out in pain involuntarily. Shortly after, black gas streamed out of the wound, and the flesh began to mend itself rapidly. The wounds were healing. "What?" Darley shouted from not far away. "That's even faster than a rank 3 healer. Is this an ancient healing potion from Legends?" Leylin had no wish to answer Darley's question. Instead, he noticed Ulrich beginning to make a move. "So stubborn." Rumble. Countless holy javelins made of platinum flames appeared around him, shooting towards Leylin like thousands of arrows being launched at the same time. Ulrich himself revealed a large pair of wings as he took to the skies. "I said, stay there quietly. Did you not understand the first time?" Leylin's expression darkened, and an aura several times more terrifying and powerful than Ulrich's descended. Formless energy rippled, causing those javelins to explode in the air and dissipate into motes of light. Seeing Leylin take care of his attack, Ulrich made a strange sound from midair, spreading his wings and escaping as far as he could go. "Get down here." Leylin's right hand pulled downwards, and Ulrich gave a blood-curdling cry from within the streak of light. He fell down, the 2 wings on his back being torn off by a formless force. Some flesh and blood remained at the end, revealing long gashes on his back from which blood spurted forth. The cage with pillars of light that sealed off the region had, with a sound as if it could not hold on for longer, exploded bit by bit. His wound completely healed, the youth now stood up and watched the scene silently. He was surprised, yes, but the events that had played out so far had far exceeded what he could take. He was now numb to everything. When he'd been fleeing from the sect disciples, a voice in his mind urged him to change course, veering towards Teljo's city. Before the spirit-slaying sect disciples who were after him could attack him, Ulrich appeared. Faced against the sect disciple and a rank 3 Magus who both had grudges against him, the youth would rather be caught by the sect than even see Ulrich's face. However, things were far from over. Just when he thought everything was done for, an even more bizarre thing had happened. Leylin, the genius from his Farlier family who'd been missing for centuries, had suddenly reappeared. On top of that, he dominated and defeated Ulrich the moment he showed himself. The youth watched Ulrich lying on the ground like a dead dog, his expression stiff. He had a strong suspicion that this could be a mere clone or perhaps a fraud. Since when was a rank 3 Magus, the best of the South Coast, so weak? Or is it that he isn't weak, but the Lord Ancestor is just that powerful? The youth watched Leylin's masked face, his eyes full of admiration. He was fully privy to Ulrich's prowess. Under the force field the rank 3 Magus had shown off, he would have been killed like an ant. However, Leylin had defeated his opponent with a mere wave of the arm. How large was the disparity between them? Your wounds are all healed up. By the way, what's your name? Leylin's face held some rare gentleness as he faced this descendant. My name is Krupp, I'm Audi's descendant. Krupp knew Leylin had no interest in his family tree and directly mentioned the person in Leylin's generation. Audi, did this happen after I left? Leylin stroked his chin. Yes, he's your brother, born 2 years after you left. Krupp carefully watched Leylin's expression and then pointed at Ulrich. Lord Ancestor, he once sent people to attack our Farlier family and almost caused us to be completely uprooted from the Chernobyl Islands. Only a few of us escaped under Grandpa Damien's protection. You must take revenge for us. Having said all this, Krupp clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with tears. Don't worry, Leylin nodded. After hearing news that the Farlier family had almost been destroyed, he strangely felt no anger. It was as if he was hearing someone else's story. Even he was surprised at his reaction. Leylin immediately thought of the reason for this. He was someone who'd come from another world, and wasn't the original Leylin, who was just a playboy. Because he had the AI chip and was a grandmaster in the field of souls, issues with things like soul fragments that were retained from the original soul, causing melodrama, wouldn't be an issue for him. The old Leylin's soul had long since been annihilated, with not a trace left behind. He would not be able to affect Fang Ming the slightest. Hence, after hearing that the Farlier family had almost been wiped out, he only nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Emotions and the responsibility towards one's bloodline were different, however. Leylin believed he still had some work to do in that regard. Krupp and Darley felt the temperature of their surroundings lower in an instant. A slight explosion could be heard from Ulrich's body, and it seemed like he was strangled at his throat by a formless strength. He now hung before Leylin. Ulrich tried to sound from his throat. With a blink of Leylin's eyes, his face had flushed red. He squirmed as the blood drained from his face. It turned an ashen gray. In that short moment, Leylin had destroyed Ulrich's spiritual force. He was now just slightly stronger than a regular human. You've really got some guts. To dare go against the unwritten rules of the South Coast and take revenge on my family. Leylin's hand grabbed at the void, and crackling sounds were heard from Ulrich's body. The bones automatically broke apart inch by inch, but Ulrich was still awake and had to deal with the suffering alone. Soon enough, blood spurted from his mouth, and some of his teeth were broken. I believe there's a need to set a precedent so that the other Magi will be aware. A thin crimson thread was extracted from his body and hovered in front of Leylin. Let's see. A trace of blood-red light could be seen in Leylin's eyes as countless translucent mirrors opened up before him, revealing vague figures within. No, Ulrich immediately grew agitated upon seeing them, his body trembling unceasingly as his eyes pleaded with Leylin. However, Leylin himself cared nothing for this. You don't have any direct descendants yourself, but there are a lot of other branches. Siblings? Ulrich did not answer, his tongue had long since been bitten off. If not for Leylin intentionally keeping him alive, he would have died long ago. Ulrich would much rather die early than face what was to come. You know my character. I rarely use curses or other spells in that vein. It's not because I'm unfamiliar with them, but because they're troublesome. Not only is the preparatory work tedious, there's also a backlash. Leylin continued on as if he were chatting with a friend, but things are different here. The backlash from some rank 1 and 2 Magi, and even regular humans, means nothing to me. As he spoke, Leylin produced a large amount of materials from his spatial pouch, carving strange altar-like runes on the ground. Trace back the path of the bloodline to all branches. Terrifying curses rolled off Leylin's tongue in a strange accent. Ye of his blood shall become the source of the curse. After a few ceremonies, Leylin extracted some blood with a dagger and threw it onto the altar under Ulrich's look of despair. With sounds of anguish being transmitted from the altar, A faint, distorted face with empty eyes wailed as it pounced into the air. Go! Leylin snapped his fingers. BZZT, BZZT, formless ripples spread, and immediately after a blonde Magus expression changed in one of the round mirrors, green warts appearing all over his body. They then exploded, spurting out corrosive liquid that caused him to become a pile of white bones amidst his howls. Black fog occupied the entirety of a castle elsewhere, and broken limbs were thrown out of it every once in a while. Ulrich lowered his head. All that remained in his dead eyes was boundless hatred. Did you think that was all? Leylin could not help but laugh as he saw Ulrich in this state. Soul extraction? A translucent figure was pulled out from Ulrich's forehead. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 676 Fallen Star. Magic Equipment Fallen Star. Magic Equipment, AI Chip, organize Ulrich's memories, separate the information I require. Beep, mission established. Beginning analysis. Extracting data from target. As a grandmaster in the field of soul research who possessed the help of the AI chip, Leylin found what he needed in mere seconds. Ulrich's body died once his soul was pulled out. Now translucent, he'd regained the ability to speak. Information was extracted from his soul as he let out cries of misery. Having memories extracted from your soul wasn't exactly pleasant. AAHH, what are you doing? I won't let you off. I curse you and I curse all that is yours. Oh, so you have a brother who you're not on good terms with. It's a bit of a pity that he died under the curse as well, Leylin said as great amounts of data streaked past him. Whatever. If he's dead, he's dead. Did you think it would just end like this? Void assassin? A translucent figure appeared instantly with a flutter of his sleeve. These servants that he'd gained from the ruins of Scarlet Crescent each had a strength of up to rank 3, and with their ability to travel through the void, even morning stars had to guard carefully against them. They were practically invincible in the South Coast. Here's the information. Kill all his friends, acolytes, and anyone else he treasures. With a stretch of his arm and a tap, Ulrich's soul was sealed into the void assassin's head. Make sure he watches everything. Once you're done, sink into the lava underground and have his soul roast for eternity. Understood. A robotic voice sounded from the void assassin. Immediately after, its body disappeared into the void, leaving behind Ulrich's despairing cries that seemed to echo in this land. Are you satisfied with how I handled this? Leylin turned to look at Krupp. Yes, very satisfied. No matter what Patriarch does, you're the most correct. With Leylin's eyes on him, Krupp stiffened in his nervousness. At the thought of what his ancestor had done, Krupp couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This was someone who already knew of the darkness that lay in the Magus World. Using a method to extinguish one's bloodline and not even letting off their friends or acolytes, Krupp secretly wiped off the perspiration. Patriarch is no saint. Having taken care of Ulrich, Leylin glanced into the horizon and beckoned to Krupp. Let's go. A few worms will come and disturb us if we don't leave quickly. But before they got onto the carriage, a thought flashed through Leylin's mind. He looked at Darly. It's my fault that she got involved. Since she came with me, I should at least bring her to the next city. Leylin pointed at Darly, but the female Magus was in a state of complete shock. The roaring skeletal horse was blazing with black flames. It seemed like a demon from a nightmare, its hooves leaving behind flaming marks. The large carriage sped down the road like a black whirlwind. Krupp sat inside with some reservation, occasionally sneaking glances at Leylin's black leather boots. Darly was still frozen, hiding in the corner and trembling with her arms wrapped around herself. The recent events had dealt a huge blow to this female Magus. In reality, if not for Leylin intentionally protecting her, she and Krupp wouldn't have been able to live past the moment Ulrich burst out. However, she didn't believe that her survival was some stroke of fortune. The fall of a rank 3 Magus, and the curse that accompanied it, made it easy for her to imagine what kind of chaos was going to arise in the South Coast. And as the witness, she was in a bad situation. Though the light Magi revered order, they were the first in line to trample over their own rules for the sake of benefits. Darly shut her eyes and could already imagine a large number of high-ranked Magi cutting open her skull and extracting parts of her brain. Though the dark Magi were more famous for it, Darlie knew very well that many light magi were no inferior at the skill of extracting memories. They could probably clone all her thoughts from her childhood with not a single error. As for what would happen to her, that was something no magi would ever care about. Sacrificing herself for the big picture and for all light magi was something that she should feel honored to do. They'd expect her to serve herself up voluntarily. Darlie only realized how helpless she was under such immense pressure. While she'd always been prideful of the order and glory of the light magi, all she wished for now was their destruction. In matters of life and death, everything could be renounced. But as long as this lord is around, Darlie peeked up and saw the figure that had caused her immense fear. That stern gaze that shot out from behind the mask seemed to pierce her body, suffocating her. She quickly lowered her head respectfully, her breathing becoming rough. Starting with Ulrich's fall, the return of my lord will bring about great changes in the south coast. Leylin knew what this female magus was thinking of immediately, but he couldn't be bothered with it. To him, she was but a stranger he'd picked up somewhere and embroiled in this because of a coincidence. Even if he wasn't with her, having taken on the task of gathering starlight grass, she would have come to Ebeltown anyway. Without his protection, she would probably be in even worse a condition by now. Thus, he believed she owed him a favor. That last thought was because they'd traveled together and grown slightly more familiar with each other. Reaching a rest point and then tossing her away was a very simple alternative. However, based on Krupp's expression, this might be a variable that would change things. Leylin chuckled at that thought. Leylin suddenly spoke. Krupp, give me the fallen star pendant around your neck. Oh, of course, Patriarch. Krupp deferentially took the pendant down and passed it to Leylin with both hands. Light flickered from the broken gems on the dark red cross surface. The slight weight in his hands left Leylin nostalgic. Grandpa Damien gave it to me and he even told me. Krupp watched Leylin hesitantly. Leylin nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, this is a magic artifact I created. Damien was under my orders to protect the Farlier family in the Chernobyl Islands. He observed the creation in his hands. With his current insight, he naturally noticed the defects in his original craftsmanship and the immaturity when he'd made it. Though the materials in this fallen star pendant aren't all that great, it isn't as if there's no room for improvement. Crimson light wrapped around the cross in tandem with Leylin's words, causing it to float into the air and emit powerful energy waves that shocked Krupp and Darlie. This is, Darlie looked stunned. He's working without any tools. Only Grandmaster alchemists from legend can do something like this. The red glow expanded unceasingly, gradually forming a beautiful flaming daffodil that slowly bloomed within the carriage. When the last petal withered, the pendant suspended in the air now looked different. It was more slender before, its dark red surface more pure. Many fine black lines were on it, making it seem like the back of a python. I've resmelted the artifact and added a few functions. On top of that, I've restricted its use to those with the Farlier bloodline, Leylin said lightly, and then Fallen Star pendant fell into Krupp's hands. He resmelted a magic artifact so quickly and upgraded it to become a high-ranked magic artifact. Still hiding in the corner, Darlie's eyes were now shining. Only rank 2 or 3 magi were qualified to possess things like high-grade magic artifacts in the South Coast. For low-ranked magi like her, just taking a glance at a treasure of this grade was like a dream come true. The person who was across her, however, had refined one without so much as a change in expression and gifted it away as if it was nothing. Perhaps my hopes for the future will all rely on this person. Darlie made up her mind, vigorous flames bursting forth in her heart. Many thanks, Patriarch. Krupp took the pendant, pleasantly surprised. This magic artifact had always been very useful, and it was an unexpected surprise for it to be upgraded to become a high-ranked one. However, after his spiritual force made contact with the pendant, his eyes grew as round as saucers. It was as if he'd been struck by lightning. What? Is anything the matter? Leylin found this descendant rather funny. A piece of magic equipment. The Fallen Star pendant. Krupp spoke of the grade of the item. Patriarch, you upgraded it to magic equipment? It was already a huge surprise for the Fallen Star pendant to be upgraded to a high-grade magic artifact, but the fact that it had become the legendary magic equipment was shocking. This was magic equipment. It was of a level even greater than magic artifacts, and regular rank 3 magi weren't even qualified to have them. These were the trump cards of the largest organizations. However, this ancestor of his had casually managed to refine a middle-grade magic artifact into one Krupp was rendered speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 677, Nanov. Because of the materials used to make the Fallen Star pendant, it can at best only become a piece of low-grade magic equipment. Although Leylin found this quite a pity, Krupp instead grew so excited he was about to froth at the mouth. On the other hand, Darlie grew even more emotional. Seeing that the Fallen Star pendant had really been upgraded to become a low-grade magic equipment piece, she was at first frozen before she pounced at Leylin's feet. "Revered Lord Farlier, please take me in as your disciple. No, how could I qualify to be the disciple of such a great magus? Please give me any chance regardless of what it is. Whether as a maid, a servant, or even a guinea pig, just give me a chance to learn from you." "You're serious?" Leylin watched this female magus. With her thirst and pursuit of knowledge, she was very similar to how he had been back then. Krupp had a stiff expression. It was nothing much for a magus to become a disciple, but becoming a servant or a guinea pig would effectively render one dispensable to a dark magus. This female magus seemed to care nothing for her life. Rather, she was giving up her very life for the pursuit of truth. "My lord," Krupp gaped but was unable to speak. He was merely Leylin's nephew. There was nothing beside that relationship that bonded them together. Before he was sure of what place he held in Leylin's heart, speaking out like this seemed rather risky. "I don't have plans to teach anyone now, and I'm not lacking in servants either." Leylin spoke indifferently, causing Darlie's eyes gaze to dim. But Leylin's next words brought her from the depths of hell to heaven. "But I give you permission to observe and emulate me for a period of time. How much you learn will depend on you." "Many thanks, my lord," she replied, tears lining her eyes. However, Leylin had yet to finish speaking. "What can you offer me, though, that is of equal value?" "My everything." Darlie's tone was firm. "Good, swear it. Swear it on your soul and your honor, that from here on out your power, your body, your soul, and everything will belong to the Farlier family branch head on the south coast, Krupp Farlier." Leylin sounded unenthusiastic, but Krupp's eyes went wide. "What? Me?" Darlie took a look at Krupp, who was beside her, and immediately made a vow with her soul. "I swear on it." With Leylin as a witness, it would haunt her throughout her life unless a magus who comprehended laws aided her. Of course, the chances that an existence at or above rank 7 would help Darlie were pretty much nil. "Patriarch, why?" Krupp watched Darlie, looking puzzled. "As the descendant of our Farlier family, you should help our family continue the bloodline." Leylin chuckled. "Darlie is a great choice. She's talented, and you've seen her willpower and good qualities for yourself." Astute as he was, Leylin had long since noticed Krupp's slight crush on Darlie. This meant nothing to him, but as he was the real descendant of the Farlier family, he placed more importance on Krupp spreading his blood than his vengeance. Having done this, he now felt that he'd done enough to make up for everything he owed the family. Hearing Leylin saying something so shameless out in the open, a trace of a blush crept onto the faces of Krupp and Darlie, magi as they were. "Cough, cough, my lord, where are we going now?" Krupp directed the conversation elsewhere. He'd been running for his life ever since birth, and experiences like this one were rare. The only reason he'd felt anything for Darlie was that she was pleasing to the eye. "Let's go to the Abyssal Bone Swamp. I want to see how the Academy is doing, and there are also some people I want to find out about." Leylin smiled, considerately changing the topic. "It also looks like I need to show off some strength, display that the Farlier family has a solid backing. It'll be very troublesome if we keep getting harassed like this." "Troublesome?" Krupp was first baffled, but his expression quickly changed. An aged voice was transmitted to them. "Mr. Leylin, could we trouble you to come out of the carriage? Let's go out, we have guests." Leylin beamed, shaking his robes as he got to his feet. Krupp and Darlie exchanged a glance and lined themselves up behind him, seemingly with good chemistry, seeing how they occupied his left and right. The nightmare horse snarled in dissatisfaction, and the carriage stopped. Getting out of the carriage, Leylin caught sight of a few aged magi. At the front was a white-browed old man with layers of wrinkles on a face that was covered with spots. He looked about to die at any moment, wearing a simple gray robe that contrasted the dazzling golden staff in hand. He seemed to be the speaker. Beside him was an old woman wearing the clothing of aristocracy, her hair that had pearls and gems embedded within it tied in a bun. The two stood on top of a large banyan tree which was blocking Leylin's path. A large face emerged from the trunk. This banyan tree was actually a magus, and its life force was the strongest amongst the three magi. The three immediately went on guard when they saw Leylin coming out. The one holding the staff was the first to speak. "Leylin Farlier? That's me." Leylin's body floated up, and he stood on top of the carriage. While the lack of an aura coming from his body gave no reason for it, the magi opposite him felt a great feeling of danger. "I am the Saint Nanov Seal Andrew. You can call me Nanov. Beside me is Mistress Marjorie, and this giant tree is Lord Kifa." The auras of crystal phase magi became apparent as the old magus introduced his party. All three of them were mighty rank 3 magi whose spiritual force had crystallized. Leylin could also sense scattered undulations from some bloodline treasures and other unique magical items, and there was even a high-grade magic artifact on them. It was apparent that they'd brought everything they had. "Well, you must be the leaders of the light magi," Leylin nodded. "Yes," Nanov said as he forced a smile. Even face to face, he couldn't sense Leylin's aura. It was like his immediate vicinity was a boundless sea, drowning out any probes and leaving no traces behind. "Is this about the issue with Ulrich?" Leylin asked casually. He could eliminate ants like these in one blow, but for the sake of the Farlier family, it was prudent to leave them alive to spread word of the terror he wrought. "The matter with Ulrich was a personal feud between you and him. Though my lord's methods are a little overboard, they aren't unacceptable." Realizing that Leylin was not to be trifled with, Nanov immediately changed his plans. His conceding seemed quite pathetic to Leylin. If he was considered weak, these magi wouldn't have bothered with such words, and instead just killed him. They would cut the person who had tarnished the reputation of the light magi up into 1,000,000 pieces. However, realizing Leylin wasn't going to be pushed around, Nanov gave up his pursuit of enmity on Ulrich's behalf. After all, it was irrational to provoke a powerful magus for the sake of a dead person. What more one whose family, organization, and subordinates had all disappeared? It was all for the big picture. The casual sacrifice of Ulrich even left Leylin wanting to sneer in response. This sort of thing was exactly why he was hellbent on becoming stronger himself, rather than depending on organizations. However, Lord Ulrich was still a colleague of ours. Shouldn't Mr. Leylin do something about this? Nanov finally got to the point. "What's something?" Leylin watched the old man playfully. "Mr. Leylin was once a professor at 4 Seasons Gardens, which means you were once a light magus. As a light magus, it's our obligation to fight against evil." Nanov seemed to be spouting righteous words. The source of all evil in the South Coast, the ancient demon that the spirit-slaying sect believes in, the Gargamel, is alive. Is Lord Leylin willing to aid us in destroying the sect? I'm sure that once you contribute enough, 4 Seasons Garden will be very willing to welcome you back. They can't beat me, so now they're trying to assimilate me to their cause, Leylin chuckled inside, but Nanov had already begun stating his conditions. If Leylin were to attack the spirit-slaying sect and even kill the Gargamel, they would compensate him by admitting him once more into the 4 Seasons Garden, even allowing him full control of it. It was indeed an enticing offer. If Leylin was a peak rank 3 magus, he would have put some consideration into it. However, there was no need to fake courtesy with his current strength. "I reject your proposal," he exclaimed unceremoniously. Though the Gargamel had long since entered the list of beings he had to kill, he hated being threatened to do anything. "What?" Such a blunt answer put the old man in shock, and his expression dimmed. "There should be some enmity between my lord and the Gargamel, no? Wouldn't this be getting the best of both worlds? Or are you thinking of siding with the evil dark magi? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 678, Ease and Departure. Ease and Departure. You learn about that too. It seems like you know me quite well. Leylin shook his head. But did you know that the thing I hate the most is being coerced? His expression instantly darkened. Furthermore, it's better to deal with dark magi than the likes of you. As long as I display enough strength to shock them, they become even more obedient than dogs and won't resort to sneaky actions in the shadows. It looks like Sir Leylin is very prejudiced against us light magi. What a pity, Nanov spoke slowly, the golden scepter in his hand emitting even more dazzling rays of light. Are you done with all that nonsense? Like I said earlier, we should just eliminate him. He started out as a dark magus. Marjorie, who was beside Nanov, began to speak with a piercing voice. Susu, the giant tree magus under them, did not speak, but large amounts of roots spread out from it to envelop the surrounding region. It formed a grid of roots in the area. Increasing your vitality by combining your life with plants? How pathetic. Leylin shook his head, seeing through the tree with a slight glance. While he didn't say more than that, the look of pity in his eyes threw the banyan tree into a violent rage. Boundless green light spread around the area. It was like it had formed a translucent crystal in the air, sealing the air around Leylin. As we discussed before, Kifa will be in charge of restraining him while you amplify our power. I'll take the charge. As he said that, Nanov took the lead, the golden scepter in his hands abruptly increasing in size to become a golden holy lance. Understood, Marjorie answered quickly from behind him. All sorts of complicated and mysterious runes appeared from her body, disappearing into the giant tree and Nanov's body. With that support, more of their spiritual forces crystallized, approaching the limit. Even after the amplification, they're still only close to the limit of rank 3. Leylin sighed, the disappointment evident in his eyes as he waved his arm. Rumble, black flames began encircling the horse carriage in defense. Wait here, don't come out and block me. Numerous tendrils that had come to probe the area sizzled, instantly burnt to ashes by the black flames. It caused the large banyan tree to let loose a miserable cry. The black flames looked to be about to burn right up the roots, and the tree had no choice but to sever the affected ones, cutting its connection with them. Jade-green sap flowed out of the wounds in great amounts. Aarg-Chorh, the human face on the trunk, let out roars that nobody could make sense of. On the other hand, the faces of Nanov and Marjorie changed. These flames burned the very soul. Lord Leylin seems to have obtained some amazing inheritance in his time away. Golden light was produced from the lance, covering Nanov's body as if some kind of golden armor. You think I'm relying on some inheritance? You think that's what gives me my strength? Leylin replied, disapproving. Heaven's lance, make a judgment for light and justice. Nanov's body seemed to burst into golden flames. He hurled the lance in his hands into the distance, and it seemed like a golden meteor was launched. The lance reached Leylin in the blink of an eye. Black even streaked near the tip of the lance, fine spatial cracks being formed. I must say, you're quite good for a rank 3 magus. Leylin stretched out his hand as he yawned. In front of that pale hand, be it the golden flames or the spatial cracks, everything was destroyed. The terrifyingly sharp tip of the holy golden lance could do no harm to his skin as he grabbed it. It's best not to show this stuff and humiliate yourself. As if in answer to all the taunting from the 3 magi, Leylin exerted a bit of force with his 2 hands. The golden lance broke apart at the center, the screech it left behind sounding miserable. Golden sand fell from where it had broken apart, causing the main body to quickly collapse. No, how is that possible? Nanov took several steps backwards, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth due to the backlash of having his holy lance destroyed. 2 streaks of red fell from his eyes. This is a treasure that's been passed down in our academy. Even peak rank 3 magi shouldn't be able to so much as move it. Let's go. He's even more terrifying than that Gargamel. Marjorie pulled at Nanov, and the banyan tree below them abruptly pulled up its roots and fled like a giant, each step allowing it to cover hundreds of meters. Activate the interference formation we'd planned for the Gargamel. Nanov seemed to have recovered, but his eyes still held a trace of shock. He took out a white handkerchief to cover the blood from the corner of his mouth even as he gave his command. The earth rumbled as 4 pillars of light, red, yellow, blue, and green, shot up around Leylin. Smoke and multicolor light appeared in the air, forming a tremendous spell formation with runes snaking around its surface. Nanov, the enemy is far stronger than we expected. The 4-pillared stone seal shouldn't be able to hold him down for long. We'll need to use our final treasure, Marjorie exclaimed solemnly. Roar, the banyan tree magus under them thundered, emitting spiritual undulations of approval. In that case, Nanav's expression underwent several changes before he finally gritted his teeth and reached into his robes. Rumble. All of a sudden, loud thuds sounded from the ceiling formation, causing shivers to go down the spines of the three magi. It was like some powerful, ferocious beast had been set free in there, bursting forth with enough force to break it open. Bumps appeared in the barrier, and the runes on top of it shattered like glass. How is that possible? That's our four-pillar rock seal. Even the Gargamel was trapped inside it for a few minutes. How long has it been? Marjorie let out a piercing shout. Prepare to strengthen the seal. Use the aquatic devil seaweed and help me gain time. Quick! Nanav looked exceptionally sinister. But that's the last secret trick we have. There's only enough of the aquatic devil seaweed to be used once. Marjorie obviously hesitated. His strength is the greatest catastrophe for us. I even suspect, quick. Nanav coughed out blood. Fine. Marjorie merely hesitated for a moment and immediately grew clear-headed, tossing a dried-up seaweed into the formation. Emissary sleeping deep within the sea, please heed my call. With her chance, the small, dried-up marine seaweed abruptly swelled in midair, as if it had absorbed a large amount of moisture. Even its surface grew wet. Large amounts of moisture gathered within it and formed a dark green ball of plants, with all sorts of seaweed on it. The plant ball shifted above the ceiling spell formation before it suddenly exploded, threads of black seaweed forming a web that covered the area. All right, even if it's a peak rank 3, the aquatic devil seaweed can still achieve. The glee in Nanav's eyes only lasted a short while. His eyes nearly popped out from their sockets, and he lost all of his previous demeanor. How is that possible? He could see a gap in the middle of the formation, be it the four-pillared stone seal or the threads of seaweed. A magus wearing dark golden scholarly robes and a mysterious mask on his face walked out arrogantly. Immediately after, a black hole appeared in his hands, sucking in the surrounding seal and the aquatic seaweed. Pow! A slight explosion sounded in the air, and in the blink of an eye, the spell formation and the devil algae seal had turned into a miniature model in Leylin's hands. This is far beyond rank 3. Yura Morning, Nanav's face immediately seemed to lose all blood, becoming so pale that it was frightening. However, Leylin did not give him the chance to kneel and beg for forgiveness nor flee. The tasteless games shall end now. I'll return this to you. He tossed the model in his hand lightly in front. The seal that was compressed 1,000-fold rumbled, abruptly blowing up along with the devil algae. Formless energy buffeted all directions, shaking the earth itself. Multicolored light rippled in the air, the magnificence concealing a deadly danger. I'm warning you right now. Don't provoke the Farlier family, or else... Leylin gently landed above the carriage, and under Krupp and Darley's reverential gazes headed inside. The demonic nightmare horse neighed and galloped wildly, several times faster than before. It even soared into the air after a while, turning into a flash of light that streaked through the horizon. The terrifying explosions continued for a while in the place they'd left behind before gradually ending to reveal two figures, both in a sorry state. Kifa, the gigantic banyan tree of a Magus, had already disappeared. He'd used his body to absorb most of the attack. Kifa! Marjorie was not in a very good condition, but what had given her the greatest blow was not her injuries. It was instead that terrifying and invincible figure. It'll be fine, though his body was destroyed, his seed is still alive. Nanav produced a green seed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679, Return and Change. Return and Change. Kifa has already become a living plant. As long as this true seed of his still exists, he can revive at any time. However, it'll take a long while for him to amass the amount of life force he had before. Nanav sighed, fixing his eyes on the green seed. It was the size of a grown man's fist, with complicated plant runes on it. She could vaguely sense a familiar spiritual force undulation coming from it, as if there was a gravely injured life that had fallen asleep inside. He seems to have let us off intentionally, restraining himself at the last minute. If not, none of us would have been able to survive. Nanav laughed wryly. What do you think? We still have our final treasure. If we're pushed to the limit, we can use it to deal him immense damage, Marjorie said hatefully, before her expression suddenly changed. What? The sound of an item shattering could be heard from Nanav's body. More specifically, it was from a secret compartment in his robes where the final treasure was kept. What's going on? Could it be? A chill rose in her heart. Nanav expressionlessly shoved his hand towards the area and fished out a few shattered metallic pieces. There still remained powerful radiations and complicated, intricate patterns, and clearly was a part of a high-grade magic equipment. The Blade of Avarice. What's going on? It's a high-grade magic artifact. How can it suddenly shatter? Marjorie yelled, her extremely sharp voice even dispersing the clouds in the sky. This high-grade magic artifact that was the final treasure of the Light Magi could recharge itself automatically. It produced a terrifying attack that could destroy peak rank 3 Magi. Hence it was regarded as the final trump card of the Light Magi, being safeguarded tightly. It wouldn't be used unless it was a life or death situation. It was this very item that had injured the Gargamel previously. But now, Nanav looked at the blade fragments in his hands, and suddenly felt like the honor and glory that the Light Magi upheld seemed to be collapsing magnificently. To be able to go past my defenses and even destroy the Blade of Avarice without my knowledge, lowering the energy waves to the limit so that the explosion wouldn't injure anyone, this strength. Nanav felt as if all the bones in his body had been extracted as he collapsed to the ground. He took a deep breath and then guessed, he must be stronger than the peak of rank 3, having reached the unfathomable Morning Star realm. Morning Star, a rank 4 Magus. The old woman shrieked, "What kind of joke is this? A Magus of this rank in our south coast? A Magus of this rank?" She kept repeating the words, her voice becoming softer. She was beginning to believe in this conjecture. Perhaps only Magi at and above the Morning Star realm could break out of their attack so easily, leaving them powerless and in despair. After staying silent for a long while, she asked a very practical question. "What should we do next? What kind of attitude should we use to face that, Lord?" "I don't know," Nanav laughed wryly, "but what I do know is that the whole situation in the South Coast is going to experience a tumultuous change soon. Whatever it is, we know one thing for sure, never provoke the Farlier family." At the end, Nanav's expression turned incomparably grim. Flames streaked across the sky. Krupp was instantly terrified by their speed once he opened the door to the carriage. If we'd hurried on at this speed earlier, those Light Magi wouldn't even have had any time to react, right? Why did I deliberately slow down and let them chase up to us? Leylin reclined on the sofa in the carriage, Gus' eyes narrowed slightly. His expression was hidden by the half-mask. Perhaps Lord Leylin wanted to exhibit his strength to them. This can be seen from how Lord Leylin let them off at the end. Darlie stammered out while clutching at her skirt. "You said it well," Leylin nodded in praise. Darlie was a smart girl, and her talent and qualities were all good. In addition, with the limitations of her soul vow, she could never go against the will of the Farlier family and instead become Krupp's valuable companion. These Magi are obviously nothing to Lord Leylin, but my lord is making plans for us. My lord is taking precautions so that once he leaves, they will be too terrified to give us trouble, Darlie guessed. "Patriarch, are you leaving?" Krupp turned pale in fright. "The South Coast is just too small. This place is too barren for me, and there's nothing worth my attention here. If not for the Farlier family being here, as well as some debts I had to settle, I wouldn't have returned." Krupp grew disappointed as Leylin nodded. "I'll leave the task of restoring the Farlier family to you. The reputation I'll leave behind won't count for much. What you'll really need to rely on is your own strength. I'll teach you and Darlie well in this period of time." News of Leylin's reappearance did not shock most of the lower-ranked Magi in the South Coast. What made them sigh with sorrow was the change in the leadership of Teljo City, as well as the strange death of the rank 3 Magus Ulrich, along with his friends, disciples, and family. The acolytes and rank 1 Magi were too far removed from the upper echelons, and the news that spread to them was limited. Hence, they believed that Ulrich had been struck by some unknown curse. Suffering a curse due to some lab accident or mistaken summoning was common in the Magus world, even ones that ended one's lineage. It was just that the scope of the curse this time was far more terrifying. Though their guesses were rather close to reality, never did they expect that the one who had caused Ulrich's fall was the wanted Magus, the toxic King Leylin, the name that was just a symbol in their history textbooks. However, no matter which organization they belonged to, the higher-ranked magi were shaken. This trend did not seem to vanish, but instead became increasingly intense. The fall of Ulrich and his families was like a giant rock being thrown into a lake, resulting in immense ripples in the south coast. As a rank 3 Magus, Ulrich was probably one of the top 5 in the Light Alliance. Yet he'd been killed just like that. Even his family and disciples hadn't been let off. Such a ruthless power caused terror in the hearts of both light magi and dark. What they did not expect was that the death of Ulrich was merely a prologue of sorts. The fact that the higher-ups amongst the light magi had surrounded the murderer and fought him was concealed originally, but eventually it leaked. The magi that heard of the real situation sank into a mysterious silence. The news was just too shocking, to the point they believed it to be fake. 3 peak crystal phase magi had been grievously injured and lost the golden staff, aquatic devil seaweed, and countless other treasures. Even the blade of the avarice had been reduced to pieces. Such a terrifying battle might dumbfounded the high-ranked magi of the south coast. Meanwhile, news of Leylin's achievements spread like wildfire, and many Magus historians flipped through thick tomes hoping to find all traces of him in the historical records. The most important order now was not to provoke Leylin or the Farlier family. It wasn't just the light magi, even the dark magi enforced this rule. In such a situation, a carriage that was being pulled by a flaming skeleton horse slowly entered the boundaries of the abyssal bone swamp. Caw, caw, a few red-eyed crows flew in the sky, causing nostalgia to arise in Leylin's eyes. Having moderated his aura, he seemed like a regular human. The only thing that showed he was not normal was the aura of nobility that he inadvertently leaked. The Abyssal Bone Swamp belonged to the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, which was Leylin's destination. As the place that had guided him into the ranks of Magi, Leylin still felt something for his alma mater. As the place that had guided him into the ranks of Magi, Leylin still felt something for his alma mater. Furthermore, Croft, Bicky, Neela, Jaden, Dorat, Nissa, Leylin announced the names slowly. Though a lot of them have probably disappeared, I still want to take a look. Huge tombs appeared before him after he crossed through the dark forest. Several enormous stone statues of gorillas lined the sides of the tallest tomb in the center, came to life and screeched, "Invaders!" Shrill alarms began to ring, and white human skulls emerged from the earth one by one. They were followed by torsos, and then the rest of their skeletal bodies. The skeletons emitted a dense aura of death as they grabbed rotting metal weaponry before slowly surrounding Leylin and his party. A few double-headed dogs growled gruffly, with pus flowing profusely from the gaps between their teeth as they circled around them. "Lunatics who dare offend the dignity of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, you will learn what it means to pay a price in blood." The largest stone gorilla snarled, and the undead troops began to attack. "Wait," an imposing voice sounded out, accompanied by large amounts of green flames. Many human figures emerged from underground, all having energy undulations of at least rank 1. "Director," the magical beasts bowed towards the new arrivals, but what surprised Leylin the most was that standing in front of the many professors was a female magus. Wasn't the director of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy Siley? So it's someone else now? Astonishment flashed in Leylin's eyes as he curiously watched the person in front of him. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 680 Abyssal Bone and People. Abyssal Bone and People, the director of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, standing in front of their many professors, was a female magus. This had exceeded all of Leylin's expectations. On top of that, Leylin felt like her face was familiar. Leylin couldn't help but begin to inspect her features closely. She had long, wavy blonde hair and a doll-like face. Her star-like eyes, small stature with some baby fat remaining on her face, making the woman whose skin was as pale as snow seem lovable and adorable. Materialized spiritual force at the peak of rank 2 was being emitted clearly from her body. These energy undulations are different from those of regular magi. She must be from an ancient branch. Was she fortunate enough to obtain some ancient inheritance? "Lord Leylin?" The female magus opposite him curtsied, her pleasant voice sounding like a black-naped oriole. "Welcome back." Abyssal Bone Forest shall forever be your home." She was obviously showing her goodwill, and her voice immediately made Leylin think back to the bonfire at the Acolyte camp. He remembered her as a person, but her appearance had drastically changed that he no longer remembered her original visage. "You are Nissa," Leylin spoke slowly. This female Magus was the one who had been deceived by her mentor, the one who had turned into a disgusting freak due to a failed experiment. Contrary to her former nickname of Swine, the Nissa now was the very personification of beauty. "It's me. Thank you for all your support and encouragement in the past." Nissa's chest bounced up and down. She evidently had many things to say. Immediately after that, she ran her eyes over the surroundings. "Lord Leylin is no enemy. You may return." "Understood." The stone orangutans saluted respectfully and brought the skeletal troops back to their original places. "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Leylin Farlier, the eternal pride of our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Let us welcome him warmly." Nissa spoke with the poise of a leader to the professors behind her. She was completely different from the fragile and weak girl of the past. "He's that Leylin? The toxic sovereign king? No, I heard that." His previous actions had earned Leylin a reputation second to none in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. People quickly began whispering under their breaths when his name was announced. Some of them who were ranked high enough had received some information that caused them to humble themselves further before him. The chattering stopped with but a wave of Nissa's hand. This simple action showed off her authority. She shot a sweet smile at Leylin, and it seemed to light up the whole graveyard. "I know there's a lot you want to know. I have a lot to say myself, so it's best we continue this in my drawing room below." Leylin nodded. Following that, he entered the underground construction that was the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, escorted by the many Magi. The surface of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was a graveyard, but it had a huge underground structure that could accommodate thousands of Magi and those doing odd jobs inside. It was like a complicated but precise beehive. In the main drawing room, Leylin put down the black tea in his hands and listened to Nissa as she gave an account of all that had occurred after they parted ways. "And so, I acquired that sage's inheritance and successfully became an official Magus. 2 centuries later, I reached rank 2 and was elected the director of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy." Nissa tucked her long hair behind her ear. "It's been hard on you." Leylin watched the girl in front of him. While what she said sounded simple, he could imagine the price she'd had to pay for all these changes. However, she wasn't willing to share more, and he wouldn't pour salt on her wounds. It would do him no good. However, since she wasn't willing to share more, he wouldn't pour salt on her wound. More importantly, it would do him no good. "I thought I'd need to deal with some bugs and trash in the academy, but it looks like there's little for me to do." Leylin laughed as he spoke bluntly. 3 Magus families had managed everything when he'd been studying at the academy, even electing its director. He'd fought with the Leylin family, which was one of the 3, and was left with no choice but to leave. Though he later dealt the family a huge blow, circumstances hadn't allowed him to completely uproot it from the academy. However, the fact that Nissa was the director and nobody from the Leylin family disrupted his arrival was telling. "I've already completely uprooted the Leylin family, and the other 2 have been affected as well. They can't meddle with anything to do with the academy anymore. Come to think of it, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't killed a peak rank 1 Grand Elder who had a chance of reaching rank 2, the families would never have grown imbalanced in power. And that was what sparked everything." Nissa was all smiles as she watched Leylin. Although her words were light, the carnage behind them did not need to be described. Whatever be the situation, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was merely a small-scaled organization, with its most powerful Magus being Siley, who was only a middling rank 2. However, Nissa was at the peak of rank 2, which made it easy for her to push him off his throne. "Since the Leylin family has been completely destroyed, it saves me a lot of trouble," Leylin chuckled. "There are a few other people I want to find the whereabouts of." Hearing this, Nissa's eyes dimmed. "I can guess who you want to ask about. Our companions, Guricha, Dodoria, and even Jaden have all died. Only the 2 of us remain from that batch. Even Jaden, with his grade 5 aptitude." Leylin shook his head, looking grim. However, he would never admit his knowledge of the reason for his death. Jaden's mentor, Whitebone Dorat, went missing during an expedition into some ruins. News spread that his life imprint dissipated, which means there's little chance of his survival. Nissa spoke calmly. She hadn't dealt much with either Jaden or Dorat, and her sorrow for their deaths couldn't compare to what she'd felt when Guricha and Dodoria died. In reality, magic study and research was filled with dangers. For two acolytes from the South Coast to survive and even achieve such dazzling results was quite rare. How about my mentor, Professor Croft? Leylin asked on. Potioneering Professor Croft died peacefully of natural causes a century ago. His grave is right behind the academy. Should I take you there? Leylin immediately went silent upon hearing Nissa's words, and scenes of Croft's lectures emerged in his mind. He wasn't surprised that Croft had died of old age, though he was still a little sad. The professor was merely a rank 1 Magus, and even if he was adept at potioneering, there was a limit to his lifespan. Leylin had no idea how long Croft had lived before he'd become his student. Since he hadn't advanced to rank 2, it was natural for him to die of old age. Such a death was actually pretty good in the Magus World, and it didn't really cause Leylin any grief. It only made him think that time was indeed the largest foe of life. This event only strengthened his resolve to pursue immortality. Leylin stayed silent for a while longer before his voice sounded out. Thank you very much, Nissa. I plan to stay here for a period of time, and there are a few other people whose whereabouts I need to trouble you for. Neela, Bicky, and Anna, who's from Extreme Night City. She's a human who once took over my manor. He announced a few names. All right, I've remembered their names. I'll give you an answer within a week, Nissa quickly replied. Many thanks. I'd like to be alone now. Leylin reclined on the sofa, waving his arms as if in weariness. Then I'll take my leave. Although Nissa was the host, she seemed to obey Leylin unconditionally. She bowed slightly before retreating in caution. Croft Leslie. The lettering on the mottled black tombstone had dulled with the passage of time, but Leylin was still able to read the name out. He was currently among a large number of tombs. Numerous black tombstones and upside-down crosses covering the area. It caused the place to feel ominous and cold. The tomb in front of him belonged to his ex-mentor, Croft. Mentor, I'm back, Leylin said, the words emerging after a long period of silence. The cold wind kept blowing, causing the black trees to rustle. Professor Croft left very peacefully, and he didn't leave behind any descendants. Nissa walked over. Also, I've got an answer about what you wanted me to check out. Tell me. Leylin's voice was calm, but that only caused a shiver to run down her spine. It was as if she had met some natural enemy. First is Neela. It can be confirmed that she passed away 129 years ago, and her family was extinguished 67 years ago due to a leak during an experiment. Those from Extreme Night City have also returned to report, saying that Anna did live there for a period of time, and even developed the organization to the perimeters of Extreme Night City. She was a very capable woman and never did marry. She later died alone of old age. Her organization withered away after her passing. As for Bicky, Nissa glanced at Leylin, she's gone missing. Gone missing. Clarify, Leylin furrowed his brows. After you rescued her in the Tyler family, she left and traveled the continent by herself, apparently to look for you. Nobody knows where she is. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 681, Serpent Blood Modification. Serpent Blood Modification. Nissa sounded very gentle. The person who was the head of the Tyler family at that time has been waiting here. Would you like to meet him? There's no need for that, Leylin waved his arms. He'd never been interested in those who were so brazen in looking for benefits. Noticing him sinking into silence immediately after, Nissa retreated tactfully. After a long while, he sighed deeply. Neela was a very smart woman after all, while Anna was slightly foolish. I never thought Bicky would have the perseverance to do that. Leylin knew Neela's personality very well. She was adaptable and knew when to advance and retreat. It was only expected for her to meet a good end. Anna's organization had only been a way out that Leylin had prepared while he was an acolyte. It was understandable that it could not hold out for long. What Leylin found the strangest was Bicky. With her personality, she evidently wasn't the kind of Magus who liked to work hard. It seemed like that matter had influenced her greatly, to the point that her personality had changed. All three of them were good friends of Leylin's, perhaps even closer than that. If he could still see them, he would naturally want to help. However, it didn't matter if he couldn't. Leylin left the graveyard after indulging in nostalgia for a while, returning to the luxurious room that the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had prepared specially for him. Patriarch, Krupp bowed deferentially. Now, however, he seemed vastly different from before. The color of his eyes and pupils had changed, and they were turning pure black. The lines on his face were more gentle, and he had grown more handsome, emitting a unique charm. "How's your body? Can you get used to it?" Leylin's eyes shot out blue light that scanned his body up and down. There were many methods that could be used to raise one's strength quickly, but the most suitable for Krupp was the modification of his bloodline. Krupp had been receiving a transplant of Leylin's bloodline all this while. It was rather like contaminating a lower-ranked being with the power of a higher-ranked one. Though Krupp had chosen the path of a Magus, he was still only a rank 1. With the methods Leylin had currently, it was easy for him to push him onto the path of a bloodline warlock. Not only was the aura of a bloodline warlock rippling out of Krupp's body currently, his energy undulations had quietly crossed the threshold of rank 2. "I'm all right. It's just uncomfortable, like even my marrow is burning." Krupp was feeling very emotional right now. A bit of pain was a cheap price to pay for the modification to a Magus bloodline, something that would give them great power. Such a chance was rare, not something one would find even if they were begging for it. Now that he'd crossed over to rank 2 by drawing on the power of Leylin's bloodline, Krupp was completely subservient to him. That's natural with bloodline transplants. Remember to meditate using Chem-N's pupil a few times when you return, Leylin said, nodding inwardly at the information the AI chip had gathered. Leylin had planned Krupp's modifications out. After all, the South Coast branch of the Farlier family needed a powerful guardian. And once Leylin transported a Chem-In bloodline into the boy, his ability of control as a Chem-In emperor have him great control over him. A rank 5 emperor bloodline will have an extraordinary effect. Just this bloodline force pushed Krupp to rank 2 and might get him to rank 3 in just 50 more years. The possibility of breaking through to Morningstar is, glints of intelligence flashed in Leylin's eyes. He'd naturally used the Chem-In emperor bloodline, but it wasn't his own. Leylin's own bloodline was far too powerful, and just a single drop of it would cause Krupp to explode. Since a first-generation Warlock's bloodline was too much, Leylin had instead given Krupp the umbilical blood that had been gathered from sire's birth. A second-generation Warlock bloodline may be weaker than Leylin's, but it was still real rank 5 Chem-In emperor blood. It was diluted and hadn't matured, but that's what made it suitable for Krupp. Now that he carried sire's blood, Krupp could be considered a third-generation Warlock. In other words, he was effectively Leylin's grandson. At this time, the AI chip's robotic voice sounded again. Beep. Bloodline weakening graph completed. Estimated degeneration to giant Chem-En serpent bloodline, 15th generation. Estimated further degeneration at 34th generation. The weakening of Warlock bloodlines was something that couldn't be avoided. In order to keep the family bloodline pure, they had to practice endogamy or use even more sinister methods with hopes that the deterioration of the bloodline could be drawn out. However, no matter how much was sacrificed, the process wouldn't be pushed back more than a century. In other words, the chance of a rank 5 Warlock appearing in the Farlier family is pretty high before the 15th generation. Leylin pondered over this thought while stroking his chin. It wasn't true that everyone with the Chem-In emperor bloodline would become a rank 5 Warlock. Even within the Ouroboros clan, there were many with Chem-In bloodlines, but only Gilbert and the other 2 dukes had reached Morningstar. Even Bevis with his rank 6 bloodline wasn't guaranteed to reach the Breaking Dawn realm and become a monarch. He only had the potential to do so. Hence, while descendants that inherited Leylin's rank 5 Chem-In emperor bloodline only needed to work hard and would easily reach rank 4, whether they reached rank 5 was still a question. As someone who had gone through this process himself, Leylin understood clearly that advancing as Magi did not only require a large amount of resources and hard work. Luck was a very important factor as well. Other Magi did not have an AI chip at the side like Leylin. They couldn't run simulations and predict possibilities for advancement. Understood, my lord. Having been modified by Chem-In Emperor blood, Krupp's respect towards Leylin had evolved into a dependence and reverence from his very soul. He had the Chem-In bloodline, and humility before the king of one's race had been carved into his very blood and genetics. It could not be changed. This is truly an intoxicating feeling. Leylin's eyes flashed as he continued to think. As I am right now, Krupp probably wouldn't say no even if I were to order him to kill everyone he loves and then commit suicide. He'd even risk his life for this mission. The snake dowager's control over other serpents the same. I'm probably the only one of my kind. Leylin's finger kept brushing against his cheek. His forehead had been covered by the cold mask, and the all-snake curses mark was dead silent with no visible movements. However, Leylin could sense traces of fine bloodline force being absorbed by it from all areas of his body as it increased in strength. Though there wasn't much of an effect on him, now considering the rate at which it was happening, his bloodline force would be absorbed completely in 2 more years, leaving him a regular human once more. Krupp's display showed how the controlling ability of the Chem-In Emperor was a revolt against the Snake Dowager's own authority. Were he to break through his bloodline shackles, perhaps all Chem-Ins would break away from her rule. This was something she would never accept. Hence, a conflict between them definitely could not be avoided. Also, Director Nissa is waiting outside and hoping to see you. While Leylin was deep in thought, Krupp had been standing respectfully at the side like the most loyal soldier or servant. He'd moved forward to make his report only when there was a reaction from him. Nissa, is there anything else she needs? Leylin's brows furrowed slightly. It should be about other visitors. Ever since news spread that my lord is staying at the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, many Dark Magus organizations have dispatched emissaries to meet you. Some leaders have even come over personally, the head of the Lighthouse of the Night being one. As he said this, Krupp sighed slightly in his mind. Tyrants among the Dark Magi like the leader of the Lighthouse of the Night were absolute existences in his eyes, ones to be looked up to. However, they'd come forward so humbly and waited for a meeting with his patriarch. It made him feel honored. Also, a few light magi organizations have secretly sent emissaries as well. Krupp saw the calm look on Leylin's face and continued, "My lord, do you think? Set a time. I'll see them all." Leylin waved his hands. "I never thought my lord would visit the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. It truly is the honor of our professors and students." Elsewhere, Nissa was speaking to a magus clad in black robes whose eyes flamed a dark green. She was accompanying him on a stroll through the interior of the Abyssal Bone Forest. The Abyssal Bone Forest managed to produce a genius like Lord Leylin. It surely has some redeeming qualities. The black-robed man was evidently the leader of the Lighthouse of the Night, the strongest Dark Magus organization. With its massive network, he'd quickly gained intel on Leylin's terrifying battle achievements, followed by other general information on him. He couldn't remain seated after he heard it all. After all, this Lord Leylin was very likely a great magus who had entered the Morning Star realm. Just some advice on his path of advancement would leave him very grateful. Lord Leylin relied on his own talents. The Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was merely lucky enough to instruct him. Nissa did not dare exaggerate when it came to this, and instead told the truth. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 682, Granting Audience and Captive. Granting Audience and Captive. Whatever the matter, Lord Leylin is Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's greatest success and fortune. The glance the leader of Lighthouse of the Night shot at Nissa hinted at something, and no matter how hard she tried to conceal it, a hint of glee appeared in her eyes. The greater Leylin's reputation was, the better it was for the Academy. With his fame, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy would definitely be able to expand enormously under her administration. She could even accomplish more than what all the previous directors had been able to. This was the petty and low reason for which Nissa was trying so hard to invite him to join them. If I could make use of their good relationship and get Leylin to become a famed professor at the Academy, just the idea had Nissa trembling in her excitement. She was perhaps smiling even in her sleep. Also, I seem to see a lot of old friends from the Light Magi here. The green-eyed Magus stared at Nissa with a half-smile. Yes, there are quite a few. Enia Ivory Ring Tower, Four Seasons Garden. Practically all the large light Magus organizations have secretly sent people to make contact with us. Since it was basically impossible to hide it from him, Nissa just nodded and admitted it. Looks like his reputation has terrified them. The leader laughed in a strange manner, like an owl in the night. The Magi of light and dark coexisted in the south coast. However, the light Magi were evidently much stronger and occupied most of the resource-rich regions, and the dark Magi could only eke out an existence hidden in the corners. The leaders of the light Magi had steadily suppressed them. With the appearance of the Gargimmel, there was now a three-way confrontation. The dark and light Magi might have temporarily stopped fighting, but the enmity between them had not been resolved, only inhibited by the existence of a powerful external enemy. Now, with a Morning Star Magus who had started off as a Dark Magus, this was more than enough for the old light Magi to be like cats on hot bricks. At this thought, a sneer appeared about the leader's lips. Director Nissa and this lord here? At this moment, Krupp appeared before Nissa, and it was as if the figure of a snake flashed in his eyes. The bloodline aura he had caused even the leader, who was a rank 3 Magus, to feel his heart palpitate. The Patriarch is willing to meet you. Please come with me. Krupp's hair and eyes almost turned completely black, darkness elemental particles extremely dense as they strive to outdo each other and wiggle into his pores. Such a scene astounded Nissa and the leader. Having said this, Krupp led the way while Nissa and the leader transmitted each other messages secretly. So this Magus is that lord's grandson, the descendant of the Farlier family? The leader's eyes were filled with curiosity. After all, a powerful rank 2 Magus was very rare in the South Coast. Any one of them could take over an organization and still hold immense power. He's obviously only advanced very recently. While in history, it's common for that to happen to the descendants of high-ranked Magi, but a hint of hesitance appeared in his voice. Yes, this Magus isn't Sire Leylin's descendant, but only a branch from his brother. Nissa knew what he wanted to ask and gave the answer. A lateral relative? His eyes went wide before he lowered his head to chuckle. I now have even more expectations towards Sire Leylin. We're here. Krupp brought Nissa and the leader into a large hall. There, many Magi were already in wait, but there were two entirely different groups. At one side were Magi, with many wearing black Magus robes. Their auras were ice gold and evil. After seeing the arrival of the leader of Lighthouse of the Night, many drew close and greeted him like moths to a flame. The Magi at the other side who saw this mostly huffed, not looking very good. They were clad in white robes, with many decorations of plants that represented life on it. Light and a holy aura began to emanate from their bodies. He called them all at one go. I've been greeting the leader of the Lighthouse of Night all this while, but this... Nissa gritted her teeth, and her expression became a wry smile. With Leylin's absolute power, that bit of authority she had as the director was probably even lighter than a feather in the eyes of the abyssal bone forest professors. Hence, after being ordered by Leylin, they carried out what he asked without hesitation and even gave her the misconception that they had abandoned her. No, this wasn't a misconception. Nissa knew very well that as long as that man were to say that he wanted to be the director of the academy, she would immediately be made to renounce her position. Thankfully, he had never been fond of power and status. Furthermore, the academy was just much too small for him, to the point that he might turn his nose up at it. Nissa, who thought about this, finally relaxed, the bit of worry she had disappearing. Everyone? Krupp stood on the platform in the middle of the hall with Darley beside him. While she had not undergone bloodline modification, she'd been observing Leylin and learning from him. Leylin's knowledge was abundant, and he could give perfect answers to all her questions, which very beneficial to her without her being aware of it. Flames flickered, and Leylin floated above the place where the master should be, black eyes scanning his surroundings. A terrifying and vast aura that was like countless stars in the skies filled the hall. All the Magi that Leylin looked in the eye, whether the rank 2 Nissa or rank 3 leader of Lighthouse of the Night, felt a piercing pain in their eyes and subconsciously lowered their heads, even bending their waists. Greetings, Lord Leylin. Having personally sensed Leylin's aura and how terrifying he was, the Magi had no disillusions about his strength. Rise. Seeing the many magi who had bowed, Leylin raised his arms slightly. Immediately after, the magi below the platform felt themselves being raised by a warm draft, holding within strength that they could not oppose. The magi could not help but stand up straight, eyes full of astonishment. "I'm afraid it's true that this lord has already advanced to be a morning star." The leader of Lighthouse of the Night's pupils flashed. He now had no doubt at all towards Leylin, who had easily defeated a top-notch master of the light magi and even destroyed their final trump card, the Blade of Avarice. Leylin glanced through. Lighthouse of the Night, Enea Ivory Ring Tower, Four Seasons Garden, Skeleton Throne, besides the representative from the Spirit Slaying Sect, everyone in the Magus World from the south coast had arrived. These top-grade dark and light magi organizations were very well known back in the day. Now, however, they could only creep at his feet. However, Leylin did not even twitch. The magi under the platform could not tell Leylin's expression under the mask and merely lowered their heads humbly. Leylin continued to speak. "I wonder what all of the magi here have come for." The magi exchanged glances. The reason they were here was mostly to verify Leylin's might and his attitude. Based on what had happened, there was no question about his strength. Just displaying the tip of the iceberg had them gasping in admiration, and nobody dared personally test it out with a battle. Besides that, this lord's attitude towards the two factions seemed rather mild. It wasn't good or bad, as if he had no ambitions to unify the south coast. This discovery had many light magi sighing in relief. "Lord Leylin," at this moment, the leader of the Lighthouse of the Night stood out. "Speak." Leylin extended his arm and made a polite gesture for him to go on. Inside, he was sighing a little. In his acolyte days, he'd once seen the leader during the bloodbath for the secret dimension. At that time, just a gaze could cause him grievous injuries or kill him. However, the tables had turned. With just a look, he would immediately be stricken with terror and die miserably. "Please forgive me for my boldness in saying this, but have you already become a rank 4 Magus?" The leader of the Lighthouse of the Night hesitated but eventually asked. Things like status had long since lost interest to him. The only thing that would attract him and cause him to invest his mind and body in was a thirst towards a higher realm. Hearing this question, the hall quieted down. Everyone watched Leylin expectantly. This question, just as he was about to answer, a smile appeared about his lips. "Please forgive me, but I will answer this later. Let us first meet a friend." "A friend?" The leader was stunned, and immediately noticed two translucent faint figures pressing on either side of a demonic being that suddenly emerged from the void. "That's the Gargamel of the Spirit Slaying Sect." Between the two void assassins was a sole demonic being. It had a mask of a horned demon, and its body was as concentrated as a black crystal. Vast soul undulations was transmitted from its body, causing the expressions on these magi to change. This was a level that surpassed all of them who were advancing towards the path of Morning Star. Is that really the Gargamel? Definitely. This strength that's mixed with resentment and lunacy is something all magi who have seen it even once can't misidentify. Many magi whispered incessantly amongst each other, and then watched Leylin with reverence in their eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683 Confirmation and Traveling Together Confirmation and Traveling Together with the Appearance of the Gargamel, the magi present sank into a mysterious silence. They knew very well how terrifying and troublesome the Gargamel was. Not only was it powerful at magic, it could support its body with vengeful dead spirits, allowing it to maintain peak condition at all times. Even when struck by the light magi's final trump card, the Blade of Avarice, it had only been injured and not killed. It only went low profile for a while before making waves again. If not for the magi being unable to deal with it, the spirit-slaying sect wouldn't be able to rise in the south coast to be regarded equal to the dark and light magi. Now, however, the sect chief, the Gargamel that the disciples fiercely believed in, had been seized so easily. The demon that had caused so much terror was suppressed under the platform. The huge contrast left the magi questioning whether they were in an illusion. However, they had no choice but to admit that this was reality after a few tests. Even Leylin's subordinates had the ability to take down a peak rank 3 Magus. Capturing someone at the same rank alive was more difficult than killing them. This was something known to all magi. They would perhaps only have a slight increase in respect if Leylin had captured the Gargamel himself. However, this was his subordinates' work. The effect on them was so great that it couldn't possibly be better from Leylin's perspective. The two void assassins bowed slightly and disappeared into the void. Such strange methods caused many magi to have changes of expressions. Now, they understood very well that with just a command, he didn't have to do anything at all. Just his two subordinates could eliminate all the magi here. Recognizing that, they no longer dared to have any thoughts about Leylin, fearing he would notice. "Gaga G, you are Leylin?" A hoarse voice sounded from behind the Gargamel's horned white bone mask. It sounded intermittent, but was evidently much more quick-witted than when he'd first seen it. "Yes, how's that pitiful magi mother and daughter doing?" Leylin asked indifferently. He was obviously talking about Old Devil and her daughter in Teljo's city then. The old witch had made a deal with the Gargamel to revive her daughter, and even tried to offer Leylin up as a sacrifice. Of course, after Leylin's counterattack, they had suffered consequences and fused to form a strange being. "Them? I ate those two useless pieces of trash long ago." The Gargamel's speech became more fluent. "Is that so?" Leylin seemed to be in a daze for a moment, as if recalling some distant memories. "Ga. At this moment, two bundles of crimson flames emerged from under the Gargamel's bone mask. Numerous runes burst on its body, and a layer of thick black fog spread. "Crap! It's gotten out of its bindings." The magi shouted in their fear and anger, bodies flickering with colorful innate defensive spells. "The home of all living things can only be the tomb of the soul for eternity, the Gargamel." The Gargamel yelled as if chanting runes of sacrifice that constantly echoed. Boom! Amidst the curse, the Gargamel's body exploded and countless figures emerged from its body. There were the old, young, male, female, and the one common point they had were their vicious faces as well as eyes that were dripping blood. "Keek, let's destroy everything together." "Soul disaster?" The bone mask exploded with a rumble and turned into powder that flew through the air. Bits of light fused with the figures from before, the terrifying aura they emitted causing even the leader of the Lighthouse of the Night's expression to change. The peak rank 3 Gargamel was treading on the threshold of Morning Star. The dreadful attack formed by ruining its own body meant he had no thoughts that he could survive as a rank 3 Magus himself. He knew very well that once such a spell completely broke out and spread, the magi in the hall would die, and even the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy would not be spared. "I'm going all out. Though using secret techniques will consume much of our measly life force, it's still better than dying here." The leader called out in a low voice, a layer of fine black runes appearing around his body. They were like tadpoles cruising through the air, as if about to collide with that soul body of nothingness. Wang, wang, wang. At this moment, blue starlight descended, and the leader's body quivered. He found that his spiritual force had gone stagnant, and even the secret technique he was risking his life force for was forcefully being suppressed. He felt no weakness, and the backlash had evidently been pushed down and not consuming his life force at all. His eyes went wide as he watched the stars that spread from Leylin's back. The light blue starlight brought with it a cold brightness that penetrated through the layers of defense and ground of the Abyssal Bone Forest, arriving in the hall. This made it seem as if the top of the hall was a dome showing the night sky, with bits of starlight projecting and showing inverted images of gorgeous lights. Accompanying the lights was a terrifying pressure that caused elemental particles to be rejected. The night domain that the leader had always been proud of exploded with a rumble in front of the pressure like bubbles. "Ah, gaga, jai. The numerous spirit bodies in the sky were like bugs frozen in amber, unable to move at all. No magi were injured. This is," the leader trembled, crouching down almost involuntarily, "the Morning Star domain of a Morning Star Magus." Compared to the fake domain of a rank 3 Magus, the exhibition of a real Morning Star domain with prowess that was terrifying to the extreme made him seem to be a joke. "Gargamel, did you think I really didn't notice what you'd been doing?" Leylin looked calm as he watched the many faint figures in the air. He grabbed forward casually, and a soul that looked dazed automatically flew over. Immediately after, the look on the soul's face became sinister, body covered with black and two horns growing on the tips of his head as it growled at Leylin unceasingly. You look like you're going to implode yourself, but you actually hid your soul in one of the figures. As long one of these figures and vengeful spirits escape, you can use that body and revive yourself. Leylin coldly scanned the numerous vengeful spirits in the air. Very impressive. Perhaps regular Morning Star Magi might not notice and let you escape, but it's a pity you met me. Leylin clenched his right fist. Boom! Large numbers of vengeful spirits were like popcorn as they popped, a silver vortex forming and pulling the many figures and their remains within. No, a very unwilling roar was heard in the air before it finally became softer and disappeared. The many spirits formed from the Gargamel's self-implosion, as well as the one that Leylin had specifically picked out, all disappeared as they entered the silver vortex. The Morning Star domain dissipated, and all that had just happened was like a dream, yet had happened in real life. Greeting Morning Star Magus, Lord Leylin Farlier. At this moment, the leader of the Lighthouse of the Night sounded. He knelt on the floor respectfully, looking as if he were a pilgrim. Greetings to Lord Leylin. Now, the other Magi knelt like they had just woken from a dream, faces filled with excitement. All that had happened just now, and the appearance of the Morning Star domain, made it clear that the Magus sitting at the main seat, Leylin Farlier, had truly entered the rank 4 realm. In the South Coast, after thousands of years, a morning star had finally appeared once more. In that moment, some elderly Magi felt their eyes go blurry, filled with heat. In front of the metal door, where many light Magi were guarding, many peak rank 1 elite troops were with rapt attention as they did their job. Not far away, there were many rank 2 Magi undulations transmitting from a few buildings. 3 human figures appeared in the air, flying towards the metal door. Stop right there. This is the entrance to the pocket dimension of the Eternal Planes, and it's protected by the Lighthouse of the Night. What do you think you're doing? A spiritual force undulation was transmitted. Immediately after, the Magus standing leftmost hummed coldly, eyes emitting dark green light. It's me, revered leader. The rank 3 Magus undulations dispersed, and the Magi who had been on their guard had their right hands on their chest as they greeted him. 3 human figures touched down, revealing 2 figures on top of that of the leader. At the rightmost was a beautiful female Magus who had an exquisite face like a doll. Now, however, she and Annie automatically took a step back and allowed a space, as if not daring to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Magi between them. The Magus in the middle wore dark golden, black scholarly robes with a cutting that was very proper. He had a very noble aura and had a black mask on his face with mysterious patterns on it. Such dressing, and to be accompanied by their own leader, immediately rang the warning bells in this guard Magi. Before, there had been no Magi that could stand on equal ground with their leader in the South Coast. However, this situation had changed tens of days ago. The guard Magus knelt respectfully and shouted the arrival's name. We welcome Great Morning Star Magus, Sire Leylin Farlier. We want to enter the Eternal Planes pocket dimension. Make preparations immediately, Annie ordered. Leylin nodded casually and stood by the metal door with Nissa. The Eternal Planes pocket dimension, it's been so long. Leylin watched the large metal door before him, eyes full of nostalgia. Scenes of the danger when he had advanced to rank 2 seemed to appear in his mind in that instant, every person extremely lively. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 684 Benefits and Entrance Benefits, and Entrance the Eternal River Pocket Dimension, had been discovered when Leylin was just a rank 1 Magus. The fact that it still hadn't been divided into respectful affiliations was something that surprised Leylin. Looking at the detailed patterns on the large metal gate that towered into the clouds, Leylin couldn't help but recall the scene when he'd advanced. That year, he'd used a large amount of this metal gate's spiritual force as well as the souls of numerous Magi to push himself forward and advance to rank 2 in one move. Memories of all that had happened were still fresh in his mind, yet all of the people in them had disappeared. Leylin felt slightly regretful. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. That guard immediately placed his hands on the surface of the large gate. The metal gate immediately rumbled, emitting a dazzling radiance. Looking at the guard captain, Leylin let out a soft gasp. "Did you discover something, Lord Leylin?" The head of the Lighthouse of the Night laughed from the side. Leylin nodded. "This Magus is the reincarnation of the original core of the Metal Gate's consciousness." When he heard these words, the guard captain's body suddenly trembled. "Indeed. We put a lot of effort in then, and managed to subdue the gate's core of consciousness. We then nurtured it and had it reincarnate. Finding it a suitable corporeal body required great effort." Annie chuckled at the side. "However, with this person, manipulating the gate of the pocket dimension has become much more convenient. Now, it is our Dark Knight Lighthouse's honored professor, Jeans." "Jeans? Good name," Leylin analyzed him. Until the other party was a little creeped out, he then chuckled, and a spot of light flew into Jeans' forehead. The surface of his body made a futile attempt to emit a layer of metal defense, but to no avail. He could only helplessly watch as the radiance entered his forehead. "Sir Leylin, this is—" Annie grew anxious, but he did not step out and stop him. One reason was that he knew Leylin's strength, that he would only invite humiliation upon himself by doing so. Another was that recent interactions caused him to realize that Leylin was not a magus that was easy to kill. His personality was also good, so he was doing this with some unique intention. "Lad, just treat this thing as my gift," Leylin chuckled, stepped into the large gate while Nissa followed closely behind. "You guys be careful." Annie was confused, but still followed him in, only leaving behind Jeans, who stood there in a trance. He didn't feel pain after the light invaded him. Instead, it transformed into a message that entered his sea of consciousness, instantly causing him to fall into a trance. Many alphabets formed the beginning, high-grade meditation technique. "Dark gold world, suitable for metal innate skill." "My lord?" Annie asked after he followed Leylin into the Eternal Plane's pocket dimension, unable to endure it anymore. "Relax, I'm just giving him some benefits." Leylin smiled. He owed his rank 2 advancement to the core consciousness of the Metal Gate to the Eternal River Plane's pocket dimension. Now that he'd found a body with the same core origin, he naturally wanted to make up for what he'd done. All of this followed his personality, but Leylin wouldn't shackle himself. If he hadn't seen Jeans today, he probably wouldn't have thought of this at all. Central Continent, South Coast, Twilight Zone, and Chernobyl Islands. Leylin's gaze flickered continuously. "Once I've broken free from the threads of destiny, it'll be time for me to let go of everything and break through my bloodline shackles." Although he didn't know why he wanted to do this, Leylin had a feeling that this would bring him only benefits. Huff, after listening to Leylin's explanation, although Annie was still slightly curious as to why Leylin favored Jeans, he still finally heaved a sigh. 3 rays of glaring light streaked across the sky, suddenly pushing their way through the Eternal Plane's pocket dimension. Light flickered continuously in Leylin's eyes. Ever since he'd displayed strength at Morning Star to subdue the light and dark Magi, he'd essentially become the uncrowned king of the South Coast. The Magi vied with each other to complete the tasks he wanted done. Whether they were a light magus or dark, just a single command from him would make them work desperately for him. Such an inconceivable thing had happened due to Leylin's power. It caused many uninformed people from the lower classes to cry out in incredulity. There were even some busybodies who proclaimed that the South Coast would soon welcome an era of peace. But in fact, they were all thinking too much. With the power of the masses at his beck of call, Leylin quickly made progress on finding people and dealing with past grudges. Krupp and Darley were also married in the meantime, Leylin having hosted the ceremony. With that done, they returned to the Chernobyl Islands to establish a kingdom in the original lands of the Farlier family. After everything was resolved, Leylin wanted to leave everything behind. But the Dark and Light Magi made a request of him. Although he wanted to leave, the Farlier family would remain behind here, and furthermore Leylin was quite interested in what the Dark and Light Magi had mentioned. Hence, he still came to this place. Leylin and the other 2 weren't ordinary Magi. They moved at extremely high speeds, and it was but a short while before they arrived at the center of the pocket dimension. A continuous building complex was present here, with the symbols of various Magus organizations in the surroundings. These were clearly large-scale ruins. There was a momentary uproar in many of the camps present at their arrival, but soon after a white light transformed into an old white-browed Magus who welcomed them. The moment he saw Leylin, he immediately bowed down in respect. Nanov pays his respects to Your Highness Leylin Farlier, the great morning star Magus. I hope Your Highness will forgive our rude actions before. We are willing to pay any price. This Magus was one of the impressive higher-ups of the light Magi that had originally attacked Leylin. Ever since they'd been rebuffed by Leylin and had the Blade of Avarice destroyed, the three highest executives of the light Magi fell into silence. Only, once news about Leylin advancing to Morning Star spread, Enia Ivory Ring Tower, which was Nanov's organization, carried out Leylin's orders the most thoroughly. They were at his beck and call, handling many issues with the obvious intent of atonement and to curry favor. Hence, as Leylin looked at this old scoundrel, he only rolled his eyes. Rise. Thank you, Lord Leylin. Your benevolence is like the torrential ocean, vast and boundless, as if it can contain the entire universe. Nanov stood up smiling to please him and consciously stood behind Leylin, causing Nissa and any who were at the side to be utterly speechless. I'm not here for that matter today. Let's go. Leylin arrived in the sky above a patch of the ruins and looked over everything. The buildings were simple and unsophisticated yet solemn, carrying a unique appeal. They were arranged in a surprisingly logical manner and seemed to surround a mysterious spell formation. This is, Leylin's pupils narrowed and his face turned gloomy. My lord? Eni and Nanov closed up and surrounded him. Leylin waved his hands at their inquiring gazes. I can't confirm anything for now. Let's talk after we enter the core hall. Of course. Please come with us, my lord. Eni and Nanov hurried to the front to lead the way. With those two leading, Leylin would of course be unobstructed in the remains. This place is a base that emerged after the destruction of a large gate pocket dimension. At one time, we thought that the secret of the person who made the Eternal Planes pocket dimension was here, and fought many battles for it. In the end, we still wound up concluding on a joint expedition. Nanov seemed to be a little regretful. We initially found many good things in these ruins, even remains of the ancient wisdom tree. We finished our exploration of the place 55 years ago, but who'd know we'd discovered even more incredible items than that? Eni added from the other side. It wasn't convincing. As the two spoke, Leylin explored the buildings one after the other to arrive at the centermost ground. This was an unnamed temple. There were large white stone pillars on all sides, and with no door and no walls, it could be entered from any direction. The roof exposed a large circular gap where the sky could be seen through the dome. The hall was absolutely empty. It was only the ground that retained even more complicated and detailed patterns. Lord Leylin, look. Eni and Norov glanced at each, with looks of agony on their faces. Leylin, though, wasn't paying attention, mesmerized by the large patterns on the ground. This is AI chip conduct scan, he immediately commanded. Beep, mission established, beginning scan. The AI chip's mechanical voice echoed, and there was a response soon after. Ancient combined sealing spell formation, already discovered technique. Annihilating runes, dimensional seal, powerful isolation. Indeed, the building complex here is a part of the large sealing spell formation, and the core is right here. Leylin looked at the ground. The complicated patterns began to move around, as if they had a life of their own. The special nature of the ruins' core caused both parties to keep fighting around it. It wasn't until the appearances of Gargamel and the primordial spirit slaying sect that both of us united together to explore the ruins. It caused a rapid increase in progress. Then we found, Leylin lifted his head. You found that this place was an entrance to the subterranean world's first layer, but it's been sealed. Nanov and Eni both looked at Leylin with shocked expressions. Even with their age, they'd had to flip through many antique books before they could know, but Leylin could actually recognize it at first glance. This ability, could it be that because he was a Morning Star Magus, he was really omnipotent? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 685 Strengthening and Way of Escape. Strengthening and Way of Escape. Lord Leylin is extremely erudite, Nanov said in praise. Ever since the ruins appeared, the seal has slowly been lifting. No matter what methods we think of, we haven't been able to stop this process. And you've come to me as a last resort. Leylin's snort had Nanov and Eni break out in cold sweat, but he didn't concern himself with them, instead stroking his chin as he fell into deep thought. although the subterranean world was rich in resources. With the violent invasion of the ancient Magi, many of the tribes there didn't have a favorable impression of humans. Although humans remained there, after so many years would they side with the humans or the subterranean world? The latter possibility was more likely. The subterranean world was vast and boundless, and wasn't lacking in powerful morning stars even in the first layer. There should even be rank 5 existences there. Twilight Zone was only a very small part of this first layer, just like how the South Coast was just a part of the surface world. Furthermore, even in spite of its long isolation, there were many terrifying tribes there. Thus, it wasn't hard to understand why Nanav and Eni grew extremely panicky seeing the seal wither away. AI. Chip, based on the current rate, how much longer will the seal last? A blue light shone from Leylin's eyes before he had the answer. With a series of calculations, the AI chip gave an extremely precise answer. Beep. Calculating with current rate of decay, estimated time to total disintegration is 28,572 H34 min and 12s. To the AI chip, which had already been renewed several times, this level of operation was only the simplest. You invited me here, what exactly is it for? If it is to strengthen the seal, I'm afraid I can only delay it for at most 100 years' time. After he finished calculating, Leylin stroked his chin and said to Nanav and Eni, How can this be? Sir is a morning star ranked Magus. Such an outcome caused Nanav and Eni to be a little in disbelief. HMPH, if it's just to strengthen the seal. Although it's relatively harder, it's not that I'm unable to do it. But now, the entire Eternal River Pocket dimension has been completely developed for several hundred years. Most of the remains here have also been destroyed by you, Leylin snorted. Watching Nanav and Eni, his tone was very hostile. In fact, the entire Eternal River Pocket dimension is a part of this seal. The Magus who set up this pocket dimension had long before installed the time when the pocket dimension would appear. He even used your greed and sped up this process artificially. Until now, the breaking of the entire seal is already something that's unavoidable. We're done for. We South Coast, are we really going to be completely destroyed? Nanav's both eyes were slightly despondent. If it really linked to the underground, apart from his Enia ivory ring tower moving to a distant place and collectively migrating, there was no other better way. On the other side, Eni's expression was also very dark. Towards the viciousness of the underground tribes and their hatred towards humans, he who had the reference of historical books knew even more clearly. Once they were attacked and occupied, probably not just Magi, even ordinary humans would face extinction. Watching these two Magi who had sunk into a struggle, Leylin's pupils were very calm. In fact, with the radiant moon strength and the assistance of the AI chip, if he made an all-out effort, not stinting on cultivating more precious materials, it was not impossible to entirely seal this pocket dimension. However, the crucial thing was, how would that benefit him? Nanav and Eni were both rank 3 Magi. They were small and weak like ants before the underground tribes. Naturally, they would not wish to see them infiltrate the surface and threaten their positions. But Leylin was different. He was already a rank 5 Warlock. His military strength was outstanding, and the underground world's first layer was also the weakest underground world. He totally had the premise of associating equally with the underground powerhouses. With the underground world's rich mineral resources, their legacy that had been passed down from the ancient times, and the entirely different spell system, they could definitely bring Leylin great benefits. He believed, not just himself, even if it were other morning star existence in the central continent, once they knew about this passageway, they probably would not choose to seal it too. How? Have you thought about it? If you are willing, I can step out and strengthen the seal, gaining you 100 years' time. After a few minutes, Leylin spoke indifferently. Then, please, sir. Nanav and Eni took a glance at each other and in the end still gritted their teeth and requested. No matter what, if there was another 100 years' time, be it discussing a countermeasure or directly retreating, there was more allowance for them. Okay, pass down my command, seal this area, I want to set up a strengthening spells. After hearing them say that, Leylin nodded, but instead sent away the two Magi who wanted to stay and help. A morning star light screen enveloped the entire central hall with a buzz. Blue radiance was emitted in all directions, isolating it from the outside world. Ancient combined sealing spell, the blue radiance in Leylin's pupils flickered, many materials were casually taken out from the space equipment. According to his original intentions, it was naturally to open the seal as soon as possible and gain the benefits. However, his current condition was not good. The All-Snake curse was like a sharp sword hanging above his head, causing him to have to end things here as quickly as he could and head towards the purgatory world to resolve the bloodline's shackles. Hence, postponing the disintegration of the seal for a period of time was also something that was in accordance to Leylin's interests. Perhaps there might be a need to move the Ouroboros clan here in the future, grasping trade with the underground world. Leylin had already drawn out a blueprint regarding the development of the Ouroboros clan in his mind. The expansion of the entire Ouroboros clan in the central continent had already reached its limits. Even without the appearance of the Flame Monarch, it would meet the resistance of other Magi sooner or later. Although the elemental particles environment in the south coast was not much, towards Warlocks that relied mainly on bloodline force, the influence in this aspect was much smaller than Magi. Moreover, the entire central continent had not yet connected to the underground world's passageway. What was discovered occasionally were just a few totally sealed miniature underground space like that of the Twilight Zone. Once a passageway that connects to the entire underground world was developed, even simply controlling trade between the two places would bring about huge benefits, enough to allow the Ouroboros clan to make a rapid development. The top priority now is still to confirm if this connects to that ancient completed underground layer of the underground world or the miniature sealed area like that of the Twilight Zones. Leylin stroked his chin. There was even a radiance constantly flickering in his pupils. If the place this links to is really that ancient underground layer, as long as we occupy here, the profits gained by the Ouroboros clan would definitely not a little bit less than the monarch of the skies that has control over the entire central continent's airship network. AI. Chip, export spell formation layout. Beep. Mission established, beginning coordination with supplementary assignment. The AI chip sound was as mechanical as usual, without the slightest emotions in it. A complicated yet detailed formation diagram was rapidly exported from the AI chip's database and was being projected by fluorescent light onto the hall's floor. The spell formation diagram illustrated by the fluorescent light combined with the original patterns on the floor harmoniously, forming a brand new formation. Beep. Separating black hole spell formation deductions setup completed. Estimated rate of success, 98.99%. The AI chip sounded again. Very good. A piece of mithril with black spots was melted into juice before Leylin, spreading out evenly onto the ground at the position where the fluorescent light had originally shone. With Leylin's current alchemy grand, master's academic achievements, and the AI chip's fine and detailed assistance, the entire setting up of the spell formation proceeded very smoothly and was thoroughly completed in almost half an hour. Only, when setting up, Leylin would certainly not do it according to Nanav and Enna's requests. He included many of his own smuggled goods in it instead. The entire spell formation continuously rumbled with a buzz, streaks of silver radiance rippled on the ground. Beep, spell formation energy operating normally. Compatibility of connection 91.673%. Large amounts of data floated across Leylin's eyes. He could not help but nod secretly. It is a linking technique that is acquired after all. To have 90% compatibility is already not bad. Then, Leylin took in a deep breath. AI chip, open up the connection assignment, attempting to establish a spatial link, searching coordinates. Accompanying the AI chip sound, the patterns on the ground suddenly changed. Its circulating speed was continuously increasing. Faint silver light emerged, undulating in midair, even slowly forming into a state of a semicircular arched door. Opposite the arched door was a patch of thick darkness, and a mirror-like radiance was constantly emitted. This was the smuggled goods Leylin had added. At the same time, while strengthening the seal, Leylin also left a way of escape for himself, and could even reach the other side of the space with the prerequisite of not damaging the original seal by directly going through the crack in the spell formation. You guys guard here, no matter who comes, kill them all. Leylin flicked his hands, and 4 translucent void assassins emerged. He faintly ordered a few sentences, and these 4 assassins immediately vanished into the void. Possessing rank 3 limit strength, and with the addition of this kind of ability to go through the void, void assassins were almost invincible existences in the South Coast. 4 void assassins, along with the spell formation outside that Leylin had set up, even if the dark and light magi joined forces, they would definitely not be able to fight their way in. Although Leylin was more reassured towards Nanav and Eni, and he also knew that they did not have the guts, he would not entrust his hopes on their reverence towards him just like that. Countless historical examples have all proven that this was something very foolish. Leylin would certainly not do that. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 686, Underground and Rescue. Underground and Rescue. After preparing his backup plan, Leylin swished his robes and entered the arched door in midair. An icy membrane rippled as he passed through it. The moment he materialized, Leylin realized he'd stepped into another place. A dark, frigid aura permeated the air, one that was specific to the subterranean world. The density of darkness and earth energy particles was even greater than in Twilight Zone. This is the other end of the spatial tunnel, huh? Leylin swept his gaze across the surroundings. He was currently in a palace hall of sorts, where bizarrely styled sculptures were scattered around the vicinity. Once the light in the spell formation subsided, a thick layer of dust could be observed in the area. Inextinguishable flame? Leylin pointed ahead, and a bright and beautiful flame floated in front of him. This place seems to have been deserted for a very long while. Is it the depths of an ancient ruin? Leylin scanned the surroundings with his soul force, before realizing that the whole area seemed to be protected by a layer of mysterious energy. This mysterious energy even suppressed the soul force of a Magus. However, given that his true soul was at half moon, he could still cover a sizable portion of the area. It wasn't long before he discovered several passageways leading out. I hope there aren't any complex spell formations outside. This will become very troublesome. Leylin walked towards a large door, the unadorned yet awe-inspiring stone standing over 10 meters tall. On the left of the doors was the sculpture of a devil, on the right that of a beautiful angel. Ka-cha, ka-cha, Leylin stretched his hand forward as he pushed the door. Suddenly, 2 powerful streaks of lightning flashed and struck Leylin, but was repelled by Chem-In scales. A pitch-black tunnel appeared in front of Leylin, and without any hesitation, he stepped forward. I never expected that I would chance across some magi on an expedition. This will save me loads of time. The corners of Leylin's lips curled upwards as he blended in with the darkness, before moving at a speed that defied the logics of physics. On the other side, a group of adventurers were running for their lives, escaping from something in the tunnel. Quick, it's catching up. This group of adventurers had a warrior adorning armor, an archer carrying a wooden bow, and the one that made up the most numbers were a group of magi garbed in robes and carrying strange tools. This party composition was still rather decent. However, this small party now were scurrying away in fear from something behind them, their clothes torn and tattered. Traces of blood tainted their body, revealing profuse injuries. Dum-dum. Dum-dum. Behind them, in the darkness, thuds of heavy footsteps were heard. Upon hearing these noises, the people in the small party had their color drained from their faces as they continued to flee at a faster speed. Crash. A dark streak of light flashed, carrying a black long spear. It immediately penetrated the innate spell defense of one of the magi, pinning him to the floor. Xander, damn it! The leader, a brown-haired youth, turned back and saw his companion pinned to the ground with blood streaming out of his mouth. However, he gritted his teeth and continued fleeing. Run, hurry and run! His eyes turned bloodshot as he screamed at the top of his lungs. At the same time, a blazing flame of unwillingness and regret gnawed at his soul bit by bit. We were too careless. With our combined strength of 3 stars ranking, this vestige is way out of our league. Damn it, the danger level here is at least 5 stars. As long as I manage to make it out, I will definitely slay that damned asshole. No. Xander, the female archer slinging the bow on her back, halted immediately as she knelt beside the Magus pinned to the ground. She then took out a green vial of potion and poured it on his wounds. It's no use, the leader roared, but he never stopped running. Tens of seconds later, that blood-curdling scream of his female party member sounded. The leader's face turned even more pale as he sped up. Dum dum, dum dum. The footsteps sounded behind him, like that of a death god who had come to reap their souls. Although the footsteps were slow, the speed was extremely fast. Not long later, the youth heard several more wretched cries behind him. It was only until now that he realized, to his astonishment, that not one of his companions had remained. No, I can't die here. I have to be a 5-stars adventure and even the crowned king adventurer. I have goals yet to be fulfilled, and to return the glory of my family, the revenge, and also my... Another beam of black light shot towards him and stopped his train of thoughts. Although the youth had attempted to maneuver out of the way, he was still grazed by that black light, causing him fall to the ground and cough out a pool of blood. Dum dum, dum dum. Along with the footsteps, a giant figure emerged from the darkness. It was a giant that stood tall at over 3 meters, with 2 long shafts of spears slung on its back. Complex runes covered his body, giving off a metallic luster. There was a grim expression on its face, as if it belonged to a dead creature. Only 2 scarlet rays of light were projected from its pupils. It's here. The youth's teeth clattered. This undead creature that stood in front of him was a defense mechanism of the vestige. Previously, when the group had broken through a tomb-like room, it had started to chase them. The undead giant had a powerful physical attack, with a high resistance to magic spells. It led the youth to despair. He could only watch on as his party members perished one by one under the hands of this giant. Ultimately, he was the only one left standing. Dum dum, dum dum, the giant walked over as he unsheathed one of the spears on his back. No, I don't want to. Please. Tears poured from the youth's eyes as he started to turn deranged. Whoosh, the spear thrusted forward, but funnily enough, it remained hoisted in midair. The anticipated pain did not come, which caused the youth to reopen his eyes. He saw a black shield protecting him at the front, engaging in a deadlock with the spear. I'm saved. The youth collapsed weakly and laid on the ground, with tears of joy flowing from his eyes. Ahoo! The giant withdrew his spear and turned his body to the back, howling towards the darkness. Very soon, he staggered half a step backwards, as if some sort of ferocious predator was in front of it. Interesting. Although it seems to be a body made of flesh and blood, there seem to be some modifications added to it. It's rather akin to a metallic-bodied demon right now, huh? Even its consciousness was wiped out, with the only defense mechanism within it remaining. Leylin stepped forward from the shadows, blue light shining from his eyes as he scanned the giant in front of it. Moreover, these runes on the body, it seemed really similar to that of branded swordsmen. Leylin always held onto part of the branded swordsman's inheritance, but it was extremely lacking of information. Even after the simulation and conjecture from the AI chip, it could only reach the strength of a rank 1 Magus, which was not of much use. Right now, after the AI chip had upgraded several times and even added troves of information from the Great Library, it could raise the power of branded swordsmen from rank 1 to 3. However, for Leylin, who had the backing of the Ouroboros clan and the Warlock alliance, these branded swordsmen were relatively useless to him. Hence, Leylin did not mass-produce these branded swordsmen cannon fodder. However, at this moment, Leylin could clearly see the runes of branded swordsmen on this giant. Although the style is slightly different, with modifications made on top of the original school of thought, this is no doubt the runes of branded swordsmen. Just from looking at the runes and the energy that it radiated had gave Leylin many fresh ideas and inspiration about the branded swordsman. Perhaps, after combining the knowledge found on the continent and in the subterranean world, the AI chip might be able to produce runes which can create Morningstar branded swordsmen. Arg, although the giant has discovered how powerful Leylin was, the defense mechanism inside its consciousness still made it reach out his hands. 2 black spears soared towards Leylin like 2 dragons. Peng, pa. A layer of black scales emerged from Leylin's palms. As astonishing scene was created accompanied by sparks and screeching sounds. The 2 black spears that the giant hurled had been caught firmly in Leylin's palms. The explosive power isn't bad, with the strength at 50 degrees of so. It is rather similar to a rank 3 Magus attack. Leylin nodded his head, but the youth at the side had his eyes bulging out. During the escape earlier, he had seen many of his companions perish under the mighty black spear. Even magic defense spells proved to be no defense against it. However, Leylin had managed to catch it in his hands. This Magus, is he a monster too? The youth looked at Leylin's appearance, garbed in luxurious black robes with a mask. Leylin gave off a regal yet mysterious aura, yet he did not seem to be a savage or tyrant. Grorer, the giant was stupefied momentarily before giving off a huge roar. The sound waves involuntarily forced the youth to cover his ears. At the same time, black energy particles which could be seen by the naked eye surged towards the giant like water to a sponge, as the runes on the giant's body began to flicker. Grorer, with the howling noises made, a spell began to surface. The image of a dark creature's head appeared, bearing its razor-sharp fangs as it was sent flying towards Leylin. Rank 3 spell, Darkness Crunch? This spell seemed to be missing on the continent for thousands of years. Only the Great Library in Sky City had mentioned of this before. Leylin rubbed his chin. A lost and forgotten spell need not necessarily meant that it was powerful. It could be due to not keeping up with the times and entered natural selection. He would definitely not make the assumption that anything ancient is powerful. The blue light in Leylin's eyes flashed, and the AI chip made its calculations. Seconds later, the principle of this rank 3 spellcasting and even the spell model had been conjectured by the AI chip. So this is how it works. Although this spell isn't too bad, but it requires a huge amount of darkness elemental energy particles. No wonder the central continent had phased this spell out. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 687, Arthur Empire with the AI chip's deductions, Leylin instantly obtained the spell's model and learnt all of its weaknesses. The darkness elemental particles just aren't concentrated enough in the central continent. Perhaps it can only be used in a paradise for dark magi like the subterranean world. Fight darkness with light? A holy white radiance was formed at Leylin's fingertip. While he was a dark magus himself, it wasn't like he couldn't use any life or light element spells. In reality, with enough spiritual force and access to spell models, magi could employ spells of any type. However, there was a difference due to vitality and elemental affinity. Leylin might be extremely proficient with darkness spells, even having an added bonus to their power, but he would find it difficult to use light and life element spells, and the power could even be diminished. Now, for instance, the light-type spell that Leylin was casting consumed a lot of energy to produce a spell half as strong as one by a regular magus. He'd long since solidified darkness elemental particles, something that only made it harder for him to use light spells. However, with Leylin's current strength, even a small portion of his power would cause the spell to be a bane to all darkness. Leylin seemed to move exceedingly slowly, but somehow arrived above the monster before it could do anything. The light-tipped finger tapped the center of the monster's skull. Ow! A bit of light shone above the monster's head before it began to flicker and become more dazzling. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Like the sound of glass breaking, many cracks appeared on its head, and it then exploded, melting into nothingness amidst the white light. Light-type spells can still restrain darkness-type spells, but that also depends on the strength of both parties. Leylin had his own understanding of the relationship between elements. If darkness elemental particles were to be likened to fire, then light-type energy particles would be like water. While a ladle of water could extinguish sparks, it could do nothing against a sea of fire. On the other hand, if the fire was intense enough, a few droplets of rainwater would be evaporated. Ow! After the monster head was easily smashed by Leylin, the black giant took several steps back. In its dull, mechanical eyes, traces of terror could be seen. He let out a few meaningless howls and made to escape. But how could Leylin let go of such a great guinea pig? Stay here. Along with Leylin's slight smile, a few black shackles appeared in midair and bound him tightly. No matter how the giant kept snarling, there was nothing he could do against these chains. Soon after, his figure shrunk in size till it entered a crystal ball in Leylin's hands, like a bug that was frozen in amber. The hoarding spell works, which means he isn't some living being but a magic being without a soul. While it was just a short period of time exchanging blows with him, Leylin now had an understanding of the composition of the giant. He had evidently gone through the refining of a branded swordsman and had even reached a very high level. His body had already gone through elemental modification and become crystallized and somewhat translucent. This material was the best to make magic beings. After elemental modification, flesh not only retained its original defensive and offensive abilities, it could use spells without obstructions. In just a short period of time, this was all Leylin could tell. For things on a deeper level, he would need to do more experiments and dissection. This, Lord, thank you for your help. At this moment, Leylin noticed the young adventurer collapsed on the ground at the side. He was evidently a magus, though he had a very low rank. This was all the strength he had, and yet had come to explore. He was rather lucky not to die from the mechanisms or curses. This language? His thanks meant nothing to Leylin, but the language he spoke delighted Leylin. It's very similar to the Twilight language, though there are minute differences in pronunciation. There's no need to learn a new language. Leylin was surprised, but then found this reasonable. Twilight Zone was a part of the subterranean world, and was only isolated because of the battle between two morning stars. Before that happened, they must have been using the same language and writing as the subterranean world. What's your name? Since the issue with language was solved, Leylin had no desire to search his soul. The information he needed was too high-leveled, and someone with such a tiny role would not know much. With Leylin's dreamscape force field, he was confident he could make this person reveal basic information on the culture and geography unwittingly. My name is Joe Georgian. The young magus was silent for a while and then stated his name. Your name is very unique, Leylin commented. It wasn't unexpected for the social customs of the underground world to be different from magi on the surface. By the way, where is this? What's the world outside like? Leylin asked without holding back. A hazy force field was produced from his body. This was the ability he had gained after undergoing dreamscape modification, and he possessed powerful illusory strength. Ever since he had gotten this, Leylin would not search souls or any similar methods unless it was truly necessary. A magus who played around with souls would not have a good name in the Magus world. When unnecessary, Leylin still wished to maintain his reputation. A good reputation was still a benefit. If used well, he might even obtain unexpected rewards. This is the Thunderbird region, and rumored to be the Hollyland of the Lyas family. After Leylin's words, Georgian first looked dazed, eyes losing focus, before he began to disclose everything unwittingly. The more he heard, the more Leylin looked solemn. Poor little guy, he's been enticed into adventuring into someone else's restricted area. After he'd listened to everything, Leylin watched Georgian, eyes full of pity. This little guy has definitely fallen into some huge conspiracy. However, this was none of his business. He'd found out that this was the territory of the Arthur Empire underground, and this was a massive empire. There were large numbers of other races outside, and had a surface area countless times larger than Twilight Zone. In the Arthur Empire, there had never been a lack of morning star ranks. There were even rumors of radiant moon magi. Such good news allowed Leylin to confirm that there was a huge possibility of this place being the complete first layer of the underground. After Leylin got all the intel he wanted, Georgian immediately looked alert, and then turned sorrowful. My apologies, at the thought of my companions, I became absent-minded. In his memories, Leylin had only asked why he had come to these ruins. He, who thought back to his comrades, was lost in thought. A sad feeling rose in his heart, and he did not suspect any changes to his memories. When it came to manipulating memories, Leylin was at the level of a grandmaster. This little magus had had his memories altered, and yet not discovered it at all. As long as Leylin wanted to, he could work out a brand new set of memories from childhood to adulthood for any magus below Morning Star without the other party noticing. This was obviously something normal Radiant Moons or even Breaking Dawn Monarchs could do, but with the AI chip's abilities to simulate reality, it just took more time and effort on Leylin's end. All right, Mr. Georgian. I understand all you've gone through. Forgive me for my bluntness, but this is a place you really shouldn't be in. It's better for you to leave with me. Leylin took several steps forward. In exchange for the intel he had been given, he didn't mind saving the boy on the way and send him out of the ruins. Thank you so much, my lord." Georgian's eyes were full of gratitude as he followed closely behind Leylin, as if afraid he would be left behind. After all the dangers today, he knew very well that if Leylin did not bring him along, he would be trapped in the ruins sooner or later and die by the hands of the mechanisms. Hualala. Numerous pitch-black lightning formed a cage with all types of beasts roaring. A black dot, the size of sesame, constantly grew in size amidst the lightning and eventually turned into two figures, dashing out while braving the lightning. "All right, we're out." Leylin shook his robes and put Georgian, who was in his arms, down. "We're out." He still looked dazed. He had never known how dangerous the ruins were. Things had been smooth sailing when he had entered, but while exiting, they had met with many dangers, especially the lightning jail at the exit. He'd remembered that when he had first arrived, there was no such spell pattern sealed here. Seeing this, he was extremely relieved. If not for Leylin, he would probably die in the ruins even if he had 9 lives. Georgian couldn't help but look at the black structures behind him. The ruins were now like a monster with its mouth wide open, swallowing the lives of all adventurers. "My lord, do you think we should leave now?" Georgian asked carefully. He'd grown to understand Leylin's terrifying abilities after following him around. "That's not possible now." Leylin shook his head. "Why?" Georgian could not understand, and his expression quickly changed. A few streaks of blue figures appeared around them at some point, surrounding them. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 688, Thorned Thunderbird, how brazen of you, intruding into the restricted area of the Liar's family. The Magi surrounding Leylin and Georgian wore robes and had long, ocean blue hair. To his surprise, these silver-pupiled, fair-skinned people had an obvious aura from a bloodline on them. They were a group of warlocks. Bloodline warlocks. I never thought there'd be warlock inheritances in the subterranean world. Light flashed in Leylin's eyes. No, this is only to be expected. After all, the subterranean world is much more vast than the surface world, and it's normal for there to be ancient warlock inheritances. I just never expected that there would be warlocks protecting the other side of the tunnel in the Eternal Planes pocket dimension. Leylin surveyed his surroundings. The warlocks surrounding them looked very young, but this was a side effect of their bloodlines. They were in face much older, and the aged aura created a huge contrast with their handsome faces. They're at least rank 2 also, this bloodline. A light blue tint covered Leylin's eyes. The surrounding warlocks were just as shocked seeing that 2 people had been able to exit the restricted area. Chip, scan their bloodlines and match it with the database," Leylin commanded inside his mind. These warlocks were under Morning Star and did not notice any of Leylin's actions. The AI chip quickly obtained what he wanted. Collection of bloodline data complete. Comparing with database, determined to be Ancient Thorned Thunderbird. Immediately after, the AI chip showed all information on the Ancient Thorned Thunderbird. Beep. Ancient Thorned Thunderbird, rank 6 being. Rumored to be descendant of the primordial Thunderbird. Possesses powerful thunder and lightning abilities and soundwave attacks. Likes to dwell in areas with plentiful metal elementals. Evaluation. Incomparably dangerous. The nemesis of ancient metal race. Bloodline warlocks from rank 6 beings. No wonder I felt the bloodline giving me some slight pressure. Leylin watched the surrounding warlocks with some pity in his eyes. It's a pity that the warlocks' bloodlines have weakened quite a bit and can't be purified to its original rank 6. The warlocks surrounding Leylin might have bloodline from a rank 6 ancient thorned thunderbird, but their status was similar to the black Horal snake warlocks of the Ouroboros clan. The bloodline had weakened and lost all the power from their ancestors. However, since they exist, there must be powerful people within this warlock family. I should be able to purify their bloodline. Leylin shot a glance at these warlocks with malicious intent, giving them a feeling as if calamity loomed. However, this is the Liar's family's restricted area, and you intentionally got these adventurers to enter. Seems like there's some unspeakable secret inside. Leylin thought about it for a while and did not eliminate the possibility of the Liar's family giving out this news in order to get blood sacrifices, attracting adventurers to come and explore. If that was the case, it would explain why Georgian and his crew were obviously low-ranked, but could enter the ruins without obstructions. Why are you still talking to them? All magi who sully our liar's family have only the ending of death. The warlocks of the liar's family were urged on by someone like a leader and immediately chose to attack without hesitation. Fine, minute static electricity force field were produced from their bodies, forming a powerful domain that kept Leylin and Georgian within. Leylin could practically feel their bloodlust, and they evidently wanted to keep them here no matter the cost. This spell, seeing these warlocks all having blue electricity shooting everywhere that formed a large-scaled static electricity field that merged and amplified each other, Leylin looked slightly interested. Rank 1 spell. Static electricity field. Determined to be opponent's rank 1 innate spell that can produce static electricity force field on a large scale. Energy consumption at the minimum and has effects of amplifying each other. The AI. Chip transmitted the functions of the spell at this moment. Kill him! The leader donned a layer of lightning armor, and 2 gigantic blue-bright wings stretched behind his back, causing his speed to suddenly increase. He almost turned into a streak of blue lightning. Rank 2 Thorned Thunderbird Warlock Bloodline spell determined to be Lightning Armor, Rank 3 Bloodline spell. Wings of Lightning. Through the opponent's bloodline activities and spells, the AI chip managed to gather much information, and large amounts of data was showed in front of Leylin. As expected of an ancient rank 6 bloodline, these innate abilities are very practical. Leylin sighed slightly. It was a pity that there were no Morning Star warlocks in their midst. No matter how useful a spell, they were pointless if they did not reach a certain level. Break. Leylin spat out a syllable, and terrifying darkness-type elemental particles spread like a rising tide. Surging energy particles thundered as they turned into a giant beast with a weapon, attacking the opponent's joint static electricity force field. TSS. Blue sparks flashed and mixed with streams of black gas. Immediately after, there was a dull sound of thunder, and even the ground shook. Miserable cries rose and fell in succession, and the Thunderbird warlocks who were only rank 1 and 2 crumpled to the ground. Chiu, the leader in the air who saw this, emitted a piercing cry, turning and then transforming into lightning and leaving. Get down here! Leylin's eyes were never on him, but a faint image of a double-headed black snake had already appeared on him, 4 blood-red eyes giving him a dead stare. HSS? The snake kept flicking its tongue and quickly drew this leader into its mouth. Blue lightning flashed everywhere and then disappeared. The double-headed black snake meandered to the ground and spat out the leader. However, he had already fainted, and the lightning around his body had disappeared without a trace. Too weak. Much too weak. This extent? Leylin narrowed his eyes. A bloodline like this wasn't enough to even arouse his interest to extract it. My lord, we. At the other side, Georgian, who had seen Leylin and Liar's fighting, had been so afraid that he'd fainted before. The Liar's family's reputation was like a sun in the sky within the Arthur Empire. It was said they had a Morning Star in charge. Wasn't this Magus seeking death by provoking him? However, the crux of the issue was that whether Leylin or the Liar's family, Georgian could not afford to offend either side and almost burst into tears. I'll wait for a while more here. Leave first. Leylin shooed him away. How can I leave my lord behind to confront the Liar's family? He hesitated, but Leylin obviously could tell. Once their reinforcements come, it wouldn't be just these sort of low-ranked characters. What, you mean you're thinking of going against the Liar's family with me? Leylin had a half-smile on his face as he watched Georgian. No, my lord, I shall take my leave first. He immediately turned pale and fled at lightning speed after bowing, as if there was some ferocious beast chasing him. Watching his back, Leylin shook his head. He was just a tiny character after all, and if he really did stay, unafraid of death, he'd definitely be affected. Choosing to leave was a rather sensible decision. Now, Leylin could not be bothered with this boy. He watched a trace of lightning shooting over from the distance, a smile lighting up his face slightly. Chiu. It was as if tens of thousands of birds were calling at the same time. When the lightning disappeared, there was another figure in the sky. You attacked them. The newcomer was very young, and his brows were furrowed in his anger. He'd evidently been angered by the miserable state of the many Liar's family warlocks on the ground. They offended me. I've been benevolent enough not to kill them. If I did things like I usually do, they can only descend to the underworld and repent for their sins, Leylin shrugged. Huala. White electric current streaked past, as if tearing through the sky. In midair, the Warlock's overbearing and furious words could be heard. Good, very good. Then I'll let you see a bit of my benevolence. Terrifying energy from someone who had reached the realm of a rank 4 Warlock and attaining Morning Star burst from his body. Countless dark clouds converged, enveloping the whole region. Rumble, 8 blue pillars of light instantly descended. Boundless lightning shot out from the pillars, forming a large purgatory. Lightning and fire gathered in purgatory and trapped Leylin within. Rank 4 Thorned Thunderbird Warlock Bloodline spell determined to be Berserk Lightning Prison. The AI chip projected the opponent's spell before Leylin at this moment. A rank 4 spell. Looks like I have to get a little serious. Leylin's expression became grimmer. He, who now was struck by the curse mark of 10,000 snakes, could only display Morning Star strength and was on par with the opponent. Kai Kai, Huala. Numerous electricity snakes surrounded by flames opened their mouths full of blood and devoured Leylin. Dazzling lightning was very harsh on the eyes, but a hint of black rays leaked from the electricity. The black radiance grew until it cut through the lightning, turning into an illusory, terrifying giant serpent and appeared behind Leylin. HSS. The serpent had shackles with metallic stings, but it still paid that no mind as it snarled at the lightning clouds in the sky. Warlock, such a terrifying and evil bloodline force. From within the thunderclouds, the Warlock's bewildered voice could be heard. Following which, the voice silenced and turned into the piercing sounds of rumbling. Chew-chew. A streak of dazzling blue radiance abruptly burst forth from the clouds, landing on Leylin's shoulder. Booming thunderclap. The opponent's voice only reached Leylin after the electricity struck Leylin. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 689, Meeting and Sneak Attack. Meeting and sneak attack. Since he was struck by an attack that was faster than the speed of sound, Leylin could only hear it after the fact. His expression showed his confusion as he glanced at his shoulder. His black scholar robes had already been torn up, revealing fine snake scales. However, they were now charred, and a few pieces had even fallen off. Traces of dark red could be seen where he was wounded. Not bad, you could break through my defenses. Leylin looked slightly stunned. Following that, terrifying black streams of gas converged on the serpentine figure behind him. It swelled up, flicking its tail forth. Boom! A pillar of lightning broke down, and as if some chain reaction had been triggered, the 7 other pillars of lightning fell in succession, causing the Berserk Lightning Prison to crumble. The giant serpent bellowed with rage, the sound waves engulfing the entire area and causing the thunderclouds in the air to be torn apart to reveal a tremendous bird. The giant bird was dark blue, with each spike of a feather lustrous like steel. Streaks of blue lightning twirled around the bird, and it seemed magnificent, its eyes glinting with wisdom. The ancient thorned thunderbird? No, it's just an immature one that still isn't at its final stage. Warlocks with high-ranked bloodlines might have Morning Star arcane arts that allowed atavism, but they could only transform into a young version of their source creature. Bevis was the same. The misty fog giant he'd transformed into was only an adolescent. Only after reaching the peak of their bloodline could a warlock have the full might of the ancient creature. The Thorned Thunderbird was a rank 6 being in ancient times, while the warlock here was only at rank 4. The Thorned Thunderbird that he'd transformed into was naturally still young and immature. However, it was a rank 6 being after all, and even if it was at its immature phase, it still surpassed many rank 4 beings. Chew-chew, the tremendous Thunderbird called out as it soared in the air. Boundless lightning fell with each flap of its wings. The electric arcs on his body grew increasingly dazzling till they enveloped his whole body and turned him into a large lightning bird. With ear-piercing rumbling, the lightning bird swooped down. Lightning flashed in the surrounding area constantly, creating a terrifying region of lightning. Interesting? A smile adorned Leylin's lips, and the Kemhin Emperor's figure grew even more distinct, as if the ancient creature had truly come to this world. HSS, the giant serpent snarled and collided with the lightning bird, giving rise to countless ripples. Rumble, the earth tremored and energy undulations swept through the region. The smoke in the air formed a huge mushroom cloud, frightening power extending into the sky. The bedrock cracked, and large amounts of boulders that were tens of thousands of tons tumbled down to form giant pits upon collision. Once all the smoke and dust settled, the area where Leylin had been now only had a large depression and pit. Much of the rock had just melted to form a unique crystal. Ha ha, one figure walked out from within the pit holding a black one. Damn it! If it weren't for the All-Snake curse, this mere Morning Star Warlock wouldn't be able to harm me at all. Fury was evident in Leylin's expression. Most of his clothes had been damaged, revealing the muscles below. He cut a sorry figure. The opposing Morning Star Warlock, on the other hand, had completely fainted and was now held in Leylin's hands. Based on the intel from before, this Morning Star Warlock is only an elder in the Liar's family. There's still a Warlock who surpassed Morning Star. Leylin turned grim. Kid, you're in luck. You might not have to die here today, but pack. Leylin tossed him to the ground casually, and a large syringe appeared in his hands. Though your body is only at rank 4, the blood concentration isn't half bad. It's enough to be used for samples and as a guinea pig. A short distance away from these black ruins were dark hills. Lights were reflected from atop the hills, making it as dazzling as crystal. These hills had peaks made out of metal, and had at their heart a metallic castle that stood tall. This was the Liar's Warlock family's main base and where their headquarters was. It's rumored that the Thorned Thunderbird likes places where high-grade metallic ores are in the surroundings. Looks like it's true. Leylin floated in the air, observing the large castle. The Warlock from before looked dispirited while being held in Leylin's hand, eyes full of terror. Your humble servant, Leylin Farlier, is here to greet the Liar's family. Leylin transmitted with a thick and low voice, not bothering with the Warlock in his hands. His voice resounded in the castle, making contact with endless spiritual force and soul force. Who is it? What a terrifying and sinister bloodline aura. Look who he has in his hands. He dares take an elder of our Liar's family captive. How bold! Various roars mixed with spiritual force charged out, but Leylin easily evaded them. These people who were a dime a dozen obviously could not draw his interest. What Leylin focused on was the aura hidden deep inside the castle. This person had obviously passed through the threshold of Morning Star and entered rank 5. Leylin floated in the air and waited for a long while. There were quite a few Warlocks with varying abilities that came out, but the owner of that aura wasn't even alarmed. Leylin thought about it for a while, and his rank 5 Chem-In Emperor figure appeared behind him. A trace of his half-moon soul force surged out like a huge dragon. The power of someone at the same rank immediately got the other party's attention. Violent lightning caused the earth to rumble and mountains to break as a powerful conscient came over. Who dares disturb my sleep? Terrifying rank 5 aura was transmitted, wreaking havoc like a storm. Those Warlocks knelt down respectfully, Grand Elder. A streak of lightning was like a godly sword that broke through the first floor and appeared in the air, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man. His features were characteristic of the Liar's family: dark blue long hair, silver pupils, and slightly pale skin. However, his expression was ripe with arrogance, as if nothing in the world was worth troubling himself over. After seeing Leylin, his expression grew less intense. A rank 5 Warlock. Why have you come to create trouble in our Liar's family? No, that aura. My friend, how about we go to a remote area to discuss this further? Leylin chuckled and flung the Warlock in his hands into the group of people, creating chaos amongst their ranks. Come with me. The Warlock took a look at Leylin and disappeared like lightning, moving like a meteor. Leylin followed behind him, large amounts of black gas surrounding his body. He did not move urgently, but while he didn't seem fast, he kept up with the Warlock with no signs of falling behind. The Warlock ahead brought Leylin along to a large oceanic lake before stopping. Good day, sir. I am Leylin Farlier, and I hope... Leylin began to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. Dark blue lightning crashed down once more, and an attack that surpassed the Morning Star realm struck down. Booming thunderclap appeared once more. However, this time the spell's destructive ability was far more powerful than before. There were now 5 rays that attacked from different angles, sealing off Leylin's path of retreat. Afterwards, a gigantic thorned thunderbird phantom appeared behind him, widening its sharp beak in Leylin's direction. Terrifying sound waves brought with them the power of thunder and lightning. Rank 5 spell, Thorned Thundercree. The opponent had cast the spells quickly, and each one was hidden quite well. He practically didn't have to think at all. If this was a regular rank 5 Warlock, not having enough time to defend would be a very dangerous problem. However, Leylin was different, and his thoughts moved faster than electricity. Just at the moment the lightning was about to reach his body, the tremendous phantom of a Chem-In Emperor burst forth and wound itself around Leylin. A gigantic black hole began to form in the snake's mouth. Rank 5 Chem-In Emperor innate skill, Devour. The 5 streaks of lightning were instantly sucked into the black hole, turning into an unending stream of life force. Following that, piercing sound waves that were mixed with lightning and fire rushed forth and smashed into the large Chem-In Emperor. Scales flew everywhere, but then regenerated at a rapid pace. After these 2 waves of attacks passed, the Chem-In Emperor figure dissipated to reveal Leylin, who was not the least bit injured. "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" Leylin asked in a cold voice, the iciness extending to his gaze. Chip, if I completely undo the seal, how long can I fight?" Leylin asked inside his head. His bloodline was still sealed, and dealing with a Morning Star Warlock was already quite tough on him. With a rank 5 bloodline Warlock with the bloodline of the ancient Thorned Thunderbird against him, things were even worse. However, if the opponent wasn't tactful, Leylin had no choice but to completely unseal himself and teach him an unforgettable lesson, perhaps by ensuring his fall. Beep, all snake curse will increase absorption rate if host undoes seal. Maximum resistance time, 7min34s, the AI chip loyally intoned. In other words, after I undo my seal, I'll need to eliminate the opponent in 7 minutes and then reseal my bloodline. Even if I manage that, there should be terrible consequences. I chip. Beep. Each unsealing will reduce the time left to the curse flaring up by 7 months, even if successfully resealed. The AI chip intoned. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 690, Enhancing Lightning Runes. Enhancing Lightning Runes. Leylin had previously sealed off his bloodline force to stop the curse from flaring up. Naturally, he could undo the seal in times of danger and restore his strength to the peak of rank 5. However, the curse would absorb even more energy from him every time he did so. Even if he successfully sealed himself up again, the time he had left would be brought down by about 7 months. Leylin had only 2 years left. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he definitely would not do this. However, he would have no choice but to use this method in times of crisis, even if the temporary help resulted in long-term danger. Leylin's cold pupils were fixed on the rank 5 Warlock in front of him. "Good, very good. Since you were able to take on my attack, you have the right to speak to me on equal grounds." Unexpectedly, the Great Elder revealed a rigid smile. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Eam Lyers, rank 5 Warlock and the Grand Elder of the Lyers family." Seeing the opponent withdrawing all the electricity around his body, Leylin was rendered speechless. He could tell that this Eam was definitely a very arrogant Warlock. Unless he showed enough power to threaten him, it would be impossible to speak to him on equal terms. Now, after attacking and finding out Leylin's abilities, he suddenly was more approachable. Though still on his guard, Leylin was more than willing to avoid needless conflicts. "I've already introduced myself before. My name is Leylin. Lord Eam's way of greeting others is really quite unique." He. Eam merely smiled in answer to Leylin's words and did not address them. Instead, he observed Leylin with interest. "You aren't a Magus of the subterranean world, are you?" Indeed. There was no way for Leylin to hide this. Were he a rank 2 or 3 Magus, he could conceal himself from Eam since it would make sense for there to be no mention of him anywhere. But a rank 5 Warlock of unknown origins was rather suspicious. Given that this was an inherited bloodline, how could there be no information on it? Would the Lyers family not know beforehand about a Warlock family with a rank 5 serpent bloodline? Leylin had burst out of nowhere, and this rank 5 Warlock had no information about him. That led Eam to his conclusion. "As expected, my lord is a Magus from the world above ground." Seeing Leylin admitting this, Eam nodded and looked confident. "Yes, I do come from the surface, and I'm the head of the Magi organizations in control of the passage to the surface. Lord Eames shouldn't be any ordinary warlock, right? The passage in the Thunderbird Holy Land. Leylin shot him a glance. To expand the passage between the surface and underground, he needed to find something like a spokesperson here. It seemed that Eam and the Liar's family suited this role well. Not only was he very powerful, there was nothing he didn't know about the passage. More importantly, they had long since gained control of the exit. We obviously know about it. In actuality, it's a secret that my ancestor found out. Ever since then, our Liar's family has settled here, and we've been trying to make contact with the surface that's been sealed from us. Though Eam was speaking in very vague terms, Leylin could imagine the carnage involved. Things like vying for this territory, trying to damage the seal and attracting adventurers to become blood sacrifices here were perhaps merely the tip of the iceberg. There was still much that was unknown regarding what they had attempted on the sly. What was most crucial was the fact that they had persevered for so long. Since you were able to come over, the seal at the surface world should be about to crumble, right? Eam looked at Leylin, frowning slightly. Based on my estimations, the seal should still hold for a period of time. Actually, I secretly came over through a crack in the seal. On the surface, the seal can still hold for about a century. A century? That seems rather long. Did anything go wrong with the sacrifices? Or was the construction of coordinates on both ends not done well, resulting in a huge energy consumption? Eam's expression went dark while Leylin maintained his silence, not admitting that he'd tampered with it. But for Sir Leylin to pass through the cracks in the seal must mean that your attainments in spell formations must be at the level of grandmasters. Eam's gaze towards Leylin had now turned more gentle. People who were grandmasters in fields of magic were highly regarded. This tiny ability really isn't worth mentioning. Well then, since we own one end of the passage each and both have great influence in our respective regions. Leylin mentioned what he had been preparing to say for a long time. Forming an alliance is beneficial to both of us. Eames spoke straightforwardly, the smile on his arrogant face widening. He stepped forward while beaming and extended his right arm towards Leylin. "Welcome, partner." "It's my honor," Leylin grinned and extended his right arm as well. The two hands grasped each other, and golden light flowed out. Fine golden letters were like ants as they crawled everywhere. An alliance between Magi was even more important and solemn than an agreement. Most of the time, a very serious ceremony would be conducted, and even a third party would be invited to be the witness. Leylin and Eam were both rank 5 warlocks. While they didn't need to go to the trouble and do all that, a basic oath was required. However, what they were agreeing to now was a general-purpose oath, and the details would be determined through discussions afterwards by their subordinates. After the oath was done with, the two of them had gained a tacit understanding. They laughed, feeling like their relationship had gotten better. Though this sort of oath could be violated, they each had control of their sides of the passage, which signified a great amount of benefits. Leylin would not want to destroy this unless he'd gone mad. As for how things would progress after this, that probably wouldn't have much to do with him anymore. By that time, he would either have broken through his bloodline shackles and soared into the sky, leaving Eam in the dust, or be sealed to death by the curse mark. He, whose bloodline force had been completely severed from him, would die. Whatever happened, there would not be any issues here. "Sir Eam," Leylin laughed as he spoke. "Just call me Eam, Leylin. You're qualified to do so." Eam chuckled, though his facial muscles were obviously a little stiff. However, that just made this moment all the more rare. "All right, Eam, I'm quite interested in the spell you used just now and that instantaneous effect," Leylin smiled and asked. The instantaneous lightning spell was very frightening, and Eam had been able to produce 5 streaks. Leylin was very interested in this technique. "Oh, this?" Eam nodded. "We of the Liar's family inherited the bloodline of the Thorned Thunderbird, which means we're proficient in lightning-type spells. Booming Thunderclap is one of the arcane arts we created from experiments where Warlocks at Morning Star and above combine different innate spells. While the might isn't as powerful as a real Morning Star arcane art, it's quite effective." Leylin couldn't help but nod. Experiments of combining bloodline spells and creating a correct arcane art might sound easy, but was definitely far from it. A Morning Star arcane art was the fusion of rank 1 to 4 innate spells. the opponent's booming lightning thunder only used 1 or 2 bloodline spells, and matched with specific energy undulations and other spell models, formed a unique arcane art. Though I don't mind telling you the principle behind the arcane art, it's a pity that you aren't of the bloodline of the thorned thunderbird. You can't use it. Arcane arts like these usually needed specific bloodline spells, and some needed the usage of bloodline force. That was why Eam wasn't afraid of revealing this information. Actually, I don't want to know about that. Rather, I'm interested in the technique where you amplified a streak of lightning 5 times, Leylin said as he hastily shook his head. He could not express interest in bloodline spells, or else he'd be thought to be coveting Eam's bloodline. No matter how good their relationship might be, this would entail burying a thorn in Eam's heart. What Leylin truly wanted to know was how he had amplified the lightning force. With the AI chip, he could clearly see that Eam had only produced 1 booming thunderclap, and it was only slightly more powerful than that of the Morning Star Warlock. However, it had transformed after passing through some carved inscription that was like a spell formation, and been amplified till it was almost terrifying. Oh, that! Eam patted his Magus robes in pride, a ring of dazzling light floating around his body and creating a gigantic ring of lightning. Unbelievably large lightning runes that exceeded Leylin's expectations undulated out with a complicated radiance. This is one of the works that I'm most proud of. Eam watched the complicated lightning runes and seemed to be intoxicated. These are runes that I obtained from a primordial lightning tree. It seemed to have been created naturally, yet held some mysterious strength. I couldn't copy the strength, so all I could do was embroider it onto my robes. The silver lightning ring spell formation returned and shrank to become a dazzling silver rune, emitting a splendid luster on Eam's Magus robes. With this primordial magic robe, other lightning-type spells are amplified a little as well, but it can increase the might of booming thunderclap 5-fold. Eam lovingly touched the robes he was wearing, completely engrossed. If being in bliss is an ability, then Eam, you must be the darling of the heavens. Leylin smiled slightly and spoke flatteringly, a trace of blue flashing in his eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 691 Alliance and the Return Alliance and the Return a magic robe made from an antique oddity was extremely fear-inducing, even though the effect of amplifying the spell 5-fold was only unique to a certain type of spell. Leylin, of course, wouldn't be so silly as to ask Eam for the primordial magic robe so that he could study it for a while. He would definitely be met with rejection. He didn't even entertain such a thought, instead using a better method to study the spell formation. AI chip, how's it going? Leylin asked secretly. Beep, magic robe spell formation has been recorded. Determined to be an antique lightning rune, 89.7% of it usable. The AI chip sent its feedback faithfully. At the same time, a humongous collection of lightning ring spell formation images was projected in front of Leylin's eyes. Over 100,000 lightning runes were clustered together, densely packed and appearing incomparably exquisite. Such a spell formation, it shouldn't be limited to just booming thunderclap or even lightning spells. It should be able to be used at other levels as well. Leylin's pupils shone brightly. Eam can't do it himself. Even though he has the spell formation, he can't perform a systematic breakdown or derivations. After all, the brain of a Magus cannot be compared to a technologically advanced brain. The operational load involved is sufficient to make him crumble in despair, but all of this isn't a problem for me. At this thought, a smear of excitement spread across his face. Great, let's return, Leylin. In order to celebrate our alliance, I intend to hold a majestic banquet at my residence. Eam's pupils contained a joyous look, and he seemed to think that Leylin was also in high spirits because of their strong alliance. I would be honored, Leylin smiled modestly, as his body floated up and he returned alongside Eam to the Liars family's headquarters, which was a castle in the Metal Mountains. Night fell. Although the subterranean world didn't have a concept of night and day, Leylin continued to artificially use spells or sunstones to adjust his biological clock to work and rest. The lights went out in order, or rather became more dim. The castle, where the grand feast was just held, started to quiet down as though it had entered a deep sleep. Leylin, who was cordially received by the liar's family, was now in a luxurious bedroom. The bedroom was decorated exquisitely. All the objects in it showed indications of being maintained by spells, and they appeared to be very precious. After sending away a beautiful maid, Leylin laid on the sofa by himself, his pupils twinkling with the radiance of the AI chip. Beep. Antique amplification lightning rune has been recorded. Beginning analysis with the AI. Chip's horrifyingly fast operational capacity. The lightning spell formation that Leylin had scanned previously was now being broken down continuously at lightning speed. The many lightning runes distorted themselves and looked just like tadpoles. They were firmly recorded by the AI chip, which analyzed their specific functions. Although this spell formation contained over 100,000 runes and could be said to be extremely complicated and refined, it was an easy task for Leylin, who had the AI chip. It was only a matter of time. Leylin, who was temporarily idle, recalled the scene during the banquet, and a smile couldn't help but creep onto the corners of his lips. The liar's family was certainly not very well adjusted to this unfamiliar Magus. Previously, he'd fought so hard with them, but after a trip out, he had turned into a distinguished guest. This was especially so for the Warlock that Leylin had held captive previously. Seeing Leylin was practically like meeting a ghost, and he almost made a run for it, which was a great blunder. Regardless, Magi and Warlocks were all humans who turned superior and skillful with age. After Eam announced the news of his alliance with Leylin and the other affiliated powers, they had lost themselves initially, but managed to adjust themselves to it soon after. Even the Morning Star Warlocks who had committed a mistake earlier specially came over to apologize later on and regained the graceful bearing unique to Morning Star Warlocks. This left Leylin secretly impressed. Furthermore, although Eam had kept the information about Leylin hailing from the surface confidential, he didn't cover up Leylin's identity as a rank 5 warlock. After all, not any random Magus was able to form an alliance with the liar's family. When Leylin's status as a rank 5 warlock was declared, the other elders from the liar's family immediately cleared their doubts about Eam's decision, who was their grand elder. This was a rank 5 warlock. Such a big shot was not a common sight in the Arthur Empire. For example, the only rank 5 in their entire family was their grand elder Eam. On average, the strength of a warlock far exceeded that of a magus of the same rank. There was simply no doubt about that. Therefore, Leylin alone was qualified enough to be an ally of the liar's family. Even without Elder Eam's subtle revelations to back him up, Leylin the warlock possessed a great amount of influence. However, they're really being overly enthusiastic. Leylin stroked his chin. Recalling the unmasked anticipation in the maid's eyes, he sighed rather helplessly. He was now busy analyzing the ancient lightning runes. Where would he find the time and effort to do such things? Besides, although bloodline warlocks could bear successors with bloodline energy when coupling with magi or even some humans, for some unknown reason warlocks with differing bloodlines could never produce descendants of mixed blood. According to Leylin's conjectures, this was because the bloodline energies of both parties would fight too much, and thus mixed blood descendants were not possible. But if their bloodlines were from identical sources, such as if they were both chem-in warlocks, for example, this wouldn't pose a problem, and the purity and saturation of their descendants' bloodline was guaranteed. Leylin thought about something else. If Eam doesn't mind, I could probably intermarry an average magus in the future and obtain the bloodline of the Thorned Thunderbird. After all, this is the ancient bloodline of a rank 6 creature. Even if they want our giant chem-in serpent bloodline in exchange, it would be worth it. Although the Ouroboros clan was made up of descendants of chem-in warlocks and other bloodlines, there were no warlocks within a few external organizations. Leylin had only transformed Krupp's bloodline in the south coast. There were others who had gathered by his side over these few days, people who were initially descendants of the Farlier family. Most of them were average humans, but it was still feasible if they were to intermarry with this bloodline. But why does it not seem very possible? Even if it's a concubine's child, it's not very possible that they would allow them to marry out of their family. Many warlocks are incomparably prejudiced when it comes to the orthodox practice of protecting their family's bloodline and preventing it from leaking out. Leylin felt rather glad after tossing this thought out of his head in an instant. Fortunately, he hadn't been discovered when he was extracting bloodlines today. Even that morning star, Warlock was in a disoriented state and had been confused by Leylin's dreamscape force field, leading him to believe that he was weak because of his grave injuries. If Eam knew about this, perhaps there would be more trouble. No, he might already know about this, just that he's restraining his emotions. If that's the case, I'll have to adopt some measures in preparation. Leylin stroked his chin, his pupils showing that he was in deep thought. Even though they had already established an alliance, he didn't trust Eam very much, and it was probably the same for Eam as well. In actuality, if not for the fact that both of them happened to be situated at both ends of the passage, each controlling the other's weak point, this alliance wouldn't have been established so easily. Both parties would put up the necessary preventive measures. Leylin, are you serious about not staying here longer? No, it's really fine. Leylin and Eam were now standing where the Thunderbird Holy Land used to be, outside the palace where the passage was. After briefly inspecting the area, Leylin had gained some knowledge about this region. He wanted to return above ground on the pretext of the energy needed to sustain passage crack being on the verge of exhaustion, and was bidding Eam goodbye. The trade between the underground and the surface poses tremendous profits. I believe that both of us will have endless benefits from this exchange. With cooperation from both sides, we can maintain this mode of transport for our benefits. Before he departed, Leylin looked at Eam with a sincere expression in his eyes. Of course, perhaps you might want to come with me and see what it's like above ground. Although the Magus World above ground has declined for a long time, it has gradually begun to regain its glory from the ancient times, and there are beings who are not in the least inferior to King Arthur. King Arthur was the legendary founder of the Arthur Empire, and was also a Magus of at least rank 6, an equivalent of a monarch in the central continent. There was movement in Eam's pupils. Upon hearing that there were magi above ground who were not inferior to King Arthur, it seemed as though a different kind of radiance flashed in his shining eyes, a complex emotion that was an amalgamation of restraining fear, anticipation, and traces of dread all mixed together. Eam thought for a while before shaking his head and refused. All right, but that will require a bit of time. There's a lot of family affairs that I need to tend to do to my long sleep, as well as some preparations before we begin trade. It's all complicated. Actually, I hope that the people above ground can cooperate with us to break through the seal together. In this manner, things will be a lot more effortless on my end, and will be able to bring forward the time of the passage opening, bringing us much more profits. Of course, I will start on the tasks in this aspect once I return. Leylin nodded and gave a slight salute. His actions were incomparably smooth, and his etiquette was so perfect that there was nothing to be picked on, just like an ancient nobleman who had put in hard work and numerous revisions. Farewell then, Mr. Eam. As he spoke, a ray of light that formed an arched door had already formed behind Leylin. I look forward to meeting you again. Eam nodded, his face expressionless as he resumed his previously proud and aloof image. Leylin smiled and stepped into the arched door. The radiance vanished with a puff as the place reverted to its dark and tranquil state. Eam stood there, stupefied, his pupils occasionally flashing with all kinds of light. His thoughts were a mystery. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 692. Secretly sneaking back, light flashed as Leylin's figure appeared in the central hall of the Eternal River Pocket Dimension. Enormous white stone pillars stood erect across the hall, and through the circular open space at the top one could see the light from a morning star spell formation. This expedition underground was really successful. Leylin looked around his surroundings. The 4 Void Assassins were still strictly adhering to his previous order. He couldn't help but laugh before putting the Void Assassins and defensive spell formations away. Lord Leylin, how's the situation, my lord? Once the mechanisms outside were removed, 2 silhouettes rushed in. They were the highest ranks of the light and dark magi, Nanav and Any respectively. The impatience was clear on their faces, yet there was nothing they could do except wait outside. This won't do. The seal has been badly damaged. Although I tried my best to mend it, it's still hard to predict whether it can be delayed by a century like I said before. We might only have a few decades left, or even less time, Leylin said with a straight face, making both Nanav and Any turn grim. Is there no other way, my lord? Nanav asked, one last glimmer of hope in his voice, but the only reply he got was a slow shake of Leylin's head. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and more than 10 days had passed. Leylin had also concluded his investigation into the Eternal Plains pocket dimension and returned to his hometown in the Chernobyl Islands. Krupp had led a few of the remaining Farlier descendants there, successfully regaining control of the territory that originally belonged to the Farlier family. Under the assistance of numerous external forces, not only had he acquired their old territory back, but he'd also expanded it, preparing to build an empire that would belong entirely to the Farlier family. Leylin had waited outside the castle that initially belonged to the Farlier family for days, receiving all of the descendants of the Farlier family. It was only after he put a good deal of arrangements in place that he vanished mysteriously. What the Farlier family proclaimed to the outside world was that their ancestor had already left the south coast and had gone to a vaster part of the Magus World. Although they didn't know if Leylin's departure was true or false, and couldn't confirm whether he would return in the future, both the dark and light Magi heaved a unanimous sigh of relief. To them, Leylin was a representation of the realization of a higher realm, but he was also a pair of shackles that bound them. There was simply no room for a being of Morning Star status in the tiny south coast. Even the historical Great Magus, Surhome, mysteriously disappeared after his glory days. According to speculations by Magi later on, he had gone away in search of more vast worlds. Leylin did not leave behind any methods to break through to Morning Star, which made a few rank 3 Magi feel that it was a great pity. However, having one less contender suppressing them was like taking a burden off their shoulders. The influential groups within the dark and light Magi cast their sights on the empty land left behind by the spirit-slaying sect after they were eliminated. After so many years of unrest, as well as the sudden collapse of the spirit-slaying sect after the Gargamel's extermination, an exceedingly plentiful amount of space was left for the dark and light Magi. Open rivalry and veiled strife centered around the inheritance of the spirit-slaying sect, which caused numerous ripples within the dark and light Magi. The real influential powers, such as the Enia Ivory Ring Tower and the Lighthouse of the Night, watched on with a detached point of view, and were even secretly pulling back their powers, preparing to move at any moment. For these deep-rooted Magus powers, the few decades that Leylin had given them previously was not particularly sufficient for them to move. Just the search for an environment suitable for Magi to survive and outside of the south coast was enough to give them a headache. Of course, no matter how unpredictable the changes in the south coast would be, the dark and light Magi, and even other wandering Magi, did not dare to evoke the wrath of the Farlier family. It was a family that was sheltered by a Morning Star Magus. Krupp, who had been promoted to a rank 2 Warlock, was not someone to be belittled, much less Leylin, who might return at any moment. Besides, who knew if Sir Leylin had left some kind of trump card for his own family? Theoretically, as long as that Magus had bestowed a few of those transparent servants to the Farlier family, they could suppress the entire south coast. Hence, the powers within the dark and light Magi had unanimously placed the Farlier family at the top of their lists of people they could not provoke. The entire Chernobyl Islands was even seen as out of bounds to all Magi. The Farlier family, along with the empire that they had established, grew stronger and more prosperous with the passing of time. A bright flame lit up in a pitch-black environment, bringing white light to its surroundings. Numerous more flames started to burn more and more vigorously, until they eventually formed an arched door. A masked figure stepped out from the arched door, his body immediately shrouded by a layer of dense black fog. Disperse! Following the voice coming from the figure, the rays of light and undulations immediately faded until they disappeared completely. Secret technique, shadow stealth. The figure seemed to be at unease. A rune representing concealment and hiding suddenly flashed within the fog. Soon after, the entire cloud of fog shook and became completely transparent, blending in with the surroundings. Under the cover of the fog, the entire silhouette seemed to have penetrated into the shadows and the cracks, making its way through the ruins at lightning speed and avoiding a large number of warlocks from the Liar's family. Even a few of the Morning Star elders did not discover the silhouette's aura, allowing him to escape successfully. After he was far away from the Thunderbird Holy Land, the dense fog transformed into a black ray of light and streaked across the horizon like a meteor. It was only after fleeing for a few hours that the silhouette finally revealed himself. The man wore golden robes and had a black mask over his face. There was an air of elegance about him, giving him a sense of mystery. "It doesn't seem like I'll be tracked down here," Leylin exhaled gently. The preparations that the liar's family had put in place to guard against him were not what he had expected. They weren't too strict, instead too relaxed. It makes sense anyway. With Eames' haughty temperament, he must have been certain that even if I could access the passage, I would still have to go through him to interact with the subterranean world, or even dump my goods and establish commercial trade here. Thus, he must have felt secure with the knowledge that he has the upper hand. What a pity that he had the wrong idea from the start. Leylin stroked his chin. Entering the subterranean world was a decision that he had made after careful deliberation. He needed the Purgatory World's coordinates to travel to it. There were far too many highly ranked magi in the central continent, and Leylin could not be at ease at all. Furthermore, not only were the Twilight Zone and the South Coast both small in size, the density of elemental particles was too low. Initially, Leylin was prepared to find a random spot in the endless ocean to build the astral gate and attempt to search for the Purgatory World. But after seeing the Eternal Plane's pocket dimension, he instantly saw a better alternative. What was different from the worlds above ground was that the first subterranean level was very covert. Even if Magi came chasing after Leylin specifically and followed his footsteps, they might not be able to discover this place. Besides, the rest of the subterranean world wasn't like the Twilight Zone from before. Even though it was the first level, the area of all the land added together was about the same as the entire central continent. If those Magi wanted to find Leylin here, it would be no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Everything has been settled. What's left is the All-Snake curse. Leylin inhaled deeply, and his entire being transformed into a ray of light, then disappeared into the horizon. More than 10 days later, in a mountain range. This was a desolate mountain, commonly seen underground. As it lacked plants and the radiance from a sunstone, the entire mountain was bare. Only a few fungi and vines that didn't require sunlight continued to grow sporadically. Vast quantities of black rocks and bare soil lay exposed outside the place. There weren't any large organisms on the entire mountain, and even the smaller darkness creatures were basically extinct. A few rooms had been opened up temporarily in the belly of this place. Remnants of clay made from mud and the radiance from everlasting spell effects were left on the walls. It was obvious that it hadn't been long since the work here was finished. Some of the rooms here had been remodeled into bedrooms and study rooms, while the one in the center had been transformed into a gigantic laboratory. A starry blue radiance illuminated the place, but was obstructed by the energy absorption rune on the wall. In the heart of the laboratory was a simple and unadorned door made of stone. Blue gems studded the door, just like stars. Leylin looked at the AI chip's report and the energy composition chart, and couldn't help but exhale a deep breath. Phew, finally done. I was running out of materials. In front of him was an astral gate which had undergone several transformations by the AI chip, one which Leylin had invested a great amount of his life and family possessions in. It was his hope of breaking through his bloodline shackles. Upon the thought of his bloodline shackles, Leylin's expression became somewhat gloomy. "How much time do I have left?" Leylin's voice seemed rather hoarse. Beep. According to the current condition of the host body, the countdown to the activation of the All-Snake curse is 2 years, 4 months, 13 days, 8H55 min 43s. The AI chip projected a series of numbers. From the years to the seconds, the numbers were all arranged clearly, and the second counter was constantly adjusting itself, making Leylin's eyelids palpitate. "I still have 2 years." Leylin stroked his chin and started to mutter irresolutely to himself. The All-Snake curse was a curse belonging to the Snake Dowager, and was also the nightmare of all serpent warlocks. Apart from the Snake Dowager herself personally freeing the person, one could only rely on the help of a rank 9 being or break through the bloodline shackles oneself to escape it. But to Leylin, the Snake Dowager and Rank 9 beings both represented a dead end. It was only through actually breaking the chains on his own bloodline that he could free himself from the All-Snake curse and completely regain freedom. And the hope to smashing his bloodline shackles lay in the Purgatory World. Hence, no matter how much danger the Purgatory World contained, he had to go there. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 693, Remodeling the Mask. The Purgatory World? Light seemed to flash in Leylin's eyes. In the ancient times, it was an extremely famous and formidable world. Not only does it have the Snake Dowager, but there are also numerous existences of the same rank keeping watch there. Moreover, the Purgatory World has not completely declined like the Magus World, as it still possesses the strength of ancient times. Forget the dangers of the place itself. Even finding the Purgatory World's coordinates is already a considerably huge problem. Leylin rubbed his chin in thought. According to the information from the legacy left behind by the Ouroboros clan's ancestors, it is fundamentally possible to confirm that the Purgatory World is located in the calm Jade constellation. However, the specific positioning is still a problem. The Snake Dowager's bloodline shackles were still present, and the Ouroboros clan's ancestors had never given up on exploring the astral plane. From the information and experience that they accumulated from generation to generation, and adding the AI chip's analysis and deduction, it was already possible to lock down the coordinates of the Purgatory World to within one region. It was a pity that the calm Jade constellation was just too big. Finding the Purgatory World in it was like finding Leylin's old Earth in the Milky Way. And what Leylin now wanted to do was to ascertain the position of that Earth within the galaxy's myriad of stars, planets, and other celestial bodies. Without having to be said, this was an extraordinarily tremendous undertaking. Even though Leylin had the AI chip's assistance, he also needed to wait for a very long time. But now, the Snake Dowager's curse evidently did not afford him that luxury. And even if the coordinates of the Purgatory World have been found, this curse, Leylin couldn't help but reach up to his cheeks, feeling the icy sensation emitted by the mask of the dreamless. Although this mask had prevented him from being drawn into dreamscape, he constantly felt the ill intent from the dream world. This intention possessed tremendous cruelty, and there were constant attacks on the mask's defenses. It appeared like they were waiting for Leylin to relax, or the mask of the dreamless to shatter one day. The Snake Dowager is the master of the bloodline. I'm afraid her response towards my descendants will be incomparably cruel. Not to mention the All-Snake curse. Once I appear in the Purgatory World, what if she realizes it? Won't I be delivering myself to her door? Leylin's face darkened. Despite how much her power had been suppressed in reaching out to the Magus World, she'd still managed to leave him with a fate worse than death as she'd pleased. If he entered the Purgatory World, consequently, before going to the Purgatory World, it was absolutely necessary to have an effective method to conceal himself. AI chip, establish mission, conceal my aura. Find a way to prevent discovery by the Snake Dowager, Leylin commanded. Beep. Mission established, beginning to collect data, establishing simulation, the AI. Chip's feedback was very prompt. The preparation needed to leave for the Purgatory World is really too much. Leylin knitted his brows in vexation. I need to look for the world's coordinates, develop a concealment technique, and also find time for space concealment technology. I then need to hide myself and find a method to avoid piquing the interest of the world will, and then try to escape the Guardians. If it was a normal small-scale world, these inconveniences could be reduced a little. But the Purgatory World that Leylin wanted to go to was a gigantic world. In the ancient era, it was second only to the Magus World and the Astral World, and there existed many at or above rank 7 there. One misstep would mean death. Actually, even death would be a luxury, so Leylin absolutely couldn't afford to be careless. Simulation complete. Possibility of hiding from the Snake Dowager, 89.7%. The AI chip rapidly projected the results, putting a smile on Leylin's face. The probability is quite good. What do I need to do? Exporting program. The host needs to commence modification of spiritual force and soul force, and the mask of the dreamless must correspondingly be remodeled. The AI. Chip specifically laid out the steps one by one, forming a checklist that appeared in Leylin's consciousness. The AI chip has stored materials and the required techniques. All I need is time, Leylin stroked his chin. I don't have much time left. It is necessary to act as quickly as possible. Several months had passed in a flash. Leylin had remained inside the belly of the mountain in this period, sequestered from the outside world. With regards to Leylin, although the subterranean world's resources and enormous knowledge attracted him greatly, under the effect of the All-Snake curse, his priorities had been made clear. If he couldn't resolve the All-Snake curse and break through the bloodline shackles, then his path forwards would be completely cut off. This was a situation that Leylin absolutely could not endure. Thus, he put his utmost enthusiasm into his work, throwing himself into the preparations. I've worked hard for several months, but there's still 2 things left to do. Leylin looked at the black Petri dish in front of him, within which a lump of dark brown liquid was spreading continuously. The mix of corrosive water from the pool of lamentation and ground ancient bones. White powder was thrown into the Petri dish, making the dark brown liquid swell up at once. Weeping spirits who creep in the abyss, in the name of the nefarious filthbird, I summon the power of chaos. The ancient curse was cast, and amidst the bleak and mysterious words, the dark brown liquid suddenly transformed into a formless blue mass. Finished, a hint of joy emerged from Leylin's eyes, and he gritted his teeth with resolution in his face. Bang! He took off the mask of the dreamless, throwing it into the dark blue mass. Very quickly, an evil intent arrived from a distant world. It was as if he was falling, and by the time Leylin understood what was happening, he was already in a world of ice. White trees were everywhere, and the ceiling was dotted with shards of barb-like ice. A white python flicked its scarlet tongue at Leylin. Alabaster devil snake, we meet again. I thought you would be replaced by a 3-headed python this time. Leylin laughed in the ugly face of the alabaster devil snake, waves of dark red dream force appearing in his hands. I do not have much time. I am afraid I cannot play with you for too long. I need to dispose of you quickly. Dreamforce spell. Leylin's eyes flashed with a trace of blood red, and piercing rays of light were continuously released from his body. Misty light wrapped Leylin up along with the alabaster devil snake in a flash. Faint trembles spread to every corner of this dream world. Schlick! The enormous serpent roared with that sound, and the misty light withdrew to reveal the silhouette of the alabaster devil snake. Only there were many pure white scales scattered on the floor, and there was a fresh wound in the serpent's skull. Scarlet blood continuously flowed out, dyeing the white snow red. It was a terrible scene. How could I waste the blood of a rank 5 creature? Leylin lightly chuckled, and the blood floated up into the sky. It turned into crimson pearls that gathered in his palm, forming a ball of dark red. HSSS? At this moment, the body of an enormous snake faintly emerged outside this icy world. It only exuded a tiny breath, but even that filled Leylin with a sense of heavy oppression. That should be an existence at rank 6 at the least. With these endless reinforcements, I'm afraid even the strongest enemies will be dragged down completely. What a pity! Leylin bowed his body a little, as if he was leaving the field. He then called out to the alabaster devil snake and the existence outside, "Farewell, gentlemen." Boom! A gentle and pleasant light emerged, and Leylin's shadow disappeared into the light, leaving behind the useless roars of the 2 pythons. Beep, set time has passed, beginning forceful awakening. When Leylin heard the cold, mechanical sound of the AI chip, it was more touching than any music. Phew, on the whole, there weren't any errors in my calculations. Leylin wiped his cold sweat. In reality, his actions today were certainly risky. Fortunately, the end result was not bad, and it seemed as if fate was on his side. A ball of dark red blood was floating in his hand, undulating with a frightening strength that was faintly mixed with dreamforce. This was the alabaster devil snake blood that Leylin had collected. Dreamscape was both illusory and real, and if this power of confusion could be used properly, it was more frightening than any spell. Rumble, rumble. White bubbles frothed around the mask of the dreamless in the Petri dish, and Leylin threw the ball of blood into it. Bang! A layer of demonic blood-red flames burnt up the surface of the mask of the dreamless. Accompanied by special undulations, traces of golden-red patterns began to slowly appear on the mask. Once Dreamforce is intercepted, It'll take a while for it to dissipate. I need to take advantage of this moment. Leylin's eyes reddened as he used many complex alchemy techniques on the mask. The entire laboratory was lit up with brilliant lights and colors. At the last moment, the mask of the Dreamless changed its appearance. It could still only cover half the face, but there were many fine lines on it now. On the surface of the mask were even strange patterns of red and gold. Beep. Mask of the Dreamless remodeling has been completed. The AI chip's voice rang out, and it even displayed the data of the redone mask. Magic item, Mask of the Dreamless, improved model, weight, 210G materials. Loc alloy, one-eyed snake fangs, alabaster devil snake blood. Effects: 1. Can protect from the surveillance of Dreamscape, protect the true soul from suffering invasion from Dreamscape. 2. Can release alabaster devil snake bloodline and soul force undulations, and conceal the host's information. Success! Leylin placed the ice gold mask on his face, and with a single thought, he emitted the aura of the alabaster devil snake. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 694, The Call of Another World. The Call of Another World. I can still get past the common origin of our bloodline force to hide myself from the snake dowager like this. Leylin stroked his chin in thought. This was the solution the AI chip had suggested previously. Using the original bloodline's power, he could interfere with the snake dowager's probes. The rank 5 bloodline of the alabaster devil snake was clearly Leylin's best choice at present. The method to conceal myself has been resolved. Next is the issue of the coordinates. Leylin asked the AI chip, "How is the analysis of the ancient lightning runes going?" These were the runes that he had secretly scanned from the primordial magic robe worn by Eam, which had the frightening ability of amplification. Leylin was keenly aware that this kind of amplification ability could be applied to other things, and as a result had ordered the AI chip to continue analyzing it. Beep. Primordial magic robe analysis progress, 100%. 127,651 lightning runes have been recorded, 112,319 runes fully analyzed. Lightning amplification spell formation has been completed. Possible to effectively increase the power of lightning magic by 230%. The AI chip faithfully gave its analysis. So this is the result of the amplifying magic. After completely analyzing it, a tinge of regret colored Leylin's eyes. Such a pity, I'm not a magus who specialized in lightning. Even if I demand such magi to give everything they own in exchange for this, they'll be willing. After analyzing and reconstructing it, the AI chip concluded that this lightning amplification spell formation wasn't just limited to Eam Lyre's booming thunderclap. Rather, it could be used to amplify all lightning magic. Having adapted it for that purpose, the value of these runes increased 1,000,000-fold. As for attracting those magi who specialized in lightning, it was a given. Even Leylin, who wasn't attuned to the lightning element, could exceed many lightning magi with the use of this formation. The result weren't bad. Allocate this information to the primary database, Leylin commanded. Also, how's the progress on improving it? Beep. Data has been recorded at the highest grade of confidentiality. New spell formation setup is at 87.99%, has been constructed using data from ancient amplification runes, Ofker techniques, high-grade spell formation theory, the AI. Chip projected the progress report directly into Leylin's consciousness. Already half done, the AI chip had used a multitude of resources, the information on ancient runes occupying first place. This was the task that Leylin had laid down from the beginning. Even though the ancient runes could only be used to amplify the strength of lightning-type magi, but with further understanding by comparison, and adding the AI. Chip's huge database and deduction abilities, creating another type of spatial amplification rune was a very achievable matter. Leylin's brows relaxed somewhat, and he shortly asked, "Name the new model of spell formation, the Destiny spell formation." I, Chip, simulate the extent of the Destiny spell formation's amplification ability. Beep. Mission established. Investigating data, not enough information on Destiny spell formation. Beginning simulation, experiment has started. A strange spell formation immediately appeared in front of Leylin, the upper part of the runes looking like delicate and twisting tadpoles, full of the characteristics of ancient runes. It looked completely different from normal formations. Beep. Simulation test complete. Estimate. Destiny spell formation can amplify normal spells by around 50%, and for the effects of unique magical items, the amplification can increase to above 80%. Very good. Discarding the other amplifications, if it is focused only on unique magic items, is it possible for its power to increase further? If discarding all other amplification runes, the power of unique magical items will be amplified by over 100%. The complex operation was completed in a flash, and the AI chip immediately gave a reply. Very good, do it. As for unique magic items, just use this as a template. A great amount of soul force was sent out from Leylin's body, entering all the data from a magic item into the AI chip. Before the Destiny spell formation was thoroughly completed, such a modification was still very feasible. The reason why Leylin did not hesitate to face certain danger from stealing the ancient runes from Eam was largely for this purpose. It could be said that, after obtaining this amplification spell formation, the final weak point in Leylin's plans had been mended. Beep. Data has been imported, starting to modify the structure. Estimated completion time: 58 hours, 32 minutes, 41 seconds. The AI chip immediately reported. Very good. 2 of the most important preparations are almost done. Next will be some other experiments and planning. Leylin touched the substantially modified mask of the Dreamless on his face, caught in the middle of a more intense experiment. Time unwittingly passed by. In the middle of the experiment room, the radiance of the gate to the astral plane became increasingly dazzling. The rays of light above the star gems seemed connected by invisible threads, emitting even more dazzling, brilliant rays. Bang! A doll-like puppet was caught by Leylin's hand, letting out a human-like giggle. The puppet clone has been completed. After the puppets had been put away, Leylin let out a relieved sigh. To make the trip to the Purgatory world, he had done an extraordinary amount of preparations. However, there was not a lot of certainty. According to AI Chip's most optimistic calculations, even if there was this much preparation, his probability of succeeding of around 5% was already not bad. However, if he did not try and struggle, then it would absolutely fail, and as a result of this great probability, it was worth Leylin gambling on it. However, in light of Leylin's cautious personality, it was certain that before taking risks, all of the preparatory work would be done to the highest standard. Lucky spell formation and Mask of the Dreamless are both completed, as well as my clone puppet and so on. As for the remainder, finally there is only this. From within another instantaneously opened summoning chamber, the surrounding walls were covered with a huge amount of binding runes. It was a technique with the power to isolate dimensions. Every single rune was incomparably complex and precise, to the point where it could make a rank 1 Magus or rank 2 Magus immediately faint. In the very center of the summoning room was a black pentagram breathing out the terrifying power of evil which was continuously lingering, and from time to time it generated a flow of black air above the matrix. Crash. After a flash of light, Leylin received 2 white eggs of light. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Numerous cracks appeared on the eggs of light, and they finally broke open, exposing 2 stony imprints. One by one, the evil runes above twisted, full of strange feelings, so much that even the center of the pentagram was attracted. The black stream of air above intensified, and even let out a terrible whining sound. Gluttony imprint. Leylin's eyes flashed a glimmer of light. These 2 runes were impressively from when he first gathered the leftover fragments of the gluttony monarch Beelzebub's doppelganger. From his senior Robin and from the quicksand tomb, Leylin had in total obtained 2 pieces of these imprints. Every piece contained a mysterious will and evil power. Although it could help a Magus break through the Morning Star boundary, yet it could cause the Magus himself to be contaminated by the Gluttony King and finally become Beelzebub's doppelganger. Beep, binding the entire open matrix, starting isolation of dimension energy technique. The AI chip's voice sounded at this moment, and even though it was a matchless machine, it made Leylin feel nervous. Go. 2 pieces of the stony imprint suddenly flew, without entering the pentagram array. Bang! dark black light suddenly skyrocketed, finally taking shape as an enormous portal. The keen soul power of the half-moon made Leylin tense up. He could clearly feel a deeply terrifying will. Attracted by the array and runes, it descended. Lord Beelzebub, you are the ruler of gluttony, and the god of all demons. The original power of gluttony will forever linger on in your domain, becoming the most shining star on your crown, like a ballad, and like the sound of a funeral march. Suddenly, the entire summoning room was full of sound. Although it was in an unknown language, Leylin could still completely understand the meaning. This is some sort of language of ancient laws, and similar to the ancient Byron language, it is the language of laws. As long as the soul power reaches a certain level, it is possible to naturally understand. Leylin's expression was solemn and respectful, commanding the AI chip to record this unknown language of laws. Mortal, we meet again. Thou dare to take the initiative to call me? It makes me respect your boldness. Illusory black flames suddenly formed into a tall shadow. It was naturally a growing 12 pairs of wings, with horns on its head and multiple pairs of eyes demon, otherwise known as the devil. The power of evil dispelled continuously from Beelzebub's every pore, and from somewhere suddenly came the power of a law. Gluttony, the law of gluttony? Leylin's eyes radiated light. Beelzebub was clearly in existence from an unknown dimension or world's rank, 7 laws, and had already completely understood one type of law, even though it was only a doppelganger arriving. This type of level was able to be clearly expressed. Yes, you are the sovereign king of gluttony, the ruler of existence, but what of it? This is the Magus World, the most powerful world, so how much have you been suppressed? And besides, in this summoning room I have arranged binding runes. At the very least it can block 50% of your power from passing through. This is only your doppelganger. How much strength do you have left? In fact, I admire you as well. Fully aware that this was a trap, you still dared to come. Following Leylin's words, blood-red light burst forth from the summoning room's 4 walls. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 695, ready to go. The demonic wings on the back of Beelzebub spread out, and wings of bone, wrapped by a black membranous film, collided with the wall. It let out a piercing light of thunderous lightning, followed by an immense amount of blood-red and white smoke. Leylin's facial expression turned completely gloomy. Soon after, Beelzebub's many compound eyes let out a strange light. How can a mortal know the thoughts of a god? The gods? Leylin was surprised, but assumed a sneering expression. In my view, you are just prey, just this and nothing more. And so, sovereign king of gluttony Beelzebub, until we meet again. Leylin placed his hand on his chest and executed a graceful aristocratic bow with irreproachable form. However, with this motion, the entire room was quickly swallowed up by bloody lightning. Rank 5 Emperor Serpent innate skill Devour. His body shrunk by several times, but the shadow of a Chem-In Serpent Emperor appeared solidly behind Leylin's back. Although it was still constrained by thorny chains, it did not reveal any trace of fatigue, and instead, a frightening black hole materialized in front of Leylin. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Piercing lightning struck without pause, tearing apart the flesh on Beelzebub's body. Gigantic chunks of flesh entered the black hole without stopping, and finally became a terrifying blood-red life energy. Leylin's face flushed a little, but he did not completely absorb the energy, instead using his innate skill Devour to continuously purify Beelzebub's energy essence, until it finally became a small bottle's worth of red liquid. Mortal, vile Magus, I will not let you go. I vow this in the name of Beelzebub. In the prison of bloody lightning, Beelzebub's voice and struggling became smaller and smaller and finally faded away. When Beelzebub had completely disappeared, the entire pentagram star array and powerful runes on the surrounding walls had collapsed in an instant. There were even a lot of bite marks left, as if some terrifying creature had devastated the area. The existence of this type of law, even though it was only a doppelganger, it was still not easy to handle. However, Leylin resided in the Magus World and could borrow the entire word's strength to suppress Beelzebub, so he firmly held the advantage. Through the array and binding runes, Beelzebub's strength was continuously suppressed, and finally it had become an excessively weak clone. In the original history of the central continent, Beelzebub had several clones wreaking havoc. Finally, he was suppressed, but his body had been splintered into fragments, leaving behind these gluttony imprints. And so Leylin's current power was still on the strong side, even in the ancient times. Consequently, handling a weakened clone was not an issue at all. When Beelzebub's voice had entirely disappeared from the secret cell, and even the laws of gluttony had completely vanished, only then did Leylin stroke his chin, with a trace of a smile on his lips. A god. This statement is quite interesting. Having vaguely guessed Beelzebub's origin, Leylin did not take his warning and curses to heart, but instead looked at the dark red liquid in his hand. The extremely dense dark red pus seemed to have the tendency to crystallize, and its evil aura continuously lingered around the area of the test tube, which seemed very terrifying. Beep, unknown body of energy, high purity, contains the intense power of laws. Rich in corrosive energy, not recommended for use by the host. The AI chip scanned the substance and immediately gave its feedback. As expected, even after purification and being stripped by the innate skill devour, this type of energy from the clone contained the original Beelzebub's genes and energy particles information. Leylin stroked his chin in thought. With the existence of the laws above, it was already possible to brand his own imprint on his soul, flesh, and even his energy, as well as anything else. Even this projected clone contained Beelzebub's imprint, just like with the icy world's female bronze giant, even if there was only one drop of blood. After traversing worlds, it was still possible to open the spirit and rebirth into a new life. If Leylin were to use this type of energy essence, although he would gain huge advantages in a short space of time, and even understand the laws of gluttony, in the end he was certain that he would resemble history's many magi, such as Robin. Leylin was fully aware of this corrupt practice, and of course would not be that reckless. Layer upon layer of sealing techniques appeared, revolving around the sides of the test tube. It sealed the power of the original dark red energy, and only after completing this was Leylin able to put the test tube away with relief. The final step of the preparations has been completed. After finishing everything, Leylin did not immediately attempt his last-ditch effort, but on the contrary, he returned to his bedroom and slept very well. A sleep without meditation, without calculations, and without any burdens, relaxed Leylin's body and mind greatly. Soon after, he found a quiet room and slowly began to recall his memories. From the beginning of his birth in his previous world, growth, and after his final antimatter experiment failed and his passing, and from the Chernobyl Islands to his apprenticeship at the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, Teljo City, Extreme Night City, and the Central Continent. One by one, the fresh memories continuously emerged, along with the many people, friends, and enemies. Through slowly combing through these memories, Leylin felt that the half-moon-ranked true soul within his point mass had become even more pure and thorough, tending towards the change into the full moon rank. This type of calm reflection continued for 5 or 6 days. Leylin's aura became weaker and weaker, and finally he resembled an ordinary person, with only the radiance in his eyes becoming more bright like the stars, and finally slowly and softly lessened, becoming like an ancient well without a single ripple. His innermost heart was peaceful and quiet, impervious to desires. Until the last moment, Leylin's heart no longer had any nervousness or confusion, only the determination to dauntlessly move forwards. He stood up suddenly and went into the Star Realm laboratory. The simple astral gate radiated a piercing light with a glittering blue flame forming a round arched door. Just like a silver-colored spatial mirror, at its core was a complicated black vortex, and opposite was a brilliant galaxy, leading to unknown places. Beside the astral gate, there was a huge and complicated spell formation, and above it every rune was incomparably precise, minute, and full of a sense of beauty. Over 10,000 of the runes seemed to swim like tadpoles, continuously sending out mysterious undulations. At the core of this formation, there was a round groove, and what it was used for was unknown. Beep! The lucky spell formation arrangement has been completed. Estimated amplification power, 107.6%. The AI chip's feedback was promptly transmitted. Leylin had created this amplification spell formation, according to the amplification techniques from ancient runes and with the AI chip's terrifying deduction and simulation ability. Due to discarding its universality and specially targeting a magical item's effect, it was amplified to over 100%. As far as Leylin was concerned, this could be considered an unexpected joy. Let's begin. Leylin's eyes had a resolute appearance. Once you fly, you soar. Success involved completely breaking free of his bloodline shackles, an unexpected and frightening result. Beep, Astral Gate has been opened, searching coordinate database. Along with the AI chip's voice, the brilliant river of light within the silver mirror drew constantly closer, until a star resembling a vortex appeared, and the screen's depiction ended there. This was the calm Jade constellation, the location of the Purgatory World. With the predecessor's data and adding the AI chip's continuous deduction, it could only progress to this step. Within the calm Jade constellation were tens of thousands of worlds. Along with many half-planets, different dimensions, and broken spaces, their numbers were as vast as the numbers of stars in the sky. To find the location of the Purgatory World from so many possible coordinates was tantamount to fishing a needle from the sea. Although Leylin had the AI chip, he still needed a lot of time to do this. And what he lacked now, unfortunately, was time. At this step, the role of the AI chip and information has already been exhausted. I can only slowly search and rely on luck. Leylin seemingly sighed, and with a flash of golden light, a simple gold coin appeared in his hand. This shape of the gold coin was very simple, and it was surrounded by a circle of dark golden light. One side of the coin had a skull on it, the other side the pattern of a lucky bird. The gold coin currently had several cracks, and it almost split the coin apart. This was the unique magic item Lucky Coin. It was Leylin's greatest gain from Extreme Night City. Holding it was just like grasping a thread of the power of destiny. Even in the field of Star Realm experimentation, the power of destiny could exert a terrifying might. Leylin was initially able to find the Black Rain world, obtaining multi-limb strength thanks to the power of destiny. From that time onwards, Leylin had completely sealed the lucky coin and had not even used it despite several crises, preparing to get the most use out of it. And now, it was time to use the coin. Go, a golden arc flashed from Leylin's hands, the lucky coin streaked across space in a shining trajectory, into the groove in the center of the lucky spell formation seamlessly, as if they were originally one. BZZ. A great deal of light twinkled, threads of golden power were released from the spell formation, following the ritual into the lucky coin, making the coin's dark golden light become even more dazzling. Due to the material constraints of the lucky coin, it is only possible to make predictions up to the Morning Star level. But once it touches upon powers beyond Morning Stars, it will meet with a horrible backlash. Leylin watched the dark golden light of the lucky coin intensify, a peculiar expression flashing in his eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 696, Breakthrough and Success. Breakthrough and Success. I will first use the Destiny spell formation to amplify the power of Destiny's coin, and then draw out the power of fate from the coin all at once. I had previously narrowed down the location of the Purgatory World in the vast astral realm to the calm Jade constellation already. Staking everything on the destruction of Destiny's coin, the attempt this time it has a 70% chance of success. A blazing light shone from Leylin's eyes, and he held up his hands. The power of destiny, please guide my way and lead me to the Purgatory World. Bang! At the moment of Leylin's chant, the radiance of Destiny's coin was at its highest point. The entire laboratory was wrapped up in the dazzling dark golden light. The power of destiny reached its peak at this moment. At this moment, all of the astrologers in the entire Magus World raised their heads in amazement, sensing that the undulations of the river of destiny was shifting. Threads of dark golden light continuously touched the door to the star realm. The image of the calm Jade constellation grew ever smaller on the surface of the silver mirror, moving slowly towards the location of the Purgatory World. Ka-cha, ka-cha. The Purgatory World, however, was the world where the laws of the Snake Dowager existed. Even though it had merely calculated the coordinates, fine cracks constantly appeared on the surface of Destiny's coin. Warning. Warning, Destiny's coin is rapidly destroying itself. Countdown, 1.1s, 1.0s, 0.9. the AI chip quickly produced a blood-red countdown frame. At this time, although he was continuously drawing closer to his goal, the purgatory world had not yet appeared. Ah, it's not enough. It's still not enough. Leylin's face flushed red and he suddenly commanded, AI chip, commence the overload of the destiny spell formation. Beep, further amplifying the destiny spell formation, currently overloading at 200%, 300, 400, along with the AI. Chip's voice, the energy stack around the destiny spell formation, immediately let out an ear-piercing explosion. The terrifying power of amplification emerged once again. Crackle. A vast amount of energy unceasingly flowed about in all directions. Many runes even exploded, and the entire destiny spell formation collapsed in a flash. Just before the spell formation collapsed, the frightening power of amplification had appeared on the surface of Destiny's coin. Bang! First, the skull which represented misfortune on one side of the coin exploded. Shortly after, the Destiny bird seemed to come alive, unfolding its wings and letting out a resounding cry. Destiny's coin suddenly exploded into fragments. At this time, a ray of dark golden light slashed open the display of the calm jade constellation as if it was a sharp sword. This caused the astral gate to show the edge of a dull-colored star on its surface. Beep! The Destiny spell formation and Destiny's coin have been destroyed. Discovered the purgatory world's coordinates. The AI. Chip's voice sounded out and made a cheerful expression appear on Leylin's face. Success! The wish of all Chem-In Warlocks. There is even a method to resolve the bloodline shackles. Leylin resolutely clenched his fist. Beep. The purgatory world's coordinates have been targeted, initiating the opening of the space portal. Accompanying the sound of the AI chip, a blue gate of light opened up before Leylin with a loud rumble. A frightening feeling was transmitted from the gate, giving Leylin a sense of formidable oppression. The purgatory world? It was a very formidable world in ancient times. Until now, it had never declined, and it even contained the violent existence of the Snake Dowager and other powerful laws. Taking this step, there is no possibility of turning back. Leylin smiled softly and stepped entirely into the radiant light. Bang! The blue rays of light exploded with a flash, wrapping up the entire laboratory and bringing it along. A blue ray of light, like a meteor, streaked across the vast star realm. In this blue light was Leylin, looking at the dull star which was growing larger and larger in his field of view. It finally transformed into an enormous world. This world was shrouded entirely in a dense gray fog, and he couldn't see clearly. He could only see pieces of the continents and the ocean with great difficulty. Any of these continents could be comparable to the size of the central continent of the Magus World. The faint atmosphere of great power was emanated, making Leylin shiver a little. Rapidly, the power of the astral gate brought him to the border of the purgatory world, which was outside of the world boundary. However, when Leylin wanted to enter the purgatory world, there was a sudden change. Who is it? Where has this outsider come from, who dares to offend my majesty? A frightening amount of energy undulated outside the purgatory world and took shape. An enormous shadow appeared, and even the storms and turbulences of space all avoided it. There was a strong and overbearing atmosphere. The power of laws constantly undulated from the shadow's body. This shadow possessed very large and deformed wings. Its entire body was as huge as a mountain. A giant skeletal hand reached out towards Leylin and grabbed him, as if it was a giant snatching a fly. There are rank 7 and above laws here. Damn it! There are obviously many strong people, but they are unexpectedly vigilant against outsiders. Leylin's expression changed, and soon after the golden red patterns on the dreamless mask continuously flashed with light. The bloodline of the alabaster devil snake from earlier was released. This is the bloodline of the alabaster devil snake. Although it was once the master of the shadow world, now it is part of our purgatory world. Accompanied by the voice of another woman, an enormous eye with vertically slit pupils appeared. A profound intent was issued from the giant eye above. Soon after, a great amount of black lightning engulfed the giant eye and struck the enormous hand which had grabbed Leylin. Apologies. Complying with the contract is the foundation of order. In accordance with the contract we had previously signed together. The bloodline of the Snake Dowager has the right to enter the purgatory world. Within the mass of black lightning, the enormous skeletal hand shattered to pieces, which made the shadow let out an infuriated roar in response. "Damn you, Trial's Eye. I won't let you off. One day, one day." Chirp, chirp. Just when Leylin had let out a sigh of relief, accompanied by a cheerful chirp, an enormous gray bird flew emerged from the purgatory world. All who belong to the trial of the contract are the enemies of this bird. The giant wings of the bird seemed to shield the whole world from Leylin's view. SSS? At this moment, an even more violent thought was projected over, making Leylin feel that he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. The phantom of a ball of snakes as large as a star was forced out from the void. Many giant snakes roared directly towards Leylin. An indistinct figure appeared from within the coiled snakes. With one look, Leylin's bloodline nearly rose in rebellion. Snake Dowager, although it is only a phantom, Leylin's pupils constricted. Oh, it looks like this descendant appears to be quite interesting. Even the Snake Dowager is in a hurry to get her hands on him. The bird bantered ridiculously, as if it was a person. In that case, it fanned its huge gray wings and the obstacles in front of Leylin disappeared. A terrifyingly powerful space storm followed this, which rapidly increased its speed. In a moment, it had crashed through the world boundary. "Bird, you dare!" A rather angry voice came from behind Leylin's back, along with the monstrous hissing of the gigantic snake. It seemed as if many stars behind him had all exploded, and all of the terrifying energy contained within made the whole space begin to faintly tremble. The gigantic purgatory world silently endured the aftermath, showing off the foundation of a truly powerful world. The beings that appeared earlier should only be merely conscients and clones, and unexpectedly they were this terrifying. There was a trace of bitterness in the corner of Leylin's mouth, and also the sense of being very fortunate. The process of crossing the world boundary was viewed by the unusually sensitive rank 7 existences in the purgatory world, as if bandits had conspicuously trespassed into their own home. It was impossible to not be discovered. Fortunately, although the rank 7 laws overseeing the purgatory world were not little, they seemed to be full of contradictions with each other, which finally gave Leylin a precious chance to take advantage of them. "Descendant of my blood, return to my embrace." At this moment, an enormous will swept across Leylin and made his mind tremble. Entering the purgatory world and smoothly blending in was instead easy to handle. The stone outside is very dazzling, but if I fell into the river above, to resolve it again, it would not be such an easy matter. And, forcibly suppressing the rebellion of his bloodline, a puppet suddenly appeared from Leylin's hands. "Ha ha," the puppet laughed sweetly, and it continuously undulated a soul force and bloodline power which was extremely similar to Leylin's. "Go!" With Leylin's voice, the puppet clone floated in midair, and moving to and fro like a meteor, took a different direction from Leylin. I hope that the puppet will win me enough time, and also, beep, the dreamless mask is activating, concealing the bloodline for the second time. Accompanying the AI chip's voice was a layer of fine white snake scales, suddenly appearing from the surface of the dreamless mask. Mixing with the bloodline aura from earlier, the undulations exclusive to the alabaster devil snake concealed Leylin's soul force and bloodline power in a flash. In the purgatory world, the clan of snakes that the Snake Dowager is in is also an enormous species. Even the other side surely cannot thoroughly distinguish between every alabaster devil snake. Beep, collecting the laws of the purgatory world, initiating adjustment of host undulations. With the AI chip's voice, many laws of the purgatory world were collected to be analyzed, and slowly altered the undulations coming from Leylin. Very quickly, Leylin's entire self resembled the natives of the purgatory world, and no longer had the incompatible feeling of an outsider from another world. "Everything has been completed." Leylin breathed a sigh of relief, his face shortly flushing red. The confrontation of the different laws just a moment ago had left him with a not inconsiderable injury. All that could be done has been done, and next, it depends on luck. Leylin was just like a fallen meteorite, and now, the enormous wills following on his heels had completely lost his presence. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 697, Drifting and Analysis. Drifting and Analysis. A flaming star shot down from the skies, smashing into the waters with a huge splash. The icy cold water immediately left Leylin clear-minded, and a salty taste attacked his senses. This is an ocean? His mind was quickly reinvigorated. Those existences above rank 6 saw me, but I was lucky enough to get through the barrier into the world. I even had to let my substitute clone leave, in that case. This is the purgatory world. Seeing the dark luster in the horizon, as well as the chaotic unique to purgatory, Leylin's lips quirked up in a broadening smile. Haha, I've succeeded. Leylin had finally taken the first step on his path to breaking the bloodline shackles. The elation in his expression grew more and more pronounced. As a foreign entity, Leylin would obviously affect the world barrier while traversing into the purgatory world. Those existences above rank 6 had sensed this, hence Leylin wasn't surprised that so many conscients were present there, even making some preparations. However, the events had far exceeded his expectations. Not only were there more beings in the purgatory world than he'd expected that comprehended laws, they weren't all in the same camp. He'd even noticed a few familiar faces. It's not just the Snake Dowager, but the Trial's Eye and the nefarious Filthbird are here too. I wonder if it's their main body here, or just a clone. Leylin floated on the surface of the sea and was pushed along with the waves. With the checks by the AI chip, his injuries were slowly recovering, and he would soon regain his ability to move. Floating on the ocean was very dangerous and could attract bloodthirsty sharks or other high-energy beings. However, Leylin had no aura undulations at all and was like a block of wood. He wasn't bothered by anything at all. While recovering, his thoughts were still moving quickly. Trial's Eye and the nefarious Filthbird. They're a group of old mortal enemies, and I never thought I'd see their true bodies. Even if they're clones, they probably possess about half the strength of their main bodies. The ancient Trial's Eye was commonly used by Magi to make contracts. As an arbitrator and protector, it spread its might across multiple worlds. This extended to even breaking Dawn monarchs and all the way down to acolytes. While making contracts, Trial's Eye could be summoned to bear witness. Of course, the Trial's Eye that different Magi summoned were fundamentally different. However, in Leylin's point of view, Trial's Eye was not doing all of this for nothing. Through safeguarding these contracts and judging those who violated them, it did gain immense benefits too. The laws it comprehended could very possibly be contract and trial or something to that effect. Hence, through these activities, it not only amassed more comprehension towards the rules, but could even obtain the attention of the World Origin Force to increase its strength. On the contrary, the nefarious Filthbird likely comprehended something like betrayal and chaos. Hence, the two of them became arch-enemies and engaged in battles that spanned across several worlds. Now, Leylin had found the projections of their conscience in Purgatory World. This meant that a very capable clone or even real body of these two beings were now in Purgatory World. What kind of secrets were being kept in the ancient Purgatory World? It's not just the Snake Dowager, but also Trial's Eye and the nefarious Filthbird, amongst other beings, that have set their sights on this place. Leylin pondered silently over the effects the appearance of the Trial's Eye and nefarious Filthbird would bring to his plans, and whether they would be able to help him. Based on what I saw, the Trial's Eye seems to be a protector of laws, which was why it helped me out and let me off leniently after seeing I was a descendant of the Snake Dowager. The nefarious Filthbird was clearly opposed to the Eye, and after seeing that the Snake Dowager had not protected me and even wanted to kill me quickly, changed its initial plans and sent me into Purgatory World. Leylin's eyes flickered with wit as he analyzed the scene multiple times. If I really had to divide them, Trial's Eye is probably on the Snake Dowager's side. Of course, I can't rule out the fact that it was just following the contract. The nefarious Filthbird obviously thinks nothing of the Snake Dowager. There's hatred on both ends. As for that strange beast with destroyed wings that appeared at the beginning, it's probably sitting on the fence. Of course, this could be misleading. However, these beings are very arrogant. It's too unlikely that they'd team up to cheat a mere rank 5 Warlock like me, and the possibility is almost negligible, but it's not bad to be on my guard against it. Leylin felt himself getting a headache. Having to deduce so many secrets regarding these beings, as a mortal human himself, made him feel like his brain just wasn't doing enough. AI chip, how's the analysis of the surroundings and world law? Leylin shut his eyes and let his body drift along the waves and communicated with the AI. Chip inwardly. Beep. Scanning of surroundings completed. Constructing elemental diagram. The AI chip quickly projected the image of an elemental composition diagram. The water elemental particles are very dense, which is understandable since this is like an ocean. On top of that, there's darkness and fire-type elemental particles. As expected of purgatory, Leylin read through the analysis of the surroundings and couldn't help but nod. The concentration of elements around was slightly lacking compared to the central continent, but they were almost on the same level. That really made it worthy of being called an ancient, powerful world. Beep. Deduction of host's location complete. The AI chip projected a map in front of Leylin. This was a scene of Purgatory World that he had seen from outside the barrier. Within was a hazy continent and gigantic ocean, and on the image, Leylin was situated near to a continent in the ocean. He was represented as a dazzling red dot. Though I know my approximate location in Purgatory World, I don't know which continent to go to, Leylin laughed wryly. The map the AI chip had used was everything he had seen before, and it was much too simple. Considering the startling area of Purgatory World, any mistakes here would reach a terrifying extent. AI chip, check my stats. Not bothering with these longer, Leylin commanded again. Beep. Mission established, beginning scan, collecting host stats. The AI chip quickly intoned the results. Leylin Farlier, rank 5 Warlock, bloodline. Giant Chem-In Serpent, complete form. Strength, 3276, agility, 3562, vitality, 59,176.9, spiritual force, 875, 2003.5, magic power, 875, magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Soul force, 88,200, half moon. Though it was just a confrontation between a few tremendous conscients, Leylin had been caught in the crossfire and almost died. The terror of rank 7s and above were something he couldn't stand up to as he was now. Due to the curse mark of 10,000 snakes, my stats keep dropping. On top of that, I'm grievously injured. If I still had my vitality from before, I'd probably be able to recover in a few hours. It looks like I'll need around 2 days. Leylin observed the beautiful starry sky and sighed slowly. Meanwhile, he could feel that his body was like a sponge, with the darkness-type elemental particles in the air and even moonlight being absorbed into his cells, restoring his life force. This, Chem-In Serpent's devouring ability or a natural occurrence in the Purgatory World. Whatever it was, Leylin was rather stunned at this discovery. Purgatory World truly was most suitable for the Snake Dowager and her clansmen. If not for that damned purgatory chaotic intent that resulted in a bloodline illness, it could even be comparable to the Shadow World before. Beep. World law analysis at 2.16%. Determined to be not letting foreign creatures and souls have too drastic reactions. At this moment, the AI chip's newly investigated conclusion was placed in front of him. In other words, the Purgatory World has nothing against the entrance of the powerful. It's no wonder the Snake Dowager, Trial's Eye, and the rest chose to come here. Leylin suddenly understood. Most worlds' latent wills were very opposed to foreigners. All those who entered would feel a terrifying, malicious intent. Even their bodies would be suppressed by the world force and cause them to drop in rank. A situation like that would be very obvious in the Magus World or World of Gods. However, Purgatory World seemed rather exotic as well. It accepted all foreigners, and its degree of openness was second only to the dreamscape. When he had just entered, Leylin had not felt any pressure whatsoever from the world will. After he completely adjusted the frequency of his aura and soul undulations to the Purgatory World, he was more like a native. There was no longer the feeling of being pressured and spied on by some malicious intent. What a mystical world. However, the will of Purgatory World was initially already very chaotic. That's normal, Leylin nodded. For world wills, all from outside were locusts that would even take over their precious origin source. Hence, they were very against this. Some worlds even had their natives in chains and then expelled them after their strength went past a certain level. Only Purgatory World with chaotic intent like this could tolerate the existence of foreigners like the Snake Dowager. Even then, perhaps the Snake Dowager wouldn't brazenly absorb the world origin. If not, no matter how chaotic the will of the purgatory world is, there would be a powerful opposing force. That might be my chance, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 698 Gigantic Ship and Merfolk Gigantic Ship and Merfolk Leylin never forgot his primary goal. He had to break through his bloodline shackles and rid himself of the All-Snake curse. Sneaking into Purgatory World and lying low was the first step to success. While he still didn't have a concrete plan for what happened later, he needed to keep adjusting and then adapting it anyway. Now that I've got into Purgatory World and have the help of the AI chip, my aura and undulations are now adjusting so that it's more similar to natives. With the bloodline concealing by the mask of the dreamless, as well as my wooden puppet used as a target amidst the chaos, the Snake Dowager shouldn't be able to find signs of me in a short period of time, no matter how powerful she is. Unless she's reached rank 9, where there's nothing she doesn't know or cannot do. Rank 9 was the highest realm for all Magi. It was said to be where one grasped truth and there was nothing they could not do or did not know. In Leylin's eyes, this surpassed the power of gods. However, that was what had been described in ancient volumes. Who knew whether this narration was real or fake? Even during the most splendid ancient era in the Magus World, the records of the most powerful Magus had only reached rank 8. Real great rank 9 Magi had never appeared before. Perhaps rank 9 was just a fantasy for a highest rank. Leylin was certain that the Snake Dowager was at most comparable to a rank 8 Magus. It was impossible for her to have reached rank 9. Purgatory World was vast and boundless, and also had many rank 7s and above in charge. It was possible that even the Snake Dowager would have to search for him continent by continent. Hence, based on Leylin's deductions, she would probably trace back to him on the sly using his bloodline or order his capture. The most stable and possible method she would use would be waiting patiently, because Leylin could not break through the bloodline shackles without any contact with her. In this short period of time, it was impossible for Leylin to rank up several times such that he could be on the same level as the Snake Dowager. The priority right now is to blend into Purgatory World, find the natives and understand how the organizations are divided. Leylin pondered over this silently and then closed his eyes. Under the moonlight, there seemed to be a layer of vague luster passing over his body and emitting sparkling rays within the ocean. Night passed and orange rays rose from sea level, the reflection gleaming atop the waves. At the end of the reddish-orange rays of light was a dark red sun. Dim golden light spilled down and the surrounding white fog gradually dissipated. Leylin, who was lying on the surface of the water while recuperating, flexed his fingers. In this situation, where he could only rely on the natural ability of his body to heal, he was bored out of his mind and shifted his attention to other things. The outline of the sun in Purgatory World seems much smaller than in the Magus World. Based on my deductions last night, the nights here are at least 20 hours long, and based on the speed at which this star is rising. Leylin watched the first glimmer of dawn that had now entirely left sea level, and his mind began to calculate things quickly. Though incomparable to the AI chip, through advancements and nourishments through his spiritual and soul force, the ability and speed of his brain when it came to calculating things did not lose out to the top minds in his previous world. 4 hours and 15 minutes. It might be even shorter than that, but that's the time for this sun to complete a whole cycle of ascending and descending. Leylin was very confident in his calculation skills. Purgatory World isn't like a planet. This only has a boundless land and sea that are of almost the same volume. That's why whether it's sunrise or sundown, it's uniform no matter where I am. The day is so short, which makes sense why darkness elemental particles are so ample. Beings lacking in sunlight and energy have no choice but to focus on other sources. That's probably why the fire elements are used extensively. Leylin was able to see through how Purgatory World had generally changed over time. This ability to see things long-term was the result of his scientific research in his previous world and abilities in magic in this life. This perhaps even exceeded the abilities of many rank 7s. The amount of daylight in Purgatory World is rather low compared to many worlds. Only Shadow World that has never had sunlight can probably top it. It's no wonder that after the Snake Dowager failed to get control over the Shadow World, she led her people and migrated here, which is quite suitable if one were to disregard the chaotic intent here. Leylin's lips quirked in a slight smile. The chaotic intent of Purgatory World has its pros and cons. It's precisely because of its chaotic nature that the Snake Dowager could take advantage of a loophole. However, her descendants aren't at rank 7 and can't resist the invasion of chaotic intent. That's what resulted in the bloodline hysteria in them. That can only be completely healed with the world origin force of the icy world. Perhaps I'll be able to find powerful natives of Purgatory World to help me in my plans. Leylin's eyes flashed with intelligence. Yo-yo, at this moment, a few snow-white seagull-like creatures that were 10 times larger than their counterparts flew in the air. The giant birds soaring caught Leylin's attention. Leylin's pupils shrank slightly. Beep. Found traces of a large ship. Based on course, possibility of encountering host is 99.999%. Discovered abnormal heat energy and radiation undulations, determined to be existence of exemplary strength. The AI. Chip loyally intoned. It's been about only 2 days and I managed to bump into a native already. I'm in such a vast ocean, which means I have pretty good luck. Leylin turned slightly. Is it because the place where I landed is close to some continent? In the direction in which Leylin had turned where the water met the sky, a tiny black speck appeared and then increased in size, sailing over like a little mountain. Yo-yo, the gigantic birds flying overhead in circles chirped intensely, so excited as if they had found their relatives. Someone's pets? Seems like I was discovered long ago. Leylin's injuries had yet to completely heal, and he could only do very slight movements. For this reason, he was still lying here. A tremendous black figure that covered the skies finally revealed itself. This was a huge group of ships, and there were 3 with large white sails like canopies and a hull tens of meters high. At the moment that the ships arrived, the skies above Leylin were completely hidden and created great shadows. Beep. Detected life force undulations from large creatures. Position. 1,200 million below host location. The AI Chip's voice sounded at this moment. 2 large eyes that were like searchlights in the deep sea suddenly brightened from the black depths of the water underneath him. It must be some creature like the giant dragon whale in the south coast. Looks like the main driving force of these ships is obtained by subduing creatures, Leylin decided. When they were much closer to Leylin, a cry of alarm sounded from atop the deck. Great eyesight allowed Leylin to see a few heads that seemed to belong to humans from above the deck, yelling at him. The ship parted the water into waves, and Leylin's body began to move again. Finding that shouting was pointless, the sound of a bugle horn could be heard from above the deck. The sound that was low and held a hint of fragility was made from maybe a cow horn or conch. Along with the sounds of the bugle horn, Leylin could sense even more life undulations appearing from deep in the sea and arriving around him. Merman, the marine tribe? Leylin watched the beings surrounding him, shock evident in his eyes. Those who had been attracted by the sounds were a group of merfolk with the upper body being a human and lower, a large tail. There were shells, corals, algae, and all type of decorations on their bodies. They looked very similar to a branch of the marine tribe in the south coast, but there were still some differences. Eskeangaklung, there were scales on their faces and the parotid gland unique to fishes at their cheeks. In their hands were harpoons and other weapons. One of them, with the best physique, and that was situated closest to Leylin, made a sound. It's similar to the Byron language, but it's still different. Leylin had already gotten used to the inability to communicate from the usage of different languages. Thankfully, with the recuperation in this period of time, I can use part of my soul force. Clear and cool soul force spread from within his eyes and then quickly flitted across all the merfolk, and especially the leader. Leylin's half-moon rank soul force invaded his sea of consciousness without his knowledge, and he obtained large amounts of spiritual force undulations. The AI Chip worked quickly and tidied up a new language, inputting it into Leylin's memories. Looks like I'll need to invent a spell that allows me to be proficient in all languages. If not, it's going to be very troublesome every time. Meanwhile, seeing that Leylin had not replied after a long while, the leading merman asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Though they'd seen many people caught in danger from the ocean, there were truly very few who were like Leylin, floating on the surface of the water. The atmosphere was stifling, and a few surrounding merfolk grasped the forks in their hands tightly. "Oh, my apologies. I was just too emotional just now." Leylin finally spoke, using the same language as them. His gentle voice seemed to hold some strange ability that caused all the merfolk to relax. "I am a traveler who got into trouble at sea, which resulted in me sustaining grievous injuries. I had to be in this state temporarily in order to heal up." As he spoke, he got up from his previous position, where he'd been lying down. Watching him get up and stand on the surface of the water, the leader of the merfolk's pupils shrank. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 699, Beholders, and Exemplary. The leader of the merfolk cried out involuntarily, his eyes now holding a trace of reverence towards Leylin. However, he wasn't all that surprised either. From what Leylin had done, it was evident that he was no ordinary person. "We are people from the Eden Trading Company. If you don't mind, you could come up our ship and get some rest. I believe the rest will be delighted to chat with an exemplary." The leader of the merfolk spoke reverently. This was the reason Leylin showed his strength. In a primitive world in an era during the Age of Discovery, there must be sins everywhere behind the scenes. The law of the jungle was utilized to the utmost. If this was just Leylin alone without any power, he would be robbed and then thrown to the bottom of the sea. Just the luxurious material of his clothing could be the cause of his death. The moment he showed his mysterious strength, the treatment he got immediately changed. Without making certain Leylin's strength and his background, the Eden Trading Company would not dare lay a hand on him. "Many thanks." Leylin expressed his gratitude aloofly, refusing the drawbridge that they let down for him and instead flying onto the deck. Standing on deck, Leylin was slightly surprised by these crew members' strange appearances. The few sailors beside him all looked very strange. There were some similar to the merfolk that Leylin had seen, but their tails had turned into 2 legs. They wore what laborers did and clearly did not have a high status here. Besides the merfolk sailors, Leylin saw another type of creature. This was a person escorted by the merfolk that evidently had a higher status. However, their appearance was totally different from a regular human being, and they only had a large pupil. The pupil alone had a diameter of 1 decimeter, and around its socket, large amounts of tendrils hung down, forming something like limbs. Appearance-wise, it was very similar to the beholder Leylin saw in games in his previous world. All right, though I'd long since guessed that this world wouldn't be made up of humans, this appearance is really quite rare. Leylin ridiculed it in his mind. Perhaps due to adapting to the environment or some other reason, there were multiple different tribes, but they all had bodies similar to humans. A head, 4 limbs, a torso became the most common structure of all beings, and there were at least 1 or 2 races similar to humans. Like the merfolk he'd seen, while they maintained having a tail on their lower bodies when in water, that instantly turned into humans' legs once they got on shore. Creatures that were completely different from humans like the beholder did exist, but were never that common. Leylin had already named this being the beholder tribe. In Purgatory World, it was unexpectedly this sort of race that was in charge and enslaving those similar to the human race. "Revered exemplary, please accept the sublime respect of I, Jiger Gaguno axed." One of the beholder's tendrils went upwards, and Leylin suddenly received spiritual undulations. The greetings within seemed to be rather flattering. "Greetings?" Leylin obviously had a more profound understanding of the usage of spiritual force, which was why his usage of it was effortless. However, what he found strange was that this beholder tribe used spiritual force, which was similar to brainwaves, to communicate. Perhaps this form is because they're highly intelligent creatures. Leylin nodded inside. "You must be someone of the Seraph continent. Yes, it is only at that area that there are humans." The gigantic beholder pupil stared hard at Leylin, and he could even see an inverted image of himself in the eye. After a short moment, the beholder sensed spiritual force that held information. "My apologies, but I must keep my origins a secret. I promised my mentor that before I gained any fame, I would not reveal my history." Leylin answered righteously, but that only made the other party more grim and respectful. "Your mentor must be an amazing exemplary." To become famous far and wide was extremely difficult even if on just one continent. To be able to do that meant he must be an extraordinarily powerful exemplary. He is indeed an elder worthy of respect, full of wisdom and resolution. A hint of nostalgia rose in Leylin's eyes, and he then asked Beholder, I met with some troubles at sea and had to float on the surface for a long time. May I know where this is? Oh, this is the end of the shipping route of the Hale continent, which makes it very close to the Hale continent. You came so close but still got into troubles, and I can only say that you and your boat have very bad luck. The Beholder seemed to say without malicious intent. Noticing the slip of its tongue, many tendrils waved around, flustered. Oh, my apologies. I didn't say that on purpose. It's just that there are far too many storms and ferocious beasts in the ocean, and because there's no law or regulations, even the Golden Deity fleet can't say they're safe until they reach the port and stand on land. I understand. Leylin waved his arms, but a hint of sadness and lingering fear showed on his expression. I'm quite tired. Would it be possible for me to have a room and get some rest? Also, please send me to the nearest port. I'm willing to pay for it with something of equal value. While speaking, Leylin astutely realized there was someone spying on him from the shadows. This should be the exemplary that he had discovered previously. Their strength was not half bad and seemed to be at peak rank 3. They also had a few powerful magic artifacts and unique magic items. Seems like this is the protector or owner of this fleet who's at rank 3. With the AI chip's adjustments, his aura was also at around rank 3. With his mask of the dreamless, he was rather charming. This, Beholder seemed to hesitate, but immediately after, a streak of concealed spiritual force undulations was transmitted that caused it to change its words. No problem. We were planning to make a stop at the nearby Elia's port, and you can get off there. On our ship you are our most esteemed guest, so please don't mention anything about paying. Beholder's eyes squinted, which seemed to be a way of expressing its respect. All right, Leylin nodded, and under the guidance of a merperson that the Beholder called out, entered the hold of the ship. My lord, here is your room. If there's anything you need, please tell us. The merperson humbly lowered his head, and once Leylin got familiar with his room, retreated. It's not bad. Leylin looked around his surroundings. This was the higher levels of the ship, and besides important personnel, perhaps even the leader of the merfolk did not have the authority to stay here. Light blue shells and red coral decorations adorned the room, making it look beautiful. Inside, there was something like a bed that was covered with the fur of some unknown being. Just by looking at it, it was obvious that it was soft and smooth. What attracted Leylin's attention more, however, was the large blue pearl at the heart of the room. In the AI chip scan, the pearl seemed to be breathing, sucking in the turbid air in the room, and, after going through some unknown transformation, released pure oxygen and was even able to clean the air. This eliminated the fishy smell of the ocean. AI chip scan, Leylin commanded. Beep, mission established. Beginning scan. The AI chip intoned loyally, and immediately after, probing undulations scanned through and did not miss any corners. Scan completed. Yet to find any suspicious items or spying spell formations. The AI chip intoned. All right, looks like they aren't playing any tricks. I just need another layer of protections so I can be at ease, though. With a tap of his finger, a blue rune appeared and rapidly disappeared into the wall. In the blink of an eye, a resplendent blue layer of light appeared within the hold of the ship and quickly disappeared. Defense and warning spell patterns completed. Activation of comprehensive control. Simultaneous detections ongoing. Once the AI chip sent information over, Leylin could finally completely relax. Ha! He lay on the soft bed and huffed out a sigh. At least I managed to regain a portion of my mobility before they found me, or things would have gotten complicated. However, after recovering up to this point, the rest of the injuries aren't that bad. I can even use external items. At this thought, Leylin's palm touched at his waist. Silver spatial rays flashed, and a dark red healing potion appeared in his palm. With Leylin's attainments as a grandmaster at potioneering, as well as the vast amount of resources provided by the Bloodline Union and Doe's imperial city of the Blazing Flame Monarch. He'd long since made a huge quantity of potions at the grandmaster level that he constantly kept at his side to deal with any unexpected situations. The expedition into Purgatory World was of utmost importance, and he obviously brought everything along. With my vitality and rank as a warlock, high-ranked potions probably won't do much for me unless they're primordial potions. The dark red potion didn't taste all that good, and even had a spicy taste that seemed to sting his nose. However, without even a flinch, Leylin drank it. The potion worked quickly. A flush first appeared on Leylin's face, before the sound of cracking was heard everywhere in his body, as if his bones were breaking. At the same time, it was flourishing with life like a plant. After treatment using potions was used a few times, Leylin no longer had the feebleness of before. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 700, Continent and Dignitary. Continent and Dignitary. What's most important now is to figure out the general geography of Purgatory World. Leylin's face was extremely solemn, hidden beneath the mask of the dreamless. He only had about 2 years left, and the Purgatory World had quite a few continents. He had to determine where the Snake Dowager was. If she'd gone to another continent, it would take years of journeying to find her, which was something he just would not accept. It's a pity that those merfolk sailors aren't that intelligent, and even the beholder didn't seem to be very knowledgeable. In order to gain more precise information, I'd have to rely on the concealed rank 3 Magus. Knock knock. At this moment, the door was lightly rapped. "Come in, my lord," the merperson from before reservedly bowed towards Leylin. "Esteemed guest, Lord Jiger Dole has invited you to dinner with him." Dinner? Leylin grew slightly confused by that. It seemed like the healing process he'd gone through had taken quite a bit of time. "Of course, let us be off." However, he reacted in time. This Jiger Dole should be the powerful being he'd sensed on the ship before. With his identity as one who gave the orders, he should have great understanding of the Purgatory World. Leylin had now recovered about half of his original strength, which was enough for him to take control of the fleet of ships and even search the soul of the rank 3 Magus. However, this was the Purgatory World. Leylin needed to keep a low profile, and the bloodline force he had as a warlock was best not exhibited. If not, the chances of the Snake Dowager finding him would be increased by a great extent, which would be very disadvantageous for him. Besides, now that his safety was guaranteed, Leylin was willing to provide something of equal value to these people who had helped him, in exchange for what he wanted. Whatever it was, using violence to solve problems might be simple at the beginning, but it was easy to get addicted to this method, resulting in the firm mindset of using violence for all situations. Leylin felt that he hadn't gotten to that point yet, but it was necessary that he change. "My lord, please come with me." The merperson led the way respectfully, while Leylin followed behind at an average pace while speaking once in a while. Most of the time, Leylin was the one asking questions while the other party answered. It didn't seem abrupt at all, as if he trusted Leylin and even bared his soul without reservations. Occasionally using Dreamforce and all sort of confusion techniques didn't make Leylin feel the least bit ashamed. It was a pity that the merfolk weren't that intelligent, and information about their world was less important than filling their stomachs. Hence, Leylin heard things like, "The meals of the basic sailor aren't that tasty. That kelp should be fed to beagle beasts. The caviar of the listfish is the best. The large Tamaha spur octopus during the flood season have the most tender flesh," and similar information, which rendered Leylin speechless. These merfolk probably have gotten off their ship once or twice. They move about only on the ship. Leylin clutched his forehead, giving up on conversing with him further to gain intel. Looks like if I want to do anything, I'll need to deal with that beholder. With this thought, Leylin followed the merperson to the topmost floor in the hold of the ship. A scarlet carpet, white tablecloth, silver tableware, and a candle holder had Leylin feeling like he'd returned to Earth and its aristocracy. The 4 walls with decorations used by different races, as well as this person of another race at the main seat, reminded Leylin that this was Purgatory World. "Hee, welcome, exemplary from afar. I am Jiger's father, and my name is rather long, so just call me Jiger Dole." Sitting at the head of the table was a large beholder. Compared to Jiger, the body of this beholder was even larger. Some of the tendrils on the ground were snow white and seemed to be aging. However, The dense spiritual force undulations that it emitted showed that it had reached peak rank 3 if using the rating of the Magus World. "Greetings, Jiger Dole. I am Lei. Thank you so much for your help." Leylin introduced himself and then sat at the other side of the table. "A spiritual energy that isn't half bad. Such purity means there's a possibility of developing into soul force, which seems quite similar to the spirit-sucking creature in the legends." Leylin sized it up, realizing that the spiritual energy it emitted was different than that in the Magus World. "The owner of our Eden Trading Company is a very benevolent and just sage. I imagine they would not mind us saving you. On the contrary, if they were to find out that we had met someone in need and ignored them, they would probably get mad." Jiger Dole, who was in the middle, chuckled and then transmitted a spiritual force undulation. "Serve the dishes." A few female merfolk from the kitchen carefully walked out holding earthen jars that emitted heat. One of them stood beside Leylin and placed the head of the jar towards Leylin's silver bowl, beginning to pour. "This!" Leylin was slightly disconcerted. Seeing this dish that he had no clue was soup or the main course, he began to hesitate slightly. In front of him was clearly soup. Amidst the dense and creamy light green soup were reddish and white eyeballs floating. These eyeballs' shape and size were similar to humans, and Leylin frowned slightly. "AI. Chip scan." A flicker of blue appeared in Leylin's eyes and quickly scanned the soup in front of him. Beep. Scan completed. Derived composition: protein, glutamic acid, high-energy albumin. Unknown trace element determined to be from the eyes of a physically large tribe. Great effects in regaining energy and can restore some spiritual force. "What? Dear guest of mine, do you not like it?" The beholder Jiger Dole opposite him ate with gusto, its many tendrils agilely using the ladle and making slurping sounds. "The merfolk eyeball soup from the deep gem coral sea is quite famous." "Oh, I was just wondering about that." Leylin laughed and scooped up some soup. No matter what the taste was like, it would at least give him nutrition and help him restore spiritual force, which was not bad. Could it be because it has such a large eyeball that it has a huge desire for the eyes of other creatures? Seeing how the other party was devouring the food, Leylin judged him silently. With the dinner, time passed quickly. Leylin and Jiger Dole chatted. While conversing, Leylin astutely found that Jiger Dole had secretly made inquiries and spied on his history, and had even set up discreet spells that would detect lies. Leylin could understand where it was coming from, since it was strange for there to suddenly be a strange being in the middle of the deep ocean. However, what kind of wily old fox was Leylin? He not only did not reveal his past but spoke in a roundabout way, obtaining much information from it. After the dinner, Leylin returned to his room and closed the cabin door. "AI. Chip, how is it?" Immediately after, Leylin half lay on the bed and closed his eyes, silently communicating with the AI chip. Beep. Conversation from before has been recorded. Deleted 68.23% of useless portions and obtained definite intel. Beginning reorganization. Soon enough, a 3D projection of the map was projected into Leylin's mind. As he had been able to see a rough outline from outside the barrier to the world, the map was now more intricate with information from Jiger Dole, and even the precise scale had been obtained. There were 7 gigantic continents in Purgatory World. Each had an area as large as the Magus World's central continent. Between each continent, there was an enormous sea, and their large organizations within the sea that even rank 6 Magi did not dare intrude on. Around the continents and sea were a series of small islands that were like gems and pearls on beaches, decoration for the ocean. Determined host's location. Nearby the Hail continent, a blue shipping route had been clearly marked out. The area where the route began was where Leylin was situated, marked with a red dot. At the heart of the shipping route was a fragmented mark of an island, as well as a sign with Magus letters, Elia's port. The Hail continent. Leylin stroked his chin and sunk into deep thought. Based on what Jiger Dole said, the Hail continent is land governed by another race filled with barrenness and primitivism. Many areas still have yet to develop and find joy in killing as well as giving up offerings. On the Hail continent, there is one species with the most beings around, and that is the high-energy snakes. It's rumored that deep inside Hail continent, there are temples for all snakes. If I didn't guess wrong, the Hail continent should be the Snake Dowager's territory. Leylin's eyes suddenly sparkled with light. While traversing through the world barrier, he intentionally moved based on his bloodline and landed near his bloodline source. It seemed that while he was slightly off, he wasn't that off. If he were to land on some other continent, Leylin would just die of tears if he had to travel such a distance. Meanwhile, Leylin was pondering other things that Jiger Dole had mentioned. Based on what it said, there is a dignitary leader on each continent. They have the power to destroy the continent and are worshipped by all races and turned into a religion of sorts. The Beholder tribe evidently worship the ancient Trial's Eye, Leylin thought to himself. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 701 Sea Monster, attack as its world's will was in disorder. The Purgatory world was a very suitable place for powerful existences from other worlds to migrate to and settle in easily. From the distant past to the present, it wasn't just the Snake Dowager who had moved here with all her kin. Over the years, 7 dignitaries had appeared amongst the powerful natives and intruders. They each held control over one continent and did not interfere with each other's rule of their respective continents. Many commoners treated these dignitaries like legends and even gods to be worshipped, and to some degree, they were indeed quite similar to gods and perhaps even surpassed them. But are there only 7 existences who possess laws in the Purgatory world? What kind of joke is that? Forget those living in seclusion, these oceans are even larger than the continents. It would be even more suspicious if there weren't a few dignitaries occupying these vast oceans. The more he thought about it, the more Leylin felt there was to the Purgatory world, and the more he felt it would become a huge variable in his plans. I need to find a way to make use of these dignitaries, or at least stop them from spoiling my plans. There's also the world will, which could be the most important. His brows furrowed tightly in thought. A chilly wind blew across the deck, and the sky was filled with shining stars. The moon here seemed to be much larger than the one in the Magus World, and it even glowed with a purple radiance. Moo, moo, great sounds of breathing came from under the speeding ship, and white streams of water sprayed out from it on occasion. Mr. Ley? Good morning, Lord Ley. Many of the merfolk sailors immediately bowed to Leylin after seeing him come their way. He waved his arms and sent them away, coming to the side of the deck to watch the black surface of the water. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking about. Below the surface of the water was a large silhouette of what seemed to be some prehistoric creature. Though he could only see one scale and half a claw, 1 bits and pieces of it, it still showed off a frightening strength. What an enormous body it has, and so full of life force too. Seeing the image of the creature from the AI chip scans, as well as the data that had been gathered, Leylin sighed in praise. Compared to an evil eye like Jiger Dole, who is limited to rank 3, this being seems to be the most powerful on the ship. With this beast here, dangerous creatures wouldn't dare to provoke these sailors. Mr. Ley. Jiger Dole dragged his many tentacles across the ground and arrived at Leylin's side. His current expression was more respectful than it had been before. After all, this Mr. Ley was an extraordinary exemplary that was not at all inferior to his father. This was something that his father Jiger Dole had told him himself. That alone was enough to earn his respect. Leylin only nodded slightly, but Jiger did not find this attitude strange. Exemplaries and other mysterious beings naturally had short tempers, and Leylin's indifference was already a better attitude than most. "You're interested in our Godric?" he asked with a smile as he came to the edge of the deck. His large eye peered down at the shadow under the ship. "Godric? Is that its name?" Leylin's interest was piqued. Noticing Leylin's attention, Jiger put more effort into his explanation. "Godric is the name we've given these creatures. In our ancient language, the word Godric means large and powerful. We named them this because mature Godrics are often as powerful as morning stars. Though this one is only an infant and likely won't mature further, we evil eyes had to send out quite a few elders to subdue it." Jiger had a rather proud expression while mentioning that point. Getting the Godric hasn't just helped the ship avoid trouble. It's even allowed us to speed up even when there's no wind. It's really saved us from a lot of inconvenience. "It's not bad," Leylin nodded, "but it's also because of this Godric that we can only sail along the Hail route. More faraway places like the deep valleys, Path of Bones, and Golden Coast have Godric communities, so we can only give up on them. Jiger's tentacles rose in what seemed to be regret and sorrow. Leylin knew very well that some intelligent creatures hated seeing their kin enslaved. If the ship was spotted, they were likely to face ferocious attacks. It seemed like it was because they were aware of this that they avoided the areas where Godrics could appear and only used this shipping route. Though there was still some risk of danger, it was much better compared to the dreadful problems they faced before. So you intentionally sealed its growth to block its breakthrough to Morningstar so it wouldn't become uncontrollably powerful? Leylin shot a glance at Jiger, who was beside him, but did not say more. The law of the jungle ruled supreme, be it in the Magus World or other unknown worlds. From Leylin's experience, the commoners of the Magus World were considered to have higher standards of living compared to those of other worlds. However, the commoners and even the nobility of the Magus World did not enjoy lives as good as the ordinary people from his previous life. However, Mage led rather satisfying lives, which were perhaps even better than the citizens of his previous life. Yet the chances of joining the Magus community and overcoming one's commoner status was practically negligible. In a highly powerful and mysterious world like this one, where only the strong survive, the weak can only form organizations to band together and rely on social order. Leylin looked absent-minded, but he was deep in thought. The robotic voice of the AI chip snapped him out of his reverie. Beep. High-energy radiation discovered at a distance of 18,762 million. Target determined to be hostile. There are dangerous beings even in coastal waters. If it doesn't care about the Godric, it must be powerful. Leylin's eyes flashed slightly. He suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Jiger, if I were you, I'd retreat a little." What do you mean? Although he was slightly confused, Jiger still obediently followed Leylin to the heart of the deck. Something huge is heading for us rapidly. Leylin didn't conceal anything as he spoke bluntly. After all, mysterious beings and exemplaries had their means of detection, and even Jiger would have realized it soon enough. He just thought to do them a favor. Whatever be the case, they had saved him and allowed him on their ship. As long as there wasn't a conflict of interest, he had to repay them. Something huge? What do you mean? Wait, monster attack. Jiger was stunned at first, but he immediately began to roar. Terrifying spiritual force encompassed the deck and even spread outwards. Attention, crew, protect our goods. If we lose anything, I'll turn you into fish soup for tomorrow. Hearing this command, the merfolk on the deck froze for an instant before beginning to pull the mooring ropes as if they'd gone mad. Some of them darted into the warehouse. Just as the situation on deck grew chaotic, a dark red light covered the entire ship and calmed the merfolk down. Prepare for enemy attack. It should be a deep-sea being. See if the Godric can scare it away. Jiger's voice resounded throughout the ship. He then thanked Leylin. Leylin was half-hearted in his assistance, more interested in such spells that could envelop the area. Let's see, their soul appeasement, maximize potential, natural instinct. Though paths to power varied in different worlds, Leylin would rather analyze such things from the viewpoint of spells. Seeing the calm merfolk sailors having their strength and agility enhanced, Leylin could obviously notice the changes to their power. According to what I learnt from our discussions, the Evil Eye tribe is more like a community of bloodline creatures. Their power grows with age, and they can even awaken some innate abilities. But I can't just ask about the Purgatory World's paths to power, they'll grow suspicious. Leylin stroked his chin in thought, just as well. Though there'll be a little danger, I'll get to see the power of this world's natives, as well as how they channel energy. Anything else will have to wait until I get to Port Elias or the Hale Continent, so I can understand in detail. Moo. A low voice that sounded like a cow's came from under the ship, while Leylin was still speculating what was happening. A gigantic black figure rose from the depths of the ocean, appearing in its entirety before Leylin. This sea monster was absolutely enormous and looked similar to a manta ray with many irregular brown stripes everywhere on its body. There were many thick iron shackles firmly binding it to the body of the ship. The Godric roared, and terrifying sound waves burst out in a specific direction. A large figure slowly emerged from that spot, starting with many metallic spikes that looked like sharp blades rising from the surface of the sea. The creature parted the water into two long white sea waves. The large head that poked out was like that of a fish, and 2 pectoral fins followed. The beast's entire body was covered in a metallic jet-black luster, and its orange eyes were like searchlights in the deep ocean. A bloodthirsty, ruthless aura erupted from its body. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 702, Thornback Ironwhale. Thornback Ironwhale. Could this be the Thornback Ironwhale? Traces of fear could be felt in Jiger's spiritual force. How's that possible? How can there be deep-sea predators here when we're so close to the coastline? The Thornback Ironwhale was a large being unique to the deep sea. Every single one of them had immense strength upon maturing, but their most terrifying characteristics were their temperaments. Once one set its sights on a target, it wouldn't lose track of it until it managed to seize it. The Thornback Ironwhale's terrifying aura overwhelmed even the Godric's, and it was the reason for Jiger's fearful expression. Watch out! Just as Leylin gave the warning, the Thornback Ironwhale charged forth, its large metal thorns piercing deeply into the Godric's body. Moo! The Godric cried out in pain. As the 2 gigantic beasts collided, huge tremors traveled throughout the ship. Ah! Under such tremendous force, Jiger collapsed to the deck, unable to hold his weight. His numerous tendrils wrapped around the mast like vines. Jiger was still in quite good shape. In the moment of the collision, there were a few merpeople sailors at the sides of the deck that had been sent flying off by the huge crash, letting out piercing screams as they fell into the waters. Along with their kinsmen in the sea, they were drawn into the battle between the 2 gigantic creatures. In the end, they were turned into mincemeat. All that was left of them were traces of red on the waves. Usually, the chains fastened around the Godric were immensely helpful for sailing. Now, however, they were no more than a huge burden. Noticing this, Jiger immediately commanded, "Break the chains." A few sturdier merman soldiers pounced on the control valve with furious eyes, using a thick hammer to split it open. Crash, the Godric's gigantic chains then broke away, and the tremor on the ships lessened greatly. Turn the ship at full force. Leave this sea region. At some point, Jiger Dole's voice could be heard at the bow of the ship, body floating in the air. Great spiritual force undulations swept the area and even forcefully took control over the merpeople sailors, causing them to begin to work with reddened eyes. Creak, creak. The large ship suddenly turned around and left the 2 large beasts behind. Water kept splashing into the air, and terrifying sounds could occasionally be heard from under the sea. Even though they were under the effect of magic, a lot of sailors trembled in fear. Prepare the cannons at the bow of the ship. We need to eliminate that Thornback Ironwhale, or it won't let us off until it sinks us to the bottom of the sea. Jiger Dole exclaimed as he flew towards the scene of the battle. Jiger had evidently regained his composure and scared the sailors witless, making them work even more intensely. Hurry, prepare it. Jiger's large vertical pupil was filled with blood vessels, and its tendrils seemed to turn into powerful whips that kept hitting the merfolk, hurrying them to carry a large and heavy harpoon that was around 5 meters long above the cannon. The Thornback Ironwhale has the metallic skin ability, with an effect similar to physical damage reduction. We need to use this. Jiger produced a few black and white spotted stones and began to rub them together as if he was starting a fire. A layer of black and white light suddenly enveloped the steel fish. Oh, it's using temporary enchanting techniques. What is the medium? Is that a sacrifice or a scroll? Leylin's eyes gleamed as he watched from the sidelines. The enormous monsters kept roaring at the other end of the battlefield, causing huge waves that resulted in the ship swaying violently. The Godric of the fleet was no match for the Thornback Ironwhale. Although it had the potential to reach the Morning Star realm, the sad truth was that after being treated as a slave for many years and being specially sealed, it could no longer completely develop its bloodline power. The same didn't apply for the Thornback Ironwhale. For all of its life, it had grown up in the treacherous deep sea and was extremely experienced in fighting. Hence, at the very start of the fight, the Godric had a huge chunk of its flesh bitten off by the Thornback Ironwhale. That was not all. The whale's sharp iron thorns also left many wounds on the Godric's body. An enormous amount of blood flowed out from the Godric without stopping. The blood shed by the merfolk from before was nothing compared to this, as the entire region was dyed red with the Godric's blood. Mo-uo, the Godric's thunderous voice gradually became weaker, and there was even a pleading note in its voice. Damn it! At this moment, Jiger Dole had rushed to the site to support the Godric in battle. After witnessing the scene unfolding in front of him, his large pupil immediately went completely red with rage. The Godric was still the valuable property of the Eden Trading Company. If anything happened to it, or worse, if it died, then the amount that needed to be paid in reparations would be astronomical, enough for the company to go bankrupt. Jiger and his crew could be sent to some barren or dark region to be forced labor. On fleets like this, there was a shipment of very valuable goods which absolutely could not be lost. Jiger Dole immediately acted in violent rage. A great deal of formless spiritual force turned into whips as it was pulled from the void. The seawater in the surrounding area converged to form a large wall of water. At this moment, Leylin froze on the deck, as if he had discovered something. "Is there any problem, Lord Ley? What do you think of this situation?" Jiger transmitted to Leylin after noticing his actions. Although he was extremely busy, he'd kept his eye on the area. "Oh, there's a stalemate right now, and with your father and the Godric working together you have an advantage." At first, Leylin consoled him. However, he then spoke in a solemn voice. "Nevertheless, the Thornback Ironwill has a high resistance against spiritual attacks. You need to be careful." According to most theories, the larger a monster that relied on its physical strength, the more it would be lacking in terms of the spirit and soul. This Thornback Ironwill was obviously an exception to that rule. Not only did it have a high resistance against Jiger Dole's spiritual force attacks, it could also reflect them back at him. The Thornback Iron Whale already has the steel willpower trait. If it goes crazy again, Jiger was filled with unease. "Mr. Ley," he looked at Leylin expectantly. "Don't worry. Since you went out of your way to help me, it's only natural for me to return your kindness." Leylin nodded, and hearing this made Jiger relax considerably. He then began to operate the cannons himself and aimed at the giant Thornback Ironwill that was fighting both the Godric and Jiger Dole. With a loud bang, the giant cannon roared. The force of the recoil sent the ship backwards by a large distance and even caused the stern to sink slightly below the water. A thunderous explosion, like the roar of a monster, rang out. A black ray that was tens of meters long shot out, striking the triangular fin on the Thornback Ironwill's back. Roar, large amounts of blood spurted out, and the whale let out enraged howls. Pack. At this moment, a chain filled with runes was pulled until it was stretched out. "Now's the time, pull." At the other side of the chain was the ship from before. Jiger's spiritual force undulations intensified to the limit as he howled in anger. The ship was pulled with such force that the hull started to shake abruptly. A game of tug-of-war was now happening between the Thornback Ironwill and the ship, hindering its movement. As this opportunity revealed itself, Jiger Dole launched his final attack from the air. The King of Evil's true eye, Death Ray. Tremendous amounts of dark red rays appeared from Jiger Dole's large vertical pupil, piercing into the eyes of the Thornback Ironwill. It suddenly closed its eyes, and its body started to convulse and thrash wildly, as if it was having a fit. "Moo!" The Godric immediately roared and charged towards the Thornback Ironwill. After shooting that ray, Jiger Dole seemed to have spent all his energy. He slowly fell to the deck, even the tendrils on his body no longer able to help in maintaining a standing position. "Father!" Jiger immediately came over, using his many tendrils to help his father stand up. Roar! Following its berserk howls, the Thornback Ironwill's eyes flew open once more. However, there was now a significant amount of blood pouring out from both eyes. The Thornback's bloodthirsty berserker transformation, I never thought it would awaken its bloodline. Jiger Dole stared at the outburst of strength from the Thornback Ironwill as it sent the heavily injured Godric flying. His complicated feelings couldn't be masked by his spiritual force. Jiger Dole saw the crazed Thornback Ironwill charging towards the ship and immediately came before Leylin, pleading with him, "Mr. Ley, please help us." "Don't worry." Leylin revealed a good-natured smile from behind the mask of the Dreamless and arrived before the giant cannon. Due to the iron chains and the harpoon anchoring it, the whole fleet's movement was restricted. It was as if there was a deep-sea demon that was tugging on the chains, trying to pull the entire fleet into the sea. This world's paths of power seem to be reliant on awakening one's bloodline innate abilities as well as on sacrifices. I can't use anything too outstanding, otherwise it'll raise suspicion. Having decided what action to take, Leylin came beside the chain and placed his palm on its surface. The ice-cold metal was shaking slightly, and only now was Leylin able to deeply understand the immense strength of the Thornback Ironwill while in its enraged state. The best spell model for the situation was transferred to him by the AI chip, and immediately after a dim layer of light covered his hands. Metal animation. The whole length of the iron chain seemed to transform, and it began to ripple like a wave down from the top of the chain until it reached the other end. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 703, Port Elias. The enormous Thornback Ironwill roared and didn't charge at the ship again. Its gigantic body continued to spin in place, and it finally began to start twitching. The merfolk on the deck, and even Jiger and Jiger Dole, were completely stunned as they watched the scene. This terrible deep-sea creature that had nearly destroyed their entire fleet had been left like this with one strike from Mr. Lay. They couldn't even understand what method he had used. For a moment, they gazed at Leylin with reverence. However, it was as if he didn't notice that at all. His eyes were still locked on the struggling Thornback Ironwill. After a short while, the whale's struggling grew less and less pronounced, until it finally became completely still. Clouds of black smoke emerged from the harpoon wound it had sustained. Whoosh! The enormous harpoon returned suddenly, bringing with it a white lump of brain matter. By the time the harpoon was back on deck, Jiger Dole was shocked to find that it had already transformed into a giant palm of steel. The hand sifted through the brain material of the whale, before finally passing a solid black lump of material to Leylin. Immediately afterwards, it withdrew into the opening of the cannon and returned to being a harpoon once more. It seemed to have lost all of its previous vitality. What terrifying power! Jiger Dole felt a trace of fear in his heart. That type of living metal, once it entered his body, just the thought of it made him shudder all over. From Leylin's view, it was foolish to wish the entire world would know about every impressive fight one fought. A Magus was someone who grasped the power of the truth, and ought to know how to use a minimal amount of power to reap the maximum amount of benefits. As a result, he only modestly shook his head and said, "My current strength doesn't count for much. It's all thanks to Mr. Leylin's strength that our fleet survived. If not for you, I'm afraid our fleet would have suffered great losses this time." Jiger Dole expressed his thanks sincerely. Also, this is the Thornback Ironwill's most valuable resource." Leylin raised the dark solid in his hand, a fishy smell spreading from it. "Congratulations, Mr. Leylin. This is the essence of the whale, a resource unique to the Thornback Ironwill. It's very rare to see such a big piece." Although Jiger Dole said this with some envy, he didn't have any sinister thoughts. If Leylin was a normal person, he would have already snatched this kind of precious material away and thrown him into the ocean to feed the fish. However, he didn't have the courage to do this to Leylin. In fact, he wouldn't even think of it. "Oh," Leylin nodded, and simply tossed the whale essence to Jiger Dole. "Treat this as compensation for allowing me passage on your ship." This type of material wasn't worth much in Leylin's eyes, so he'd given it away without thought. However, Jiger felt that Leylin was shrouded in mystery. An adventurer who could so easily give away such a treasure was likely to be very strong. Under Jiger Dole's command, the fleet of ships then arrived at the place where the battle had taken place and began to strip the Thornback Ironwill to pieces. Every part of a rank 3 sea creature's body was precious, not to mention the special whale essence. This was worth up to 5 times more than the original goods they were carrying. Leylin did not care about that sort of thing, but it was serendipitous for Jiger and Jiger Dole. Leylin did not interfere with the resource gathering, only watching them break down the Thornback Ironwill as they cut out pieces of its flesh and skin. Simultaneously, the Godric was once again called back to the ship, with groups of merfolk sailors roaming around its body, applying a gelatinous material to its wounds. This continued for nearly a day. Although the majority of the Purgatory World's daily cycle was night, the bright moonlight made it seem like day. By the time the fleet had set sail once again, the The smile in Jiger Dole's large vertical eye was so pronounced he was almost squinting. They'd had no choice but to discard some of the miscellaneous low-value goods in order to lighten their shipment weight. The Godric had recovered from most of its injuries as well and had regained its vitality. It pulled the ship even against the strong headwinds, and after the sails had been let down, even the larger ships ran at a decent speed. An unbroken group of islands appeared on the horizon after the third sunrise, looking like a string of pearls. A few white seagulls let out excited cries as they circled the sky. "Port Elias, we've finally arrived." Leylin was leaning against the mast, looking at the nearby waterway. This was the last supply point on the Hale Continent route and was a prosperous port. Surveying the area, Leylin was pleased to find many boats. These boats had aged model numbers similar to Jiger's, and there were even metallic warships in the place. There were also many ships far larger than the ones in Leylin's party. It wasn't just alchemy technology, magic drove the extraordinary ships as well. Leylin even saw a pirate ship that was entirely under the control of undead creatures, with numerous skeletons and flame spirits manning the deck. A tattered black skeleton flag that was triangular in shape hung from the top, reeking of a bloody and savage aura. However, what surprised Leylin the most was that they weren't attacking the other vessels. This area is the domain of Port Elias. Under its protection, even pirates obey the law. Even if they readily commit crimes in the deep seas, they must obediently restrain themselves in this place, Jiger kindly explained. Although Mr. Leylin possesses awe-inspiring strength, it is better to abide by Port Elias' rules. After all, there are some strong people overseeing Port Elias who possess power comparable to those of the star rank. "I understand. Thank you for your kindness," Leylin nodded. He had understood the power ranking of the Evil Eye tribe completely, and they weren't as strict as the Magus World about it. They simply judged strength by age. The tribe members only had a few stages of strength. There was the stage of infancy, followed by adolescence, adulthood, and at the peak were the elders. There was less than one elder eye among 10,000 evil eyes. As for Jiger's description of the port overseers having strength on par with the star rank and things like that, those who were talked about in that way could be considered morning stars. Although a thorough classification was impossible, it was still possible to understand the rankings to some extent. Once someone was labeled a star rank, in the eyes of the Evil Eye tribe, only the oldest of the elder eyes could compete with them. Jiger was considered to be in his adolescence, possessing a strength similar to rank 1 or 2 Magi. As for his father, Jiger Dole had entered adulthood and roughly had the strength of a rank 3 Magus. Their innate racial abilities gave them a slight edge over Magi of a similar rank. "If there is nothing else, Jiger, let us part here," Leylin said as he looked at the fast-approaching port and the densely populated ships, some of which were unique. Hearing that Leylin wanted to leave the fleet made Jiger anxious immediately. "Lord Ley, did we do something lacking in respect? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Leylin was, after all, someone who possessed great strength but wasn't greedy. No matter which ship's captain he met, they would try to rope him in. And although Port Elias was already very close to the mainland, they still required a month of sailing. If they ran into any danger, Leylin would be a safeguard. "My apologies. I wish to stay in Port Elias for some time and inquire after my own fleet. Although the chances of my companions surviving is very slim." Leylin's eyes seemed to grow dazed, and seeing him like this, Jiger could say nothing more. After all, it was only right and proper to search for one's companions. When Jiger Dole received this news, his tendrils immediately blanched white at their ends. He moved on deck. "Mr. Ley will be leaving." "What a pity." A feeling of reluctance and regret was transmitted with his spiritual force undulations. "I've already dallied here far too long. I'd like to thank the Eden Trading Company and the two of you once more for your selfless help. May the glory of the Purgatory world be with you." Having spent some time exploring it, Leylin already knew the conversatory etiquette of the Purgatory world. He spoke without a single mistake and seemed like a real native. "What a pity. Since it's like that, please accept this gift." Jiger Dole waved his hand, and a merman immediately handed a scroll made of skin to Leylin respectfully. This scroll even had a fine layer of fish scales on top of it, and the light it reflected was dazzling. It looked extremely bright and beautiful. Leylin reached out and took the scroll before gently unfurling it. The scroll unfolded to show a light yellow map, next to which were some simple rules. This is a map of Port Elias, and it includes some matters to take note of. I trust that it will be of some use to you. Jiger Dole sent over a wave of spiritual force. The AI chip scanned the scroll and committed the information to Leylin's memory in a flash. He wouldn't ever forget this information now, but he still rolled it up and put it away and expressed his thanks. Many thanks. This map will be very useful to me. We will be resting and restocking our supplies here at Port Elias for a while. If Mr. Leylin has any other needs, please don't hesitate to come and find us. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 704, Parting and Underground. Jiger Dole and his son appeared to be completely cordial towards strong individuals, and Leylin only responded with a smile. Attention, attention, you have now entered Port Elias. This area is under the protection of the mighty Master of the Void, the Flapwing, the dignitary of the Asak continent, the almighty nefarious Filthbird. We advise that you abide by the port's rules, lest you suffer the wrath of the port's guardians and the Supreme's punishment. A mechanical voice transmitted the message onto the ship, carrying a trace of a threat with it. Jiger Dole, however, was evidently used to this and did not react. After all, the port was being protected by a powerful dignitary, so they could only follow the rules. The nefarious Filthbird, Asak continent's dignitary. Leylin's eyes flickered slightly as he looked towards the top of the port and saw a giant statue of a bird atop an enormous mountain. Isn't this place near the Hail continent? How can the dignitary of another continent spread its influence all the way here? Unless... Many ideas ran through Leylin's mind. On the surface, however, Leylin was calm and collected as he followed Jiger Dole off the ship and into the docks. There was a flood of people on the ground, and the clamor in the place was spectacular. Even the air in the region seemed to be sizzling slightly. The fishy smell of sea trade, the odor of livestock, and other assorted scents blended into a stench that could make anyone feel nauseous. Even Leylin's brow creased a little in response. Crash, crash, a huge mechanical arm rumbled monotonously, grabbing goods from the holds and decks of the ships and transporting them down. At the end of the endlessly operating transport belt was a gigantic body, and next to it were tall and very muscular humanoids. They shouted as they transported the boxes of raw goods away. From time to time, the urging and condemning of a yardmaster could be heard. If they used extraordinary magical power, the entire process could be sped up considerably. However, without even considering whether that would be cost-effective, why would those extraordinarily powerful people condescend to perform such menial tasks? Mister, your ship was confirmed to be an ancient Type 3 model, accompanied by a huge life form of rank 5 physical status. You will need to pay, at this moment. A flexible-looking giant octopus that was holding a notebook, a fountain pen, and other such tools arrived in front of Jiger Dole. I know. Jiger Dole waved his hand, throwing a little black bag to the octopus. Furthermore, Leylin saw Jiger Dole stuff a pink pearl into one of the octopus tentacle suckers. The pearl disappeared in a wink and Leylin was left speechless. Apparently, no matter what era it was, this sort of thing was unavoidable. All right then, Mr. Jiger Dole, Mr. Jiger. I shall take my leave first. As soon as Jiger Dole finished his procedures, Leylin bid them farewell with a smile, and shortly after his figure disappeared into the bustling crowd. Jiger Dole and Jiger looked in Leylin's direction, and they couldn't help but covertly exchange spiritual undulations with each other for a while. Mr. Ley left just like that? Jiger still couldn't resign himself to this. Cheer up, son. Jiger Dole's spiritual undulations were transmitted over. Even without our help, Mr. Ley had enough strength to arrive at the continent by himself. It was only a matter of time. Furthermore, we have already benefited a lot from the Thornback Ironwell he gave us, so we shouldn't make too many unreasonable demands. Fair trade and complying with the law, that is what our almighty senior, the Trial's Eye, has taught us. We must follow his doctrine thoroughly. Yes, you're right, Lord Father. Jiger's vertical eye showed his low spirits, as did his tendrils. However, I still feel like it's a pity. Lord Ley's departure is actually good for us. there was still a trace of dignity in Jiger Dole's large vertical eyes. "What do you mean?" Jiger didn't seem to understand. "I am afraid the secret Mr. Lay carries isn't a small matter. Although I haven't made in-depth contact with him, I'm already near the bottleneck of the elder stage, and even with my spiritual sight Mr. Lay was still shrouded in fog. Occasionally, his aura makes me feel oppression and fear that not even the elders can generate." Jiger Dole still seemed to have some lingering fear. If such a person were to have an outburst and attack us, it would be a disaster to the fleet and the entire Eden Trading Company. Now, however, he decided to leave us of his own accord. Since we're still on friendly terms, it's good for both parties. "So that's the case. Mr. Lay was actually this powerful?" Jiger looked at his father. Suddenly, he became aware that there was still a lot of things left for him to learn. "AI chip, what's the progress on the data collection?" Leylin leisurely strolled around the streets while secretly communicating with the AI chip. "Beep, collecting data on the outside world. 79 new species were discovered, 34 species match information on the database, 25 unknown. 20 species are completely foreign organisms." The AI chip's reply was lightning quick, and it projected a great amount of data in front of Leylin. In ancient times, the Magus World was incomparably powerful and had taken over many worlds. Ancient Magi had even made contact with the Purgatory World, which meant that it was possible to find the descriptions of some lifeforms in the large amount of ancient data that the AI chip had collated. Leylin opened an image at random, and from the picture, a ball of thick black mist that did not have a fixed form emerged. This was a member of an alien tribe he had seen earlier. Black Mist Clan, a semi-elemental lifeform, enjoys living in environments full of darkness particles, suspected to be native to the Shadow World. In ancient times, they had migrated to many other worlds, and there are currently 12 subspecies that have been discovered. The many passers-by on the street did not make a fuss over the appearance of the ball of black mist, so they were clearly accustomed to it. In addition to the Black Mist Clan, Leylin had discovered many ancient tribes that were recorded in the ancient books and even some completely unknown creatures. All these existences lived harmoniously and prosperously in Port Elias. Different tribes had different lifestyles. This could cause some contradictions and disrupt harmony, especially for those kinds of dark existences at these docks, but Leylin didn't notice any intense conflicts or fights. It was clear that they were under strong suppression. In terms of biodiversity and number of special species, the Purgatory World has probably surpassed the Magus World. Leylin's expression was slightly grave. Just the power of laws that the Purgatory World's 7 dignitaries possessed was enough to crush the surface Magus World. If not for the Magus World's will suppressing foreign laws to a terrifying degree, perhaps it would already have been conquered by powerful beings from other worlds. "No, I'm afraid the will's suppression wouldn't be enough to deter the Snake Dowager and the others." Leylin stroked his chin. "Even if they've been suppressed, entities that wield laws can very easily deal with rank 6 Breaking Dawn monarchs. Only creatures of equal rank could make them worry. Could it be that there are some rank 7 or greater magi from ancient times still in the Magus World? Perhaps they are hiding in a secret location and have become enough of a formidable force to intimidate other worlds. No, if they were on the surface, no matter how low a profile they kept, rumors of these entities would have spread, unless they are underground." Leylin's eyes suddenly lit up. The Magus World still had a deep and vast subterranean world. Even the powerful magi from ancient times had only explored and discovered 7 layers of this underground world. Going into the subterranean world was too dangerous even for the ancient magi. If an abyssal, matriarch-ranked existence appeared in the 7 layers of the subterranean world, it was enough to rival the strongest law magi. Therefore, ancient magi were not able to completely control the subterranean world they had discovered. If it was like this within the 7 layers, then how about even deeper underground? Leylin suddenly felt somewhat fortunate. The underground of the Magus World was indeed deep, and no one knew what terrifying existences or shocking secrets were hidden there. He had boldly cooperated with the Laya's family to develop the underground, and as expected it was a sensible decision. Otherwise, if they attracted the attention of some powerful existence, let alone magi who wielded laws, even with the assistance of the strongest Breaking Dawn monarchs, there would be no profit left for him and Eam to make. All the influence would be taken over by others, and it would be working for nothing. This outcome was something he could never accept. Although the probability of the power of laws appearing in the first layer of the subterranean world was small, there would definitely be magi on the level of Breaking Dawn. Then there was that King Arthur, who had established the Arthur Empire. He had to be a Breaking Dawn magus, and could even be a powerhouse among the rank 6 magi. Leylin's eyes twinkled without end, boldly exploring the subterranean world, even if only the first layer, is truly an irrational thing to do before reaching rank 6. With this thought, Leylin couldn't help recalling that thorned Thunderbird Warlock clan's elder Eam Lias. Perhaps Eam was indeed making preparations to explore the subterranean world, and was waiting for Leylin to return? However, right now it was impossible for Leylin to return in the short term, and the earlier treaty was merely an agreement of intentions. The most crucial point was that Leylin had not agreed on a specific time to explore the subterranean world with Eam. Thus, it could not be said that he was violating the contract. "I'll have to ask you to wait a bit longer, Eam. Wait for me to advance to Breaking Dawn, then I will definitely go and fulfill our agreement." The corners of Leylin's mouth curved into a smile. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 705, Offerings and Beast Spirits Offerings and Beast Spirits Port Elias not only had the title of the Pearl of the Hale Continent, but also housed so many different races that even Leylin was left overwhelmed. That was not all. Both sides of the busy road were filled with multiple shops, selling anything from the lowest quality armor and protective gear to the highest grade equipment, such as high-grade sealing scrolls and other things. Everything one might need was present in these shops. Based on Leylin's understanding, the beings in Purgatory World were of varying races, each relying on their physical bodies and bloodline-specific innate abilities to battle. There was no need for them to train themselves. Their bloodlines would increase their strength with the simple passage of time until they reached their peak. Of all the systems, only 2 were used throughout the whole world: sacrificial offerings and beast spirits. These offerings meant sacrificing something or someone to a certain dignitary. After obtaining their blessing, an inhabitant would have their power increased in some form, be it a pure boost to their strengths or mysterious new abilities. The Path of Offerings was more like an exchange in Leylin's eyes. The natives would offer up items that were of value to their chosen dignitary, and in turn, these dignitaries help the natives increase their strength. Such methods were very similar to the gods in the world of gods, while still being somewhat different. Since he hadn't delved deeply into the subject, he couldn't be certain what exactly the difference was. Perhaps it had to do with the devotion that these beings held for their chosen dignitaries, but they did not request the beings to bring offerings every day or at fixed intervals. There were even some that could rely on their support even though they hadn't offered anything at the time. Although there was the need to have offered something of extraordinary value to the dignitary prior to that. This was a distinct difference from the gods of the world of gods. It looks like even power systems from the world of gods were assimilated during ancient times, and those past rank 6 in the Purgatory World have made some changes to them. Leylin touched his chin. In this enormous universe, the Magus World and the world of gods were like 2 extremes. They were the greatest in size and held the most powerful beings. These 2 worlds had real information about existences up to rank 8 in power. The primordial entities deduced that only when one of the 2 managed to seize the other's resources and gain their laws, power systems, and their knowledge that they could advance to eternality, to rank 9. This was what sparked the ancient Magus War. Having already advanced to the peak of rank 8, there was nothing else that would attract the attention of the Magi in the myriad other worlds. Only the guidance and understanding necessary to reach rank 9 would ignite their desire to fight for it, no matter how slim the chance. Of course, as these 2 worlds were about equal in power, the result was that both sides were severely crippled. The collective strength of the Magus world deteriorated greatly, and the world of gods had gone so far as to completely seal itself. It wasn't just these 2 worlds that were involved in the war. Countless smaller and weaker worlds suffered from collateral damage as well. Their unique strength and advancement systems had been leaked, and through real battle experience, the systems were refined to become more accessible. The Path of Offerings was something Leylin believed was an evolution of the system of faith that the gods used. They removed the restrictions between gods and their followers and turned it into a system of equivalent exchange. It was only after these changes that it fit the purgatory world's circumstances. After all, not every world's laws were suitable for the spread of religion. As for the second common method, the Path of Beast Spirits, Leylin had previously listened to some explanations about it from Jiger Dole. As the purgatory world was a home to various races, with numerous ferocious beasts and high-energy entities occupying it, some intellectual beings invented the concept of hunting these ferocious beasts and extracting their souls. After doing so, these would be sealed into the user's body, summoned during battles using certain techniques. Since sealed beasts differed in strength, it created different ranks for these beast spirit masters. On top of that, when one's beast spirit magic reached a higher rank, the corresponding beast spirit masters would be able to seal even more spirits. Ancient legends even spoke of a beast spirit master who had reached an unprecedented realm. He had sealed innumerable beast spirits at the level of Morning Star all over his body, and had enough power to destroy a whole continent. The energy from the sealed spirits could even aid in the cultivation of a beast spirit master, allowing them to reach a higher rank faster. Offerings and beast spirits are the main power systems in Purgatory World, Leylin mumbled to himself, his eyes scanning for shops with related material. These two strength systems could be considered the main paths to power of the sentient races in the Purgatory World. Looking at how vast the world was, it wouldn't be strange to find that smaller branch races had their own systems. Leylin wouldn't even be surprised if there were magic inheritances here. With a long period of data collection, and adding on the current lightspeed thought process of Leylin's own brain, he'd learnt much of the common languages in the Purgatory World with the help of the AI chip. At the very least, daily conversations were already no issue. Here it is, he though soon after setting his sights on a shop that looked like a huge open clam. He then walked in. He could sense a powerful aura pervading the shop, and given its location and the attitudes the pedestrians had towards it, he reasoned that this shop would have something worthy of his attention. "Welcome to my shop, revered alabaster devil snake, descendant of the dignitary snake dowager." A voice sounded in Leylin's head the moment he entered the shop. It surprised him. Although he was still using the alabaster devil snake's bloodline to conceal himself, it was very rare for someone to have the ability to even notice that layer of concealment. The shop owner clearly took him for a member of the alabaster devil snake family and sounded rather humble. After all, alabaster devil snakes grew to rank 5 upon maturity. In addition to their being descendants of a dignitary, they had a very high status. "Where are you?" Leylin surveyed the interior of the clam, which was just a white space with multicolored lights floating in the air. Information appeared in Leylin's mind. This was not spiritual force, but an even more mysterious kind of communication. Beep, detected soul force undulations coming through. Deny or accept? At this moment, the AI chip's prompt was transmitted. Now, Leylin had found a life form that could use soul force directly. "State your name." Leylin's lips did not move, but mysterious soul force was sent out. There was even a chaotic luster in Leylin's eyes, which let him immediately discover the energy core located in the middle of the white space. A green bundle of light was hidden within the layers of the void, with countless green soul force threads that linked it to the room. The customer was able to find my core? At this moment, the information transmitted from the core held a trace of alarm. Also, this energy is soul force. It was clearly shocked by Leylin's ability to use soul force and was extremely afraid. "This is the first time I've seen someone do something as stupid as allowing others into their own body." Leylin placed his hands behind his back and began to browse the shop's items, occasionally using soul force to communicate with it. Don't you know that once someone who can use soul force discovers your soul core, they could destroy you in an instant? Once the words left his mouth, Leylin felt the whole place shudder, especially the core. It was then that a trembling soul appeared. "Lord Alabaster Devil Snake, please forgive me." A little white person came out of the core and groveled at Leylin's feet. Don't worry, I'm just an ordinary customer. Leylin couldn't help but console this being after seeing it on the verge of fainting. Ordinary customer? Can ordinary customers use soul force? Do they possess such a terrifying aura of power? The little person's thoughts were bitter, but it could only follow behind Leylin carefully. Though your methods can scare other races who don't know about the soul force system, this is still far too risky. Leylin lectured it as he grabbed a blue bundle of light. A roaring snarl was transmitted from the bundle of light. Through the blue screen, Leylin could faintly see a small and exquisite sea fish. Its mouth was like a sharp pike which shone with a little luster. This is the golden pike trout. This beast spirit is very suitable for beginners seeking to become beast spirit masters. Seeing Leylin seemingly interested in the beast spirit, the little person immediately went beside him and began to introduce the fish with a fawning expression on his face. If my lord likes it, I can. Suddenly, the thought that drawing in a person that could take control of his life and death had the little person apprehensive and in fear. Perhaps even if Leylin wanted to take everything in its shop for free, it would be forced to agree. No, thank you. This sort of thing is useless to me. Leylin waved his arms. Do you have anything with a general introduction to the Path of Offerings and beast spirit spells? The more detailed, the better. Yes, I do. The little person smiled and waved his arms. Two tremendous red bundles of light flew over. The rays dissipated and revealed a cow horn bugle and a pink shell. Leylin picked up the bugle horn and immediately received a prompt from the AI chip. Discovered spiritual force data interface. Accept or deny? Evidently, the two items were like crystal spheres in the Magus World, acting as a medium to store information. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 706, Transaction and Temporary Residence Transaction and Temporary Residence. Accept. With a thought, the cow horn bugle in Leylin's hand was enveloped in a layer of light that slowly turned it to ashes. Many images and words appeared in Leylin's mind, getting recorded and analyzed by the AI chip. Soon after, the same happened to the pink shell. 2 new documents were stored in the AI chip after this process, making a look of satisfaction to appear on Leylin's face. The little person, however, looked heartbrokenly at the pile of ashes. Gathering the complete set of information, as well as finding an expert to record it into a storage system, had taken a large amount of effort and wealth. Beep, new folders recorded. Path of Offerings and Beast Spirit Magic. Incomplete. The AI chip's prompt appeared. Leylin could understand the incompleteness. After all, a tiny shop like this wouldn't normally have such profound information. When he saw that the techniques led all the way to the Morning Star level, Leylin was slightly shocked. In the Magus World, it was extremely rare to own a high-grade meditation technique with 4 complete layers. This was certainly the greatest treasure you could find within a small-scale shop like this. On the surface, however, Leylin still furrowed his brows in dissatisfaction. This information seems to be incomplete, he said, causing the little person to quiver in fear. My lord, these 2 sets of information were sent over from the Hail Continent. Both have been inspected by the Holy Land and are most certainly complete. With these, one can cultivate to the Morning Star level. There's no doubt about it, the little person exclaimed resolutely. Morning Star. It seems as though the Purgatory World follows the Magus World's ranking system. Leylin nodded and asked, then how would I be able to get techniques above the Morning Star level? This question seemed to put the little person in a difficult spot. My lord, there are various races with techniques above the Morning Star level, but these are considered absolute secrets. Even getting this set of information was quite risky. The little person had spoken immediately upon seeing the grim look on Leylin's face, and he continued, wait, my lord, I know. You can definitely find something within the holy city of the Hail Continent, which is also the city of the Snake Dowager's descendants. Furthermore, you belong to the Alabaster Devil Snake clan, so you'll make it inside without any problems. The Snake Dowager's descendants. Holy City? These names surprised Leylin. This was probably the Snake Dowager's base camp. Though Leylin still needed more information, revealing his unfamiliarity with the Holy City would raise suspicions. Moreover, killing this little person to shut his mouth would attract guards and make things even more difficult. The Holy City is too far away. Are there no other methods? Leylin's eyes narrowed as he sized up this little person in front of him. "I'm sorry, my lord, but there really are no other ways." The little person had a suffering expression, and Leylin confirmed that he was telling the truth and did not pressure him any further. Immediately after, Leylin proceeded to wipe the store clean. The little person's life was in Leylin's hand, so he could do nothing about it. A map of the continent. Though it doesn't seem to be very detailed, it will still prove useful. This should be the beast spirit of a Godric, so even souls of morning star beings can be collected. Though it's only in its infancy, this spirit can still be used. I'll also take this, and that. Leylin's insight allowed him to eliminate all the good things from the shop. My lord," the little person called out in a sobbing tone. He felt desperate as he saw all his collection of treasures disappearing, and he secretly regretted letting Leylin even enter his shop. Leylin found the little person's manner hilarious. "Who do you think I am? Do you really think I'd rob you and have you call for the garrison or the guards? After all, I know the rules of Port Ely as well." Leylin's words frightened the little person even further. "Respected lord. This little one didn't mean to." All right. I already told you I'd pay, so just take this," said Leylin as he threw a bag of pink pearls to the little person. Neither magic crystals nor astral stones could be used as currency in the purgatory world. Thus, Leylin wouldn't take them out and risk revealing himself. Since the purgatory world was not unified, there were all sorts of currencies and measuring systems in the different dignitaries' territories. Consequently, bartering was still the main strategy in long-distance trading. While on Jiger's ship, Leylin had gathered many deep-sea items using his own strength. Although it was just for fun, he had collected quite a few good ones with the AI chip's assistance and his soul force. Jiger was left stunned when he discovered this, and ended up purchasing most of Leylin's items with a pile of pink pearls. Leylin was also willing to sell them, and in exchange, receive items of equivalent value that could be used in this world. These pink crystals were very popular here and had very high value. One small bag was enough to buy everything in this shop. "Many thanks, my lord. Oh, my lord, you are like the stars in the sky, the darling of the many dignitaries. Your greatness, selflessness, impartiality, and fairness will be immortalized in song and spread throughout the myriad of worlds." Seeing that Leylin was serious about a fair transaction and was not threatening him, the little person became emotional. A song of praise for Leylin sprang from his lips immediately, but that only made Leylin shudder with goosepimples. All right, now our deal is complete, I'll be off." Unable to tolerate the little person's singing, Leylin took his items and left. After all, sound transmitted through soul energy was worse than harsh noise. Crash! After he left, the two large shells outside the shop closed and abruptly began to move, falling into the ocean nearby and splashing water everywhere. Why is old Cripple's shop closing so early today? A few passers-by were astonished. Doesn't he find joy in prying into his customers' secrets? There was even that saltwater octopus who was scared to the point of going mad. Soon after, they seemed to have thought of something, and they looked at Leylin, who had just walked out of the shop, with reverence. However, he quickly squeezed into the sea of people and disappeared without a trace. It seems like this shop has quite a reputation, though it doesn't seem to be a particularly good reputation. Leylin shook his head speechlessly and went further inside the port. He could now confirm that the Snake Dowager was the dignitary that ruled over the Hale continent. He had to thoroughly plan how to conceal himself from her and how to break his bloodline shackles. The first thing he had to do, however, was to settle down in Port Elias. The night curfew here was very strict, and if he did not get proof of his residence before night fell, he would probably be forced to leave. However, he was only a pink pearl away from resolving this issue. When night fell, Leylin was standing on the balcony of a luxurious private room in a hotel. He was gazing at the specks of light in Port Elias and the faraway lighthouse in the distance and the pitch-black sea. Near the port, many bright and beautiful images of every kind appeared, filled with enchanting splendor. It really is a prosperous and beautiful port. Leylin's eyes seemed to be filled with a deep expression as he sighed lightly. After closing the curtains, he laid half his body down on the soft sofa and sank into deep thought. The Snake Dowager was an unavoidable obstacle he had to overcome if he wanted to break the bloodline shackles. Fortunately, she resided in the Hale continent. With my concealment techniques as well as the cover provided by the Mask of the Dreamless, I should probably be able to hide from any large-scale soul sweeps she attempts. Even within the Hale Continent's holy city of snakes, I might be able to hide myself as long as I don't meet her personally. Leylin's eyes glinted. Not even beings who comprehended laws could quickly scan an entire continent, let alone detect the life of every creature within it. Only if she reached rank 9 would the Snake Dowager be able to do so. Right now, Leylin was emanating the aura of an alabaster devil snake. With this layer of concealment, he could travel through the Hale Continent as if it was his own back garden. Due to his research into bloodlines, Leylin was confident enough that even an alabaster devil snake itself would not be able to unveil his disguise. Unless, of course, he came across a rank 7 alabaster devil snake or an emperor. Leylin knew, however, that the Snake Dowager would not allow the existence of such a creature. It looks like it's necessary to risk entering the Hale Continent. I'll need to change my appearance. Leylin had not altered his appearance on Jiger's ship, and afterwards he had just hid under his cloak in Port Elias. To be safe, he decided to change his appearance to sneak into the Hale Continent. I'll need to add another layer of concealment to the Mask of the Dreamless. In the Hale Continent, there will definitely be descendants of the alabaster devil snake with mixed blood. I just need to keep resembling them completely. After thinking it through, Leylin looked gloomily at the large gray animal statue on the tall mountain through his window. What does the existence of the nefarious filthbird here signify? This was a port that belonged to the Hale Continent, yet people still followed the nefarious filthbird. Leylin could not understand it, but the implications presented here were worth ruminating over. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 707, Discovered and Scheme. Based on the information that Leylin had obtained, various dignitaries ruled over the different continents in the Purgatory world. Although the Hale Continent was the territory ruled by the Snake Dowager, there was a port that worshipped the nefarious filthbird in close proximity to it. This could only be some sort of test and provocation. The Snake Dowager and the nefarious filthbird must definitely be on bad terms. Leylin nodded as he recalled the scene where he'd gone through the barrier of the Purgatory world. But I have the feeling that things aren't quite so simple. Leylin stroked his chin as he thought of something. That father and son pair, Jiger and Jiger Dole, are rather suspicious. As they were beholders, they worshipped the ancient Trial's Eye. This port, however, was under the protection of the nefarious filthbird. Even if entry into the port was freely allowed, it was still rather strange for them to come here. Of course, in an era of pirates navigating the open seas, there were bound to be stolen goods. Prosperous and free ports were areas where they could dispose of them safely. If Port Elias could shelter even the most evil and fierce pirates, allowing the beholders to trade here would be fine. However, Leylin still felt that something was slightly amiss. Previously, during the Thornback Ironwell's attack, Jiger Dole had only used the bloodline abilities unique to his race, and did not reveal any skills related to the Path of Offerings or Spirit Beast magic. It was as if he did not know anything about them, and he was obviously hiding something. In that case, I can finally put that plan into action. It was something I originally came up with while I was bored, but Leylin touched his chin. Even if they had not come to his aid, Leylin could still have reached the port alone. Jiger Dole had only provided information, service, and a ride to Port Elias. By helping them fight against the Thornback Ironwill and gifting them its resources, they were now even. AI chip, begin, Leylin commanded. Beep. Mission established, beginning connection with Stardust bugs. Collecting information. The AI chip's robotic voice loyally intoned. A multitude of glowing lights flickered in front of Leylin, turning into a screen. A variety of sounds were transmitted as well. After bidding farewell to Jiger and Jiger Dole, Leylin had secretly left behind a few Stardust bugs on their bodies to ensure his secrecy would be maintained. With neither of the two having reached the Elder Phase, the Morning Star realm, they couldn't even discover the Stardust bugs, let alone get rid of them. At this moment, the screen zoomed in on a scene. In a cellar-like area, orange-yellow candle light flickered, showing Jiger and Jiger Dole's large pupils. This! Leylin immediately focused on the scene with interest. The AI Chip analyzed the spiritual force communication, translating it into words that were displayed on the screen. At the back of the cellar was a third figure. They were clad in a large cloak that did not reveal their race or gender. This person seemed to hold a very high status. Jiger could only kneel in a corner while Jiger Dole reported respectfully, "My lord, this time there were no issues with the transportation of our goods. Although we met a thornback ironwheel, the casualties were minimal. Also, along the trade route we met with a humanoid exemplary who called himself Lay. Not only does he have powerful magic abilities, which allowed him to face the thornback ironwheel head-on, he's also proficient in metal alteration spells." Jiger Dole did not hesitate to betray Leylin, and no thoughts of protecting him seemed to cross his mind. Lay, what an unfamiliar name, a powerful humanoid. There doesn't seem to be any information about him in the nearby seas. A robotic voice came from the cloaked figure. Nevertheless, its tone changed, causing Jiger Dole's tendrils to quiver. "Are you not aware that, based on the rules of our organization, should you find anyone at or above rank 3, you are to rope them in or even make them accept the holy eye baptism, so they too can feel the greatness of the mighty ancient trial's eye?" Seeing this lord on the verge of flaring up, Jiger, who was kneeling on the ground nearby, suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, the truth is, we already did all we could to keep that Mr. Lay around. He, however, seemed to be very resolute in going on his own way. As we were afraid that he would notice anything, we did not press him further to stay. Jiger." Immediately after, Jiger Dole turned back and shouted, a whip of spiritual force had already formed. Alas, it was too late. "You seem to be dissatisfied with my reprimand." The dark figure shot Jiger a cold glance. Along with its words, the temperature in the cellar lowered. HSS, HSS, with a terrifying hiss, the faint image of a giant snake appeared from under the cloak and abruptly bit Jiger. Pack. Jiger's large, only eye enclosed in many bloody veins. Numerous tendrils shrunk back, leaving only a ball of meat, unceasingly rolling on the ground. "My lord, I beg of you, please forgive Jiger's rashness." Jiger Dole's giant eye quickly touched the ground. "Make sure this never happens again." The black figure looked completely calm as it watched Jiger screaming and rolling on the ground. 10 or so minutes later, the giant snake finally withdrew its teeth and dissipated into a white light. "Jiger, quick, apologize and thank our lord for his benevolence." Countless tendrils extended from Jiger Dole's body and helped Jiger up. Jiger's eyes were now filled with fear, and the aura on his body had decreased in strength. His soul had evidently received some damage. Many thanks, my lord." Jiger struggled as he spoke. Even his spiritual undulations were intermittent. The black figure moved its head, and its tone immediately changed. "The transport of the goods this time is very important. It's an important material that my master needs to resist the power of chaos, thus it cannot be lost. Although you only sent the spare portions, it's not bad. We are grateful for the blessing of our dignitary, the trial's eye." Jiger and Jiger Dole answered solemnly. "After resting here, send these supplies to the Hale continent. This port is protected by evil and chaotic power, and although most wouldn't expect us to come here and make use of it, we still shouldn't delay." The black figure looked grim as it spoke, and the beholder pair agreed. At the end, as if in passing, it suddenly asked, "Did you check the origins of that lay?" Hearing the topic that had caused him to be punished again, Jiger shrunk back while Jiger Dole laughed wryly. "He seemed quite mysterious to me. While he wasn't clueless about the purgatory world, there was something off. I have received intel from the Holy City. The dignitary of the Hale continent, the mighty ruler of all snakes, has secretly set up a bounty, offering a large reward for a Magus from another world." The black shadow suddenly brought up something else, and only Jiger Dole's gigantic eye blinked. "Does my lord think that Lay could be that Magus from another world?" "I can only say that it's a possibility. No matter how small the chances are, it's still worth investigating. After all, the ruler's rewards are very generous, and our organization is on rather good terms with the Holy City. As their allies, it is our duty to help them, right?" The black figure then looked at Jiger Dole. "Since he'll be staying at Port Elias for a while, lead me to his location so we can pay him a visit and proceed with the final verification." "Understood, my lord." Jiger Dole bowed respectfully. The screen flickered off and Leylin was left silent. After a long while, a wry smile appeared on his face. As expected, it seems that no matter how cautious I am, it's easy to be seen through. I can't use this appearance anymore. This current identity was what Leylin intended to use while learning the customs of the purgatory world. Once he perfected his speech and could blend in with the natives, this appearance would then be abandoned. Now, however, he had to do this earlier than planned. What I never expected was that something I had set up just as a precaution would become useful to me. Leylin looked grim, also evil and chaotic power. Weren't those the characteristics of the nefarious filthbird? Based on the battles with the Trial's Eye in various worlds, I'm not surprised that organizations that belong to the Trial's Eye have malicious intent towards this port. What's more, it looks like they even have support from the organizations in the Hale continent. He did his best to connect the dots. It appears like Jiger Dole is a small part of a large plan set in motion by a subordinate organization of the Trial's Eye. The timing was just right for me to get involved in it. Although I was prepared to change my identity, I think it's better to make this organization disappear. Leylin had no conflict of interest with Jiger Dole before, so he naturally didn't mind being kind to them. Now, however, since it had been revealed that they would threaten his core, he would take no pity on them. He had decided to eliminate them. I can't do it by myself, though. The target is simply too large. There should be a better way. Perhaps this is an opportunity. An opportunity to infiltrate their organization and enter the core of the Hale continent. Leylin's eyes brightened. This was a territory protected by the nefarious filthbird. The moment the protectors of the port found out there were a bunch of believers of the Trial's Eye sneakily plotting against them, what would the consequences be like? There was no need for precise information. Just spreading some misleading rumors would be enough for the two sides to become hostile and even attack each other. No matter what the result of the battle would be, they would definitely not have any time to think about Leylin's whereabouts. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 708, Encirclement and Confrontation. Encirclement and Confrontation. Still. Leylin stroked his face, which was covered by the cold mask of the dreamless, a mask which had traces of golden red lines engraved upon it. This mask is too conspicuous. It wouldn't be good for hiding. A wave of pure white light suddenly emanated from Leylin's body. Within the radiant and dazzling light, dense white scales appeared on the mask of the dreamless, and a bloodline aura unique to alabaster devil snakes unceasingly strengthened. In the end, the whole mask became illusory and disappeared into Leylin's skull. However, a thin layer of white scales replaced the mask. After the flash of light, Leylin's face underwent a huge transformation. His brows became thinner and longer, his now crimson eyes emanating terrifying light. His tongue grew slightly forked, and finally his teeth became incomparably sharp and menacing. He continuously radiated dreamforce, and it condensed to form a thin layer around him. Leylin fashioned a mirror of water and looked at his new appearance in the reflection with satisfaction. A mixed-blood descendant of the alabaster devil snakes should look like this. A layer of serpentine skin and many white scales were left on his face, forming complex and intricate patterns that gave him a unique aura. He now looked exactly like a half-snake, a hybrid between a python and a human. In the end, pretending to be a mixed-blood was a simple task with the AI chip's abilities and the blood of an alabaster devil snake. Clang, clang, clang. Leylin listened quietly to the dull sound of a gigantic copper clock hanging at the heart of Port Elias. The large clock rang 12 times. Its piercing rings ceaselessly rang out and caused the glass window to shake slightly. It should be midnight. Leylin put on a black cloak, quickly disappearing from the balcony. Since he had already changed his appearance, it was obvious that he would need to give up this residence. Besides, there was much that he needed to do in the depth of the night. As for the port's nightly curfew, it certainly was not as important as the preparations he needed to make. The dark night is the perfect cover for a great many things. Leylin gazed at the round moon in the sky emitting blue light and chuckled slightly. His figure melded into the darkness. What really happened that night would become an everlasting mystery. The only thing the residents of Port Elias knew was that the next morning, the guards in charge of security were encircling a warehouse. Many patrols and battleships surrounded all of the Eden Trading Company's ships in the sea. Even the Godric had been attacked, and its low roars rolled out with the white waves of the sea. What is this? We are honest merchants. The Eden Trading Company has always traded legally. You can't do this. Seeing the guards ready to attack, Jiger collapsed in fear, but Jiger Dole maintained its calm. One of its tendrils was waving a badge around as it released intense spiritual force undulations. Do you see this? This is the badge of your Vice Captain Iker. We are his guests. You can't. Iker was captured long ago. An indifferent voice sounded from the back as the troops split in two, creating a passage. A human-like being with gray feathers stepped forth, exuding the aura of someone who had been a leader for a long time. The armor he wore had an image of the nefarious filthbird's wings on the breastplate. There's no need for you to wait for help. Iker has been charged for corruption and colluding with the enemy. He's as good as dead. This being from a different tribe stared at Jiger Dole coldly, its eyes filled with bloodlust. You damned beholders, we open the port to you, and you dare to conspire against our leader's rule. Even the fires of the 9th level of hell cannot cleanse you of your sins. Elia's governor, isn't he the one in charge of the Chaos troops? Jiger Dole's eye went cold, knowing that his cover had been seen through. How did you find out about us? Piercing red light shone from his large eye, stunning a few guards for a moment. Dead people don't need answers. Take them out, leave none alive, in the name of the almighty Flapwing. The governor ordered coldly. The guards beside him roared with a fanatical expression in their eyes. They pounced forth while brandishing their weapons. These guards were all natives of the continent, devout worshippers of the ruling nefarious filthbird. The beholders were their greatest enemy. True eye of the nefarious monarch, Death Ray. Rays of death that were even more terrifying than before burst out from Jiger Dole's eye. A few giant sea lions nearby crumbled to the ground, and even their soul undulations were completely destroyed. This time, Jiger Dole did not collapse after using the rays of death. A few ash-gray tendrils extended from his body, at the very tip holding eyeballs of an unknown creature. Almighty ruler of justice, protector of all contracts, selfless judge, extraordinary dignitary, the trial's eye that has existed across the past, the present, and the future, accept this offering from your humble servant. Jiger Dole released strange spiritual force undulations, causing the air to shimmer. A multitude of light rays transformed into a small spell formation. An orb of red flames floated atop the spell formation, wrapping around the animal eyes in Jiger Dole's tendrils. TSS, a shadow of the trial's eye appeared behind Jiger Dole, and its expression showed approval. Threads of pure energy surged forth from this phantom, pouring into Jiger Dole's body. Having gained strength from the trial's eye, Jiger Dole's body expanded. A berserk aura was released, and any weakness from before disappeared completely. Swish! Large pure white tendrils grabbed a guard with the head of an ox, lifting him into the air. Jiger Dole snarled, and the guard made pathetic sounds as the tendrils slowly tightened around him. Blood and crushed bones leaked out of the gaps, dripping to the ground. A rank 3 sacrificer, we've caught a big one. Elia's governor looked extremely solemn as he watched Jiger Dole, who seemed to have gone insane. In addition to the abilities of his own race, Jiger Dole had evidently trained the Path of Offerings to the 3rd rank. The Path of Offerings seemed very simple, as it only required a suitable item to sacrifice in exchange for power. However, it was quite troublesome when it came to raising one's rank. After all, there weren't that many things a dignitary would covet. A rank 3 sacrificer not only had offered something unique to the dignitary, but also devoutly followed the dignitary's doctrine. In other words, this was someone who had been brainwashed. For the trial's eye, a rank 3 sacrificer was a devout believer that should have its wishes answered very quickly. Furthermore, other than the territory of the dignitary they followed, sacrificers weren't welcome in any other places. Hence, when the Thornback Ironwill appeared, Jiger Dole decided not to show his power as a sacrificer. After all, using this power would show that he was a crazed believer of the trial's eye. A person with that status would not be accepted in a free port like Elia's. Sacrificers of this rank had to be closely monitored any time they went to a continent that was not under the rule of their dignitary. A rank 3 sacrificer can use the power of their dignitary to reduce fatigue and replenish spiritual force. If one becomes a sacrificer of the highest rank, it is said that the dignitary will even be willing to share the power of laws. Elia's governor muttered to himself as Jiger Dole went crazy. As expected, that enormous eye doesn't harbor good intentions. He even used such a high-rank sacrificer to infiltrate our territory. At this thought, the governor's face went grim and he patted his chest. With a deafening roar, a giant bear over 10 meters tall sprung out of his chest. This giant bear had coarse orange fur all over its body. Its paws were very big and had dark, thick fingernails. At its chest, white fur converged to form a strange rune. Beast Spirit Magic Summoning Technique Berserk Bolt Bear. Crackle, crackle, the white lightning rune flickered on its chest and sparks converged on the bear's paw. The paw was now sheathed in powerful lightning. The giant bear summon snarled, smacking downwards with its sharp, lightning-enhanced claws. Crackle, rumble. The roof of the warehouse was completely lifted and sent flying away, and thick smoke spread out on the ground, which rumbled as if an earthquake had occurred. Once the dust had settled, a huge pit was left behind on the ground, with scorch marks around the edges. The berserk bolt bear continued to roar thunderously, and with a single swipe, a red figure was sent flying out. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 709, Shadow and Sudden Attack. Shadow and sudden attack. The one who was sent flying so impressively was obviously Jiger Dole. He now had 3 cauterized slashes on his body, obviously an injury from the lightning claws of the berserk bolt bear. Afterwards, Jiger was dragged out by it, curled up into a ball. A powerful force rippled through the area once more, suppressing the lightning burns that Jiger Dole had sustained. "Get away!" he screamed, spiritual force sweeping out to send a few guards flying immediately. Blood and brain juices began to leak from their eyes and ears, pouring out like a flood. Many sacrificers liked to draw the supportive offerings to suppress their injuries. Thinking of leaving? The Elia's governor's eyes flashed ominously. Summon Nighthawk. An enormous tattoo of a black hawk suddenly emerged from his forehead. The large hawk was so vivid it seemed alive, and after the governor issued a command, the beast spirit instantly transformed into a streak of light. A high-pitched cry sounded out as it soared into the air, its enormous wings spreading to blot out the skies. This beast spirit? Leylin was amongst the onlookers in the distance, wrapped up tightly in a black cloak as he watched the battle attentively with his blue eyes. A giant beast at Morningstar. It looks like the governor isn't simply playing around. Leylin knew very well that the governor was at least rank 4. The berserk bolt bear he had previously summoned had only been rank 3, and it was obviously used to toy with Jiger and Jiger Dole. No, instead he had not even taken notice of them. He was far more interested in the depths of the warehouse and in the hidden presence in the cellar. Leylin could sense a terrifying bloodline force hiding deep underground that was even draining most of the governor's strength. As it were, the strength of a morning star was not something an elder like Jiger Dole could withstand. With a high-pitched cry, a pair of black wings streaked past Jiger Dole like a sharp blade, destroying the sacrificial spell formation behind him. Losing its communication link, no matter how unwilling it was, the figure of the large eye could only slowly dissipate. Jiger Dole crumpled to the ground. Having lost his dignitary's support, the frailty and injuries from the battle had resurfaced. His tendrils began to pale, the color spreading until it reached Jiger Dole's eyes. Such temporary strength has a lot of flaws. Leylin watched on from the sidelines, leisurely commanding the AI chip to gather data. He was making use of this time to analyze the pros and cons of the power systems of the purgatory world. The path of offerings is limited in the strength it can supply. No matter how powerful the sacrificer is, such power is only borrowed. Once the communication is broken or the dignitary retreats, the sacrificer will be trapped in a dire situation. Leylin's eyes flickered. The information shows that there are some who obtain a permanent bonus to their strength or racial upgrades. However, those require huge sacrifices and even require completing specific missions, such as offering blood sacrifices of higher-ups from an enemy organization. The path of offerings seemed very primal to Leylin. He was even beginning to suspect that this system was the original path to power in the purgatory world. In that case, Leylin stroked his chin, suddenly thinking of other aspects. I'll probably need to dabble in the training the path of offerings. No, it can't be superficial. I need to be proficient in it in order to complete my final plan. The hawk's cry sounded once more at this moment, and outside the warehouse the hawk, soaring into the air, descended like a victor, its sharp metallic talons ripping Jiger Dole to shreds. "Ah, father!" Jiger cried out pitifully, but couldn't escape his own fate of death. Seeing the two beholders perish one after the other, Leylin's expression did not change at all. Everything that had happened was obviously a result of the information he'd spread to the governor and his troops in secret. He'd mostly done it because Jiger Dole had made a futile attempt at putting Leylin in an unfavorable situation. No matter how pitiful the two ended up, Leylin wasn't moved the slightest in his heart. On the contrary, he was here personally so that he could see what happened and remove all chances of Jiger Dole's survival. Even if he had managed to escape, Leylin would have acted afterwards. Seeing the soul undulations of the two being extinguished completely, Leylin could relax slightly. At the very least, there was now nobody who remembered him. He was now focused on the black figure in the shadows. That person was clearly Jiger Dole's superior. They are unusually powerful and have been laying low all this time, waiting for the most opportune moment to strike. Leylin surveyed his surroundings. With Jiger Dole's death, the merfolk sailors soon lost all willpower to fight on and sank to their knees, begging for mercy. At the anchoring point of the port nearby, the Beholder tribe's ship was already completely surrounded and had surrendered. The giant Godric was already floating on the surface of the water, rolled over and revealing its white belly. It's all settled. If it were me, this would be the best chance. Leylin's eyes were fixed coldly on the warehouse. At that moment, a deafening bang sounded out. Leylin could sense that the black shadow had finally made its move. Rocks and earth flew everywhere the moment it acted, turning into marbles in the sky that fired into the surrounding area. Thud, thud, thud. These marbles, formed of soil and rocks, possessed a kinetic energy so immense that they could even penetrate through steel armor. A large number of guards fell with a miserable cry. Blood flowed out profusely from their wounds. "Kill them!" A black cloak flew into the air, and a white figure was like an illusion as it arrived in front of the Ilia's governor, so fast it was hard to see with the naked eye. Sharp fingernails tipped the scale-covered hand that sprung forth. The governor's beast spirit was currently outside, so he lacked his most powerful defense. Munkdar's turtle. Dark rays appeared at the Ilia's governor's chest, and immediately after a dark turtle shell emerged to block the area in front of him. Mysterious patterns appeared on the shell, and it emitted a metallic feeling that made it seem indestructible. Beast spirit masters could not only summon beast spirits to battle, but could also use part of the abilities of the beast spirits that had been sealed into their bodies. The Munkdar's turtle was a marine beast known for its defense, but the strongest ones were at the peak of rank 3. Still, although the Ilia's governor wanted to summon something more powerful, he had no beast spirits that were more formidable. Beast spirit magic was a common strength system in the purgatory world, and almost all intellectual races had their hand in this. Beast spirit masters were divided based on ranking, from rank 1 to the legendary rank 9. However, in the purgatory world now, masters at rank 6, 7 and above had been consigned to legend. The requirements for each beast spirit master to advance were simple. One had to seal enough powerful beast spirits and have enough soul force to control the sealed beast spirits. However, beast spirit masters that wanted to advance in rank needed to subdue a beast spirit of a similar rank. To advance to a rank 7 beast spirit master, it was necessary to subdue the soul of a rank 7 beast with laws and seal it into one's body. Only the dignitaries of the various continents possessed such a strength in this world, which made it practically impossible. Just the thought of extracting the snake dowager's soul and sealing it into their body would leave a beast spirit master quivering in fear. A rank 1 beast spirit master could at most only control a rank 1 beast spirit, while a rank 2 could control a rank 2 beast spirit. As long as one was powerful enough and one's soul could take the stress, there was no issue with sealing multiple beast spirits into one's body. However, It was evident that the Elia's governor was a newly promoted rank 4 Beast Spirit Master. The most powerful creature it had was the rank 4 Nighthawk Beast Spirit. The others were at rank 1 or 2 and wouldn't be brought out, because they would only bring shame to him. This rank 3 Monkdar's turtle was the most powerful beast spirit he had left. From Leylin's perspective, a beast spirit master was very much like a summoner. Though the beast spirits that could be controlled were powerful, the master was a weak point. No, rather, a newly advanced beast spirit master is at a weak point. The largest difference between a beast spirit master and a summoner is that beast spirit masters can seal beast spirits into their bodies and make use of some of the abilities of a beast spirit. If they bide their time and seal enough spirits, they'll gain a lot of power. Leylin touched his chin. The beast spirit sealed inside the body can constantly nourish the beast spirit master's own body and soul. As long as no bottleneck is reached, he can keep advancing. Crash. With just one attack from the palm covered in alabaster scales, the turtle shell in front of the governor began to fragment, showing its powerful strength. Whether it was the berserk bolt bear or the nighthawk from before, even if they were hurrying over, they were still a distance away. The governor was in a very dire situation. However, Leylin merely watched on coldly, not having any plans to make his move. In his opinion, the governor had obviously discovered the other party and still sent out his nighthawk, evidently having plans of his own. Die, a low voice that was distinctly feminine, came from the person who had launched the sneak attack. The figure of a white python suddenly appeared, emitting a bloodline aura that caused Leylin's pupils to shrink. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 710, Sacrifice and Rescue. Sacrifice and Rescue. This bloodline force, Alabaster Devil Snake. Leylin's pupils shrank. As a warlock, it was impossible for him to make a mistake in recognizing bloodline force, but what this represented shocked him. A descendant of the Snake Dowager actually has such a high status in an organization of the Trial's Eye. Is it for personal reputation, or is it some kind of exchange of benefits between the Snake Dowager and Trial's Eye? The large serpentine figure was covered in smooth white scales all over, its scarlet pupils emitting a chill that could almost suffocate a person. The tooth of the giant python merged with the palm of the attacker, bringing with it even more terrifying energy. The white scales on Leylin's face were now beginning to flicker uncontrollably. Beep. Discovered undulations of bloodline of Alabaster Devil Snake that host is using for concealment. Accept or deny? The AI chip prompted at this moment. No! Leylin's eyes flickered and chose to deny it. A trace of bloodline force emerged from his body, and in that instant, the attacker sensed it. Leylin could clearly see the moment where they looked over to investigate it. At this moment, they definitely could not withdraw their attack. The terrifying palm that was reinforced by bloodline power grabbed the Elia's governor's chest with their sharp nails. Besides the silver armor on his chest, the governor had no other defenses. There was no question that his stomach would be ripped through. Bang! However, the palm with sharp fingernails halted in midair, not able to descend further. What grasped this slender, scaly hand was another large hand that was like steel. Did you think I only had my beast spirit magic to rely on? The Elia's governor's voice was low, and he exerted force from his hand. Like an iron hoop, it tightened around the attacker's wrist until creaking sounds were produced. HNN, the attacker made a sound, and an orb of white flame extended from their hand. The flames crackled as they crashed into the body, their boiling temperature causing even the surrounding air to distort. However, it was to no effect. The governor's entire body was currently enveloped in a layer of dark gray light. In front of the flames, this powerful barrier wasn't the slightest bit damaged. In the meanwhile, the phantom of a huge gray bird appeared behind the governor. Its feathers closed around him as if wrapping around him. The large gray bird seemed to be very vivid. While it was a clone, there was a world of difference between it and the one summoned by Jiger Dole. My master, the mighty Flapwing, you are the master of chaos and the very personification of freedom. Upon seeing the large gray bird figure, many residents of the port who were watching them immediately knelt to the ground, looking pious. This was what happened when followers saw the real gods they prayed to and believed in. Sacrificer, a rank 4 sacrificer. The attacker quickly retreated, at the same time exposing their identity. A face with patterned white scales was topped by a head of snow-white hair. This slender person was evidently a demisnake that had descended from the alabaster devil snake. With the sharp voice and distinctive traits, Leylin could confirm that this one was female. However, her right wrist began to twist at this moment, falling down without strength. She'd obviously received serious injuries from the governor's counterattack. A hybrid snake girl. Interesting, Leylin looked worried, as if concerned for her safety. Meanwhile, the AI chip was constantly scanning the Ilia's governor. He was more interested in a rank 4 sacrificer than the snake girl. On top of that, the governor was at the 4th rank in both the paths of offerings and of beast spirits. Rank 4, comparable to a morning star in the Magus World. A sacrificer at this level is a treasure to any dignitary. It's a devout follower who has complete faith in their path. The mighty dignitary even lets them borrow strength in advance, leaving the sacrificial offering for later. Leylin immediately recalled the information he had gathered before. Furthermore, being a rank 4 sacrificer is the base requirement for some ceremonies to strengthen one's body permanently. The snake girl had inherited the bloodline of the primordial giant alabaster devil snake and had a vitality and strength that was so high it was frightening. However, he had been able to block the snake girl's attack, obviously having gone through multiple permanent power-ups. His strength and vitality was incomparably terrifying, and it even exceeded the power the snake girl got from her bloodline. Beep, target is enveloped by an unknown force, determined to be the law of chaos, unable to scan. At this moment, the AI chip projected some information in front of Leylin, causing him to sink into deep thought. A sacrificer has regular contact with their dignitary. The power of a rank 7 is something the AI chip still can't analyze. Is that why it can't scan him? The snake girl is in danger. Leylin looked at the demisnake, who was now secretly giving him a stern look. She's warning me not to do anything. Leylin was surprised. The governor of Ilias is a rank 4 beast spirit master and sacrificer. If he's from some special race, his battle might could even be comparable to a 6-star morning star from the Magus World. The snake girl is no match for him, but she still worries about the life of someone from her race. In that moment, Leylin couldn't figure out whether to laugh or cry. Of course, his thoughts went further. Since she places so much importance on bloodline, I might be able to make use of that. The tables were quickly turning. With the advantages from being a rank 4 sacrificer, the Ilia's governor had a terrifying physique and battle might. Added to his power of a rank 4 beast spirit master that allowed him to use all sorts of magic and long-range attacks, he was practically at the peak of rank 4. SKRE. At this moment, the Nighthawk and Berserk Boltbear had arrived behind the snake girl, sealing off her escape routes and teaming up with the governor to encircle her. Due to the soul connection between the beast spirit master and the beast spirits, they could be used like the governor's clones. Admit defeat? You aren't a match for me. In order to set this up, I've allocated a lot of elders here as well. Your subordinates and other organizations won't be able to run. The governor slowly closed in, and a black gale sprung forth from the Nighthawk. In your dreams, follower of chaos and evil. The snake girl's eyes went red, and a figure similar to that of the alabaster devil snake appeared behind her. Profound dream force began to ripple slightly. The alabaster devil snake originally inherited a part of the snake dowager's dream force. This is probably why this is her trump card. Dream force scattered out, forming a ring of dark red smoke. A few weaker commoners and guards had already fallen unconscious, evidently dragged into dreamscape. Things began to get chaotic, and taking advantage of this, Leylin disappeared into a corner. It's a pity. If she really was a traditional alabaster devil snake, the sudden eruption of Dreamforce would be enough to help her escape. Sadly, her bloodline isn't pure enough, and the Dreamforce she can muster is far too weak. Leylin's mind kept working, and his thoughts quickly turned to another direction as he gazed upon the battlefield. The governor grew dazed amidst the dark red fog for a while before he regained his senses. This dreamscape illusion. He immediately sobered up, and the Nighthawk that his soul was connected to let out bright chirps. Its 2 wings created gales as if trying to blow the Dreamforce away. You can't escape. He stared at the snake girl, who now had scales all over her body and had completely entered battle mode. Lord Governor, part of the enemies in the port have been eliminated. We're here as support. With several bright sounds, 3 streaks of light hastened over, each of them having rank 4 energy undulations. After seeing this, glee shone in the governor's eyes, and the snake girl was left in complete despair. She secretly glanced in Leylin's direction, but when she realized he'd already disappeared, a wry smile appeared about her lips. Thankfully, that little guy escaped, or else he might have been involved. Looks like it's time for me to take the stage. Meanwhile, Leylin was standing on the rooftop of a building and watching on, eyes flickering with intelligence. In his opinion, it was even more valuable to save her now. As for the fact that he intentionally spread this secret and attracted the enemy, Leylin had selective memory when it came to this. Anyway, benefits were his primary goal. As for other methods like taking advantage of someone and helping them the next moment, there was no pressure on him due to it. Magic seems to require more effort in this world. Closing his eyes, Leylin felt the difference between the Purgatory world and the Magus World. Just as well, I can recycle the dream force she left behind. Even if she's a descendant of the alabaster devil snake, her usage of dream force is really too crude. As he ridiculed her for a moment, Leylin's finger twitched. It was like he was the most brilliant of weavers. Foggy dream force suddenly rose under Leylin's hands, rippling with a blood-red glow. Great amounts of fog condensed to form a large spell formation. Crap, be careful. The governor's expression suddenly changed, evidently not expecting that the snake girl who should have been waiting to be captured had a companion. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 711, Snake Girl and Escape. Snake Girl and Escape, what's going on? Isn't she the leader of the organization? The Elia's governor doubtfully looked at the snake girl, only to find that she was similarly perplexed. It doesn't matter, the first task is to capture her. Those who try to insult our master's glory must be punished. The governor would not have reached rank 4 as a sacrificer if he didn't worship the nefarious filthbird so fervently. However, how could Leylin really allow him to make a move? In any case, he is still a rank 4 elite from the nefarious filthbird's group, so it won't be possible to just take him down in one strike. The power of Dreamforce spells was amplified to an alarming extent by the array. Like charcoal being transformed into diamond, rank 4 Dreamforce spell, Distorted Labyrinth. Dreamforce surged out violently to create an enormous labyrinth which enveloped the governor and the 3 morning stars who were assisting him. The walls rumbled under impact, and the Nighthawk's cry could be heard as the Dreamforce labyrinth began to morph and warp. Let's go, I can't trap them for too long. Leylin transformed into a black hurricane that swallowed the girl up. Even though he'd conjured the spell himself, it was being sustained by the Dreamforce the girl had summoned, and not much remained. Leylin was not certain of how long it would last, so it was necessary to quickly flee the scene. The snake girl's scarlet eyes flashed as she sensed the bloodline power within Leylin, and she did not resist. The dark hurricane screamed with destructive power, drawing life force from the miscellaneous fish along the way. Only mummified corpses were left behind. As they continued on, there were still some who tried to stop them. Soon, however, they disappeared into the horizon. Bang, rumble. After 10 seconds, a great amount of lightning appeared above the dark red labyrinth. Shortly after the lightning struck down, and the elated chirp was let loose by the gigantic hawk. Crash. The entire labyrinth fell apart, exposing the silhouettes of the flustered Elia's governor and his companions. Chase after them and send out a warrant. Do not let that woman escape. The Elia's governor's eyes had reddened, and even his voice had become hoarse, frightening the surrounding bodyguards into chilly silence. The Purgatory world seems to be different from the Magus world. The atom's chemical bonds seem to be sturdier. Consequently, more power is needed to manipulate them. Leylin was thinking of what had happened before when he used his full magic power as he ran away with the girl. Ever since he had snuck into the Purgatory world, he had always maintained an extremely low profile. He had previously used the metal activation spell formation once, and that remained the only time he had used such a large-scale spell in this world. This is worse than before. The physical laws here are even more severe. While the power of spells has decreased, the cost to activate them has instead increased. Leylin looked at the AI chip as it projected the newest results into his memory bank. Beep. Based on on-site detections and theoretical experiments, all levels of magic from the Magus World are weakened by 89% in the Purgatory World. This weakening effect is very strong. Could it be that the Purgatory World didn't allow entry to other strength systems in ancient times? Thinking of this other idea, Leylin ordered the AI chip. AI chip, search the database. Find the most suitable strength system for the Purgatory World. Beep. Mission established. Scanning. The AI chip found the answer immediately. Based on simulations, the two most suitable power systems are 1. Path of Sacrifices 2. Beast Spirit Magic. Leylin wasn't surprised by the results, he had already guessed this outcome. As expected, these are the most suitable systems. They seem to be the Purgatory World's most fundamental paths. As a result of differing world laws, every world had its own unique points and paths to power. This inspection made it clear that the Path of Sacrifices and Beast Spirit Magic were the most suited to the Purgatory World. It looks like I'll have to rigorously train to a high realm in both methods. Leylin stroked his chin in thought. Although he was restricted by the All-Snake curse, it only affected his bloodline force. While it was still a weakness, the curse had no effect on other paths to power. Fireplume, Leylin called out, and a ball of black flames appeared in his hand. Multi-limb strength? The phantom of a multi-armed race member appeared behind Leylin, boosting his strength. These other cultivation methods were what had allowed Leylin to retain strength at Morning Star even after his bloodline force was sealed. His bloodline force, however, was the main source of his strength. If the All-Snake curse was not removed, he would be drained until he fell. Even if he encountered success with other power systems, the outcome was still set in stone. Since he chose the Path of Bloodline as his main path, he had even let his own soul be affected by the bloodline. Consequently, other paths could only be considered the icing on top of the cake. As expected, the Purgatory World will suppress the strength of those from other worlds. Leylin's expression became gloomy. Dreamforce was another usable source, but its intensity was unpredictable. Therefore, Leylin did not hold many expectations towards it. My bloodline force has been sealed, so I can only rely on other methods. When these other methods reach their highest realm, I will probably be able to use them to remove the All-Snake curse. Leylin steeled his resolve. The AI chip will allow me to quickly advance in rank. The paths of sacrifice and beast spirit magic are of the utmost importance, and Fireplume and Dreamforce come afterwards. As for multi-limb strength, the original information that Leylin had gotten was extremely lacking. Even with AI chip's calculations, it had hardly improved. Thus, Leylin decided to abandon it as it could at most serve as support. By this time, the snake girl had opened her eyes. She said in a frigid voice, "Put me down. This place is over 300 nautical miles away from Port Elias. It should be safe for the time being." Leylin shrugged as he stopped on a barren island. The black hurricane disappeared, exposing both their silhouettes. Only now did Leylin have the time to carefully size up the snake girl. She had long, snow-white hair and scarlet pupils. The white scales on her face were patterned, giving her a distinct aura but not seeming sinister. These features paired well with her air of superiority, giving her a unique charm. It appears as though all bloodline descendants of the Snake Dowager have this characteristic, with charm to spare. Could it be that she specializes in illusion techniques? Leylin was left speechless. The AI chip, however, had had enough time to collect information. Unknown name, Snake Girl. Sex, female, paternal bloodline, alabaster devil snake, mixed, maternal bloodline. Unknown, deduced to be a humanoid species, strength. 79 agility, 50 strength, 65 spiritual force, 463 soul force, 46. Passive abilities, 1. Illusory force field. Shrouds the area around the body in a layer of illusion force field. Life forms with spiritual energy below 200 cannot resist, losing their free will. 2. Dreamscape attraction. The alabaster devil snake bloodline possesses the ability to draw Dreamforce. The AI chip very quickly projected the snake girl's image and specific data. Morning Star realm. This snake girl's stats are actually pretty good. Leylin nodded his head surreptitiously as his thoughts hovered around the mixed tag. Even though her bloodline is of a rank 5 creature, it is clearly not concentrated. It can't even match the one I embedded in my mask. No wonder I don't feel any suppression whatsoever from her, and her ability to attract Dreamforce is so weak. But the ability to connect to Dreamscape is worth more intense research. Although he already possessed a number of Dreamscape spells, he had reached a bottleneck when it came to using Dreamforce. The appearance of an alabaster devil snake, however, gave him hope to resolve this issue. This rank 5 species had inherited the Snake Dowager's talents in controlling Dreamforce, to the point of being able to connect to Dreamscape. This ability was very useful to Leylin. The most crucial point was that he now had in his grasp the pure bloodline of a rank 5 alabaster devil snake. Although Dreamforce isn't reliable, it is still useful as a contingency plan. This girl doesn't seem to have the ability to travel to and from Dreamscape, but she might be able to give me some inspiration. Leylin shamelessly observed the girl, making her feel rather angry. "Are you done looking at me?" The snake girl snorted coldly. "Don't tell me you're going to treat a clansman and your savior like this." Leylin smiled slightly. "After all, without me intervening, I'm afraid you would not have escaped the Ilia's governor's hands." "So what?" The snake girl appeared to be unyielding. "I clearly warned you to run away, so why did you not leave immediately? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 712. Good feelings and goodbye. Good feelings and goodbye. You and I are of the same type, and I had the ability to save you. How could I just leave you? Leylin spoke in a righteous tone. "Fool!" The snake girl snorted coldly, but it pleased Leylin inwardly to notice her gaze softening considerably. She continued in a gloomy voice, "Mixed bloods like you are actually very rare." Listening to Leylin's words, the snake girl immediately became uncommunicative. Her expression grew so damp it seemed like she could drip water. Leylin secretly nodded to himself as he saw this scene. I wasn't wrong. A half-breed will always suffer discrimination, no matter what world you live in. Leylin understood from the snake girl's bitter expression that she had suffered a lot. However, she was still able to show incomparable concern for those who were similar to her. He took advantage of this misery loves company attitude to gain her full trust. "Oh, that's right, I still don't know your name." Leylin smiled sunnily at her. "Belinda, yours?" Belinda stared at Leylin, focusing especially on his facial scales. Her eyes grew dreamy. "My name is Nick, my lovely lady." Just this little praise caused Belinda to flush, showing her lack of experience in dealing with others. "So, Belinda, what do you intend to do next? And what was that at the port? Why were you attacked?" Leylin asked her, as if he had no idea about what had happened. He acted as if he wasn't the one who spread information on her. "Nothing, just the final struggle of a group of beholders." The mention of the earlier incident caused Belinda's expression to turn cold. It was evident that she felt extremely resentful. Leylin understood her feelings. After all, her organization hadn't planned to act against Port Ilias. At most, their plan was to turn the port into a hub and use it to smuggle some goods. Thus, it was normal to feel resentful when their plans went down the drain. "Nick, I have a question." Belinda looked at Leylin with a solemn expression. "Are you a follower of the Snake Dowager or a part of the Beholder crowd? Or do you believe in other dignitaries?" Identifying which dignitary you followed was an extremely serious matter in the Purgatory world. The hostility between opposing factions often led to battles to the death. "I am a wanderer. I have yet to choose an exemplary." Leylin naturally caught the hidden meaning behind these questions and answered without the slightest hesitation. "I am, however, more inclined towards the matriarch. After all, she is our progenitor." The matriarch? This was the title that the snake descendants, in the Purgatory world, mainly used to address the Snake Dowager. Since your belief is skewed towards the matriarch, there is no risk of conflict between your belief and mine in the Beholders. Leylin expressed his understanding. It seemed as though the Snake Dowager and the Trial's Eye made an alliance. "I am under the command of the Trial's Eye. I came to Port Ilias to receive some resources to use in the rebellion against the powers of evil and chaos." Belinda told Leylin of her origins. She explained the conflict between the Trial's Eye and the Filthbird, and went through the history of how civilization had developed in this world. And in the Purgatory world, where the two exemplaries' original bodies were located, was an endless conundrum. There was no peace at all between the sacrificers on both sides. Every time they met, there would be a fight to the death. No wonder you were attacked. Port Elias is the territory of the nefarious Filthbird. Leylin showed a shocked expression. The port is a territory of the chaotic power. There isn't much hope for them. Belinda saw Leylin's expression and snorted coldly. Oh, what do you mean? Leylin asked interestedly. I already reported what happened to my superiors. The organization will surely send support. The head of the organization is, at the very least, a rank 5 sacrificer. A flash of gloominess appeared on Belinda's face. Port Elias dares to forcefully seize our goods and kill our members. This is the Hale continent's territorial waters. No matter how powerful Elias' backer is, this place still belongs to us. At this point, Belinda was very confident. Port Elias had been sneakily founded through the bird's influence. It had not received approval from the Hale continent's holy city, nor the Snake Dowager. After all, the Snake Dowager had allied herself with the Trial's Eye. As a result, even if Belinda and her compatriots destroyed the entire port later, and even killed the governor of Elias, nothing much could be done. The most Port Elias could do was to secretly order the arrest of Belinda and the others. A rank 5 sacrificer? Leylin was rather curious. He had seen the frightening abilities of a high-ranked sacrificer from the Elias governor and witnessed the capacity to go through your limits without any bottlenecks. This kind of high-ranked sacrificer should be the favorite offering of hostile exemplaries. Leylin stroked his chin as the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Since Leylin decided to practice in the Path of Offering and the Beast Spirit magic, he gained some understanding of these two cultivation techniques. Although it wasn't a lot, the information he got, the practical data, and the AI chip's deductions allowed him to gain deep knowledge on the two systems. In the Path of Offering, choosing an exemplary was the most important step. It was also important to choose one whose doctrine aligned with your beliefs. Sacrificial rites were based on equivalent exchange. As long as an offering was made, power would be lent by the exemplary you followed. But truly devout sacrificers would be able to receive greater benefits. Moreover, worshipping opposing exemplaries was an incredibly stupid thing to do. Even if such a sacrificer managed to not get targeted, his benefits would be greatly reduced. As for myself, becoming a Snake Dowager or a Trial's Eye sacrificer would be courting death. The best option is the nefarious Filthbird. Leylin thought to himself, furthermore, if I make a great sacrifice when I first communicate with the exemplary, I should be able to reap great benefits. I might even receive the unspeakable baptism. Presumably, the bird was enemies with the Trial's Eye and the Snake Dowager. Consequently, it would be happy to see Leylin grow strong and break through the Snake Dowager's seal. The bird was not an almighty rank 9, so it couldn't remove Leylin's all-snake curse. But perhaps it would be able to temporarily suppress the curse. Leylin himself could only suppress the curse for 2 years, which was too short. Possibly extending the suppression time would become a great advantage. Even though Leylin had gone through a great amount of thoughts, on the surface he only seemed to hesitate for a moment. Belinda, you should be a high-ranked sacrificer under the Trial's Eye, right? Yes, that's right. I am already a peak rank 3 sacrificer and should be close to breaking through. Too bad I wasn't able to finish this mission. Belinda admitted it without the slightest hesitation. Why don't you follow the almighty matriarch? She is our benevolent and beautiful progenitor. Leylin had an expression of incredible disbelief. Although the Snake Dowager had allied herself with the Trial's Eye, it was still considered a betrayal for a descendant to believe in a different exemplary. If she ran into a more radical snake, it might try to eliminate Belinda, the disgrace of the mother. The matriarch, it is true that she is everything to us, but she is just too aloof and remote. We belong to the lowest rung of society, so we only need fairness and justice. And the only one who can give us that is the god of contracts. Belinda laughed coldly at some unknown thought and became excited. Her expression revealed that she was remembering an unbearable event of the past. It was probably the oppression she had once suffered from the purebloods, something she could never forget. As a mixed blood, don't tell me you have a good impression of those so-called pureblood alabaster devil snakes. Belinda stated as a layer of translucent tears appeared on her eyes. Leylin pretended to become silent in response. Well, let's not speak of these unhappy memories. I have already issued the signal, and reinforcements from the head of the order will arrive very soon. You should leave. Belinda exhaled a deep breath, glancing at Leylin. All right. The organization was approaching, and since they had different beliefs, staying any longer would arouse suspicion. Besides, he had made a lot of profit today. Not only had he eliminated hidden dangers, he had even established a good relationship with Belinda. In the future, he would arrange another coincidental meeting, so there were no problems at all. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 713, Threat and Action Beep. High energy magnetic field discovered. Determined to be from a rank 5 being. Host is advised to be careful. The AI chip's immediate prompt surprised Leylin. Looks like I can't leave even if I want to at this point. A mysterious smile rose at the edges of Leylin's lips. Still, he pretended to be oblivious to everything, planning to leave after bidding Belinda farewell. Just as Leylin was about to move, tremendous soul force undulations full of just as Leylin was about to move, a streak of tremendous soul force undulations full of astounding strength and intent was transmitted over. Wait, he can't leave. A figure gradually appeared from the surface of the water. A layer of transparent distortions gradually dissipated, revealing a large beholder. This one, however, was different from Jiger. It had 3 different giant eyes of varying sizes. The 3 eyes were in triangular formation, with the central one connected to a few fleshy red channels. Pure white tendrils drooped to the ground, forming the beholder's legs. A great and powerful aura emanated from its body. This one should be an elder eye of the beholders, Leylin judged inwardly. An adult beholder had the strength of an ordinary rank 3 Magus. Elder eyes usually had strength at Morning Star. This beholder was even more uncommon. Besides the power from its own race, it was a powerful sacrificer. The power of judgment emanated from its body, causing Leylin's eyes to narrow. This beholder should be the leader that Belinda mentioned. Doesn't that mean it is a rank 5 sacrificer? As a rank 5 sacrificer, this beholder had strength comparable to a regular radiant moon Magus. What was most terrifying, however, was that its body had been fully branded by the Trial's Eye and even the AI. Chip was unable to scan and determine its stats. Greetings, Lord Bakelark. Belinda knelt reverently while pulling at Leylin's clothes to do the same. Greetings to Sire Bakelark. Leylin merely bowed slightly. This made him seem arrogant, and a hint of disapproval was evident in the beholder elder's large eye. It glanced towards Belinda, transmitting tremendous soul undulations. Fury was evident within its eyes, and it criticized her. Belinda, your actions today have tarnished the glory of our master. And it's not just your failure at Port Elia's stronghold, all your decisions so far have been rash. Lord Bakelark. While still kneeling, Belinda straightened her back. Your subordinate is responsible for the failure at Port Elia's, but allowing Nick to leave was a very ordinary matter. He might not be a subordinate of our Master of Order, but he is a descendant of the matriarch. And a fellow clansman of yours, the beholder added coldly. I have long warned you to not be too kind towards those of your kind with mixed blood. They can only bring trouble. Lord Bakelark, I can vouch for Nick. He's on our side, he helped me at the port. Seeing Bakelark's eyes flash with red, Belinda gritted her teeth and spoke on Leylin's behalf. All right, I'll let him go. I hope your luck continues, or else there'll be another pair of vertical pupils in my collection. Bakelark twisted his body and turned towards Leylin, or should I say, 2 pairs. Belinda was badly frightened by this rank 5's threats, ridicule, and lack of trust. Leylin obviously wasn't the same. Outwardly, he seemed indignant at this, his face and ears turning red. However, he was making a calm analysis on the inside. It arrived far too quick. That means it was already nearby. Perhaps it was the commander of this operation, while Belinda was the one in charge of Port Elias. Numerous sea tribes arrived as Bakelark and Belinda conversed. Mermen, octomen, and sharkmen, each outfitted in custom-made armor, brandished their assortment of weapons that included pikes and choppers. There were even magicians among their rank, neatly spread out into rows that formed a huge legion of staffs behind Bakelark. Followers of the Master of Order. Evil, chaotic power has taken over Port Elias and even killed our companions. This entity has committed the worst sin under the skies. What should we do? The Beholder Elder turned, transmitting tremendous soul force undulations and radiating it in all directions. Eliminate them. Suppress them. Burn them to death. The marine people in Bakelark's legion raised their weapons and roared. Very good, you are all devout believers of our master. The Beholder Elder's slit eyes seemed to be filled with traces of red. I hereby order all of you to attack. The target is Port Elias. At that, the clamor from the cries of these beings was enough to disperse the clouds in the sky. The surface of the water split apart amidst their thundering voices, countless enormous sea creatures revealing expansive level backs. All the troops climbed atop the enormous marine beasts in an orderly manner, making them look like terrifying war forts. You, mixed blood of the alabaster, believer of the mistress, you must come with me and use the blood of chaos to prove your loyalty. What right do you have to do that? Leylin exclaimed in annoyance, pretending to be a hot-headed person. What right do I have? Well, I can kill you whenever I want to, Bakelark chuckled, while vast soul force wrapped tightly around Leylin. This was clearly a threat. Leylin was playing the role of a mixed blood with at most morning star strength, so he immediately paled. Belinda, he looked at Belinda, who was still kneeling and giving him a pleading look. Fine, I'll do it. That's the spirit. Chaos is an old enemy of your matriarch too. Your actions will surely earn her favor. The Beholder Elder released his soul force. It went near the coastline where a large golden octopus appeared, which let Bakelark stand on its head. I merely approve of some of the matriarch's ideologies. I don't follow the path of sacrifices. A bloodbath won't bring me any benefits. Leylin looked grim as he mounted a large marine beast with Belinda. Belinda was apologetic, and she transmitted over to him, I'm sorry, Nick. I dragged you into this. When the time comes, just protect yourself. Leave the rest to me. It's not your fault, Leylin smiled with difficulty, while a trace of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. A rank 5 sacrificer, and someone with a high position in the organization, would make a great gift for the nefarious filthbird. A curfew had been imposed in Port Elias due to the recent events. Streets that were usually bustling with life were exceptionally quiet. Boat wreckage and blood could be seen floating in the ocean, and the houses that had been wrecked in the incident were left desolate, yet to be repaired. Groups of troops jogged around in an orderly manner on the streets, occasionally charging into shops and demanding they be allowed to search the area. It was pure chaos. At this moment, an urgent alarm rang out and a piercing defensive air signal sounded. From a high vantage point, one could see a large wave of giant marine beasts with countless figures on their backs surging forth like a tide on the surface of the waters. Aggressive beings approached the port from the sky as well. This scared a few of the free merchants, and they secretly put away their goods and escaped. After all, they could not afford to provoke either organization. Doing so would only lead to a horrible death. Merchants were not the only ones. Even the most evil pirates ran from such a dangerous place. They would rather fight the local troops trying to run away than stay here any longer. Just as the chaos was about to escalate, the bright cries of a hawk sounded out. A large nighthawk beast spirit spread its wings as it circled above the port with a figure on top of it. Terrifying power descended that was at the peak of rank 4, and the pier finally managed to regain its calm. A swishing sound could be heard as something surged towards them. Soon, numerous streaks of light flew in from various locations to stand behind Elia's governor, bowing in greeting, Lord Governor. They all had morning star-ranked strength, but they could not conceal the worry in their expressions. They are Trial's Eyes followers. I can sense that nauseating smell coming from their bodies even from here. A white-haired elder with a hook-like nose and hawk beak spoke coldly. This should be about what happened this afternoon. I've already asked for support from the headquarters. However, they are too far away. Even if they used a teleportation spell formation, they would still need to use it several times. It seems our enemies have been preparing for a long time. Elia's governor looked grim as he clenched his fist, causing the air to explode with an ear-piercing shriek. It seemed that he had been thoroughly enraged.